Yeah, she stated she was going to her mom's house at 149.
Said that there was someone trying to fight her child's father.
What positions have you held with Microsoft?
Very irate and hung up. Code 2, that is
Partner,
0660.
Chairman, CEO.
Okay.
What's your present title?
Thank you.
Chairman and CEO.
Alright, check it out. We're with the female right now.
Press Computer Dictionary.
Surprising us, there's just a argument with the boyfriend.
Okay.
She's in the vehicle in her own free will. And no physical
I have here
cause has happened.
the Microsoft
And
Press
she's aware
Computer
that her kids are
Dictionary,
inside the
3rd
house.
edition, dated 1997.
Read it every, so you guys able to take a call with
It
Mr. Mulberry.
says, claims to be the authoritative source of definitions for computer terms, concepts, and acronyms from the world's most respected computer software company. I'll give you a softball question. Would you agree that Microsoft is the world's most respected computer software company?
What?
Some people would agree with that, some people wouldn't.
What's your opinion?
Yes, GSA informed me that there may be a
We are the
possible gun
most,
case.
we
I'm
took
sure
it on a
someone
statistical
from here.
basis. Yes, we'd be the most respected
Okay, well, someone needs to check it out.
software company.
This computer dictionary defines operating system as follows. The software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit, time, disk space, and peripheral devices. Is that an accurate definition of an operating system?
Well, the notion of an operating system has changed quite a bit over time.
First one's 520-884.
So that,
8541.
that definition is not really complete in terms of how people think of operating
She's in the
systems
vehicle in her own
in
free
the
will.
last decade or so.
So this definition in the 1997 dictionary
As right now, everything's checking okay.
is incomplete in your estimation?
No, what I said is that over time,
Yes, on the luggage carrier, so.
the number of things that are in operating systems has increased. And so if you want to look at operating systems in the last decade, you'd say the definition is incomplete.
Okay. Is it accurate?
Inventory.
Software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit time, disk space, and peripheral devices.
I said in terms of operating systems in the last decade, it's an incomplete definition.
On the carousel, we're not supposed to move items off the carousel anyway.
The aspects of the operating systems of the last decade that aren't included in that definition.
What aspect? Let me see if you agree with the definition in the Microsoft dictionary of that term. Application is there defined as a program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management. Is that an accurate definition, Mr. Gates?
Could you read it again?
Sure. A program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management.
I'd say it's a pretty vague definition.
Is it accurate as far as it goes?
Good personnel report. Advise.
Charles, Corpus, quick.
Okay, copy.
Another term I'm sure we're going to be using throughout the course of the deposition is web browsers. Let me read you the definition from your company's dictionary and see if you think that's accurate. Web browser is defined by the Microsoft Computer Dictionary as follows. A client application that enables a user to view HTML documents on the World Wide Web, another network or the user's computer, follow the hyperlinks among them, and transfer files. Is that accurate?
And for Bravo 4.
It's actually describing browsing functionality.
Is it an accurate definition of browsing functionality?
It describes part of what you do when you browse.
What's your definition of a web browser?
I'd say browsing technology is what lets you navigate through, it typically means something that lets you do HTML displaying and navigation.
You understand? There's a
Is that what you mean when you use the term
some kind of case down here. There's also a
Is
bag,
that what you mean
some
when you
luggage
use
down
the
here
term web
next
browser?
to it. On the carousel, it looks like it's going to go back. We're about to go back in, so.
Sometimes referred to as a web browser.
Hey, Rick, I'm on the line with him now. So is the carousel still running, or it's just left on the carousel?
Carousel's not running. It's in the end, like it's about to go back in before it comes back around.
Internet Explorer.
Looks like they're starting it up now, so it's going back
We've used
in.
the term Internet
They have a
Explorer
flight coming in, so this
to
may
refer
be
to
someone's,
the Internet technologies and
problem.
Windows, as well as some standalone products we've done.
Let me see if you agree with this definition in the
1301
1997
Full
edition of
French.
Microsoft's Computer
Left off
Dictionary.
fire
The
dispatches.
definition is of the
0,
term
21.
Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer is defined as follows. Microsoft's web browser introduced in October 1995. Is that an accurate definition of Internet Explorer?
123.
I'm not sure why they say October.
Thanks a lot,
I don't think that's
yeah, I
right.
spoke with Frontier. She's going to let the bad guys know not to leave it out.
Well, we shipped Windows 95, including browsing functionality,
they
in
just saw the
August
carousel saying it went back in.
1995.
So, actually it's coming back out now, so. I don't know if this was,
No?
from another flight or, I mean,
Was it ever shipped as a standalone product?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to. If you're talking about
I don't know if this was someone's property from
Unix
earlier
or
and
the
they're supposed to pick it up.
Macintosh, we did create
Well, it's on the
a
belt
set
now.
of bits that stood by themselves and could be installed on top of those operating systems.
When
I'm not lying to you. I'm
those
not
versions
entirely
of,
sure what's going on here.
first marketed?
Certainly not
Copy.
in October
She's doing fine. She
1995.
said she's going to get a hold of the bad guys. So hopefully they deal with it. They've been
Timing
notified.
issue, would you agree that Internet
Let's go
Explorer is
forward.
defined here
The
correctly
cat is
as
0659.
Microsoft's web browser?
And did you actually read what was in there?
Okay, I copied.
Yeah, I read the first sentence. I could read you the whole thing if you'd like.
Well, it seems strange if you're
Yeah, some
trying
kind
to
of
use
box
dictionary, you
with
might as
some
well
blue
read
locks
what
on
it
it.
says. You can show it to
You'll
me.
see, they have a flight that's
original
just coming in and,
Tell me if there's anything else in here you think is
I don't know if the
inaccurate.
person missed the flight. They're supposed to pick this
Full
these
entry.
bags up. I don't know what's going on.
Internet Explorer reads as follows. Microsoft's web
Copy.
browser introduced in
They're
October
handling it.
1995. Internet Explorer is now available in Windows and Macintosh versions. Later versions provide the ability to incorporate advanced design and animation features into web pages and recognize ActiveX controllers and Java outlets. Take a look at it.
If I see her down here, then I'll give her a
Else you
description.
think is inaccurate.
The one there. Repeat, Rick.
I said, if I see them down here, I'll give them a description of this box or case or whatever it is.
Copy, thanks. Here at the base, we had 6 total. Half a dozen. So 6
Well, certainly
total.
the product we shipped that was before October 1995 was Windows 95.
Friday, I think.
The browser functionality we had in it, we've updated quite a bit several times. And so defining Internet Explorer to be what we shipped just on one particular date can't be considered accurate.
2531 view.
You have to say that many times we've taken the browsing functionality in Windows, which we refer to as Internet Explorer, and we've updated that functionality. So you can't really pin the definition to a particular date. It's really a brand name we use for those technologies.
Was this definition accurate in 1997 when
I got a special
Microsoft's
cab for
Computer Dictionary was
1633 Buckeye Road.
sold to the public?
I already told you that that reference to October 1995 certainly makes the definition inaccurate.
Yeah, apart from
One
that,
direct.
it's accurate.
I'm trying to
It's not
see if I can
accurate
find
to say
anything
that
wrong here.
Internet Explorer is defined at a single point in time, that it's one set
Radio to
of
app
bits,
31.
because it's a brand that we've used for a set of technologies that have evolved over time. And in that sense, I would take exception to the way that the book that I've never seen there happened to define it.
I think
You've described
black. That was
the web browser is a killer application.
Q2901 Euclid.
I'm not sure what
Caller
you're
is
you're
accepting
talking about. You'd have
data
to show me the
from the daughter
context.
from the home. 25-year-old Loriana Owen.
I'd like you to look at
No violence.
exhibit number 1,
No
Mr.
violence.
Gates.
No threat. No weapon. Per priors, call back. I'm sorry. Unit is 702.
This is a memorandum that purports to be from you to your executive staff dated May 22, 1996, and that attaches, for want of a better word, an essay entitled The Internet PC, which is dated April 10th, 1996. Do you recall
Radio to
writing
Adam
that
31
essay?
for a code 4 in your zone.
It looks like this is an email, not a memorandum.
Anyone?
Do you recall writing the essay dated April 10th, 1996, entitled The Internet PC?
127.
Number 2530. I'm coming to you.
Are we going out for this? It says info only.
6 radio, I'm going to have a message for you.
Go with that, man.
It's Mr. Hayes calling in, so we made it a code 2 prior.
Yeah, it looks like an essay I wrote. I don't remember
Made it a
specifically,
two-man
but
because it's
it
prior
does look
CIC.
like something I wrote.
The portion of it I want to
Give me
refer
1,
you to is at the
George,
bottom of the
1,
first page, under
Paul,
the heading called
Charles,
The Latest
5,
Killer
Sam,
App.
Boy, Ocean,
See that?
Edward, 718-4815,
I see
or
a heading.
51.
Yes.
Glad you need to repeat.
First paragraph under that heading reads as follows, quote, "Our industry is always
Alright, I'm gonna
looking
give him
for
a
the
call.
next killer application, for a category of software that by its utility and intelligent
Give me
design
1, George,
becomes
1,
indispensable to
Paul,
millions of people.
Charles,
Word
5,
processors and
Sam, Boy,
spreadsheets were the killer applications
Ocean,
for
Edward,
business PC starting in 1981.
718-4851.
Then the next sentence reads, the latest
Alright,
confirmed killer app is a
10321
web
Barry,
browser.
call from
Recall
Sweet Zone.
writing that, sir?
Arguing with a male,
You have any
refusing to
reason to believe you didn't write it?
answer questions.
No.
Safety
Can
for
you
child father
explain
Trayvon
what you
Stewart.
meant
Safety
here
assaulted her to
by
the face.
describing the web
27-year-old black
browser
male
as
wearing
a
black,
killer
white,
app?
and red, no weapon. Unable to give anything further. Code 1, CAS 0663.
I just meant that browsing would be,
Comes back
in our
to
view, a
2012
popular
Chevy. Black
thing,
and color.
not necessarily on the web, but
Vehicle
just browsing in
registered
general
to
would be
Dennis
a
Bird,
popular activity.
454-year-old male.
It's a killer application, an application
Vehicle
that
is-
drives sales of other products like operating systems and hardware.
3rd District.
No?
128.
Do you have a definition in your own mind of killer application?
We have the vehicle over here.
2229.
Adam, they're on the
It's
radio.
a popular application.
Copy.
Everyone.
Let me resort again to the Microsoft Computer Dictionary.
Does not say how.
I'll read you what that says
For a
about
special
killer
session for us
application.
on East 29th and
Just
Stilton
read
Ave.
it so you can tell me.
Negative.
The Microsoft Computer Dictionary, 1997 edition, defines killer
Yeah, I
app
heard you over reading.
as follows. There's two definitions, and I'll be very complete this time, Mr. Gates. The first definition is an application of such popularity and widespread standardization that it fuels sales of the hardware platform or
Although,
operating system for which it
for
is
some of the
written.
egg robs,
Agree with
no
that
Cleveland
definition?
has wanted to process
You're
it
saying
before
to
you
me
do anything before.
there's more in there and you're just reading me part of
I want to
it?
read you the second definition as well. The
So
question
you
is,
were asking me about it without reading me the whole thing?
No, sir. It gives two definitions. You're familiar with dictionaries, I take it. Sometimes they have more than one definition of the term, correct?
Sometimes terms have more than one meaning, so it's actually fairly appropriate that dictionaries would give the two different meanings. And generally, before you'd ask somebody if they agreed with the dictionary, you'd actually give them the benefit of reading them what's in the dictionary, not just a part of it.
I'm reading the first definition. I ask you to agree with that
Vehicle is still
definition.
stolen.
I don't think it's the only definition.
Is that an accurate
Affirm.
definition?
I'd like to hear what the other...
I'll read it to you. Second definition is an application that supplants its competition.
Copy.
Now let me go back and read you the first definition, and now that you've heard both of them. First definition reads as follows. An application of such popularity and widespread standardization that fuels sales of the hardware platform or operating system for which it was written.
Yeah, I already told you my definition of killer app is a very popular application.
Is this definition accurate?
I told you what, when I use the term killer application, in particular when I use it in a piece of email, what I mean by it. I'm sure there's people...
I understand you've told me that. There's another question on the table now. Do you have any disagreement with this definition?
I think most people, when they use the word killer app, are not necessarily tying it to any relationship to hardware.
What about a relationship to an operating system?
Usually they're just talking about it being a very popular application. I certainly know of things that have been referred to as killer applications that haven't driven hardware sales or operating systems.
What other applications would you identify as being killer applications?
A flight simulator.
Any others?
Well, you always have to take a year in a context for those things. For example, when desktop publishing software became popular in the 1980s, many people referred to it that way. When people were talking about interactive TV, they thought video on demand would be a killer application, and something went wrong because the whole thing never caught on. But people had been using that term, the idea of letting people watch movies, as something that would be extremely popular.
What time frame was the web browser a killer application? I understand that you're one of the co-founders of Microsoft, is that correct?
Yes.
When was the company founded?
1975.
And what positions have you held with Microsoft since then?
Partner, chairman, CEO.
What's your present title?
Chairman and CEO.
So are you familiar with the Microsoft Press Computer Dictionary?
No.
You've never cracked that before?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll introduce you to it.
Whatever it is.
I have here the Microsoft Press Computer Dictionary. It's the 3rd edition, dated 1997. And it says, claims to be the authoritative source of definitions for computer terms, concepts, and acronyms from the world's most respected computer software company. I'll give you a softball question. Would you agree that Microsoft is the world's most respected computer software company?
Some people would agree with that, some people wouldn't.
What's your opinion?
I think we are the most, if you took it on a statistical basis, yes, we'd be the most respected software company.
This computer dictionary defines operating system as follows. The software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit, time, disk space, and peripheral devices. Is that an accurate definition of an operating system?
Well, the notion of what's in an operating system has changed quite a bit over time. So that definition is not really complete in terms of how people think of operating systems in the last decade or so.
So that this definition in the 1997 dictionary is incomplete in your estimation?
No, what I said is that over time, the number of things that are in operating systems has increased. And so if you want to look at operating systems in the last decade, you'd say the definition is incomplete.
Okay. Is it accurate? Let me read to you again. The software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit time, disk space, and peripheral devices.
I said in terms of operating systems in the last decade, it's an incomplete definition.
In what respects is it incomplete?
There are aspects of the operating systems of the last decade that aren't included in that definition.
Okay, what aspects? Let me see if you agree with the definition in the Microsoft dictionary of that term.
135.
Application is there defined as a program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management. Is that an accurate definition, Mr. Gates?
Could you read it again?
Sure. A program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management.
I'd say it's a pretty vague definition.
Is it accurate as far as it goes?
I'd say it's vague but accurate.
Another term I'm sure we're going to be using throughout the course of the deposition is web browser. Let me read you the definition from your company's dictionary and see if you think that's accurate. Web browser is defined by the Microsoft Computer Dictionary as follows: a client application that enables a user to view HTML documents on the World Wide Web, another network or the user's computer, follow the hyperlinks among them, and transfer files. Is that accurate?
It's actually describing browsing functionality.
Is it an accurate definition of browsing functionality?
It describes part of what you do when you browse.
Well, what's your definition of web browser?
I'd say browsing technology is what lets you navigate through. It typically means something that lets you do HTML display and navigation.
Okay, I have.
Is that what you mean when you use the term web browser? Is that what you mean when you use the term web browser?
Well, software that lets you do web browsing is sometimes referred to as a web browser.
You do a callback, tell the female to step out.
And Microsoft has marketed a web browser under the trade name Internet Explorer, is that correct?
We've used the term Internet Explorer to refer to the Internet technologies in Windows as well as some standalone products we've done.
Let me see if you agree with this definition in the 1997 edition of Microsoft's Computer Dictionary.
Can I give you a
definition of the term Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer is defined as follows: Microsoft's web browser introduced in October 1995. Is that an accurate definition of Internet Explorer?
I'm not sure why they say October. I don't think that's right.
When is your recollection that it was introduced?
Well, we shipped Windows 95, including browsing functionality, in August 1995.
Was IE shipped as a standalone product in or about October 1995?
No.
Was it ever shipped as a standalone product?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to. If you're talking about Unix or the Macintosh, we did create a set of bits that stood by themselves and could be installed on top of those operating systems.
When were those versions of IE first marketed?
Certainly not in October 1995.
Apart from the timing issue, would you agree that Internet Explorer is defined here correctly as Microsoft's web browser?
And did you actually read what was in there?
Yeah, I read the first sentence. I could read you the whole thing if you'd like.
Well, it seems strange. If you're trying to use dictionary, you might as well read what it says. Or you could show it to me.
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you and I'll show it to you. Tell me if there's anything else in here you think is inaccurate, okay? The full entry under Internet Explorer reads as follows: Microsoft's web browser introduced in October 1995. Internet Explorer is now available in Windows and Macintosh versions. Later versions provide the ability to incorporate advanced design and animation features into web pages and recognize ActiveX controls and Java applets. Take a look at it and tell me if there's anything else in there you think is inaccurate.
They want it right there, or they want to show it?
Yeah, I really didn't want anything to stay on the phone. He requested the supervisor and for us to go to his location for a report that. Call George Williams tonight for the leader. I got it.
Well, certainly the product we shipped, it was before October 1995, was Windows 95. The browsing functionality we had in it, we've updated quite a bit several times. And so defining Internet Explorer to be what we shipped just on one particular date can't be considered accurate. You have to say that many times we've taken the browsing functionality in Windows, which we refer to as Internet Explorer, and we've updated that functionality. So you can't really pin the definition to a particular date. It's really a brand name we use for those technologies.
Was this definition accurate in 1997 when Microsoft's Computer Dictionary was sold to the public?
I already told you that that reference to October 1995 certainly makes the definition inaccurate.
Yeah, apart from that, is it accurate?
It's not accurate to say that Internet Explorer is defined at a single point in time, that it's one set of bits, because it's a brand that we've used for a set of technologies that have evolved over time. In that sense, I would take exception to the way that the book that I've never seen there happened to define it.
You've described the web browser as a killer application, haven't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You'd have to show me the context.
I'd like you to look at exhibit number 1, Mr. Gates, right here in front of you. This is a memorandum that reports to be from you to your executive staff dated May 22, 1996, and that attaches, for want of a better word, an essay entitled The Internet PC, which is dated April 10th, 1996. Do you recall writing that essay?
It looks like this is an email, not a memorandum.
Do you recall writing the essay dated April 10th, 1996, entitled The Internet PC?
Yeah, it looks like an essay I wrote. I don't remember specifically, but it does look like something I wrote.
Right, the portion of it I want to refer you to is at the bottom of the first page under the heading called The Latest Killer App. You see that?
I see a heading.
Yes. First paragraph under that heading reads as follows, quote, "Our industry is always looking for the next killer application, for a category of software that by its utility and intelligent design becomes indispensable to millions of people. Word processors and spreadsheets were the killer applications for business PC starting in 1981. Then the next sentence reads, the latest confirmed killer app is the web browser. Recall writing that, sir?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe you didn't write it?
No.
Can you explain what you meant here by describing the web browser as a killer app?
I just meant that browsing would be, in our view, a popular thing, not necessarily on the web, but just browsing in general would be a popular activity.
Is a killer application an application that drives sales of other products like operating systems and hardware?
No.
Do you have a definition in your own mind of killer application?
It means a popular application.
Let me resort again to the Microsoft Computer Dictionary. I'll read you what that says about killer application. You may disagree with it, so you can tell me. The Microsoft Computer Dictionary, 1997 edition, defines killer app as follows. It gives two definitions, and I'll be very complete this time, Mr. Gates. The first definition is an application of such popularity and widespread standardization that it fuels sales of the hardware platform or operating system for which it was written. Do you agree with that definition?
You're saying to me that there's more in there and you're just reading me part of it?
I'm going to read you the second definition as well. The question
so you were asking me about it without reading me the whole thing?
No, sir. It gives two definitions. You're familiar with dictionaries, I take it. Sometimes they have more than one definition of a term, correct?
sometimes terms have more than one meaning, so it's actually fairly appropriate that dictionaries would give the two different meanings. And generally, before you'd ask somebody if they agreed with the dictionary, you'd actually give them the benefit of reading them what's in the dictionary, not just a part of it.
Reading the first definition, I ask you to agree with that definition.
I don't think it's the only definition.
Is that an accurate?
I'd like to hear what the other...
I'll read it to you. The second definition is an application that supplants its competition. I'm going to go back and read you the first definition, and that's just heard both of them. First definition reads as follows. An application of such popularity and widespread standardization that fuels sales of a hardware platform or operating system for which it was written.
Yeah, I already told you my definition of killer app is a very popular application.
Is this definition accurate?
I told you what, when I use the term killer application, in particular when I use it in a piece of email, what I mean by it. I'm sure there's people...
I understand you've told me that. There's another question on the table now. Do you have any disagreement with this definition?
I think most people, when they use the word killer app, are not necessarily tying it to any relationship to hardware.
What about a relationship to an operating system?
Usually they're just talking about it being a very popular application. I certainly know of things that have been referred to as killer applications that haven't driven hardware sales or operating systems.
What other applications would you identify as being killer applications?
Well, they do have a history of DV.
A flight simulator.
To Cat 0670.
Any others?
Well, you always have to take a year in a context for those things. For example, when desktop publishing software became popular in the 1980s, many people referred to it that way. When people were talking about interactive TV, they thought video on demand would be a killer application, and something went wrong because the whole thing never caught on. But people had been using that term, the idea of letting people watch movies, as something that would be extremely popular.
In what time frame was the web browser a killer application?
I think web browsers became very popular between 95 and 97. They became very popular.
So at that point in time, web browser was, in your definition, a killer application?
They're very popular, yeah.
Microsoft currently markets operating systems for personal computers, correct?
Yes.
What operating systems for personal computers does Microsoft currently have on the marketplace?
Well, we have MS-DOS. We've got Windows CE. It's got a lot of different versions. We've got Windows 3X, Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows NT version 3, Windows NT version 4.
Kindly send me an invitation to 2Adam31, Ron.
Are all those operating systems currently marketed by Microsoft?
Yes.
Does Microsoft endeavor to track its market share
Can
with
you
respect
create me
to
a special
operating
attention
systems
candidate for
on
103
personal
in
computers?
Union?
There's not some unified effort to do that.
Is there anybody in Microsoft responsible for trying to determine what Microsoft's market share is with respect to PC operating systems?
No.
Have you seen any figures indicating what Microsoft's market share is with respect to operating systems on personal computers?
From time to time, people when they're doing marketing analysis may pull together some figures like that. And depending on what the context is, there'll be different numbers.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 338 fiscal year 1996 mid-year review dated January 22, 1996.
Daniel Alvarez, can you confirm his phone location?
36 radio,
Go ahead.
Is Exhibit 338 a type of document you refer to that contains market share information?
I don't know anything about 338.
Have you ever seen it before?
No?
Your position, Joachim Kempen held
in the meantime, we're not trying to figure
in
out
January 1996.
Yes.
What was his position at that time?
He's in charge of our relationships with hardware manufacturers.
Do you have any understanding that one of Mr. Kempen's job responsibilities in that connection in 1996 was to try to determine what Microsoft's market share was with respect to operating systems sold to hardware manufacturers?
Yeah.
I'd like you to turn to the page of this document that ends in 022. And the heading reads X86 RS analysis for fiscal year 96.
Looks for its radio.
Go ahead.
We'll be out on Leonard and Fall with a parking violator.
Negative, we did not receive a fire alarm at that building to begin with. That building was on fire light.
Copy, yeah, I've seen it, same thing. It's like sprinkler, tamper, first floor, pressure.
Okay, 153, yes, 0.
Okay.
On the page that is titled X86 OS Analysis for Fiscal Year 96, appears a statement, quote, all other competitive licenses less than 5%. Do you have any understanding that in or about early 1996, Microsoft's share of the market with respect to operating systems sold for x86 computers was in the vicinity of 95%?
No.
What is your understanding of what the Microsoft market share was at that time?
I wouldn't know.
Do you have any idea as you sit here today what Microsoft's market share is with respect to operating systems sold for x86 architecture computers?
Well, piracy alone is greater than 5%. But no, I don't know the number.
What other companies besides Microsoft sell operating systems for x86 architecture computers?
No, there's a great number.
Can you identify them?
Santa Cruz, Red Brick, Caldera, IBM, and many different products. Sun Microsystems.
Can you see if it has a phone number attached to it? Can you call it out?
Microware, Wind River.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 339.
Ready to have a call back over here?
A memorandum or an email from Anthony Bay to Ben Slifka dated October 25, 1994. Would you take a look at Exhibit 339, Mr. Gates?
Candy for SIU's on zero on a buffer.
Hi, copy. I'm looking for a phone number now for you guys.
Radio United.
Copy 167.
3-1 to radio.
3-1.
We are clear from QH. Let that go for you.
Copy.
Alright, copy. 157.
Exhibit 339 contains a number of emails, and I want to ask you a couple of questions about one on the first page from Russell Siegelman to yourself and others. Ray MCI is an access provider dated October 13, 1994. Recall receiving this email?
No.
You had a reason to believe you didn't get it?
No.
What was Mr. Siegelman's position in October of 94?
He was involved with looking at Marvel.
And what was Marvel?
It's a code name for what we would do in terms of internet sites or online service activity.
Do you understand that in this email here, Mr. Siegelman is opposing a proposal to give MCI a position on the Windows 95 desktop as an internet service provider?
Radio, can we do a call back when I get the answer at the door?
I don't remember anything about MCI. This talks about how we'll have a Mosaic client in Windows 95. I don't see anything in here about the desktop.
He references in this email the Windows box. Would you understand the Windows box to mean?
Well, the Windows box is certainly not the Windows desktop. The Windows.
You usually understand that when he uses Windows box here, he means a piece of cardboard.
Well, he's probably talking about the stuff that's inside. He's saying access to the Windows box. He's talking about the bits that are on the...
What do you understand to be the subject of the email here? Just to have here.
Okay, this is the electronic mail. And Ross is suggesting that he disagrees at doing a deal with MCI under these particular terms.
In the email, he refers to Windows distribution as a unique and valuable asset. More specifically, as our one unique and valuable asset. You see that?
Well, I see a sentence that has those words in it.
Do you have any understanding as to what he meant?
Well, the Marvel people were having a hard time coming up with a strategy. And in retrospect, we can look back and say that they didn't come up with a good strategy. And they were looking at, what could they do that would be attractive for a lot of users. And sometimes their goals and the goals of the Windows group were different. In retrospect, it's clear they weren't able to attract a lot of users.
Mr. Gates, I indicated at the outset of the deposition I do want to move through this as quickly as possible, but I must say that I think your answers are non-responsive and rambling. And if that continues to be the case, I'm just letting you know that this is going to take much longer than I would have hoped. And I will pose my question again because I think your answer was not responsive. Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Siegelman meant here by his reference to Windows distribution being our one unique and valuable asset.
Was that the question I was asking?
Yes, sir.
Can you read me back the previous question?
02.
In the email, he refers to Windows distribution as a unique and valuable asset, more specifically as our one unique and valuable asset. You see that? That's right. I see the sentence that says those words. Question, do you have an understanding of what he meant?
Well, maybe there's some understanding. When you said, do you understand what he meant, I thought you were asking about his email as a whole.
Let me re-ask it for the third time now, and see if I can get an answer. Do you have any understanding what Mr. Siegelman meant when he referred to Windows distribution as our one unique and valuable asset?
I think the Marvel Group, in their search for what they could do to get millions of users in this particular point in time, were thinking about making it easy to sign up through the Windows box being something that would be helpful to them, and therefore an asset for the Marvel Group in what they were doing.
Do you understand that Mr. Siegelman, in his reference, had in mind the large market share that Microsoft has with respect to operating systems?
I don't see anything about that in here.
That's not your understanding?
614.
Well, remember, Ross isn't involved with the Windows business. He's involved with the Marvel business.
Let me put the question again, without reference to this document. Mr. Gates, do you believe that Windows distribution is a unique asset that Microsoft has?
What do you mean when you say Windows distribution there?
Do you have any understanding what Mr. Siegelman meant by the phrase Windows distribution in this email he wrote to you?
He means, I think he means, I don't know for sure, I think he means including an icon on the desktop for access to Marvel.
1207 status.
And by the desktop, you mean the Windows desktop?
In this case, yes.
He goes on in his email to say as follows, quote, "The only real advantage we have in this game is Windows distribution. Why sell it so cheaply when we think will be a big market and can give us leverage in so many ways in the highway business?" Do you understand what he meant by the phrase highway business here?
No. I don't remember ever seeing that term before.
Yes, the radio.
Probably. Hi, copy. 636.
What distribution channels has Microsoft employed to distribute Internet Explorer?
Mail-in crisis.
Well, the primary distribution channel is the Internet,
I did
where
get a new
people
updated phone number from
very
Maria.
easily download
Answering that and over
whatever
teletype,
version
and they are also going to try and contact him because I guess he called them earlier.
Windows Internet technology they're interested in. We've also distributed it to retailers.
Report, so they said to send a teletype since it's still listed as stolen.
The Windows 95 update product, and wherever Windows goes out, which includes retail, OEM, and then people who do internet signups have also done some distribution. There's a lot of different marketing programs where we'll have like a conference and we'll make available Internet Explorer to people who attend the conferences. I think we've also included it with Microsoft Office in some cases.
Has Microsoft done research to determine which distribution channels are most effective in delivering browsers that are actually used by people?
I think somebody did a survey to ask people where they get their browser at some point.
Do you have any recollection who did that survey?
No.
Do you recall what the results were?
I know the internet has always been the primary distribution channel for browsers.
You're talking about specifically Internet Explorer?
No.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 340 a memorandum, or rather an email from Kumar Mehta to Brad Chase and Yusuf Mehdi, dated March 27, 1997.
Yeah, we're not sending anyone else out here tonight. And if you get flagged temporarily, so we can get something permanent. Have all these guys be reactivated to the OIC or the boss via landline.
Radio to Adam 34 for code to alarm and hotel.
3-1, we can take that.
I copy, thank you guys.
Walking into the apartment complex right there for 1812, they're walking to the house.
When you're ready, it's going to be at 1329 Washington. We got a call for the front row.
Is this an example of the type of memorandum you've seen in which Microsoft has endeavored to determine which distribution channels are most effective in distributing web browsers?
No.
What position in the company did Mr. Mehta have in March of 1997?
I don't know.
Do you know if one of his responsibilities was market research?
No. And I'm not copied on this. I mean, just looking at it, I'm not. And I certainly have no recollection of seeing this. It also seems to contradict some other things that I have seen.
The email reads as follows. Bob Foulon is gathering data for a John Roberts meeting with Bill Gates tomorrow. Apparently they are going to discuss whether IE and Memphis should be bundled together. Do you recall such a meeting with Mr. Foulon and Mr. Roberts?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Foulon or Mr. Roberts sharing with you market research data with respect to how people get their browsers?
Go ahead.
I don't know Bob FOU.
Do you understand that's a reference to Bob Foulon?
I don't know Bob Foulon. I don't know anyone whose name is Bob FOU anything.
Do you know John Roberts?
Yes.
What position does he have with Microsoft?
He, at this time, is that what you were interested in?
Yes.
This time I think he worked for Brad Chase.
That you recall with Mr. Roberts and or Mr. Chase in about March of 1997, where you talked about the results of market research to determine how people obtain Internet Explorer.
And it's registered to your current.
I don't remember.
The email I quoted attaches another email dated March 27, 1997. Which says in the first two paragraphs, which I'll read, Bob, here's some information on how people get and use IE that might help you guys. My feeling, based on all the IE research we have done, is that it is a mistake to release Memphis without bundling IE with it. IE users are more likely than other browser users to get it with their computers. Overall, 20% of people who use IE at home obtained it with their computer, and 24% of those using IE at work got it with their computer. Effectively, we would be taking away the distribution channel of almost a quarter of all IE users. Do you have any understanding as to the accuracy of the numbers he cites here with respect to the number of people using IE who obtained it with their computer?
I have no idea what we're talking about in terms of what kinds of users he surveyed or looked at. So, no, I have no opinion on it whatsoever. I mean, who knows?
Do you have any reason to believe the information he reports here is inaccurate?
I don't have enough of a context to even state an opinion. It doesn't even say what kind of users or anything.
Here, have you wearing
Can you identify any specific documents you've seen that indicate how IE users obtain IE?
No.
Have you seen any documents like that at Microsoft, prepared by Microsoft employees?
I believe I have, yes.
Do you know who prepared them?
No.
Was Netscape the first company to market a web browser that gained widespread consumer usage?
James 233, create a kit for special tension battery park area.
Was the first browser. I don't know what your criteria you're applying in terms of widespread. Mosaic was the first popular browser, and that predates the existence of Netscape or their browser.
Did Netscape's browser supplant the Mosaic browser as the most popular one?
There was a point in time when Netscape browser became more popular in terms of usage share than Mosaic.
Recall when that was?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall when that was?
No. I don't think anybody knows exactly when that was.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 340, 341, excuse me, I'd like to mark as Exhibit 341. Series of emails, the first one being from Pat Farrell, F-E-R-R-E-L, to Bill Gates and others, dated April 6, 1995. No, that's fine. I hand you Exhibit 341, Mr. Gates, and this is a series of emails, and the one I want to ask you about is the one on the second page from Mr. Siegelman to yourself and others, dated April 6, 1995.
John 7440.
Stated that a vehicle is attempting to run him off the road. Suspect vehicle could be possibly a Nissan Sentra, license plate of King Barney Plain 625, driven by a white with a... I'm not sure what he's wearing, but color is going to be in a dark gray vehicle. Coded to 1, cab 0683. 250. Just for info, suspect vehicle just passed at the Fulton exit. Caller was advised not to follow.
Are you finished reviewing the email?
I looked at it.
The email starts off as follows, quote, Pat Farrell and I have been thinking about this problem a lot and watching Netscape very, very closely. I, too, am very worried. What position did Mr. Farrell hold at Microsoft about April of 1995?
He wasn't involved with Windows. He was involved with Marvel.
Is he still a Microsoft employee?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Do you recall personally being worried about Netscape in or about April of 1995?
No.
Do you recall discussing Netscape with Mr. Siegelman in this time period?
I'm sure Russ and I discussed the effect of the internet in general on online service strategies, like the work he was doing that became MSN, but not Netscape in particular, no.
The next sentence of the email says, quote, I agree with most of your problem statement, but I think you underestimate the publisher/ISV threat. Netscape is already opening up API hooks in their viewer, and many ISVs are hopping aboard. Do you know what his reference is to your problem statement?
No.
Do you understand what he means here when he talks about opening up API hooks and many ISVs hopping aboard?
I don't know what he meant. I can guess if you want.
Do you have any understanding as you sit here what he meant by the language used in this email?
I don't know what he meant. I'd have to ask him what he meant.
I'm asking for your understanding.
37, we're on Poverty
Do you have one or not?
Understanding of what? Of what he meant?
Yes.
No. Of what those words might mean? I can guess.
I don't want you to guess. I'm asking if you have any present understanding of what these words mean.
I told you I don't know who he means by you.
Right.
I don't know what he means by problem statement.
with that vehicle.
So I'm a little unclear about what he means in this paragraph.
But by ISV, do you understand him to be referring to independent software vendors?
That acronym refers to independent software vendor.
What does the acronym API refer to?
Application Programming Interface. Interface.
Do you recall yourself having a concern in or about April 1995 about the possibility that Netscape was going to open up API hooks in the Netscape web browser?
Right.
Sam 528097.
I can't pin any recollection to that particular time period, no.
Did you at some point come to the conclusion that the prospect that Netscape might open up API hooks in their browser was a threat to Microsoft?
I think in late 95, Andreessen was talking about how he was going to put us out of business,
I got one more for you.
suggesting that their browser was a platform. And in fact, they did have APIs in their browser.
1277898.
Recall having any concern yourself before late 1995 with respect to the threat posed by Netscape opening up API hooks in their browser?
No.
Do you recall that other folks at Microsoft had such concerns before late 1995?
The middle drive of 8.
It's hard to recall other people's concerns. I don't recall other people's concerns.
Their security.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 342
Possibly a black male wearing a black belly, black hoodie, and a white t-shirt.
a series of emails, the first one being from Nathan Meervold to Mr. Gates, dated April 24, 1995. Before you take a look at that document that's in front of you now, which is Exhibit 342, Mr. Gates, do you recall that there was a general discussion in Microsoft at the top executive level in or about April 1995 with respect to the threat to Microsoft posed by Netscape?
Go ahead.
No.
Traffic stop on a Fishery Island.
What position did Mr. Newvold hold with Microsoft in April of 1995?
He was Russ Siegelman's boss, so he wasn't involved in the Windows business. He was involved in our online service activities.
Was he one of your top executives?
He was an executive. I'm not sure what you mean by top executive. He didn't manage any of the large products that we offer.
Was he sort of Microsoft's resident strategic thinker?
No.
Did you value his advice?
Not over the advice of people who are more directly involved in their businesses.
Okay. If you would you take a look at Exhibit 342 and in particular
the male wearing black pants, black
email on the
shirt,
second page,
got like a white tail,
which is from
running
Mr.
on
Newvold
Joe
to yourself
away from PNC Bank.
and others
PNC Bank, ATM door is open.
regarding Internet strategy dated April 18, 1995. First paragraph reads, quote, there has been a flurry of email about Netscape and our general Internet development strategy. This email is my contribution to this topic. Period, close quote. Does this refresh your recollection that there was a general discussion at the upper levels of Microsoft in or about April 1995 with respect to Netscape and how to respond competitively to Netscape?
Alright, I copy. All I heard was USA 45. We didn't know where.
I think that's a mischaracterization. It appears there was some mail about the effect of Netscape and their activities on our online service strategy.
We understand why Mr. Newvold's reference here to general Internet development strategy.
Well, this memo is about our strategy with the Blackbird front end and how it should relate to Internet protocols. And it's a very long 9-page thing about Blackbird and his various opinions about Blackbird. The interesting thing is Blackbird basically was canceled.
Southbound through the backyard between Joan and Bernard.
I understand this memorandum is limited to a discussion about Blackbird.
Yeah, you keep using the word memorandum to refer to electronic mail. I don't think of as electronic mail as memorandum. So this email, which I haven't read, the part I've glanced at, all the action items, all the things he's saying we should do, all relate strictly to Blackbird and the online services activities.
The next page, in the first full paragraph, Mr. Newvold states, quote, the world of the Internet is rapidly becoming Windows-centric because Windows will be the most popular client operating system by a wide margin. Did you understand he was referring here to market share enjoyed by Windows?
I've said I don't remember the memo specifically, so it's hard for me to say that I remember something he was referring to.
Is it your present understanding that by the reference here to Windows being the most popular client operating system by a wide margin, Mr. Newvold was referring to the market share enjoyed by Windows in or about April 1995?
He may have been.
Isn't it a fact that your executives at Microsoft back in April of 1995 were concerned that Netscape's web browser posed a threat to Microsoft's Windows platform?
Well,
can you answer yes or no, sir?
I don't know when people began to think of Netscape as a competitor to Windows. I don't think it was that early, but it might have been. I know that by late 95, when people thought about the various competitors to Windows, they did think of Netscape.
What's the earliest you could put on the concern expressed to you by Microsoft executives that Netscape posed a threat to the Windows platform?
Well, I said that in late 95, I'm pretty sure people thought of them as a competitor. I couldn't name a date earlier than that.
Adam 86.
I know that online service people were thinking about Netscape and the internet at earlier dates.
We're in all black. When he was running, it looked like he had like a white cape or something, like on the bottom half.
Hi, copy. Still not coming back as a good fit.
Just want to verify that.
You've got a pass Bernard.
3-1 radio. Hi, man.
Let me ask you a few questions about page 898 of this document. Several pages later on.
Check back here to each other on Jonas
I'll redo the portion of it that I want to ask you some questions about, so you have it in mind. The front end, which supports these services, is basically the union of the MSN front end with Blackbird and O'Hare. At some point, this is very smoothly integrated, but first, they are separate pieces of code stuck together at the end-user level. The front end should be given away as widely as possible, including put into Windows. I agree with Paul Moritz's comment that we should distribute the front end very broadly by having it Windows
3.5 just for info. I did also run it on Vindicoder. It is coming back
free on the internet, distributed free with
Outlander, but there's no plate or anything, so it's going to be like a
in general discussion this subject with Mr. Newbold or Mr. Moritz back in April '95.
I know there was a plan to have Blackbird include all the HTML support, and so it would be a superset in that sense.
Is a reference to O'Hare a reference to Internet Explorer?
Probably.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Ben Slivka?
Yes.
What were his responsibilities, if any, at Microsoft back in early 1995?
I'm not sure.
He said they split at Walmart.
343. I'd like to mark as Government Exhibit 343 a series of emails, the first one being from Alex Saunders to various people at Microsoft, dated January 31, 1995.
Sorry.
The subject being frosting and O'Hare.
Okay.
Expedite your review of this document, Mr. Gates. I'll tell you in advance that my questions are going to be limited to the email on the last page of the document.
Yeah, where's Corpus?
This is an email from Ben Slivka to Tim Harris and others at Microsoft dated February 13, 1995, and does not show you as a recipient.
Which one?
The top one. first sentence of the email from Mr. Slivka states, quote, O'Hare is the code name for our internet client, and we plan to ship it in the Win95 frosting package, which SIM ships with Win95. Do you understand his reference here to O'Hare and the internet client to be a reference to what became known as Internet Explorer?
Well, I think Internet Explorer 1.0 that was in part of the Windows 95.
Do you recall a plan back in early 1995 to ship a product known as frosting?
I don't recall the plan. I know we worked on what we called frosting.
What is your understanding of what frosting?
The only key holder that we have is for the security company. So
it became the Windows Plus pack. It didn't SIM ship, I don't think.
233.
Was it your understanding that at some point in time it was Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the frosting package as opposed to Windows 95?
That the fire alarm was also going off.
Well, for the primary Windows 95 distribution channel, we included Internet Explorer 1.0 with Windows. So when you say Windows 95, it was part of Windows 95. Then there's the Windows 95 upgrade that was sold at retail, which that had a box labeled Windows 95 upgrade and a box labeled Windows 95 Plus pack.
Do you recall that in or about February 1995, it was Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the frosting package and not in Windows 95?
No. I think you misunderstood what I said. Windows 95, the full product, included IE. Windows 95, the upgrade product, did not. But Windows 95, the full product, whether sold through the OEM or whatever, that included the capabilities. It was just the upgrade that did not.
I understood your answer. Let me ask the question again because I don't think you understood the question. The question was, is it your understanding that as of February 1995, it was not Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the full product known as Windows 95?
The product that didn't include Internet Explorer is called the Windows 95 upgrade. Windows 95, the full product, did include Internet Explorer.
I understand that when it was marketed, it included Internet Explorer. And the question is it your recollection that back in February of 1995, it was Microsoft's intention not to include Internet Explorer in Windows 95, but to market it instead as part of the package known as frosting? Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm confused about what you're asking me because you have to differentiate the retail channel, which is the Windows 95 upgrade and the Plus pack, from Windows 95, the whole product. Windows 95, the whole product, we wanted to include a lot of features. We don't know for sure which features are going to get done in time until really the product's done. So certainly our intention to do it and working hard on doing it, that plan had existed for a long time. We weren't certain for any feature on Windows 95 exactly what we would decide to get in or not get in. We did, in fact, get the Internet Explorer 1.0 into the Windows 95 full product.
Recall that in about February 1995, it was Microsoft's intention to ship O'Hare as part of frosting.
The thing that was codenamed O'Hare ended up in the Windows 95 full product as its one place it came, and another place was in the Plus pack.
let me ask it one more time. Was it Microsoft's plan as of February 1995 to ship Internet Explorer solely in the frosting package and not in the initial full Windows 1995 package that was to be marketed?
No, our plan was to get it into the Windows 95 full package, if possible.
Do you recall that in or about February 1995, it was felt at Microsoft that it was not possible to include O'Hare in the Windows 95 package?
We had a plan to include it if at all possible. In the world of software development, there's always skeptics, so you can name any feature of Windows 95 and you can find somebody who would have been skeptical about whether it would get done or not in time for the shipment of the product. Certainly the people involved in doing the development were working hard, and in fact they succeeded in achieving our plan, which was, as best we could, to include it in the product, and we did.
Now, who was responsible back in 1995 for determining what went into Windows and what didn't?
That's a decision that I would have the final say on.
Who were your senior executives responsible for assisting in that decision?
Moritz.
I'd like to mark as Government Exhibit 344, series of emails. First one being from Paul Moritz, dated April 12, 1995.
William Adam, 1 name, that's correct. Valencia and Helena.
The Exhibit 344, Mr. Gates, is a series of emails, and my initial questions were about the very last one, which is an email from you.
The officer that called this in is still attempting to get a hold of the key holder. If he's able to get any kind of ETA for the key holder or anything, or like the ATM people, he will call back and just let us know.
Okay.
Well, what could the future hold for Hawaii as President-elect representative from
Trump? This is a free country with North Korea, and now she's
which in effect she's been saying for a long time.
President Trump has judges
in Mr. Moody's responsibilities back in April 1995.
Isla New
Foundation. He was doing the broadband online service work, which was sometimes referred to as interactive TV.
Representative from Hawaii, Tulsi Gabbard.
In the first paragraph, you say, given that we are looking at the internet destroying our position as a center of standards and APIs,
all of those who were anti-Trump, this is a free country. They have the right to have their own beliefs in various parties, but the people spoke loud and clear.
Many questions remain regarding President-elect Donald Trump's upcoming second term. It's clear two people won't be back. Trump recently announced two senior members from his first administration, Nikki Haley and Mike Pompeo, won't be asked to return. With countless decisions ahead in the upcoming weeks, what will be the identity of Trump's new team? I caught up with the Republican member of the Hawaii House of Representatives, Diamond Garcia.
I was the state representative of District 42, Kapolei, Ho'opili, and Eva villages, and I also served as the minority floor leader in the House. Our caucus met a few days ago after the election results came through, and with our new 9 members, we elected new leadership, and I'm currently the minority floor leader again.
What can you do to reassure the residents of Hawaii?
There's going to be peace through strength. You know, we're located here in the middle of the ocean, of the Pacific, and there's tension right now with China, Taiwan, with North Korea, and so having Trump back in office will bring peace back to the Pacific region, having peace through strength. I look forward to working with the Trump administration in putting forward Hawaii's priorities to the White House to bring resources down here to Hawaii, and we are truly blessed to have Tulsi Gabbard as a right-hand person to President Trump.
I'm joining the Republican Party.
he was involved
Tulsi
in
grew
research,
up
but
in
mostly
Hawaii.
he
How
moved
well
over to
do you
help
know
out
her,
with the
and how surprised were
ACT
you
work
that she switched
towards
over to the Republican
interactive
side?
TV,
Well, we're truly blessed that Tulsi switched parties. It was a few weeks ago that she made the formal announcement. She's a longtime politician here in Hawaii, serving on the state house, the city council, serving in the U.S. Congress for Hawaii, and now she's she's co-chairing the Trump transition team. I've known Tulsi for just a short while. I was honored to have her endorsement this election cycle in my district. I serve alongside her father, Mike Gabbard, who's our Kapolei Oval Senator, and so it truly is an honor working.
Memory Mr. Gates to his executive staff and direct reports entitled The Internet Tidal Wave. Did you recall authoring this memorandum, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
To whom did you send it?
It appears it was sent to executive staff and direct reports.
What does executive staff refer to?
It's an electronic mail alias of a group of people.
And who did that constitute as of May of 1995?
I'm not sure, but it would have included most of the officers. On the second page of the memorandum, in the second paragraph,
986766.
you say, quote, most important is that the internet has bootstrapped itself as a place to publish content. It has enough users that it is benefiting from the positive feedback loop of the more users it gets, the more content it gets, and the more content it gets, the more users it gets. Can you explain what your reference was to a positive feedback loop?
Heinrich Himmler or Albert Speer.
It's explained right there. It says the more users it gets, the more content it gets, the more content it
when
gets.
When Hitler triumphed in the summer of 1940, hailed by the Germans,
I expect that people know what the term means, so I explain it right in that
sentence. His people saw him as an infallible genius, endowed with intelligence out of the ordinary.
It was a positive feedback loop.
Meanwhile, it's just made out.
That, in your estimation, would result in ever-increasing popularity.
The Hitler myth sold to the Germans is about the Führer who knows everything, who works day and night, he whose light never fades. It's the opposite of reality. Hitler is a dilettante. He is someone who has never
popular.
He's someone who can't bear a long-term intellectual effort and long-winded effort.
He can't read a file of more than 20 pages. Hitler is not working.
Content would be written for the internet?
In fact, Hitler likes to stay in his refuge like an artist that hovers above reality.
Is your understanding or expectation that more content is written, the more users there would be?
They are Joseph Goebbels, Heinrich Himmler, or Albert Speer.
It's on one number and learn.
Yes. It took Hitler more than 15 years to recruit them.
I don't have keys to lock it.
It seems today that he's a good human resources manager. He surrounded himself very well by choosing companions who always brought him something extra. Who are these men Hitler's shadow? What is the role of each person? Around the Führer, there is a vast network of collaborators.
A new competitor born on the internet
First
is
of all,
Netscape.
there is the
browser is
They are
dominant,
the only ones who have
70%
direct
usage
access
share,
to him.
allowing them to determine which
Among his
network
followers,
extensions will
an
catch
essential
on.
trio was formed. The first character
Recall
is Hermann
how
Göring.
you determined that Netscape's usage share was 70% back at this time. Is your reference to network
It's an ogre
extensions
whose only thought is getting rich.
No.
What's it a reference to?
Bulimia, opportunistic, drug addict. He likes luxury and the
Network
extravagances.
Go ahead.
How do you define that?
The second, Joseph Goebbels, is a failed writer.
Things that let you do
His
richer
life
things across
disability
the
is
network.
a complex issue. He takes his revenge through radical hatred.
Advanced HTML, HTML tables,
He only
HTML
lives through
style
his idol,
tags.
Hitler. The third,
Did you undertake a
Heinrich Himmler,
reorganization
is
of
a petty
Microsoft
bourgeois,
back at
cold,
this time in order
narrow-minded,
to
meticulous.
position the
A
company
simple
to
man
respond
who will
better
become
to
the assassin of the century
internet?
by organizing what the Nazis call the final solution.
Not at the time I wrote this memo.
The second group is
under the heading
composed of
Next
younger
Steps,
men with
you
more
say, quote,
ambition
challenge
than joined Hitler
opportunity
in
of
the
the internet
1930s when he
is
came
a
to
key
power
reason
and
behind the
assigned for
recent
ministries.
organization. Close quote. What
Among
were you
them,
referring to?
Albert Speer makes it to the top.
Under the features of a distinguished architect,
I'm not sure.
he is, as a matter of fact, a great manipulator who
What
shares
did you
Hitler's
perceive the
megalomaniac
challenge
dreams
slash
and will do
opportunity of the
anything to
internet
become his
to be
favorite.
at this point in time?
3-4, good
At
for it.
last,
Users
at the bottom, there are the implementers in the field, civil servants
We're
of the
interested
Third
in
Reich, who are
using the
committing
internet,
crimes
and so we
the
needed
atrocities.
to make sure that
Like Rudolf Holl,
our software
commander from the Auschwitz
is doing a
Birkenau
good
camp,
job of that,
completely
and
cold
that
and
was
contemptuous.
a challenge in the sense that other people
This
could
father,
do it.
who settled in with his wife and
and,
5 children in a house at the edge of the
that
camp,
was competition
will
and an
organize the
opportunity in the sense
extermination
that it
of
would grow
1.1 million
the
people.
importance of
At
our
his side,
strong
Dr.
software
Joseph
work.
Mengele. He is in charge of medical experiments. He embodies the cruelty of the Nazis.
Without any mercy for his victims, this SS doctor will carry out
On
the
the next
worst
page,
mutilations in the camps, including on
You talk
children.
about various critical
Without
steps.
them, the worst crimes would not have been
Were
possible.
these steps to
To please
respond to
Hitler, they are
the
competing.
challenge slash opportunity of the internet?
In front of Hitler,
described
they all hate
in
each
the earlier
other.
part of the memorandum?
It's the way they function in this small community, encouraged by Hitler, which arouses rivalries, competition, and emulation.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You outlined several critical steps. Can you explain why you felt they were critical?
Adam 36
Hitler, still unknown, is going to recruit his accomplices in the early 20s in a disturbed Germany.
For all the reasons I cite in the entire memo, I mean the whole
The
memo.
vanquished of the First World War only have one army of 100,000 men
There's
left.
part of the memo that precedes
So
these
everywhere,
steps.
former soldiers form
I
more
could read
mercenary groups.
the memo up to the point of the critical steps to you if you want.
The country is afraid of tipping in the Civil War. In this procession, a small group from
talk
southern
about my
Germany has
views on
chosen
that
the
title.
symbol, the swastika.
Could you
They
also
are
outline
called
your
the National
views as
Socialist
to
German Workers'
what
Party,
steps Microsoft needed to
NSDAP.
take to respond to the
Founded in
internet tidal
Munich,
wave?
this small party attracts workers and the unemployed. In the front row of spectators,
There's a
Hitler,
part of the memo
age
that
30,
talks about
small
steps.
army employee, but not yet its leader. He is only its
In that part
55th
of the
member.
memorandum, are you outlining the steps that needed to be taken in your view to respond
This
to the
14 to
internet
18
tidal wave?
veteran fought on the front.
At the rank of simple
I'm
corporal.
suggesting some steps I think are okay.
Since the defeat,
When say
all he
they're
wants
all
is to avenge Germany.
related to one particular thing, but I make some
Hitler quickly
recommendations
prevails
here.
as leader of the small party when he takes the floor in Munich breweries.
He denounces humiliations inflicted on
Yeah,
his
the
country.
second step here
But his
relates to
resources
something
are
called
still
the
very
Is that a
limited.
reference to Internet
Equipped in
Explorer?
this back brewery
No.
room, this was
What's
his
it a
first
reference to?
office. He wrote his speeches on this corner of the
Client.
table. For more feedback, Hitler needs more prestigious representatives.
Here means Windows.
In the fall of 1922, when a celebrity came to listen
Say
to
first,
him,
say
he
quote,
thought he had
first
found
we
an
need to
ideal
offer a
candidate.
decent client, parens, O'Hare, close
Hitler was
parens,
full of
that
joy
exploits
because at
Windows
the moment
95
he
shortcuts.
believed they found someone wealthy, a war hero. He thought it was the propaganda they needed, that it was
Is
someone
not
they absolutely needed as
O'Hare
a
a
member of their
reference
party.
to client here?
The new recruit is brave.
Hermann Goering, age
Client
27,
means
was
client.
a fighter pilot during the Great
Operating
War.
system.
Fighting in the sky.
Why did you
He shot
put O'Hare
down
in
21 planes.
parentheses after the word client?
Probably because that's the part of Windows that exploits Windows 95 shortcuts.
Hermann Goering was decorated for bravery. He received the highest distinction of the
What
Army.
Windows 95 shortcuts did you have in mind?
Windows 95 shortcuts
is a
technical term,
propaganda put forward.
And
we made
the O'Hare
and
part of
everyone in
Windows
Germany
exploits
had more or less
this
knowledge
feature
of
known
the
as
exploits
Windows
of this or
shortcuts.
that
It doesn't mean
officer.
shortcut
And that's why Goering
as in the
was
common
very
sense
well
use of the term
with
shortcut.
decorations. He
It
was really
means the
character
technical
of that
feature,
time.
Windows 95 shortcuts.
Post-war, just like aviation, German military was dissolved. He is now
When
unemployed.
you use
But in
the
Hitler's
term
eyes,
O'Hare,
Goering has another
emails that you write,
interest.
what do you
He
mean?
has high-ranking relationships.
Goering brought him his prestige and his considerable social network.
The aviation expert married a wealthy
In this case,
woman.
I meant the
Karen
group
von Fock
that
is
was
from the
working on
Swedish nobility.
That part of
They met in the
Windows
family
95.
castle near
What
Stockholm.
part is that?
The couple frequents the aristocracy, and precisely, Hitler
part
needs
that supported
donors to
HTML.
finance his small movement.
Is that the part that
As soon as he
became
joined
known
the
as
party,
Internet Explorer?
Goering is immediately propelled at the head of the armed militia, called SA. Less than a year later, in Munich,
Yeah,
the
most of the
Nazi
work
party wants to
that
take power by
an
a
Internet
coup
Explorer came
d'etat.
out of that group.
During this putsch of November 1923,
Further
a shootout
down
breaks
in
out
this
between the
paragraph,
Nazis and the police.
you refer to Plus Pack. Is that again a reference to something also referred to at Microsoft as frosting?
There are 16 dead. For the Nazis, it's a total failure.
Hitler was locked up for 8 months in
Yeah,
the Landsberg
frosting
Fortress prison. His party
was a
is
name
dissolved.
we used for what
In
later
a cell,
became known
he writes
as
Mein
Plus
Kampf
Pack.
in English, My Fight.
Thank you for 183
Seriously injured,
report to
Goering,
round.
on the other hand, is on the run.
0690.
He's inadmissible on German soil.
He needs to be operated, and he's being treated with morphine
253.
to reduce his pain. He becomes addicted to drugs. Goering seeks refuge in Stockholm, his wife's country. Without any profession or future, he has outbursts of violence. It gives him a mental meltdown, and from the moment he becomes a little difficult to handle. His wife prefers to put it in an asylum for him to receive treatment.
Goering stays for a long period in this mental hospital from the Stockholm area. According to his confidential medical records, he was admitted for morphine poisoning.
Goering is depicted like suicidal, egocentric. He talks about his mental disorders because he sees
Do you recall that it was in or about this time frame that Microsoft was doing everything it possibly could to include the O'Hare client in the Windows 95 package?
And by that you mean the Windows 95 full product? Yes.
Yes. Who is responsible at Microsoft for accomplishing that?
I'm not sure you could point to one individual.
Was there one individual that had primary responsibility?
himself as someone who is politically correct.
Brad Silverberg managed the group that was doing a lot of that work.
The following year, he got back on his feet. Thanks to the presidential election of 1925, an amnesty has just been proclaimed. He is allowed to return to Germany. Goering is nothing without his Führer. He hopes to regain his position as leader in the party, but his relationship with Hitler is not the same anymore. In the beginning, Hitler wasn't in the mood to see his former leader of the SA again because now he has another leader of the SA. Goering reminds Hitler of the services
setting
he
aside a
provided to
week
him in
of
the
time
past.
where I have no meetings or phone calls and I get a chance to use products,
now his turn to show
learn about new research work that we're doing and other people are doing.
Hitler meets devoted
do you recall that one of the
So he found
subjects
a
you
new
devoted
position
time
for
to
him.
in
Goering will no longer
1995
fight in the
was the
streets.
internet?
He now has to conquer social
I'm sure
relatives.
I did.
He will fight to regain his rank. He only succeeded in 1928 When he joined the Reichstag, the German parliament elected among the first 12 Nazi deputies.
The 1995 Think Week
in 1932, he even
became
president of this assembly.
Well, before I go up on Think Week, I get boxes of information. Usually
the second
3 cardboard boxes.
that Hitler recruited saw his career in Nazism
some of that I get a
chance
to look at, some of it I don't. I don't recall specifically
Hitler started by
what I
giving
was
Joseph
given for that
Goebbels a very delicate mission.
How did the process work for giving you Think Week materials? Did your senior executives collect?
He sent him to Berlin, the capital of
items
Germany.
That thought might be of interest to you.
With its 4 million inhabitants, it was at the time the largest metropolis in Europe.
Well, most of my
it consists of
Think Week
huge
time is
suburbs
focused
where
on
the workers are piling
technology issues.
They call it Red Berlin.
And so there's a variety of people
have made it
I
their
solicit to provide input. It's not, many of them are not
Hitler gave
executives.
an immense challenge to this
but
unscrupulous
people who
man.
might have things that
He was to
I'm
make
interested in
Nazis the
learning
first
about.
political force
They
in
call
Berlin.
it Mr. Siegelman.
And the Fuhrer knows that he can ask Goebbels anything. He's a man on a wild quest and hungry for recognition. He finds it in Hitler,
I think
who
probably
he
asked
considers to be a
Brian
charismatic man,
to
intelligent,
gather the material,
superior, and
and he
towards
would have
whom
gone
he
out
develops a
to
relationship
other
not
people
different from love.
asking.
His relationship with Hitler is one
He had an
wherein he is
assistant
totally
posi-
dependent, so he's
assistant
looking
position
for
working for
recognition,
me.
friendly gestures, kind words. Goebbels owes everything to Hitler, because until they met, his life was a succession of failures.
Suffering from a disease in his early childhood, Goebbels is disabled. He is ashamed of it.
During the First World War, he dreamed of becoming a soldier. Talking about his disability, he prefers to lie. He covers his disability by hiding the origin, saying that he had been injured during the Great War, and that he was a hero. Meanwhile, he did not fight during the Great War because he was not selected. Doctor of Literature from the university, unsuccessful writer, he did not find a job at the height of his ambitions. Goebbels worked 9 months as a small bank clerk before resigning.
Only Hitler gives a meaning to his life.
I'm not sure what you mean. We do know
He is
that
no longer the little bank clerk.
when we
He is
included
no longer
Internet
the little
Explorer
writer
Windows,
rejected
it
by major
gained
publishers.
basically no
He is now
market
the leader
share.
of the Nazi Party for an important area, which is that of the
I'd like to
capital
mark
of the
as
Reich.
Exhibit 348.
Upon arrival in Berlin, the
an
new
email
boss
from
finds
Mr.
only
Alchin
100 active
to
members and
various
small
people,
offices. Everything has to be
Dated
built.
January 6, 1997.
Goebbels starts by producing a newspaper, Angriff, Attack in English.
To get people talking about Nazis, he chooses a radical strategy: stir up hate.
Less than a week after his arrival, Goebbels sends his great soldiers fight communists in their neighborhood. Violent brawls break out.
Massive arrests are happening.
I will try my
Police
best.
ban the Nazi Party in the capital Reich, but it doesn't matter for Goebbels. The movement thrives on scandal.
What do you understand the second email to contain, Mr.
In this violent climate, Nazi propaganda finds a martyr. In 1930, a young activist, Horst Russell, was stabbed to death by a communist.
Do we have a possible place for
In the
that new
presence of
book?
Hitler and Goering, these funerals, with great fanfare, provide an opportunity for a demonstration of impressive strength for the Nazis.
We're to make in or about January of
And Goebbels
1997.
never stops adding fuel to the fire.
Did he really deserve this death?
He was courageous enough to
No,
walk
these
in
are
the
not
storm.
slides
This young
prepared
German
for
worker,
this gift. I
just
think these are.
proud.
It may have been something that Ben Slifka was looking at doing. I'm not
To
sure.
reward him, Hitler offered Goebbels a promotion.
Subject of the,
He named
of
it
the
head of
second
party
email from
propaganda.
Mr. Slifka to Mr. Moritz is overview slides for Bill G/NC and the Java session with 13 pluses.
The third man, Hitler's inner guard,
You know what
does
the
not have the
reference is
usual
here to,
profile of workers
session
and the
with
unemployed
14
who
pluses?
joined Nazism.
Heinrich Himmler
Well,
is a
14
young
probably
bourgeois obsessed with
refers to the fact that
superiority of the Germanic race.
in our jobs In the technical group,
At the party's headquarters in
level
Munich,
14 is a
in this
fairly high
propaganda
level.
movie of 1929,
And I know we had a meeting where we asked
Himmler is a young
those
man
high-level
with
people to come
glasses.
and sit
He
and
still
talk
looks
about
like
our
a junior little
strategy.
secretary taking orders
What they
for
thought
the
about
young
cyber
man.
outages that come in.
Others
Do you
do
recall
not perceive his
making a
ambitions.
presentation yourself at that meeting?
Himmler is the son of a good family.
I made a presentation, but not of these slides.
What was your subject of your presentation?
I don't recall exactly, but it certainly wasn't these slides.
Do you recall a discussion at that session of the NC and Java challenge?
No.
Yeah, so the first
Do you
one,
have any understanding
George Drive
as to
George,
what's
5701.
meant here by the NC and Java challenge?
Second one,
Dogs are expensive.
My number one pet parent app, Spot Pet Insurance.
Spot made it so painless and easy.
4723.
That came from that direction.
When Hitler triumphed in the summer of 1940, held by the Germans, his people saw him as an infallible genius, endowed with intelligence out of the ordinary. Out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, it's just made out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, it's just made out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, it's just made out of the ordinary. So it's just made out of the ordinary.
Who knows everything, who works day and night, he whose light never fades. It's the opposite of reality. Hitler is a dilettante. He is someone who has never worked.
He's someone who can't bear a long-term intellectual effort and long-winded effort.
He can't read a file of more than 20 pages. Hitler is not working.
In fact, Hitler likes to stay in his refuge, like an artist that hovers above reality. A handful of collaborators work for him. They are Joseph Goebbels, Heinrich Himmler, or Albert Speer.
It took Hitler more than 15 years to recruit them. It seems today that he's a good human resources manager. He surrounded himself very well by choosing companions who always brought him something extra. Who are these men Hitler's shadow? What is the role of each person?
This portion of the meeting.
Around the Führer, there is a vast network of collaborators.
These slides that were ever presented at any meeting.
First of all, there is the close guard. They are the only ones who have direct access to him. Among his followers, an essential trio was formed. The first character is Hermann Göring.
I certainly don't think I presented any slides like this.
Do you have any recollection or discussion at this meeting as to...
It's an ogre whose only thought is getting rich. Bulimia, opportunistic, drug addict. He likes luxury and the extravagances.
No.
The second, Joseph Goebbels, is a failed writer. His leg disability is a complex issue. He takes his revenge through radical hatred.
He only lives through his idol, Hitler.
Netscape browser was one of
the third, Heinrich Himmler, is a petty bourgeois, cold, narrow-minded, meticulous.
A simple man who will become the assassin of the century by organizing what the Nazis call the final solution.
Has the ability to be distributed with any application over
the second group is composed of younger men with more ambition. They joined Hitler in the 1930s when he came to power and assigned the ministries. Among them, Albert Speer makes it to the top.
Under the features of a distinguished architect, he is, as a matter of fact, a great manipulator who shares Hitler's megalomaniac dreams and will do anything to become his favorite. At last, at the bottom, there are the implementers in the field, civil servants of the Third Reich who are commit the crimes and the atrocities. Like Rudolf Hoes, commander from the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, completely cold and contemptuous.
Easy to get.
This father, who settled in with his wife and 5 children in a house at the edge of the camp, will organize the extermination of 1.1 million people. At his side, Dr. Joseph Mengele. He is in charge of medical experiments. He embodies the cruelty of the Nazis.
Without any mercy for his victims, this SS doctor will carry out the worst mutilations in the camps, including on children.
Without them, the worst crimes would not have been possible. To please Hitler, they are competing.
In front of Hitler, they all hate each other. It's the way they function in this small community, encouraged by Hitler, which arouses rivalries, competition, and emulation.
I'll tell you, I'm going to ask you just about the very first email here from Mr. Notes to Mr. Thunder and myself and others. And in particular, he says,
Hitler, still unknown, is going to recruit his accomplices in the early 20s in a disturbed Germany.
Is the major distribution vehicle.
The vanquished of the First World War only have one army of 100,000 men left.
What is
so everywhere, former soldiers form more mercenary groups.
The country is afraid of tipping in the Civil War. In this procession, a small group from southern Germany has chosen as symbol the swastika.
They are called the National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP. Founded in Munich, this small party attracts workers and the unemployed.
Do you have any understanding as to what...
In the front row of spectators, Hitler, age 30, small army employee, but not yet its leader. He is only its 55th member.
Well, Netscape had some unique APIs, and one of the ways they were distributing
this 14 to 18 veteran fought on the front.
Software products, including the browser.
At the rank of simple corporal.
Did you understand that...
Since the defeat, all he wants is to avenge Germany.
Netscape was the principal means by which people...
Hitler quickly prevails as leader of the small party when he takes the floor in Munich breweries.
He denounces humiliations inflicted on his country,
I explained to you that Netscape's is different.
but his resources are still very
I'm not
limited.
sure what you're referring to now.
Equipped in this back brewery room, this was his first office. He wrote his speeches on this corner of the table. For more feedback, Hitler needs more prestigious representatives. In the fall of 1922, when a celebrity came to listen to him, he thought he had found an ideal candidate.
The Netscape runtime bits, not Sun's virtual machine. It says JFC there, so obviously it's not Sun.
Everything else dropped off at home to the 20th. Did you release the vehicle to the light? Release the mail to his wife. Oh. Shows that he went to do this report. Okay, we're on it.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save up to $50 on select steel battery blowers. Real steel.
Today. Hitler was full of joy because at the moment, he believed they found someone wealthy, a war hero. He thought it was the propaganda they needed, that it was someone they absolutely needed as a member of their party.
The new recruit is brave.
Hermann Göring, aged 27, was a fighter pilot during the Great War.
Fighting in the sky. He shot down 21 planes.
Hermann Göring was decorated for bravery. He received the highest distinction of the Army.
The second email on the first page here,
he was practically the only hero that German propaganda put forward. We made postcards, and everyone in Germany had more or less knowledge of the exploits of this or that officer, and that's why Göring was very well known. With decorations, he was really the character of that time. Post-war, just like aviation, German military was dissolved. He is now unemployed.
But in Hitler's eyes, Göring has another interest. He has high-ranking relationships.
Göring brought him his prestige and his considerable social network.
The aviation expert married a wealthy woman. Karen von Fock is from the Swedish nobility.
No.
They met in the family castle near Stockholm.
The couple frequents
about June 1995, Mr. Gates, did you become involved in the planning for some meetings with Netscape?
No.
As soon as he joined the party, Goering
I'd like to mark as exhibit
at the head of the
352, 351.
Less than a year later,
I'd like to mark as exhibit
the Nazi
351
party wants to take power by
an email chain.
During this putsch of November
appears to have been produced from
1923,
Mr.
a
Gates'
shootout
file.
breaks out between the Nazis and the police.
Okay, the email I want to ask you about first, Mr. Gates, is dated June 1st, 1995.
There are 16 dead.
The very top portion
For the Nazis, it's a total failure.
indicates that
Hitler was
the
locked
bottom
up for 8
portion
months in the Landsberg Fortress prison.
is being
His
sent to you for
party
your
is
information
dissolved.
by Paul Moritz.
In a cell, he writes Mein Kampf in
The
English,
bottom
My
portion
Fight.
is an email from Thomas Reardon.
Seriously
dated June
injured,
1st,
Goering, on the other
1995,
hand, is on the run.
subject of working with Netscape.
He's inadmissible on German
Do you
soil.
recall
He
receiving
needs to be operated, and he's being treated with morphine to
Email now.
reduce his pain.
I apologize
He
for
becomes
using
addicted to
my
drugs.
old-fashioned terminology.
Goering seeks refuge in
You don't recall
Stockholm,
receiving this
his
email?
wife's country. Without any profession and future, he has
email,
outbursts of violence.
States Dan and Barb and I met late
It gives him a
yesterday
mental
to review our
meltdown,
recent
and from the
discussions with
moment, it
Netscape
becomes a
and
little
found our
difficult
next
to
two action
handle.
items.
His wife prefers to put it in an
Dan
asylum
is
for
meeting
him
with
to
Jim
receive
Barksdale, the
treatment.
CEO, shortly. Do you understand the reference to Dan to be a reference to Dan Rosen?
Probably.
Goring stays for
There's
a
a
long
reference to
period
Barbara,
in
reference
this
to Barbara
mental
Fox.
hospital from the Stockholm area. According to
you
his
could ask
confidential
Thomas.
medical
Probably.
records, he was admitted for
Do you have
morphine
any
poisoning.
understanding, sir?
Goring is depicted like suicidal,
on-
egocentric. He talks about his mental disorders because he sees himself as someone
I've
who is
never-
politically down.
Spoken to Thomas about this. I don't remember seeing the email.
The following year, he got back on his feet. Thanks to the
I
presidential
recall
election
speaking
of
to anyone,
1925, an
about,
amnesty has just been
meeting referred
proclaimed.
to here between,
He is allowed
Dan
to
Rosen
return
and
to
Jim Barksdale.
Germany. Goring is nothing without his Führer. He hopes to regain his
No.
position as leader in the party, but his relationship with Hitler is not the same anymore.
Every email goes on to list
In the
working
beginning,
goals.
Hitler wasn't in the mood to see his former leader of the SA again because now he has another leader of the
Which are one
SA.
launch STP.
Goring reminds Hitler of the services he provided to him in the past.
And get STP's presence on the
He said he
internet.
lost everything,
Move
that he has
Netscape out of
always
the
been
Windows
his
32 internet client area.
And in that case,
3,
it was
avoid
never
told or hot
to show
war with Netscape.
appreciation.
Keep them from sabotaging our platform evolution.
Hitler
Do you
needs to
understand
go
the
to
reference
bed.
to Win32 internet
So he found a
client?
new position for
Bringing it
him.
to be a
Goring
reference
will
to
no
Windows
longer
95.
fight in the streets. He now
No.
has to conquer
What do
social
you understand the
landings.
reference to?
132.
He will fight to regain his rank.
What, can you describe
He
what that
only
is?
succeeded in
32-bit
1928
Windows.
when he joined the Reichstag,
He's,
the German parliament, elected among the
Is,
first 12
Windows
Nazi
95
deputies.
a 32-bit Windows product?
It's
In
one of them.
1932, he even became president of this
Radio
assembly.
to Adam 35 for code 2 in your
Yeah,
zone.
were there any other 32-bit products in development in 1995?
The second
Certainly.
accomplice
Which
that
one?
Hitler recruited
Windows
saw his
NT.
career in Nazism take off at the age of 29. Hitler started by giving
You know
Joseph
whether,
Goebbels a very
Mr.
delicate mission.
Reardon was referring
8119
to,
Linwood Avenue
Windows
group home.
NT and Windows
Kenya
30
is calling in,
and
mail in the
Windows 95
backyard,
or one or the
messing with
other?
caller's vehicle.
He sent
Two
him to
lights
Berlin,
in mail
the
for
capital of
William
Germany.
Strickland.
132 is the term that
With
refers
its 4 million
It's kind of a
inhabitants,
visual
all the
it was at the
32-bit
time
platforms.
the largest metropolis in
As
Europe.
I understand,
It
testimony that
consists of
the
huge
32-bit
suburbs where the
platforms under
workers are
development
piling up.
in June of 1995 were
They
Windows
call it
NT
Red
and Windows
Berlin
95. Is
because
that correct?
communists
The Windows
had made
NT
it
was
their
shipping,
stronghold.
and there was a new version that was under development.
And Windows 95 was in development at this time.
DMC,
Hitler
erratic
gave an
driver,
immense
maroon Jeep,
challenge
unknown
to this
plate, swerving all over the
unscrupulous man.
highway. Fluctuating
He was to
speed.
make Nazis
Contact
the
at
first political force in Berlin.
And the Führer knows that he can ask Goebbels anything.
In the,
He's a man on a wild
portion of
quest
the
and
email
hungry for recognition.
denominated number 2,
He finds it in Hitler,
which is
who he
moved
considers
Netscape
to be
out
a
of
charismatic man,
132/195
intelligent, superior, and
avoid
towards whom
battling
he develops
the
a
next year.
relationship not different
There
from
appears the
love.
following statement in the second
His
paragraph.
relationship
Quote,
with Hitler is one
they
where
appear to be
he is
moving
totally
fast to
independent,
establish
so he's
themselves
looking
in
for
a
recognition,
value-add
friendly
app
gestures,
business by
kind
leveraging
words.
Netscape itself as a
Goebbels
platform.
owes everything to Hitler,
Do you recall
because
whether
until they
you,
met, his life
agreed,
was a
that that's
succession
what
of
Netscape was
failures.
doing back in June 95?
Suffering from a disease in his early childhood, Goebbels is disabled. He is ashamed of it.
During the
At
First
this time, I had
World
no
War, he dreamed of
sense of what
becoming a
Netscape was
soldier.
doing.
Talking about his disability, he prefers to lie. He covers his disability by hiding the origin, saying that he volunteered during the Great War and that he was a hero. Meanwhile, he did not fight during the Great War because he was not selected. Doctor of Literature from the university, unsuccessful writer, he did not find a job at the height of his ambitions.
Regarding the Netscape meeting.
Bubbles worked 9 months as a small bank clerk
Here,
before
Mr.
resigning.
Moritz reports that he did not get the impression from the meeting he had.
He is no longer the little bank clerk. He is no longer the little writer rejected by major publishers. He is now the leader of the Nazi Party for an important area, which is that of the capital of the Reich.
I don't think so.
Upon arrival in Berlin, the new boss finds only 100 active members and small offices. Everything has to be built. Goebbels starts by producing a newspaper, Angriff, Attack in
Page
English.
596, page number 596.
Okay.
To get
It's
people
emailed the
talking
same
about
date, and it
Nazis,
says
he
attached
chooses
is
a
my
radical
summary of the
strategy,
meeting that
stir up
Nathan,
hate.
Paul, and I had with Jim Barksdale and Netscape.
Less than a week
You
after
understand the
his
reference
arrival,
that Paul to the
Goebbels
reference
sends
to
his
Paul
brave
Moritz?
soldiers fight communists in their neighborhood. Violent
Or
brawls
maybe
break
he's
out.
talking about me.
30-year-old male.
Do you have any recollection of discussing
Massive arrests are
Mr.
happening.
Moritz's impression of his
Police
meeting
ban the
with
Nazi
Netscape?
Party in the capital Reich.
I
But
didn't
it
think
doesn't
Paul had
matter
met
for
with Netscape.
Goebbels. The movement thrives on
So you have no
scandal.
present recollection of discussing with Mr. Moritz his views based on the meeting he had with Mr. Barksdale?
In this violent climate,
about
Nazi
the early part of June
propaganda finds a martyr.
1995.
No.
In 1930, a young activist, Horst Wessel, was stabbed to death by a communist. In the presence of Hitler and Goering, these funerals, with great fanfare, provide an opportunity
Let me
for a
refer you next
demonstration of
to,
impressive strength for the Nazis.
Bates number page
And
585.
Goebbels never stops adding fuel to the fire.
Work with ADT. They don't have any audio or visual.
Did he really deserve this death?
And this is an email
He was
to
courageous
you
enough to walk
and
in the
others
storm.
from
This
Danny
young
Rosen,
German worker, Justin
regarding
Kraut.
the Netscape meeting and the date of the
To
email
reward
is
him,
June 22,
Hitler offered Goebbels a
1995.
promotion. He named it head of party propaganda.
Page 585, Bates number. You got it? Do you recall getting this particular email?
Go ahead.
They're reaching out to me now.
The third man, Hitler's inner guard,
No,
does not
I
have the
recall
usual
getting
profile of workers and the unemployed.
this email from
who
Brad
join Nazism.
Silverberg on
Heinrich
584,
Himmler
but
is a
not
young
this one
bourgeois,
from Dan.
obsessed with superiority of the Germanic race. At the party's headquarters in Munich, in this propaganda movie of
You have no reason to believe you
1929,
didn't get it, is that correct?
That's right.
Himmler is a young man.
I'm so confused that it actually was
He still looks like
enclosed
a
in the other
genial
one
little
or not.
secretary
It may,
taking orders from his
from the way
leader.
it's printed out, it may have been.
Others do
And
not
I do,
perceive his
although my name
ambitions.
is right, I don't remember getting that one. I do remember getting this one,
Himmler is
which
the
it
son
may
of a good
also be
family.
an enclosure to.
A Catholic, perfectly integrated in society, he is the son of a Greek-Latin
Do you understand this to
teacher
be
who
Mr.
became
Rosen's
headmaster from one of the best
report
high
on a
schools
meeting he
in the
had on
city.
June 21st, 1995 with
He lacks
Netscape
nothing, but
executives?
very young, he became a member of the most
It
radical
looks like
racist
it.
group.
The thing I recall is the Reardon,
Katrin Himmler is Ernst's
Right.
granddaughter, the
what he
youngest
calls
brother
his
of Heinrich
perspective
Himmler.
that Brad sent to me.
This
Right.
political
Do you understand that
scientist
Mr.
is
Reardon
studying the
had a somewhat
history of
different
his
perspective
family.
on the meeting than Mr.
The
Rosen
three
had?
Himmler
Yes.
brothers became
Who was the
virulent
senior
Nazis.
Microsoft executive at the June 21st
Their ideology
meeting?
was similar to a sense of
There were no
superiority,
senior
the feeling that
executives
the
at that
German
meeting.
people were
Who was
above
the
the
most
others.
senior of the people there?
You'd have to tell me who was at the meeting.
This racist discourse also
I have no
advocates a
idea who was
return
at the
to
meeting.
Earth. Himmler became an agricultural engineer. With his wife Marga, they bought a small farm where they
Do you
want to live
understand
in
that Dan Rosen was
autarky
at
to
the meeting?
protect themselves from the outside
Apparently
world that
from
they
this
consider
email,
wrong.
yes.
Did you understand that?
On Hitler's side,
that Tom
Himmler
Reardon
is
was at the meeting?
submissive, but he also
his
has a
email,
real
yes.
influence on him.
Did you understand that Jim Allard was at the meeting?
Jim who?
Allard.
Actually,
Jay
we have
Allard?
known
Jay
since
Allard.
then that he defended his beliefs. He
I don't-
often got Hitler's agreement
how about
for
Chris
ideas
Jones?
that he had himself.
I don't know.
Negative.
Does,
Himmler,
does
the
one of
young
these list
bourgeois,
who was at the
believes
meeting?
in Nazi ideas, but he doesn't like to mingle to rank and file
Let me just ask
activists
you,
who
do
make
you have
up the
any,
heart of the party.
any recollection as you sit here as to who you were told
In
attended the
Himmler's
meeting on behalf
eyes,
of
these
Microsoft?
people were mindless fools, the equivalent of a fan
Other than
club
Mr.
like
Reardon.
Lazio or PSG in its good
I'm not
hours.
sure you mean told.
In response,
We've
Hitler
informed
created a chic
Mr.
club
Gates,
within the party.
who attended the meeting on behalf of Microsoft.
I don't think so.
Do you have any understanding, as you sit here today, who attended
These
that meeting on behalf
disciplined
of
men in
Microsoft?
black will form an elite under his authority.
Well, the last page of the
The
thing you
acronym
gave
of
me
this unit in German
on
consists of 2
599.
letters, the SS. All must be of pure Germanic origin. They will be the most fanatic among the fanatics.
Might relate to that. I don't have any prior knowledge about it.
In the night of 1933, Adolf Hitler is appointed Chancellor of Germany. Again, he doesn't want to work as his role would require.
The email from Mr. Rosen.
He doesn't like being obliged to work every day
on the first
from
page
9
says,
a.m.
quote,
to 5 p.m. For
our
him, it's
goals going into the meeting were in priority order. 1. Establish Microsoft ownership of the Internet client platform for Win95. 2. Have Netscape add
Once in
value to
power,
the NT
role
server
sharing between his
and back office
accomplices will
platform
make winners and
above our
losers.
stuff,
Goebbels did
making it
not
the
become
preferred
minister
Internet
right
solution.
away. As for Goering,
3.
he is
Have
willing.
Netscape preferentially support Microsoft
Hitler lets
authoring
take some in his
tools
first government
slash
as early as
solutions and support our
1933.
reviewers.
And no one is going to
4.
accumulate as
Send a
many
message
titles
to the
as he
marketplace
did.
that Netscape and
In
Microsoft
12 years of
will
power,
operate
you just have to see
issues.
the variety of his
Recall
uniforms.
discussing these goals with
President of Russia,
any
Grand
of the
Mario
Microsoft people who attended the meeting.
Can we verify if there's any more?
Minister of Aviation, Marshal of the Empire.
A bunch of decorations which triggered the jealousy of his big
Next
rival,
page
Joseph
email.
Goebbels.
Says Chris Jones summed up the purpose nicely.
Goebbels,
Quote,
at
"We need to
first, is
understand
quite
if you will
skeptical
adopt our
of Goering's
platform
role.
and build on top of it,
He describes
or
it
if
very
you are
well as
going
the
to compete
unbearable
with us
blistered
on the
balloon,
platform
puffed up
level."
with
Close quote.
gratuity and vanity,
Did you
a
understand
vulgar
that was
joker.
principal purpose of Microsoft and attending
A
this
handsome one, in
meeting with
fact,
Netscape?
a new rich person who wants who is strutting in ridiculous
No, it says in
covered with
the
medals.
Rosen memo, the purpose of the meeting was to scope out specific areas that a relation between the two companies might take and to set in place a process to either conclude a strategic relationship or go our separate
When the
ways.
Reichstag catches fire under
Do you
mysterious
have any
conditions,
present recollection
Goering,
as you sit
the
here as
president
to
of the
what
assembly,
the
attributes the
purpose of the
fire
Microsoft
outburst to the
executives
communists
was
and is being threatened.
Well, there were no Microsoft executives in the meeting.
I'm going to eradicate everyone who got positions
consider
and
Mr. Rosen
privileges,
Microsoft
thanks to their
executive?
political
No,
affiliation.
inside Microsoft, I don't know about other companies, but the VPs are called executives, and the non-VPs are called non-executives.
repression
And there were no
falls on
executives
Germany.
at that meeting.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have
Over
any
3,000
understanding as you sit
opponents
here
of
today
Nazism
as
are arrested
to
without trial.
what the purpose was of the Microsoft
Goering
employees who
creates a
attended
new political
the meeting with
police,
Netscape
the
on June
Gestapo.
21st, 1995?
I can read
As
to
early as
you
1933, the first
from the stuff
concentration
you've
camp
given me
in
here.
Just read.
Dachau. Opponents are subject to forced
recollection if you
labor.
have one. I can read the document myself.
Goring
I don't know
used
what you mean by
in
present
Hitler's
recollection.
Do you have any, you sit here today, do you have
Goring
any
is
recollection
prioritized
as
each
to what your
time.
understanding
Hitler
was
is in
back
need of
in
someone
June
to entrust difficult work
1995
to one of his
as to the
collaborators.
principal purpose of the Microsoft employees in the meeting
Joseph
with Netscape?
Goebbels ends up receiving
I
a
wasn't involved in
custom-made
setting up
post,
the
a
meeting,
big ministry
so
for propaganda.
Criminal damage.
I can see what Reardon said
The
here.
frustrated writer
I
now
can
has
see
the
what
power to
Rosen
choose
said here.
authorized books and to ban
Not
others.
sure what's missing.
You've read something that
Actually drive the
purports
truck
to be
and
something
are
that
able to
Jones
give it
said.
Jewish writers' books or authors deemed degenerate are burned in
As
major
we discussed
public
before, did you
ceremonies.
understand that Mr. Reardon and Mr. Rosen
Like
had
that evening in May
different
1933
perspectives
near the
on
University of
the
Berlin.
meeting?
Well, I got some email from Brad Silverberg after the meeting
Demons of the past.
that showed that Reardon seemed to have a more realistic view
The German man of
of
the
what
future
was going on.
Yeah, do they have this guy?
will not only be a man of books, but
I
also a man
had, I
of
had no
character.
view whatsoever.
And to that, we want to turn
Reardon had a
him.
more realistic view of the meeting.
He is also a fanatic anti-Semite.
The Reardon's
When the
mail
Nazis
says,
came to power,
maybe I'm being
Jews
a
in
dick,
Germany
but
only
there's no
represent
deal here.
0.8% of the population.
If we are smart,
But
deft, and
Goebbels
engaged at
imagined
the
a
right
way to
levels, we have a
persecute
chance to
them.
cooperate on a few of these smaller things.
Trucks are driving on the streets to spread a message.
So,
Let's be Germans
usually
and not
if
Jews
you have two
anymore.
people that go to a meeting, And one comes back and says,
My dear
it looks great,
this
and the other
morning
comes
at 10
back and says it doesn't
we
look
started
good.
a boycott of Jewish
My
traders.
business experience is the person who says that it doesn't look good is probably the one who has the most accurate view of the
And the
meeting.
Nazis firmly discouraged
Particularly
the customers from entering.
when you're dealing with Thomas Reardon and Dan Rosen.
So you thought that Reardon's view of how the meeting went was likely
Goebbels
to
wants to
be
impose his message
in the
on
sense
the
that
airwaves, and for the propaganda to enter every household.
it didn't look
Purposely
like
made a cheap radio
much would
set.
come out of it, yes.
This climate that he creates in Germany is particularly oppressive in the family of young Margaret, 5 years old, who lives in Berlin. His father is Jewish and a bookseller and sells forbidden books.
Next door to 4920.
Do you recall, as you sit here today,
I didn't understand everything,
apart from just
but I
reading
could
these
feel the
emails,
atmosphere.
anything that was
We
reported
had
back
received
to
these
you
people's
by
radio
any of
stations,
the participants
and
from
I could
Microsoft
always hear
History
the Jews are our misfortune. It was
I think
Hitler's
some-
voice and that of
Somewhere
Goebbels.
about this time
and
somebody
me.
said to
I
me
absolutely didn't know who a Jew was.
that asked
Joseph
if it
Goebbels
made
monitored
sense for us
everything.
to consider
Theater,
investing in
cinema,
Netscape.
and he shows the news
And I
with the
said
help of
that
an all-powerful
that didn't
censorship
make sense
committee.
to me. I didn't see that as something that made sense.
Do you recall who said that to you?
It would have been
Goebbels also
probably
orchestrated
suggested
a
in a
monumental
piece of email from
presentation
Dan,
of the
I
regime.
think.
Behind the scenes,
recall,
he took care of the smallest details.
When you got that suggestion?
Throughout the
whether it was before or after the
1930s,
meeting?
during
Oh, it
huge
would've been after the
gatherings
meeting.
filmed as a Hollywood blockbuster, Hitler is
Do
presented
you
to
recall
the
anything
people like the
else
Messiah.
that anyone told you back in June '95 about the meeting?
no.
The career of Joseph Goebbels is at its peak, but his tormented character will get back on top.
The Goebbels is completely at ease during crisis.
Did you
in
personally
situations
devote
of distress
time,
or
Mr. Gates, to
disaster.
studying
There he is not at
Netscape
ease.
and trying
He
to
needs
determine what
noise
their
and
sources of revenue were?
The storm for Goebbels
In
will
what
come
time
from his
frame are we
private
talking
life.
about?
Do
He
you
married
recall
Magda
doing that
in
at all?
1931. His wedding witness was
I
Adolf
personally
Hitler.
didn't make any study of it, but I know that in
Forced to go rogue. Hunted
late
from within.
95,
This is Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Available
when we
now.
reviewed a bunch of different competitors. One of those was Netscape, and there was some revenue analysis done as part of that.
Over time, their
That's
children
what I
will
want
be
to ask
used
you about.
through
Exhibit
propaganda.
3.
The Goebbels formed the model family of the
95
regime.
And this is the
Dear
December
Dad,
1st,
do you see us walking towards you?
1996 email from you to
You
Mr.
already
Nader.
guessed that we are here to congratulate you, since you're celebrating your birthday.
Helmet.
Examination has some
The
bugs in
first names of the 6 children all start with the letter H in homage to Hitler. Magda Goebbels, decorated by the regime, played a mother from an ideal Nazi family. And every year, a small sequence is staged to celebrate the father's
Do you recall
birthday.
asking Mr. Nehru about December 1996 to collect for
Say,
you
"Dear
information
Dad."
about Netscape revenues?
Quickly say, "Dear Dad." Louder.
No.
We congratulate you,
sending,
really, for your
this
birthday,
email,
because you're at work
or
and you don't
on
know
or about
what you're
December
doing here.
1st, 1996 to Mr. Nehru?
No.
Joseph Goebbels builds this image of a good family man,
do you recall,
like Christmas Eve in
receiving,
1936,
from
where is he
Mr.
being
Nehru,
filmed handing out gifts to the most modest little
the
Germans?
attached email dated November 27, 1996.
From time to time, we do
Thanks for the
reviews
quick
of various
note.
competitors.
Do you
And
want this?
at least one
But
point in time,
reality has
Netscape was
nothing
one
to
of the
do
people
with
that we
this
looked at.
perfect image.
So it doesn't surprise me, but I don't remember it specifically.
Goebbels is well known to multiply his adventures. He
On
needs
the second
entertainment,
page
actions, and events.
of the exhibit,
Sing,
which
he
is part
likes,
of
and knows
Mr.
cinema very
Nehru's
well,
November
as he has a
27,
great artistic
1996
culture.
email.
He participates. One of the ways to participate in
he,
life of the
talked about
cinema
browsing.
was to do castings and to offer tea to some young
What
ladies.
page?
He is known for being
2.
I quote his nickname in the
Okay.
cinematographic world, the legend of Babelsberg. Babelsberg is
He
German
identifies
Hollywood.
their
These are the studios near Potsdam, the legend of Babelsberg.
sources of Netscape's
In
revenue. He
1936,
says, browser
Goebbels
revenue
begins a
for the
romantic
quarter
idol
amount to
with a
$45 million,
22-year-old starlet,
a
Lita
32%
Barova.
increase over the last quarter, representing 60% of total Netscape revenue.
Very good.
Hello,
do you have any
what?
reason to doubt the
We are
accuracy
going on a
of
trip,
information
no?
reported there?
Today?
Well, I know that Mr. Nehru
It's a
didn't work
misstep which will have an impact
for
on Goebel's career.
Netscape, so I'm sure he
To
didn't
put an
have
end to this scandalous
access
affair,
to the figures
his wife
directly.
Magda,
If you're interested in
desperate,
that, you should
threatened
ask
to divorce.
Netscape.
She confides
Was
to
this
the
the
couple's
best
closest
information you
friend,
had
Adolf Hitler.
in December 1996 as to the proportion of Netscape's revenue
Hitler has no
that
family.
was
The
derived
German family is that of
from
Joseph and Magda
browsers?
Goebbels. When this family starts to fail,
I don't know.
Hitler is not happy at all.
Do you recall
He is
receiving
asked to break that
on that
relationship
subject?
and to stop humiliating
I might have
Magda
seen an
Goebbels,
analyst
a
report.
remarkable German woman and mother who Hitler loves. Hitler hates this image, but also for Magda Goebbels, for which he has a lot of affection. He should hate Goebbels, who suffers from it.
May 1996.
All right, thank you for...
Among Hitler's collaborators,
It says
a
here we're
newcomer will take
70%
advantage of
confident
this
about our
and succeed
numbers.
in exceptional ascent.
23-3.
However, Albert Speer comes from afar, among men who joined Nazism later on.
Do you recall why it was in this time frame you
On these images
had
from
asked Mr. Nehru to collect this
1935, we
information
can
for you?
already see their
I don't think I did.
complicity.
I already told you that.
Hitler draws,
You have no
next to
recollection
him,
of,
in his flawless suit, Albert Speer,
of asking for
27 years
information.
old, a young
I'm quite
architect
certain
who
I wasn't
hasn't
the one
built
who asked for
anything
the
yet.
information.
In his youth, Hitler drew these
Do you have any
sketches of
recollection as to
pharaonic
who
buildings.
Negative, we walked around the...
While dreaming of seeing them come true the day
Perhaps
he
Steve.
would come to power. Hitler and
Steve
Speer
Ballmer?
only knew each other a year ago, but they share a common passion for
In your
architecture.
memo here, strike that.
Hitler saw
email
through
here.
Speer, practically the life he dreamed of.
You say, what kind of
He
data do
always
we
said he
have
wanted to become
about
an
how much software
architect, and
companies pay
Speer followed
Netscape?
Hitler's demands.
Do you recall asking that
Their
question
projects
to
were always
Mr. Nehru
gigantic,
in or about
megalomaniac.
December 1986?
It looks like I sent
Hitler noticed
in
Speer
that
on
question
May
after
1st,
he sent out
1933, at Berlin Airport
one of
on
these
Labor Day, which brings
comparative
together more than
analysis
1 million
reports.
people, a human
Do
time.
you recall, do you have any reason to believe you're being asked for this information? On December 1st,
Hitler is
1996.
fascinated by the
No, wait a minute.
festivities, which end
Now you're
with a
confusing
grandiose
two
fireworks
things.
display.
There's the information here enclosed, which I didn't ask
Where
him
his
for,
face is
and
set
that's what
above
you've been
the
asking me
assembly.
about earlier. Then there's the question here in my email. I have
The
no idea if he ever
organization is signed
responded
by
to that,
Albert Speer.
but that question certainly looks like came from me. But
This
that's
grand
different than.
bourgeois who just joined the Nazi party and to whom
Let's
Goebbels
take a second
placed his
record out
first
here.
orders.
Your testimony, as I understand it, is you believe that in all likelihood
It's Goebbels who introduced Speer to
the
Hitler,
information
but of
initially
course,
collected by
over
Mr.
time a
Nehru was
rivalry
sought
was
by
born.
Mr. Ballmer, is that right?
Goebbels
I
always
know it
thought it
wasn't.
was important
I'm
to be
pretty
part
sure it
of
wasn't
Hitler's
me
inner
who
circle.
asked for it.
Of
You
course, in
got
that
this email
case,
from Mr. Nehru,
Speer
and
had
in turn
become a
asked him
rival.
what kind of data do we
Quickly,
have
Speer
about how much
occupied a
software
privileged
companies pay
position with
Netscape, is that
Hitler.
right?
That's part of the email I sent from
Unlike
it. Looks like
Goebbels,
yes.
he is the permanent guest from his hideout
I'd
in
like to mark
Melbourne.
as Exhibit 354
Both enjoy the same pompous style that
an
comes from
email from
antiquity.
Mr. Gates
First
to
of all,
various people
Speer is the architect from the
dated
huge
May
parade
19,
ground in Nuremberg,
1996.
copied from a temple
The
dedicated to
subject is
Zeus.
some thoughts on Netscape.
For party conventions, this esplanade can accommodate more than 340,000 people. At the foot of the Eiffel Tower, Speer built the German flag installed for the Paris exhibition in 1937.
Male on the line station was shot, 39-year-old male,
Oh, sorry.
That same year, Hitler is going to pass on to him the Order of the Century. Germany, the future capital of his empire. This huge project must last until 1950. It's about rebuilding Berlin. Along a 5-kilometer avenue called Victory Avenue, the buildings of Germania will be the largest ever designed. At the very end, this cupola, which was reserved at the Great Hall of the People, will be 16 times bigger than that of St. Peter's in Rome. It is still the largest building in the world today. For the inhabitants of Berlin, it will be an earthquake.
That's 50,000 that needed to be shaved.
Nearly 200,000 Berliners would have needed relocation. Meanwhile, there was already a great issue with lack of housing. To test the speed of his architect, Hitler is going to challenge him. Speer needs to build Germany's first building in just 1 year. "8,000 workers from all over Germany work at the same time, day and night. They are building the future Reich Chancellery." To please Hitler, Albert Speer finishes the building 2 days before the scheduled date.
Hitler takes possession of his building, which was supposed to dazzle ambassadors from all over the world.
His chancellery doesn't go unnoticed, with a hall-made marble, a huge workroom for Hitler, and galleries twice as big than those of the Palace of Versailles. Albert Speer caught up with all his competitors from Hitler's estate.
Just show me that runnable handle.
The proximity of power fascinated him. Imagine that Speer was not even 30, and he had already become one of the most influential advisors of Hitler. In the meantime, in Munich, one of Hitler's historical accomplices, Himmler, did not get a ministry. He was just appointed head of the police of Bavaria. Ready for anything, he will lead a bloody purge within the party known as the Night of the Long Knives. It's one of the things he has achieved towards power. Hitler fears the power of another leader on his throne. Very popular, he leads the SA, a powerful Nazi militia recognizable by his brown shirts. While still under his orders, Himmler oversees the assassination of Rome and his entire staff.
Exhibit 354, a memorandum you prepared on or about 1996.
Even at the cost of blood, if a comrade stood on his way, he wouldn't mind eliminating the comrade, even if it represents a great danger.
Under the heading Netscape, you say,
Himmler emerged victorious
I
of
had a
this
chance to
bloodbath.
play with a number of Netscape products.
His organization,
This
the SS,
reinforced
the Black
impression,
Order, no longer has a
that I
rival.
think all of
Himmler
us
will be
share
able to
that
make it
Netscape
much
is
more
quite
than just a
impressive
militia.
competitor.
For him,
Recall,
the SS
what
is
it
a
was
real
that led
political
you to,
project in which he
conclusion
succeeded
that
to
Netscape was
convince
an
Hitler
impressive
as well.
competitor.
Himmler assigned a cult for the Germanic race. He refers to a king who died in the Middle Ages. He went and paid his respects at his grave. Then he introduced Hitler as his successor throughout history.
954 appears the heading Browser Ward. See that?
1,000 years ago, King Henry I passed on to our Führer Adolf Hitler human values and the leading role for Germany, for Germania.
By the use of that phrase.
Himmler wants to build a new society.
I wasn't the one who created that phrase. I think it was a phrase
society where the
that some people had used to refer to
for centuries to come.
the competition in the browser space,
so that the
including
blood of
that
the superior
between
race can be spread on a large scale.
us as the
Himmler
provider of
founded
Windows
special
and
maternity homes
Netscape.
where the SS give up newborn babies who will be raised by the regime.
Under the heading of your memo titled Browser War,
It was like controlled reproduction of horses. You take your fillies to the stables. There are stallions there who engulf your fillies, etc.
Recall what other efforts
To groom the superior race, the Nazis also wanted to eliminate what they call worthless lives. As early as 1935, in every movie
For example,
theater, these terrible
our
propaganda
desire to
movies
get
are broadcasted.
advertising revenue
They show the disabled
from
in a frightening state.
the search button and the homepage in the
The
browser.
movie emphasizes on societal expenses. What do these patients, who spend their whole lives in hospitals?
I don't know
This
if Blackbird
afflicted
had been
woman of a
canceled by this
hereditary
point or not.
disease would cost
But since it was a
153,000 marks
superset
yearly to the
browser,
community.
it would have fit that category.
These three brothers and sisters, 62,300 marks.
Well, MSN
These epileptics,
are online
more than
service
20,000 marks.
because of its dependency on
To manipulate public opinion, one more estimate of 1.2 billion
Blackbird
marks
technology.
would correspond to financial costs of all hereditary diseases.
Recall any other reference?
The Nazis wanted to justify the crimes they were planning. First you have to separate and prevent these worthless lives from harming the people. And from 1939, real killing programs were set up, including disabled people's physical and mental. Himmler was always renovating everything. He also wanted his SS to have their own beliefs.
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time I wrote the memo.
I swear here.
Recall who had in mind as thinking seriously?
To Adolf Hitler.
At the time I wrote the memo?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
King Ida
Fidelity and bravery.
That's your best estimate.
KIN 7673 Volkswagen
Avenue.
Strange ceremonies took place in the chapels of the castle, the SS training center, with this black sun as an occult symbol.
You'd have to get correct. Like Exhibit 361.
Police is currently down, so
Baptisms took place according to SS rites. Himmler himself celebrated weddings. The Nazis want to erase all the religious beliefs that exist.
We have our RGB over here. Seeing that somebody just walked up and shot him, walking down the street. You have no stuff like itself.
If the Nazis had won, there would have been a new calendar, new feasts, new liturgies, a new baptism, a new feast that would have differed from Christmas. That's also the Nazi utopia. It's such an important revolution, and so global, that she had to change everything, including belief in God. Secretly, in the mid-1930s, Hitler will take a strategic decision that he first shares with his right arm. Hitler himself sets up a program that basically showed the necessity for Germany to be ready to go to war in 4 years. In order to carry out this program, he created a new administration with the leader of the founding plan, its Hermann Göring. Overnight, in 1936, Hermann Göring is put at the head of German industry. His financial envelope is unlimited. His orders mobilized in over 228 factories, a firepower unique in the world at the time.
Definitions for the term.
Go ahead.
The Germans, deprived of armies since the defeat of the First World War, are planning their revenge.
Have I studied
My dear compatriots, my dear brothers in arms, what is the aim of this 4-year plan?
Okay, copy. Based off how he shot,
I could summarize it in one main sentence.
That it was self-inflicted at the time.
Sanders calling in.
The backup of German honor and the backup of German life.
Never acted.
Do you have any reason to believe that this document was not sent to you?
These new functions also allow Göring to enrich himself. For his birthdays, for example, the industrialists shower him with gifts.
He receives collector's items, but he has a predilection for master paintings and precious stones.
The corrupt system that he sets up is well organized.
Date stamp page 130.
His office sent out small lists, just like wedding lists, to the various business representatives by telling them that the marshal would love to have this or that work of art, or this or that object as a gift.
For a while.
Hermann Göring plays the Roman emperor. He likes eccentricities like posing with a lion cub. Yes, my Caesar. Are you visiting me?
0684.
Come on.
If you want to know, we located one Shellgate Base.
Are you full
Caesar?
Come on, pretty. Jump. That's good.
Hitler points to Göring as his successor. Since the death of Karen, his first wife, who died of cancer, the Germans need a first lady, so his second marriage in Berlin is worthy of
him in the face, he said he squared up with the mail, then the mail turned back and shot him. And then he walked off.
30,000 soldiers punctuate the
black male, tall and fat, no description of clothing, unknown direction of
Hitler's
travel.
witness chose these grandiose nuptials so as to hide his private life.
Go ahead.
Can you please?
Emma and Hermann Göring now embody the official regime coupling.
Sorry. Can you clean me from this trunk?
No.
They represent Nazi power on special occasions. Like this one during a reception in honor of Mussolini.
Many a remark from users if they don't want to view their folders that look like web pages.
To receive it, Göring had landscaping his immense estate at the gates of Berlin.
No.
Hundreds of works of art are exhibited on the walls of this palace.
You're welcome.
There was also a lot of
Would you agree that it's
trophies.
fair to describe Windows 98 as not a vital upgrade?
Dieter Wellershoff met Goring several times. At a very young age, he was involved in the Hitler Youth, and at the age of 17, he was a soldier for a few months in Goring's estate.
Microsoft had progress of over $2
When he was
billion
reviewing us,
in
Goring
after-tax
always
profit
said
by
that once he
then.
passed in front of us, we
Well, I
could
think
relax.
But I said completely.
We no longer had to just stand up straight. It was necessary to choose a path without puddles and mud for this big and huge man to walk. It was grotesque.
24614,
Though on the foreground of the scene, Goring has a hard
First name
time
is
to
Ernst.
contain Hitler.
Edward Robert Nick Edward
The
Sam
Führer
Tom.
is now ready to
Last name
start war.
Kovacs. King Ocean Victor Adam Charlie
Hitler
Sam.
regularly took
Birthday
part in fight rehearsals.
12/29/84.
I think you're asking for
Despite
check
these
for
huge
consistency
exercises, Goring
with all
finds
the
it hard to
statements
curb
I
his
gave
impatience.
during the 12-month period.
Because he knows that the plan to prepare Germany for war
I'm not
is falling behind schedule.
He told Hitler that Germany was not ready.
Consistent.
Meanwhile,
you
being
said.
a year ahead on the plan that he had set himself, Hitler passes the order to attack.
1996, did you tell
He lives in a movie, a play.
publicly
He is himself an actor in his war.
I don't know,
Appears to be
maybe,
working like cards on a gigantic table, including flags and checkers and moves.
Microsoft defined if internet software or browsers were free?
For Hitler and his accomplices, the entry into the war in 1939 is
Internet
surprisingly
software or
easy.
browsers were free?
The German
What do you
army
mean by
seems
internet
invincible.
Radio to
I
Adam, and then
mean,
you want to put that
that
in
you
there?
referred to as internet software in these various quotations.
I'm afraid we're not going to be able to know what
After
my
a
state of
single year
mind
of
was when I
play,
gave that
Poland.
interview. If you want to define it, I'll be glad to
Denmark.
answer the question.
You, I take
No
it
way.
through the testimony is that you simply have
Belgium,
no
Holland,
recollection
and France were
whatsoever
invaded.
whatsoever.
Half of Europe was collapsing, and the division of the empire between Hitler's accomplices was about to be
I
complete.
responded to a reporter's question, and I've already said to you that she
The
must have
administration
given you
now
reason
stands
to
on
understand
Goebbels'
what
on one side and
question.
Himmler on the other. And we realize that following the policy of the conquest of colonization and tradition, there is an overlap of skills. And all of this
I feel
creates
pretty sure I
friction
went
and
through
tension.
the term
The big plunder began. Goring made Paris his hunting ground. He turned up in a convertible limo, roamed the streets, going down Place Vendôme in a palace, the Ritz.
I'm just saying it's not typical for me to use a term with a reporter where it's a
Goring
very
came to
open
visit French
ended term that
museums,
can be used in a lot of
Matisse,
different
Monet,
ways
Cézanne.
without
He took hundreds of
any
paintings to complete his
understanding
great
of myself
collection.
as a reporter in that context, in that series of questions.
In the same year, Hitler also arrived in Paris with his architect Albert Speer by his side. He promised to copy the most beautiful monuments of the French capital for their future Germania.
Asking the reporter for a definition. Did you ask the reporter for a definition
Hitler was
of what
very
was meant by
impressed
internet
by
software?
Paris. The Champs-Élysées, the Arc de
All I can
Triomphe,
say,
of course he
not
wanted to
recalling
replicate
the
all these in
specifics of the
Berlin,
interview,
but
is
much bigger in
that
size.
it's very unlikely I would make a statement like that without
Back
some
in
common
Berlin,
understanding
Marshal
between
Goring
myself
triumphed
and
in
the
the front
reporter
row.
of what that term,
He
which
directed
out of
military
context
operations,
is
and yet
incredibly
he hid it from
ambiguous,
Hitler.
what it meant in the context of her series of questions.
From the people's point of view, it was a dazzling success.
What you're saying,
According to the head of the economy, it's a disaster, because just a few weeks into war, Germany no longer has bombs, no ammo, and very few planes.
Okay, 364, they use their vocals that for days.
but you
For
believe
fear
it
of
must be
offending
a
Hitler,
definition.
Goring won't say anything.
Using these words. Is that fair?
Boastful, he promises
There
her
must
whole
be a
crushing
common
in just
understanding.
3
I wouldn't say a
weeks.
definition.
How would that common understanding have been arrived at?
Himmler acquired an empire for himself in Eastern Europe, where he supervises a despicable policy of extermination with total coldness. When Hitler visits him in Poland, his SS soldiers are already leading their
somebody
big
can give
racist
I'll
war.
try
examples.
again. I just released
I'm just saying there
Himmler
doesn't
spends
have to
time
be a
motivating
formal
his
definition
troops
for
to
two
justify
people
his
to have a
systematic
context
assassinations.
conversation of what a word means. That is, neither one has to say.
He
I
always
define
tells his
the word
SS
as
that it's
follows.
hard to bear,
So
just
maybe
like
I
a test,
interpreted
a
the
painful
word
test
definition
that they need to perform,
strictly.
but he says they
So
were
if you
morally
define
strong
definition
enough.
for this conversation in a loose way, then I'll understand.
He thinks it was more like a sacrifice.
He said that he was sacrificing his psyche so their children could live, etc.
There's a whole discourse behind it.
At the start of 1939, in Poland, then, at the start of 1941, in the USSR, the Nazis were experimenting assassination policies and mass deportations. Under Himmler's orders, they built their living space, a colonial empire full of slaves and free from Jews.
You have a spare unit that can come back to the oil hotel navigation.
This project involves the death of dozens of millions of people through hunger. We are in an imaginary world wherein we let people die.
Absolutely not.
At the same time, in Ukraine and Baltic countries, operate small mobile groups of SS killers called Einsatzgruppen.
The whole notion of what the browser
These atrocities are happening one after the other at a frantic pace.
All that was very
over 1 million people will be exterminated by shootings.
1996.
Go ahead. In August 1941, Himmler surrenders in Minsk, Belarusia, to personally assess this killing strategy. He inspects first Soviet prisoners and personally assists these executions by bullets.
Himmler, during a visit to Minsk in the summer of 1941, will witness the execution of 100 Jews. 100 Jews were executed to serve as an example to show Himmler how it's done. Himmler will fail in front of the show. He's one of the worst anti-Semites of the Third Reich, a convinced, rabid anti-Semite.
It's not out of pity for Jewish victims. It's just that for the killer, the show brings trauma. As unbearable as it may seem, Himmler, as leader of the SS, worries only about the psychological trauma of his men.
You have men who are not born killers, so there are different ways to get them to accept before they start killing.
Following the killings in Minsk, Himmler is going to ask his men in Berlin to find a way to spare the killers.
People have been quoted
in
the
1941, different methods of mass murder coexisted. But at the end of the year, an order from Hitler himself will unify procedures. He asked for the extermination of all the Jews in Europe. 3 years ago, Hitler warned that if the war became global, he would carry out his threat.
Even today, I will be a prophet. If international Jewish finance in Europe and outside Europe was to succeed in plunging the peoples in a world war, then the result would not be the Bolshevization of the world. So on the contrary, the victory of Jewry would be the annihilation of the Jewish race.
It was the entry into war of the United States in December 1941, which ultimately motivated his decision.
The final solution was decided by Hitler.
At that time, mass executions took place.
During that year, almost 4 million Jews were exterminated.
To Himmler, it is impossible to murder millions of people by mass shootings.
By affected Netscape, I mean adversely affected Netscape.
That's why gassing will be seen as an efficient remedy to protect the killers. Gassing is not introduced to kill more people. On the other hand, the gas chambers have a major merit, which is to spare the killers.
There is no contact with the victims. You no longer see people dying. You just pick up the bodies at the end. Himmler then decided to focus on a single location all these new killing policies. A gigantic place that will soon become the greatest concentration camps and killing centers.
A place where 1 million people will be deported.
To do strong internet software.
First, it has to be a place pivotal to the Nazi Empire. 2, it has to be well connected to all parts of Europe. And 3, it should have a killing network which is extremely fast and efficient.
The Real Rail hub of the Nazi Empire who will be chosen is Auschwitz.
Statement you've already made today. So I've got to ask you what you mean by the use of the word wreck.
Himmler places Auschwitz in the hands of a field officer, one of the worst camp specialists. His name is Rudolf Hoes. At the age of 40, he became director of one of the largest projects of the Third Reich.
Technology companies deliver pronouncements about them. And
These images of Auschwitz that we know are those of the liberation of the camp in 1945 by Soviet soldiers.
It's possible in looking at the general activities of Microsoft, one of those analysts formed a certain conclusion about Netscape and published.
To manage this vast complex, the largest camp in the Nazi Empire, Heinrich Himmler had to choose between several managers, but he chose Rudolf Hoes, a man with a murderous past.
Analysts may have had an effect.
In 1923, Hoes murdered a man, a communist, who was detained in prison for 5 years.
What we say is what we do.
Upon his release from prison, Himmler took him under his wing and finally found him a new profession.
In the early 1930s, Himmler met my grandfather and suggested that he join the SS.
Rainer Hoes is the grandson of the commander of Auschwitz. Hans, his father, was the youngest son of Rudolf Hoes. He first had a job at the Dachau camp. He stayed there for 4 years. Then he became head of detention, then deputy director of the Sachsenhausen camp. And in 1940, thanks to Himmler, he was appointed commander of Auschwitz. When he got to the town of Auschwitz in 1940 to set up a camp, Hoes discovered a small town of 15,000 inhabitants,
as well as an old barracks of the Polish army, where he established the first place of detention, Auschwitz I.
He also spotted a villa which adjoined the camp.
Euclid.
Hoes took over the house, whose Polish owners were expropriated. On the second floor, from his office window, the view from the crematorium didn't bother him.
At 0701.
The commander settled in the villa with his wife Edwidge and their 5 children.
357.
The family only thinks of his social ascent. The photos from the family album attest to this. Their new living environment ensures unexpected comfort. At 70 meters crematory ovens, the garden surrounded by a large wall became the children's favorite playground.
Effect.
It was so big that he could ride a bike inside. Today, it seems that at that time, my grandparents passed from anonymous to VIP. Thanks to the concentration camp, the Hoes live a comfortable life with a workforce turned to slavery.
An effect rather than the
He has an inmate who serves as a gardener, prisoners who serve as servants inside the house, who could look after children if needed.
Anyways, there is everything to gain from gentrification in Auschwitz.
My grandfather said in his memoirs that it was paradise.
Like all SS officials, Hoes is constantly motivated by Himmler, whose arguments have only been reported once for internal use.
Most of you know what 100 corpses look like, 500 or 1,000 corpses.
Having held under these circumstances and remained dignified, apart from a few cases of human failure, it has hardened us.
That's what I am, sir, because I understand.
It is a glorious page in our history that was never written and never again will be. As early as 1941, Himmler asked Hoes to let Auschwitz reach the industrial scale to receive more convoys. The red brick building's old barracks are no longer
At least we know
enough.
financial time.
3 kilometers away from this first site began the construction of Birkenau, a gigantic concentration camp, but also a center of execution where as soon as they arrive, the deportees are sent directly into the gas chambers.
Hoes also used prisoners to supply manpower to a whole industrial complex.
A large chemical factory was set up. At the edge of technology at the time, it manufactured rubber for tires. The Auschwitz complex, that is the camps, the city, the factories, it's a permanent and incessant construction site from 1940 to almost 1945. At the end of the war, Auschwitz was constantly diversifying. After this huge factory, Hoes developed a major agricultural project with Himmler. He shared that with Heinrich Himmler, who did, as from 1918, started agronomy studies, so they had a common goal. Hoes was in charge of renting these greenhouses for research on new plants.
The record is quite clear as to what your answer was.
Starting in 1943, the Birkenau camp became huge.
And that's the only point I'm trying
The new
to get you to
agricultural
focus
hub settled in a small
on. Do you
hamlet,
recall that
Rajsko.
enough to answer the question, or do we need
During the
Either
war,
way,
Auschwitz became a model city for the Nazis.
The population was multiplied by
Do you
4.
think, because you're the one who brought up the effect
Within the
that
camp,
Microsoft
alongside
did.
Rudolf
You
Hoes,
think
another
the
major
effect
Nazi
that
criminal
Microsoft
also took
criticism
advantage of
of
convoys who arrived in
is
Auschwitz.
comparable
Sons
to
of
the
wealthy
effect on
industrialists, Dr. Joseph Mengel conducted medical experiments.
attributed to you.
Mengel led official research within an official framework in the concentration camp.
Internet software
He was leading, in a way just like at the butcher shop.
Quote, we are still selling operating
In the medical services and medical academies of the camp, the Nazi doctors carried out atrocious mutilations, especially on Jewish and Gypsy
The case where
deportees.
I personally criticized Microsoft.
These doctors were given all power over individuals who were no longer considered as human beings, but as human material on which we'll proceed to all searches we consider necessary to make medicine evolve in this or that department.
Who's doing the
Does
criticism
Dr.
in your
Mengel's
hypothetical?
experiences require children?
Well, I think the only person that has mentioned the word criticism
In this column of small survivors, filmed here in 1945,
I think it came out of
in
your
the front
answer
row, two
when
little
you were
twin
talking
sisters
about
were shaking
criticism of
hands.
Microsoft. Now, if I've misremembered your testimony,
Jewish women from Hungary, their names are Miriam and Eva,
I will
11
stand
years old
corrected by
at the
record.
time.
But my recollection is that I asked you whether you thought the publication of statements like this would adversely affect Netscape's
We
business
had no
prospects.
rights.
My recollection is
We had a
that you
fierce
gave me an answer, a
determination to
substantial
live one
portion
more
of which
day.
included a statement that
When they
in
got
your
to the
experience,
Auschwitz-Birkenau
criticism of
wharf in
Microsoft didn't really
1944
affect
with
your
the 5
business.
members
No,
of
I
their
didn't say that.
family.
I said statements by
As soon as they get off the train, Eva must undergo
whether
the selection
critical or
operated by the
otherwise.
SS who receive the convoys and work for
I
Mengel.
didn't think
Radio broadcast to all D2
explained
officers. Just be advised on
what happened to our
I-71
business,
South
but rather
in
other
Denison.
factors
OSP approaching the vehicle
that
with the
explain
driver
what
that
happened
was
to our
behind the
business.
wheel. When the dog car pulled up, the vehicle took off on them.
Misremembered the word
Good,
criticism,
and
but I
the Nazi
apologize.
nodded yes. At that moment, another Nazi
Do you
came,
think that
pulled
the
my
effect
mother in one
on
direction,
Microsoft's
we were pulled
business
in the opposite
of
direction.
Suspect
statements
vehicle
We
was
were
a
crying, she was
2011
by
crying.
its competitors?
Ford
Stripped of their
license
belongings,
plate
four
John
members of her
Lincoln,
family were sent to the gas
59.
chamber.
King John Lincoln
If Eva and her
1859.
sisters survived to that, it was to be used for the experiences of Dr. Mengel. Every day, they were driven to the medical service of the camp that he headed.
It ran a red light. It was last seen on full.
What does Netscape's business
Take
model
a
look
lot
like
of
if
blood
that
from my
happens?
left
Not
eye.
very good, close
Give
quote.
me a minimum of 5 injections into my
Driver
eye.
was a white older male, unquoted description.
The
Broadcast
content of those injections we did in Algeria.
I wish this question had been answered simply.
These injections
I think
make
it's
Eva
pretty
ill
I gave
with
you
a very high fever.
simple answer, but I was not aware
Next
of any
morning,
effect on their
Dr. Mengele
business
came in.
by the
As far as a
publication.
doctor, he never ever examined me. All he did,
And that may have answered my
then he
question.
declared laughing
That's
sarcastically.
because I
I
know
said,
that
too
you're a
bad.
person who uses words
She's so
very
young.
precisely. I need to be sure.
These experiments by Mengel on the twins, the acts of torture, play a strategic role for the Nazis.
At the very heart of Nazi ideology, there was this idea that Aryan blood is rare and everything needed to be done to promote reproduction and allow the growth of the Aryan population. So you have to try to find a method which allows the birth of twins or triplets.
They were trying, the older twins, who were in reproductive age, to mate female and male twins to see
If that's
if the
confusing to
female
you,
got pregnant,
as I say,
she
I will
would
put the
have
question
twins.
as many times as I
Because
need
they were very
to be sure that I get it clear.
in increasing the Aryan
My
race.
question,
Eva and her sister survived, forever marked by severe physical disabilities. 1.1 million people died in
but my
Auschwitz.
question, sir, is whether
Starting at
you
the end of
believe
1941, Hitler and his accomplices experiencing their first setback.
statements
To Goering, waging war at the same time in the West and East of Europe was crazy, but again, he is not fighting Hitler. At the beginning, Goering was very skeptical about an offensive to the East, and then he realized very quickly that apparently Hitler had made up his mind.
Not very good, close quotes.
That's the rule for Goering. If Hitler took a decision, it was up to him to obey orders.
Goering was right.
Alright, Brian, all the guys also.
Faced with the USSR, the German army had not planned the frosty winter. The troops are running out.
In front of Stalingrad, the losses are huge. At that time, the young Dieter has left the Hitler Youth to the Russian front, where he fought in the Hermann Goering division.
The young soldier is only 17 years old.
What I learned from adults who were present is that Goering had a different opinion of Hitler. He did not want war. During a conversation with Hitler, Goering said he didn't want to play a game of chance, and Hitler said he had always played a game of chance.
I told you I'm not aware.
Engaged in multiple battles, the Germans lacked the necessary weapons.
On Netscape, by the publication of that statement.
But Hitler doesn't want to hear anything. Among his close-knit guard, he looks for an accomplice who can promise him a war.
Goering, who has already been at the head of the arms industry, stands as a candidate. Hitler prefers him a more motivated employee. He chooses his architect, Albert Speer.
Precisely what those effects are or not.
Well, I'm not absolutely sure, but I did explain to you that
Hitler asked him to become Minister of Armaments.
in the analogous
Speer
situation,
said he had no training in this field. Hitler insisted, saying he was going to do it, so he accepted
not
this
come from
mission.
that, but from other factors.
What is the analogy?
Without Speer, the war would not have lasted that long.
Statements by competitors.
The Rhine Minister for Armaments and War Production, Albert Speer, visiting an arms company, thanked the workers for investments in the incredible increase in production.
Are analogous in terms of their effect on
Hitler asked him to double production rates, but right from the start for Speer, the problem seemed complicated. The men are sent to the battlefield, while women replace them in arms factories. Propaganda encouraged them to give up their previous jobs.
Financial Times article.
I don't know what it means to be like.
Not long ago, this worker was still a little seamstress in a fashion salon. This one, saleswoman in a jewelry store. This one, saleswoman in a perfume store.
Yet it's still insufficient to reach the exorbitant goals dictated by Hitler. In addition, Speer was responsible for overseeing the development of secret weapons who should reverse the course of the war. Particularly the V-1 and V-2 missiles that have been tested for over 5 years.
I stated in quite a broad way that statements by competitors about us.
These first historical ballistic missiles would be able
to explain future developments in our business prospects.
Against all odds, Speer pulled off the miracle.
Any changes in our business
While the country
prospects.
was witnessing bombings during the year 1943 by November, he succeeded to double the production of armaments.
Cannons and tanks are assembled by the chain in huge factories, where workers work over 70 hours per week. But his miracle also has a hidden face.
I'm asking about statements about this. And
because of Allied bombings, city centers were destroyed and some industrial sites as well.
Is whether you believe
it is at that moment that the idea to install Hermann production came about.
Microsoft, by its competitors,
in the center of Germany, in a forest region 50 kilometers from Hanover, a sprawling project will be buried under this hill.
Like the one published
the Nazis imagine a network galleries of more than 12 kilometers that cross from side to side the whole middle Badura Mountain.
Just trying to see that, and then also a phone number for him if
you get in through this vast entrance, which is 7 meters high.
Internet Explorer browser for free.
The former mine is presented as an endless succession of tunnels. This labyrinth includes 45 bays. It's the biggest underground factory in the world where workers assemble the famous V-2 missiles.
But it's also the heart of the system organized by Albert Speer.
When I talked about
Thousands of deportees from the concentration camps are locked up in their night and day to work like slaves. Of the 60,000 prisoners in the tunnel, 20,000 will die there, including more than 2,000 French people. Albert Speer always said he's ignorant of these barbaric living conditions that make his miracle possible. Hitler saw him like an organizational genius.
He decorated him. Speer's ambition irritates his rivals.
Are you asking you about what I said?
Speer succeeded in instrumentalizing the camp system with the arms industry. He called it a program. Hitler feared a war, and it was Speer, because he was always hungry to revenge himself on Hitler.
It's going to be a have fun tattoo at 11221 Detroit.
The Speer miracle is not enough. News from the Russian front are becoming more disastrous for the Germans.
About that, I don't remember using those exact
200,000 soldiers are taken as prisoners.
I will admit I am mildly confused by this alarm.
Using the word
they said there's an indoor camera by the register, the front counter. Those two
words.
And they saw a
his drug intake increases sharply, puffy, with glassy eyes. He weighs over 264 pounds.
Did you ever use those with respect to the browser?
He feels useless. It's a personal crisis, and for this, he's trying to calm down while taking medication based on morphine or other things.
Exactly those words in it. I'm not
It is at that moment that people know to the war, not only the German public, but it's also Hitler who was becoming more critical.
The browsing functionality in Windows was not something that we intended.
However, on the Eastern Front, when Marshal Goering inspected the Panzer Division named after him, all soldiers still had to pretend they believed in victory.
Just use the words forever free.
I may have.
Among the fighters in this unit, there was the young
browser
leader.
Functionality staying free in the future was certainly communicated by
Among us, we knew that the war was lost, but you could only think so. It could not be said openly.
Microsoft
if someone said that the war was lost and that it was all over, he would have been shot.
That these would explicitly be forever free.
I've said that about the broad feature set that's in Windows.
To curb this demotivation, Hitler needs a collaborator capable of enrolling the Germans behind him. It's time for the most fanatic
I
of
remember
his
an analyst
accomplices
talking
to
to me
return.
about that once at an analyst meeting.
When was that?
Well, it would have been one of our annual analyst meetings.
When?
Not this year.
Berlin's Palace
Last
on
year or the year
February
before.
18, 1943.
Is there a transcript of
Goebbels
that
put in
analyst
place a
meeting?
communication operation.
You can cancel EMS to smell
He
your
died
with
in a crowd of
the
Nazis who shared their
conversation
beliefs
with that
and
analyst,
also
no.
injured people coming
There are
from the
transcripts
front.
of analysts.
He carefully chose his
Only of the
14,000
formal
spectators.
Q&A, not of the most of the Q&A, which is where people are mixing around with
The
the
English
press and
pretend
analysts
that the
who come to
German
the
people
event.
are
And this
against the total
question
war
that you say
measures of our
happened
government.
after the transcript stopped being taken.
That's my recollection. Yeah.
According to the British, the people will not want total war, but capitulation.
We price our product, Windows.
I am asking you,
That's
do you want total
the
war?
only thing we do relative to pricing. The most important thing we
Spurred Up Fury
do
in
is we
Germany.
create the features of the product, including improved versions.
Do you want
Let me
this
be
war
sure
to be
my
total
question's
and so
clear.
radical than we had imagined?
Was any part of Microsoft's actions
I am asking you, are you determined to follow the Fuhrer
It's
intel
browser.
in order to achieve victory by accepting the
Sometimes
test,
referred to as
the
browser
toughest personal
technology.
ones?
Motivated by a desire to drive Netscape
That evening,
revenues
Goebbels, in a trance,
from
will achieve what he
users
considers like the
of
most
Netscape's
successful
browser
performance of his
down to
career.
zero.
Well, I think you're getting
Total war.
a little bit
We
psychological
want
there.
it.
No, I'm asking what you intended.
Germany
What
must
was-
sacrifice
what was
itself
the purpose of
completely.
what you were doing?
Germany will never
Our purpose was to
capitulate.
make Windows a better product and maintain and increase the popularity of Windows.
Was that the only purpose?
maybe hopeless.
3777, can you show me out with
If victory is possible, it will be thanks to the energy, the will, and sacrifice. If defeat is inevitable,
That was the purpose on which the decision was made.
Such a crash,
I just want to be clear
that they will be
in your
immortalized
testimony
by their sacrifice.
that an intent to deprive Netscape of
Goring,
revenue
his eternal
played
rival,
no
has
role
finally been put to shame.
in any of the
He
decisions
returned to the
that
forefront.
Microsoft made with
Goebbels
respect
then
to
deployed an
browsers or
extraordinary
browsing
energy.
technology. Is that your testimony?
He
Well,
visited
our
the
decision
victims from the
to
disaster
have
and bombed
the
cities,
browser
listened to
be a
complaints,
feature of Windows
Gave out medals.
was in no way motivated by something to do with Netscape. We had
and organized
chosen
soup kitchens.
that was a logical evolution
He's
of the
fully coming back
Windows
in the foreground
feature
like a
set
by Hitler in the background of
before
the second Hitler, for the
Netscape
benefit
was
of the
a
disaster.
factor at all.
Goebbels
If-
also
if-
expanded
if your
the age
answer
of
is that it
mobilization
played no
for
role,
all Germans.
That
The men are
is
now
your
enrolled
answer,
up
but
to
I need
age
to get on
60,
the record
and the
what
age of
your
the
answer
youngest is lowered to
And my
only
question
16 years of age.
is whether an intent to deprive Netscape of revenue played any role
Since the Allies are
in
approaching,
any of
I
the
decided to
decisions
get involved.
that Microsoft made with respect to its browser or browsing technology.
New recruits go to the
We
front in
decided
their daily clothes with the
That
guns
was a
they have on
logical
hand.
improvement of Windows to put the
Goebbels
browser
unnamed the
into
operation,
Windows
the People's
before
Storm.
we had much awareness of there even being a Netscape. So the decision that would be a feature, and as I've said, when we make something a feature of Windows, that means that it's
In ruins
available
of Berlin, where the
along with all the
inhabitants
other
rummage through
features
the trash
and the
to
license
eat,
fee.
one more
That
news will
decision had
shake
been
Nazi
made very
morale.
early on. We also had a very early recognition of the potential revenue sources from
In
things like
Normandy,
the search
the
button
Allies
and the
have just landed.
homepage, and that those would
Day by
become
day,
quite
the collapse of the
substantial.
Reich is looming.
Let's say we decide to put a new feature in.
Little Margit lives hidden in Berlin. To flee the Nazis, her
Is that
father,
included
a Jew,
in what you're
went into
asking about?
exile in China,
new feature
and
in
from
what?
his hiding place
In our
in July
internet
1944,
browser
the
technology.
little girl regains hope upon hearing news on the radio.
If the purpose is to
Oh my
deprive
God.
Netscape of revenue,
On July
that's why you
20th,
put it in.
1944,
Yes, it is
it was the
included,
attack
sir.
on Hitler, and what I heard
And
first on the
if you
radio,
don't understand
it was
the question,
Hitler's
my
voice
question
who
is not
said that he
clear.
had been saved by
I
Providence,
will
and it had saved
rephrase
him.
it. You can tell me the answer is yes, you can say
In
the
this
answer
room,
is no, you
completely
can say the
destroyed
answer
from
is I
its
don't recall, you
headquarters,
say
Hitler
the question
survived
is so
miraculously
confusing to
to
me I
bomb
can't
attack.
answer it. But all I'm trying to do is find
Around
out
him,
what your
we
answer
counted
is.
4 deaths and 9 seriously injured whom he visited
Well,
in the
do you have
hospital.
the question in mind?
I
The
think it's
attack
quite
was
a big
organized by
question.
top brass who wanted
Let
to
me just give you a
negotiate the
hypothetical to
capitulation of
understand.
Germany with
Let's
the
say we
Allies.
think users want a feature.
This plot against Hitler
And
triggered thousands of
it
arrests,
can be a feature
torture,
that
and murder.
we're doing first, or it's a feature that Netscape has
Speer,
done
Himmler.
first. When we decide to put that feature in, our primary
Goring,
goal is
Goebbels now
to
know what
make
they risk if they
Windows
betray
more
him.
popular and build momentum for Windows.
But they'll make different choices.
But certainly there is, let's say it's a feature that Netscape's done first.
His
Then
accomplices
we are
are
thinking,
also
okay,
supposed to
will
follow
users
their cure,
be
even
interested in
if
our
it
browser?
means
If it's a feature
sacrificing
we've done
their
first,
lives.
we're thinking, will users be
They are now
interested in our
trapped by
browser?
Hitler, who has lost his
So
mind.
you can't say that, as you get
In March
into
1945,
1996,
he is idling.
that we're unaware of
On these
Netscape,
propaganda
and
images, he sits in
even
front
though
of a map
what we're
and in the
primarily
face of
primarily
paralyzed
doing is
generals
related to making better
who
experiences
don't
for
dare
customers
talk
and all
about
that,
defeat.
the fact that we'll be compared with them in terms of how people choose browsers,
and yells at
we're
them.
aware of
But in
that.
spring 1945, he moves
I didn't
small
mean my
flags and
question to
pawns that
suggest
no
that
longer
you might have
exist.
been unaware of Netscape
On
in
April 20th,
1996.
1945, on Hitler's 56th
I
birthday,
assume that you
it's the last time that they're filmed together.
My
Goring
question
and him are
is
parading,
whether
apparently all smiles,
an
but it is just an illusion.
intent
A
to
few hours
deprive
later,
Netscape
they give out
of
Hitler
revenue
hastily.
played any
Goring
role
learns that Hitler
in
decided
any of the
not to leave
decisions
Berlin.
that you made about
Goring leaves for the south of
browsers or
Germany.
browsing technology. I'm not talking about a decision
At
where
that time,
you say,
being in Berlin
I understand
was
this will have an
equivalent to
effect
dying.
on Netscape, but I don't care.
Pull up
I'm going to do it anyway. I'm talking about a situation
Soviet soldiers are
at least
pushing the
in
city
part
under bombs.
you take an action with the intended purpose of depriving Netscape of revenue. Did you do that?
Well, the
In
original
a bunker
decision
under the monumental
to
chancery,
include the
out of
browser
the three
into
main
Windows as a
accomplices,
feature
Goebbels
Windows
is still holed up with Hitler.
was not taken in response to some thinking about Netscape.
It's not a big
But
deal
once you
because
get
Dr. Goebbels,
out to a
chief
period where
propagandist, will have worked at
we're
the
looking
set
at
on the scene of this
Netscape
death.
as one of
So
our
that for many
competitors,
centuries, the myth of this
it's
death,
very hard
of
to
this
say,
sacrifice, of its
did
disappearance,
that
will
influence
resonate.
our decisions or not. To me, that's a very vague
As the empire
question.
collapses,
It's one of the
Joseph
facts we are
Goebbels,
aware
a
of.
fanatic,
Our
addressed to the
primary goal, of
Germans
course,
on
is to
April
make
21st
Windows better for
one
customers.
last radio message.
And
The
we were
moment
doing
of
a lot
truth is
of great
approaching.
stuff there, and we're actually
I'm staying in Berlin,
very
accompanied by my
successful.
entire office. My
Once we
wife
got
and
past a
children
certain
too are
point
here,
in
and will
doing
stay
a
in
product
Berlin.
that people did decide to choose.
While the city is in the hands of the Soviets, on April
how
30th,
can you
1945, at 3 p.m.,
when every
Hitler
person at
committed
Microsoft
suicide.
makes any decision,
According to his last wishes, he appointed Joseph
we don't get to
Goebbels
run
as
it
his
where
official
there's
successor.
no thought about
But
Netscape,
Goebbels
and there
is
is a thought about
only
Netscape.
a
So
few hours.
you're asking me to reach
When
into
the
people's
Soviets arrived in
minds
the gardens of the Chancellery,
do something
they
that I
discovered the
think
charred
is
bodies by
strange.
Joseph and Magda Goebbels with the
Would you read
corpses
back
of their
my
6
question one more
children
time?
that they poisoned before committing
And again
suicide.
incorporated.
With Magda Goebbels, his wife, they agree that there is no future. There is no world without Nazism. So by killing their children, they're shutting out the next generation. It's over.
Everywhere in Germany, the Allies discover the same scene. Thousands of anonymous Nazis refuse to surrender and commit suicide as a family.
Unlike Goebbels, Himmler, and Goering are willing to negotiate.
Himmler and Goering are politicians till the end. These are people who
Have
leave
you
all
answered that
options
question
open,
now
who
to the
calculate,
fullest extent
and
that
who
you
want to
can,
survive.
Mr. Gates? Because if you
Hermann
can, we'll just
Goering
stop.
took refuge in his residence at the border from Germany and Austria.
Before he died, Hitler fired him. The Fuhrer appointed him like his successor, so, on April 23, 1945, Goering sent him this telegram, classified as confidential, where he opted to replace him.
If negotiations are necessary, I'll be in a better position than you in Berlin.
There, he asks Hitler if you are no longer able to take decisions.
I find the question
it's now
unclear
mine
enough
to
that I'm
take up your
afraid I won't
duties.
be able to do any better than I already have.
Hitler considered this telegram like
We
a
looked at
serious
charging
betrayal.
as part of the IE3 planning
That's why
during
Goering is removed from all
1996.
his functions.
I'm not asking when you looked at
Finally,
charging.
in May 1945,
I'm
Goering
asking,
surrenders to the
When
Americans.
did Microsoft first make an estimate or projection of how much money it would receive?
Well, when we looked at the issue of
His
whether
wife and daughter are under safe
it was a better
custody.
idea to charge or not as part of the IE3 planning.
And that would have been in 1996.
Goering
correct?
is still convinced that he will be able to negotiate if surrendered with all.
Yes.
He is a marshal, the highest military rank. Wolf learns that
She
he'll be
does,
treated
but
like
it
a
doesn't
criminal.
always come out
It
exactly
took
the
him
way you
time to
think.
understand that he won't have a chance to negotiate anything because it's a capitulation without
And who made
conditions that the Allies
estimate or
requested for
projection?
years.
Hitler was also betrayed by his Royal Highness
Well, I
Himmler.
know there was discussion with Pete
The
Higgins,
SS leader is
Peter
on the
Newport,
run.
and myself
Since February 1945,
about
to
that.
save his ass,
Each of us
Himmler
would
secretly
hazard
came in contact
some
with
view
the
of the
Allies to
value there.
negotiate capitulation.
He even authorized these
And
white
what
Red
was
Cross
the,
buses to save more than
projection or
13,000
estimate that you
prisoners
made
that he
as
liberated
to how
from the
much money
camps.
Microsoft would receive from browser advertising.
Himmler played a double game at the end of the war when he negotiated behind
I don't recall
Hitler's
the
back
exact
with the
number,
Allies.
We notice his
I
disconnection
honestly
from
don't recall
reality.
the-
He really
the
believed
number.
that the
Can you give
Allies
me
would
any
accept him being in a
approximation
strong
range at all?
position.
Would have been.
He was finally recognized near Hamburg, and at the moment he was being searched in this house by an English doctor.
In this period,
Himmler bite a cyanide
Netscape had
capsule,
done a
the
deal
poison that he kept hidden in his
to
mouth.
sell their search
When he understood that he was not
traffic,
credible,
some portion
Himmler
of it,
hid among German
for something
soldiers
like
captured
$15
as
million.
prisoners. He wanted to go unnoticed,
And,
disguised with a
of
false
course, they had
identity.
a much higher usage
He died immediately.
of their browser than we
The
did of
assassin of the
ours.
century will never
And
be
so,
accountable.
depending on what you thought our usage would be, you could prorate in and look at what
He wanted to
Netscape
escape
was
from his
getting
responsibilities, not
on
only
their
by
search
fleeing,
deals and
but
other
also
deals
by
and
committing
do the
suicide
estimate
and not
based on
appearing
that.
before a judge.
Let me distinguish between two things. One
On the
is you're
same
sitting
day,
here
in
right now and
Flensburg,
doing
in the
logical
north of
estimate.
Germany, the last
And the
Nazi
second
officials
is whether
are
you
arrested.
remember what your estimate
Among them
was
is
back in
Hitler's
1996.
protege,
I don't remember what
Albert
the
Speer,
estimate is,
the architect
but I think
and
I'm
minister
being quite
for
helpful
armament.
to you in telling you facts that went into making that estimate back in 1996, because Netscape had already
In the summer of
monetized some portion
1945,
of their
among
search
the
button
accomplices of
traffic.
Hitler's inner circle,
I
Goring
appreciate you
alone
help.
and Speer
What I'd
are
like to
still
do, if I
alive.
could, is
At the bottom
approach
of
it
the
my way,
ladder,
because for
Hollis
me it's
also
easier to
survived.
understand it my way.
They'll
I
have to
take it
face the judges
question
to
by
pay for
question.
their crimes. They're still hoping
And
to get
the
out
first
alive.
question is, do you now recall anything at
November
all about
20th,
the estimate
1945,
that you
in
made
Nuremberg, the
back
trial
in
of the century
1996
began.
as to how much advertising revenue Microsoft would receive from the browser?
And my answer
These
is
American,
is
English,
directly
Russian, and French
related
judges
to that,
have to
which
judge the
is
24 biggest
I would have
Nazi
taken,
criminals still alive.
I don't recall the number, but I would have taken the
Almost
revenue
the death
Netscape was
penalty,
getting
and for the first time
and
in
use that
history,
to
they will
come
have to
up
answer
with
of a new
what the number
crime,
might
the
look
crime
like
against
for
humanity.
us proportional to our
The
traffic.
first defendant is Hermann
That's what I
Goring,
recall
skinny
about
and
that.
cured of his drug
What you're saying
addiction.
is you don't
He
recall
feels he
what the
still has
number
enough
was.
energy left to
You
fight.
do recall
He was
the
in great shape
methodology
at the time,
used
and
for
he
writing.
really took this
That's
trial
right.
like a fight.
Now, focusing on the
Hermann Wilhelm
number,
Goering.
I want to ask you the question that I always do in
From the
these
start of the
circumstances.
trial, Goring
Do you
wants to make a name
recall
for himself.
any estimate or
According to the
range
American
of what the
procedure,
number was?
the
I know you've
defendants
given me a
just have to
methodology,
plead
and that is
guilty
helpful,
or
and I
not
appreciate
guilty,
it.
but he has
But I
prepared
also
a
want
long
to know
speech.
whether you recall anything at all about approximately
Before
what the
responding
number
to the
actually
court.
was that you came up with, or what the range would be.
That I
Well,
be found guilty or not guilty.
There's several variables. Nobody can just say a number. You have to decide how much the internet's going to increase in popularity. You have to decide over what period of time you're trying to estimate this number. You have to decide what the traffic share of IE will be. And then you sort of take the Netscape traffic at that point in time and use that,
On
and
these
say,
allegations,
is the
I plead not
monetized
guilty.
traffic sort of per
After
hit
him, all
going to
defendants will
become
plead
equally
not
valuable,
guilty
less
in
valuable, or
return.
more valuable?
Not
And
guilty.
is that what you did back then?
Not guilty. No.
That's what I recall we did.
During the
Okay,
trial,
now,
Goring
what I'm
is the
trying
center
to
of
find
attention.
out is
He
if
still
you
thinks he'll
recall
escape
at
the
all,
death penalty with this strategy.
what was the approximate
He
number
wants to
that you
defend
came up
Hitler's
with,
project
or what was the
for Germany.
range within which the number, in your terminology,
His
with a high
idea
degree of
about
probability would
To
fall?
justify his
I'm
jury.
sure that we came
The
up with
judges
different numbers
planned
with
an
the different
electric shock.
assumptions, but I don't recall any of those numbers.
Nazi criminals
you
must be
recall
confronted in
approximately
court
what
with unbearable images filmed
I can
on
only
the
do
camps
it by
deliberated.
going back to the algorithm I've described to you and sort of using that data
Shot images
now
by Americans and
and,
Russians
and
who
computing
forever
numbers in
testify
terms
the
of a
atrocities made
recollection
up
of
by the
any
defendants.
numbers based on the various assumptions that have to be made back in that time frame. No.
During the screening, Goring
you
looks
were-
away.
you were
He
asked,
understands that his defense has fallen apart.
Some questions.
With the images on the screen, he had very few chances to succeed with his idea of explaining
June,
and justifying
21, 1995 meeting with Netscape. And that's a
The
meeting
full
you did not
testimony
attend.
by Rudolf
Am I
Hollis,
correct?
the commander from the Auschwitz camp, will further burden
I've never
the
met with
defendants.
Netscape.
Certainly
And
the
did
prisoners
you
were
know
poorly
that
treated,
Microsoft people were meeting with Netscape before they actually met?
but with a certain method.
I don't recall knowing in advance.
They
You
defend
did
the
know
Nazi
after the fact
regime
because
till
you
the
got
end,
emails
but in
that you
Nuremberg,
saw.
only one will deny
Correct.
his beliefs
Yeah.
and pretend to know
That's
nothing
right.
of the
I
Holocaust.
recall getting those emails, at least the Thomas
However,
Reardon
he's one of the
Silver
closest to Hitler,
one.
Albert Speer, the architect.
I'm not aware of any such thing, and I know it's very much against
And the collapse of
the
his
way we
regime will
operate.
be a terrible period of suffering for the German people.
That's right.
After this trial, I'm going to
Now-
condemn Hitler as the one responsible for this misfortune.
Subsequent to being apprised that Mr. Andreessen, at least, was asserting that this had happened, did you make any effort to find out what had actually happened at that
He was
meeting?
even considering
Well, first of all, I don't want to be involved in
Of course it was
characterizing what Mr. Andreessen said.
On October
'Cause I-
1st,
all I know
1946,
is
after
something
10
about a
months of
quote about
trials in Nuremberg,
a
the
dead
verdict
horse
is
head or
in.
something like that. That was what I recall from the Wall Street Journal article. I did, after the Wall Street Journal article, see some email that Andreessen had sent our people
12
after the meeting
defendants
saying
were
it was a great
convicted to
meeting.
death by hanging.
And I did see
Speer's strategy paid off. He is
the
only
Reardon
sentenced
mail
to 20 years
that
in prison.
I deleted, but somebody
Goring doesn't want to be hanged like a mere
gave
delinquent,
back to me and
but
some
prefers to
Reardon
die like a
notes
soldier,
from the meeting.
shot by a firing squad. The court
I
rejects
think
it.
we're talking about the same meeting. I think there may have been
So, the
more
ultimate
than
provocation,
one, but
a few hours before
in any
the
case, I think we're
execution of
talking
his
about the same
sentence,
meeting.
with the complicity of one of his
I
American
think the record
guards,
may show that there
Goring
was
got a
a
capsule
meeting
of
before
poison
the
and
June
committed
21
suicide
meeting.
in his cell. Still
that sounds
convinced
right.
he is making history.
But the meeting that I was particularly asking about was
He
the
said
June
that
21
now.
meeting, and I
Don't
think that
condemn
that
me,
probably
but
was
in
what
about
was in the
50
Wall Street
years,
Journal.
you'll see.
No,
There will be
you
small
can't really
statues
say
of Hermann
because
Goring
Wall
in
Street
all
Journal
German
talked about a
departments.
May meeting, and May is not June. Not by a
Those
long shot.
responsible for
I agree
Auschwitz
with
were
May,
handed
not
over
June.
to
Maybe
the
there were
Polish
two such
justice
meetings.
system because the
I'm not aware
atrocities
of any
occurred on their
meeting
soil.
between us and
Among
Netscape
them,
in May.
Rudolf Hoes,
So
the
that,
director of the
that
camp.
seems very strange.
He will
and,
be tried
and that
condemned
confused
in
me
Warsaw
about
to
that
show the
Wall Street
example,
Journal article.
to be hanged in the
Let me
camp
ask
at
you,
his
did
crime
you,
scene.
when you saw the Wall Street Journal article, it talked about the May meeting in terms of allegedly market
It's scary to see
dividing
the coldness
conduct.
in his feelings. He doesn't
Did
really
you try to
express
find out
regret
whether
with
there had
regard
been
to
a
these
May meeting
murders.
between
To him, he was
representatives
just
of
following
Microsoft and
orders.
representatives of Netscape?
Well, again, I wouldn't characterize the article in that way.
Years have passed in Hitler's
When I read the
close-knit
article,
guard. Only one remained alive and will
what it
become
said
master in the art of lying.
interested me enough and concerned me enough. I did seek to find out if there was a May
When he
meeting.
reached Spandau prison in the
But
suburbs
I
of
don't think the
Berlin
article
in
is what you're
1966,
suggesting.
Albert
Said
Speer,
what you're
is only
suggesting. We should get a
61 years
copy of the
old.
article. I
Hitler's
don't remember it
architect
that
and
way.
minister
I remember
attracts
Andreessen
media
talking
from all
about
over the world.
how he'd been in fear
After 20
that
years
Don
of
Corleone
detention,
would come to
he's the
see
only
him.
one capable of explaining how
Once I
Hitler's
realized that
regime
there was no
used
meeting in May, and it wasn't, that he after the meeting said he enjoyed the meeting and that it was
When Speer got out of prison, he had already signed a
group of
very
our guys
lucrative
down there trying
contract to write his memoirs.
talk about if there was any areas of cooperation. It seemed, the whole thing seemed very strange.
Did you
written in prison, were
talk
translated
to
into
people to find out whether there was a May meeting?
Yes.
He's a star.
I consulted with
Speer is
my
being
lawyers.
interviewed on all TV platforms around the world.
Other
Why
than
did Hitler make you one of his
lawyers,
friends?
Did you try to find out whether there was a
Hitler
May
never
meeting?
had friends,
Well, my
and as I
lawyers
said at the Nuremberg
then
trials, what if Hitler would have had friends?
Talked to
I was
all
a
the
friend of
people
his.
that might have met with Netscape, and I made sure they
Maybe
they
I'm
did that
making
pretty
his
broadly.
childhood dream come true.
And you were informed that there was no May meeting. Is that
He
your
keeps
testimony?
That's the
introducing himself as
understanding
an
I was
architect
given,
who
yes.
knew nothing
And
about
then
the
I was
regime's
given
worst crimes.
some of the other information that I've already mentioned.
But all
According
that
to his
information came
assertions,
from your
he didn't
lawyers,
know anything
not
about the
from
extermination of the Jews.
non-lawyer employees of
In the
Microsoft. Is that what you're
70s,
saying?
Speer is gradually being caught
came
up
to
through
me through
revelations
my lawyers.
concerning his involvement in the
Did
Holocaust.
you ever have a conversation
Particularly, we know, thanks to this
with anyone
photo, which he
in the last
visited in
12
1943,
months, other
the
than
Mauthausen
lawyers,
camp where more than 200,000 people died, and that he
concerning,
heard Himmler mention the extermination
whether
of the
there
Jews.
were meetings in May or June of 1995 with Netscape, and if so,
If we
what
had known
happened at those
everything we know
meetings?
today, he would have been convicted to death.
Well, there might
was
have
a
been a
very
point
dangerous
after I got
personality.
all the data from the lawyers
He was hiding his true nature
where I said
from an icy
to
politician.
some of the PR
Albert
people
Speer
what
will
an
escape from the
outrageous
truth
slander
till the end.
that article had been.
Hitler's
and
last close friend
how
died in
unfair I
bed of a
felt
heart
it
attack
was,
in 1981.
So I may have mentioned that to them.
Joseph Mengele, the doctor
did
from
you have any
Auschwitz, also known as the
conversations
Angel of Death, died
in
in
the last 12
1979
months
in Brazil
with
without
any
ever having
person
been caught up with justice.
who was dealing with Netscape
None of these
in
major criminals who
1995
worked so hard in
about whether
Hitler's
there
reign
were
own a
May
tomb
or
today.
June meetings, and if so,
Their
what happened
remains
at those
were either
meetings?
scattered or buried anonymously
No, I
to
relied
avoid
on
any gatherings
the
from
lawyers to go
nostalgic
and,
people.
and meet with those people and gather the facts.
Their
and
traces are
educate
gradually
me
disappearing.
About was there a May
At the end of
meeting
this
and
road lost in the
what
forest,
was
without indication,
the agenda,
these
or what
abandoned
was
ruins
Andreessen's
are
state of
those
mind
from
after
Adolf
the meeting?
Hitler's
What did the
favorite
notes
house, where all
look
his
like? But that's
accomplices
all
used to
very
meet.
recent. That is after the journal article.
Now, have you ever read the complaint in this case?
No.
Have you ever received a summary of the complaint in this case?
I wouldn't say I've received a summary, no. I've talked to my lawyers about the case, but not really the complaint.
Do you know whether in the complaint there is an assertion, I'm not talking about the Wall Street Journal article. I'm talking about the complaint that was filed last May. Do you know whether in that complaint there are allegations concerning the 1995 meeting between Netscape and Microsoft representatives relating to alleged market division discussions?
I haven't read the complaint, so I don't know for sure, but I think somebody said that is in there.
Did you find that out before or after the Wall Street Journal?
September the 1st, 1939. German troops thrust deep into Poland.
The first time I knew about these allegations was the Wall Street Journal article.
Mr. Gates,
20 years earlier.
when did you first become concerned about the competitive threat that Netscape posed
In November
to
1980,
Microsoft?
after 4 years of World War I, Germany's Emperor, Kaiser Wilhelm II, had been forced to abdicate. His armies were being ground down by a remorseless offensive by British, French, and US troops. His people faced starvation. But already,
Can you repeat that?
was taken. The German generals and troops claimed that they hadn't been defeated in battle, but betrayed by their own cowardly politicians.
I know by late 95,
the 11th hour of the 11th
we were thinking of Netscape as one of our many competitors.
Came to an end. The following month,
So I think it would have been around
Woodrow
then.
Wilson of the United States arrived in Europe, promising to create
When
a
did
new
you
world
first
order.
become concerned about the competitive
He
threat
persuaded the world's leaders
that
to sign
Java
up to a new League of
posed
Nations.
to Microsoft?
At the Treaty of Versailles, they agreed that from now on, disputes between countries would be resolved not by fighting, but by debate.
Well, Java as a computer language does not pose a
Peoples of
competitive
Europe
threat to
were safe.
Microsoft. There's some
Germany's
runtime
ally,
work
the
that various
Austro-Hungarian
people,
Empire,
companies
was
are doing with
Out
different
of it, new
APIs,
nations
including
were
Sun,
created.
that
Austria,
represent
Hungary,
platform
Czechoslovakia,
competition. So
Yugoslavia,
you have to be careful how you talk
Latvia,
about Java.
Lithuania, and Estonia. Germany itself.
Do you
was
talk
greatly
about Java
reduced in
as a
size.
competitive threat to Microsoft, Mr. Gates?
But this process contained a time bomb.
There's a lot of
Not
documents
everyone celebrated the birth of countries like
understanding inside
Czechoslovakia.
Microsoft that Java, the
Several of
language,
them contain substantial
which,
German
if you
minorities.
take the term Java on the face of it and in some context is what it refers to, but that's not a competitive threat. In fact, we are the leading vendor of Java language development
war-torn
tools.
German people also
Sometimes,
had one final
in the right
indignity
context, when
inflicted
people
on
use that term, they're talking
They were
about
forced
various
to pay a
runtime
massive
activities.
£6.6 billion
You have to
in reparations to
look
France
pretty
and
carefully at the
Britain, something
context.
they could ill afford.
My question right now
And
doesn't
when he
go to
returned
what
to
various
America,
people within
Wilson's
Microsoft
new world order immediately
have said or believe. My question
US
goes to what
Congress
you have
decided
said.
it could not
Do
risk
you
being
refer,
sucked into another
have you
war.
referred
It
to
refused to join his league,
Java
and
as
the
a
US
competitive threat to
withdrew into
Microsoft?
isolationism. Germany was now a very different nation. It was still Europe's biggest country, but its
The
militaristic
Java
monarchy
runtime
had gone.
activities
It had
are a
become
competitive
a
threat to
democracy.
Microsoft. Java itself
But
is
its
not.
government, the
So if I use the
so-called
term
Weimar
Java,
Republic, was
that way
soon
I'm
struck by a series
I'm
of
careful to make sure people know I'm talking about the runtime piece.
Street battles erupted between extreme right-wing
Have
nationalists
you
and communists
sometimes,
trying
as a
to start
shorthand,
revolution.
referred to Java
Then
as
in
opposed to
1923,
what you
the
now
country was
say is the
devastated
Java
by
runtime
hyperinflation,
activities
which reached
as a competitive threat
hundreds
to
of % above
Microsoft?
Ordinary people's savings were wiped out.
I may have, if
This was
I
fertile
made it
ground for a
clear
new
what I
breed
meant.
of rabble-rousing right-wing politicians.
And by making it clear what you meant, can you explain what you mean by that?
to draw the
Hitler
distinction
had been
between
born
Java, the
in Austria.
language,
He had fought
and the
bravely
runtime
as a soldier
activities
in World
around
War
Java,
I,
the
and
APIs
been
being
awarded
created
the
there
Iron
by
Cross.
various companies.
On returning to Germany, he settled
Have
in Munich,
you
and his fiery oratory soon enabled him to
received
seize
email
control of the
from
small
people
National Socialist
that
or Nazi party.
describe Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, inside
In
Microsoft,
October 1923,
the context
Hitler
of
and his henchmen
the various pieces of Java, including in a lot more detail than I've had a chance to explain to you so far, is well understood.
In prison, he wrote a book.
And so we use a lot of shorthands for a lot of things that confuse people who just look at the emails.
And demanded that it rebuild its strength and seek new
Could I have the question read back, please?
On his release, he set about building the Nazis into a proper, disciplined political party. From now on, he would use the democratic system to achieve power.
Under the scenario I described, it's possible that people would do that in
Weimar
email.
Germany prospered. Support for extremist parties, left and right.
When you say under the scenario that I described, what scenario you're talking about?
The scenario is people within inside Microsoft who have an understanding of the various pieces of Java who are communicating with each other.
My question is not what are the circumstances under which it is possible that that happened. My question is, have you received email from people in Microsoft that assert that Java is a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Politicians like Hitler. By 1931, his Nazis were a true mass movement. And they had their own brown-shirted thugs, the SA stormtroops, who numbered almost 3 million. In the 1932 elections, the Nazis became the largest party in Germany's parliament, the Reichstag. But Hitler refused to join a coalition, leaving parliament paralyzed. To break the impasse, President Hindenburg made him chancellor in January 1933.
It's possible there's someone who, having the right context about the pieces that are entailed in Java, may have used that as a shorthand for the piece we consider a competitive threat.
Emergency powers.
My question is not what is possible, but what you recall. If you don't recall ever receiving an email in which somebody from Microsoft asserted that Java was a competitive threat, that's an answer to my question. You can say yes, no, I don't recall, but
I don't recall a specific piece of mail. I think there's a good chance that I've received mail where somebody used that kind of shorthand.
At first, there was little sign of what was to come. The next 3 years,
now, have you
concentrated on
used that kind of shorthand? That is, have you personally asserted that Java is a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, I always object to you're acting like the assertion
but in secret, Hitler was also
stands by itself. There's a shorthand that I told you about. So no, I've never asserted that statement. We used the term Java in a variety of contexts, and if you want to show me a context, I'll answer. But the assertion on the face of it is wrong unless somebody's using the term Java in a very special way.
What I'm asking you, Mr. Gates, is whether you have used Java in what you describe as the very special way to refer as a shorthand to whatever it is that you believe constitutes a competitive threat to Microsoft.
Unemployment plunged.
I don't remember a specific document where I did, but I think it's quite likely that with certain people I use that shorthand.
Okay.
The Führer made his first expansionist move. In 1935, he reoccupied the Saarland district on the French
when you
border
use
after it voted to
Java
return
as a
from the
shorthand
to Germany.
In describing Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft, am I to understand that what you mean in that context is to refer to what you have described here as the Java runtime activities?
Yeah, if you want to get into what we mean by the shorthand, you'll have to show me a specific context, because sometimes it might mean EJB, sometimes it might just mean the VM, sometimes it might mean AWT, sometimes it might mean JFC. I mean, but I'll be glad to clarify any particular case. You have to have the context.
If necessary, we'll go through each one context by context, although that's obviously a lengthy procedure. But let me see if I can try to get some general principles.
and deprived them of their citizenship.
When you refer to Java as a
When the
competitive
first
threat to
threats came
Microsoft,
to world
what
peace,
do you mean?
they didn't come from Hitler at all, but from somewhere else.
I've told you it depends on the context.
Why don't you list each of the different things that you mean when you describe Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
I don't know what you mean. You're asking me to recall every context where I might have ever used that shorthand?
Defeated Russia.
Well, I'm asking you to tell me
and he had fought alongside
every context that you do recall.
After the war,
I've told you I don't recall any specific document where I've used the shorthand. I can give you several contexts where it's very likely that I have.
But politically,
if that's the best you can do, let's start with that.
Contradictions. Nominally,
Well, there's the
democracy,
context
the
of
tradition was still
server
strong.
middleware,
Most
APIs,
Japanese revered their emperor as a living
EJB
god and regarded him as their true
discussion.
leader.
And people who
And the
write
country faced
three-tier
major
applications,
economic
what APIs are they
Population
likely
was exploding,
to develop their
and it had no natural
applications
resources
against?
to fuel its rapidly expanding industries.
And why does
Its leaders
Java,
needed
in your
solutions.
view, represent a
saw them
competitive
in
threat to
Chinese
Microsoft
Manchuria.
with respect to server middleware or EJBs?
Manchuria was a land of rich grain fields, with plenty of coal and minerals.
No, I've told you that
It was a perfect
Java itself is not the competitive
Japanese
threat.
troops
I'm telling
were
you the thing
already
that is the
stationed.
competitive threat. So when you rephrase it to say Java's the
Other
competitive
possible
threat,
targets were the
that's
colonies
just the
ruled by the
shorthand term. The
European
competitive
powers.
threat is the
Burma,
APIs and the
Malaya,
EJB
Hong Kong,
and
controlled
the
by
other
Britain.
middleware layers
Indochina,
that people are putting
ruled by
together.
France and the Dutch East
Well,
Indies.
Mr. Gates,
But at this stage,
in your
Japan
view,
had to be cautious.
does
It
Java
didn't want to
play
rouse
itself
the other great power in
any
the Pacific.
role in what you view as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Java the language?
Yes,
For
let's
all
start
its
with Java the language.
anti-imperialist slogans, the
No.
U.S. actually ran an unofficial empire in the Pacific.
When you
Philippines,
refer
Guam,
to
and
Java
several islands
as a
were under
competitive
its
threat,
direct rule.
why do you use the word Java as shorthand
It undoubtedly
for what
had
you
the
now
strength
say
to take on
doesn't
Japan.
relate to Java?
Since the end of World War I,
I didn't say that.
had other
It certainly
distractions.
relates to Java. Java runtime relates to Java. I mean, give me a break.
Mr. Gates,
This was America's jazz age.
you know perfectly well that you and lots of other people within
Throughout the
Microsoft
1920s, the nation
describe
concentrated on
Java,
exploiting its vast resources.
J-A-V-A, without
An
talking
economic
about
boom that
runtimes
seemed
or
without end.
EJBs or server
Fortunes
middleware.
were made both in
Java,
industry and the stock
J-A-V-A,
markets.
as a competitive threat. You know that, don't you?
America seemed lost to the
I've told you
increasing
that
pursuit of pleasure.
when we talk about the Java runtime threat, we often use Java as a shorthand for that. We haven't come up with another term for the Java runtime competitive threat in its various forms.
America had slashed its army.
When did
and
you
agreed a naval reduction treaty with Britain,
first
France, and
become
Japan.
concerned about the Java
This, in
runtime
effect,
threat
handed naval
Microsoft?
superiority in the Pacific to the Japanese.
Obviously, spending a gallon per usual.
And then
She's also going to be named suspect for menacing.
as the economic devastation spread, a quarter of the population lost their jobs.
Okay, copy.
Tens of thousands were made homeless, living in shantytowns. Whereas before it had been distracted by pleasure, now America was distracted by pain. It was time for Japan to make the move. In 1931, without even informing their own elected
There's been a lot
government,
of changes in the
Japanese
strategy of
forces
Sun
in
and
Manchuria
various
seized
people.
the capital Mukden,
I know
and then overran the rest of the territory.
there was talk about Java in the
Puppet
second
state,
half of
Manchu
'95.
Kuo was proclaimed
but-
under a puppet rule.
I don't think we
Henry Puyi, the last emperor of China,
really understood
being deposed in 1911,
the
was
various
dragged
people
out of
around
Thailand.
were doing
Discover the past with exclusive military
sometime in
documentaries,
96,
ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians. On History Hit. Watch them on your smart TV or on the go with your mobile device. Download the app
Son
now
was
to watch
doing
everything, from the gripping story of the
promotion
Band of Brothers to Operation
of writing
Barbarossa
applications strictly to the Java
in the
runtime,
dramatic stories of this
to their Java
remarkable era by
runtime,
signing up
which is one of them.
in the description.
In fact, they have multiple. Then we would have
At its headquarters in Geneva,
looked
the
at
League
that
of
as
Nations now faced
something
its
we needed
first
to
great test.
understand
Japan
and
was
decide
universally condemned,
how it affected our
but
strategy.
her response was blunt.
My question is not when you decided you needed to look at Java to decide something. My question is, when did you first
And the League suddenly
conclude
realized
that what you referred to as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft?
It's a little complicated because there's some of the, even the runtime pieces of Java that
these were easy pickings.
support, but there's some things that people are doing in those runtimes that we have a different approach, but that's all more recent in terms of understanding what our products are going to do.
My question
as a precursor
is, when did you first conclude that what you have described as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Then in July 1937, the Japanese provoked an incident with Chinese troops and
discussion about what to do with Java and Java runtime things, and
at first the Chinese were taken by surprise.
it was a part of what Sun was doing
But they soon
by late '96.
The communists even joining the Kuomintang in a united front.
We had decided not
The Japanese responded with amphibious landings. By the end of 1937, they had overrun much of northern China.
There's some extensions they were doing in late '96 that we thought of as competitive.
The Japanese figured this war with
Do I understand that
exceptional
last
brutality.
answer to be that it
Bombing
would
cities
not have
with
been until late 1996
Westerners
that
living
you
in the
considered
commercial
what you have
center,
described
port
as
of
the Java
Shanghai,
runtime threat as a competitive threat to
The
Microsoft?
city was then
Well,
besieged for 3 months.
You used the word conclude, and there's a long period of time where there's a lot of thinking about Java runtime inside Microsoft where people are going back and forth, and some people will say, hey, this is fine, it's not competitive. Somebody would say, hey, maybe it is competitive. There's a lot of going back and forth. So when you use the term conclude, I assume you're talking about a point at which
But it was after
there's
the
a
capture of
clear
Nanking,
opinion and not
then
just a
Chinese
lot of
capital,
debate.
on December the 17th, 1937.
Even, my view being established. And so then
over
I
300,000
think you've got to go
civilians are estimated to
as
have
late
been
as late
massacred
'96
during a
before
6-week orgy of
there's much clarity at all.
I think you may have answered the question, but I want to be sure, because my question relates not to what other people were saying within Microsoft, but what you believe. And what I'm trying to find out is, when you, Bill Gates, first believed that what you have described as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft.
Despite this, the Western powers refused to intervene.
Well, you used the word conclude. In late,
actually, in this last answer, I used the word believe. The last question, I used the word believe.
So you're changing the question.
Well, if believe includes different from you, I'll ask it both ways.
Yeah, it's very different. In late,
Okay, then let me ask the question so the record is clear what you're.
You don't want to let me answer the last one?
Or if that's what you're going to answer, let's read the question back so that we're sure. Would you reincorporate the question so that the record is clear that what follows is intended to be a response to this particular question?
To buy arms. Even though the communists were now fighting alongside the Kuomintang, the Soviet Union didn't help either. Its only involvement was a series of clashes along its own border with Manchuria. But China itself received nothing. Instead, it had to fight on alone. During 1938, the Japanese overran Canton, pushed the Chinese forces deeper into the west of the country. All the rhetoric of the League of Nations, all those promises to stop international aggression had come to nothing. And by now the Western powers were facing aggression much closer to home.
Deve cristallizzare una posizione di potente ingiustizia. Sangue, i principi che sorgono e che nascono e i principi che declinano, la vittoria è per noi, per i fede.
Today, it is easy to laugh at Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy. All that posturing seems faintly ridiculous now, but it didn't seem
the first part of '96. There were, I was getting a lot of
back then
different opinions about Java runtime and what some was doing and what we should do. I wouldn't say that I
the democratic government,
firmly
as in Germany,
that it was a competitive threat because that all depended on what some was doing, what other companies were doing, and what we were going to do. By late '96, I think we had or I had a view that what Sun was doing was
general strike in August 1922.
A competitive
Mussolini
activity.
ordered his followers to march on Rome. Fearing civil war, Italy's king, Victor Emmanuel, asked him to form a government.
Activity. You use the term activity to mean the same thing that you meant before when you used the term threat.
Well, you were the one who used the term threat. I'm not quite sure. It was competitive. Is something that's competitive always a competitive threat? I'm not sure.
Mr. Gates, I think the record will show, and if necessary, we can go back to it.
By 1928, his position seemed
Java
secure.
runtime threat.
Parliament was appointed rather than elected, and all power was firmly in the hands of the fascist Grand Council.
That's not the same as competitive threat.
Well, when you use the Java runtime threat
Mussolini's
phrase,
first acts made him immensely popular.
what did you mean by threat?
Massive programs of public works
I meant that it was
provided
competitive.
employment and transformed Italy's infrastructure. Corruption,
And so you were
rooted out,
using, in that
mafia
context,
more or
threat
less
and
eliminated.
competitive to mean the same thing?
Yes.
Italy's armed forces were
Now,
built up,
using
including an
threat
advanced
in the same
modern
sense
air
that
force.
you were using it to mean competitive.
In the Mediterranean, Mussolini launched a
I
powerful
want
navy,
to ask what you
bigger
said
than
was
the
the
combined might
different
of the
question
British and French Mediterranean
from
fleets.
what you believed. When did you
When the
conclude
Great Depression came, Italy seemed
that
to weather it better than most.
the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to
Mussolini
Microsoft?
became a source of worldwide inspiration.
Well, by late
Political
'96, I thought of it as
Adolf
competitive.
Hitler in Germany saw the fascist system as a
And
role
when you
model,
use the word
strong
threat,
and purposeful,
are you using it
in
to
contrast to the
mean
weakness
what you
of
have
democracy?
said you meant by believe as well as what you said you meant
But
by
Mussolini
conclude?
wanted more than adulation. He wanted to recreate the Roman Empire. And
I
he
mean,
already
by
had a
then,
target in mind for his first imperial land grab.
it was pretty clear to me it was another thing we had to think of in terms of the list of the competitors, as opposed to earlier.
Italy already
where
had colonies on its borders
I
in
wasn't
Eritrea
sure
and
of that.
Italian Somaliland. In December 1934, Italian forces provoked a clash
What
with Abyssinian troops
did you do
at an
to
oasis
try
in
to
the
respond
Ogaden region, well
to
inside
what you have
Abyssinian
described
territory.
as the Java runtime threat?
Mussolini then
same
sent
thing we
reinforcements
always
to
do.
Eritrea and Italian Somaliland,
Innovate in our
demanding
products
that
and
Abyssinia
use the
pay
customer feedback to delight them so that
the Emperor of Abyssinia, Haile
they
Selassie,
choose to license our
appealed in
products.
person to the League of Nations.
Did you do anything else to try to respond to what you
He
described
called
as
on
a
it
job
to
of
live up to its
runtime theft?
ideals. Here was a small nation under threat from
Well, we
another
try to
member
understand
of the
from
League.
customers
This was the supreme
what they're
test.
doing and
But
how
the
our strategy might appeal versus
Britain's
someone else's
foreign
strategy,
minister,
and
Anthony Eden, at
then
least
go
tried
back
to
and look at our
broker
strategy to
peace
see if we
deal.
can make it better.
But Mussolini would have none of it.
Did you do anything else?
In early October 1935, the Italian army invaded from Eritrea and Italian Somalia. The primitive Abyssinian forces stood little chance
I'm not
against
sure
a
what you
modern
mean.
army equipped with
Our whole
artillery
activity
and
here,
tanks.
everything we do really comes under what I just described.
Everything Microsoft does comes under
The Italian Air Force had
what
total
you just
command
described.
of
Is
the
that
air
your testimony,
and
sir?
harried the Abyssinians.
Well, sir, it does.
On occasions, dropping gas bombs, even though gas had been outlawed at
Trying
Versailles
to undermine
as a
Sun
crime against humanity.
come within the activity that you
6
just
months,
described?
Abyssinia
I
was
don't know what you mean by that.
completely
You don't?
No.
The Emperor Haile Selassie
Have you ever had
fled
discussions
into exile
within
in Britain.
Microsoft about the desirability of trying to undermine
From its
Sun
headquarters
because of
in
what Sun was
Switzerland,
doing
the
in
League
Java?
of Nations wrung its hands. It did
I said to you,
impose
part of our
economic
activity is
sanctions, but
to
they
go
had
out
little effect.
and work with customers to see
Mussolini's aggression
what it
had
takes
revealed
to have them
League of
choose to
Nations, that great hope for
license
peace
our
was
products,
ended.
and
And both Europe's supposed major
That's
powers, the democracies
in
Britain and
competition
France,
with many other
no
companies,
longer had
including
the stomach
Sun.
for a fight.
Would you read back the question, please?
Both Britain and France had been shattered by World War I, and their economies had never really Both had witnessed waves of strikes and unrest. Both had suffered mass unemployment even before the Great Depression.
3-knot journey northbound on
Both also
We
faced
certainly
the
had
cost of
discussions
controlling
about
empires, now
making
swollen by taking on Germany's
our
former colonies
products
and the Middle Eastern
better
territories once
than
run by the
Sun's
Turkish
and other
Ottoman
competitors in any area that people might think of them as
And above all,
desirable.
Both had been traumatized by the horrific casualties of World War I.
Would
A
you read the question
succession
back,
of
please?
British leaders, Lloyd George, Ramsay MacDonald, and above all Stanley
I
Baldwin,
answered that question.
all resolved to keep Britain out of future conflicts.
Would you read back
Despite horrific casualties on
the
the
question
Western Front, Britain had
and the
ended
answer?
World War I with a large and very effective conscript army. This was immediately run down to a small professional force designed to police its sprawling enemy.
Trying to undermine Sun because of what Sun was doing in Java. Answer.
When the Great
I said
Depression struck, any ideas of modernizing the army it meant that Britain went into the run-up to war economically and militarily weak.
I'm not now talking about what you do in
French
competition
losses
with other
during
products
World War I had been even
or other
worse than the
companies.
British.
What I'm talking about is whether or not you've had discussions
Ever
with
mistrustful of the
people
Germans,
within
a large conscript
Microsoft
army was maintained.
in which
But throughout the
you talk
1920s,
about the
France's
need
birth
to
rate
undermine Sun,
It
using
became
those
clear
words,
that there would be a
if that'll help
manpower
you.
shortage by the mid to late 1930s. France
within
realized
Microsoft.
it could never
I don't remember
compete with
using those
Germany
words.
for the size of its army alone.
You think you did use those words? You just don't know one way or the other.
The solution was to adopt an entirely defensive mentality.
I don't know.
Would it be consistent with the way you felt about Java for you to have
The
told
Maginot,
people that you wanted to
a series of
undermine Sun?
fortifications was begun in 1930 along the frontier with Germany and ran as far as the
As I've
Belgian
said,
border.
anything about Java, you gotta show me
There,
a
it
context
theoretically
before I can
linked
answer,
up with
because
fortifications
just the
planned
term
by
Java
Belgians.
itself can mean different things.
This new French military approach
Well,
meant that France was
let me
only
try to
capable of
approach it
waging
this
a
way.
defensive war. It
Mr.
just
Gates,
did not have the
have
ability
you
to
ever
launch
told
an attack
anyone
on Italy. even if the British had had the troops.
Regardless of what you meant by it, that you wanted
And
to
of course,
undermine
both knew that their
Java,
navies in the
or
Mediterranean
undermine
were
Sun,
outnumbered,
or
by
undermine
Mussolini's
Java
military.
because of Sun, any of them.
I said I don't recall using that word.
So when
Would it have
Italy
been
conquered
consistent
Abyssinia,
with the way
it
that you
made sense
felt
for both
about
powers
Sun
to do
and
nothing.
about Java
It
for
just
you
seemed
to have used
too remote,
that word?
too much someone else's problem. By now,
And if
they
you don't
both had
understand
to
the
deal
question,
with
I'll
all the
rephrase it.
traumas of the Great Depression. That seemed so much more pressing. And above all, they were now faced with a military threat far closer to home. A resurgent and rearming Germany. And Germany's power, and that of Italy too, was soon about to be demonstrated in supporting the rise of another dictator in Spain.
Well, Sun's message to the market and ours aren't the same. And so there is, as part of that,
In
that
1936, civil
competition,
war erupted.
desire to get people
It
to
was exceptionally vicious,
understand
setting
our
family
message
against family,
and what
communist against
we're
fascist,
providing
believers
versus
against atheists.
their message and what they're providing. So in that sense,
In 1931, the left-wing government had come to power
there could have
determined to
been
get rid
a
of
discussion
the
around
Spanish monarchy.
that topic. But I still don't know if the
The
word
king was forced into
undermine
exile,
was ever used.
and a republic was declared. In February 1936, the parties
Did you
of the
have
left combined in a
discussions
popular front to take on the forces
with
of the
Apple,
right in a general election. The Popular Front
that were
won
directed
narrowly.
towards attempting to
Even though its
reduce or
reform
eliminate
program was
competition, Mr.
modest,
Gates?
the wave of strikes and land seizures led the right to fear that a communist takeover was inevitable.
Did you have discussions with Apple
Within the Spanish
in which you
army,
were trying to
long
get
a
Apple
bastion
to
of
agree to help
conservative
you
and Catholic
undermine
thinking,
Sun?
senior officers began to consider the possibility of a coup. Among them was General Francisco
there was some discussion about
the former
what
chief of staff
runtime
who had been
APIs
effectively exiled to command
Apple
Spain's
would
forces in the
support, whether
Canary
they would support some of ours or some of Sun's. I don't think I
On
was
July the 17th,
involved
1936, the units
in
of the
any
army fighting
discussion with
guerrillas in
myself with
Spain's
Apple about
colony
that.
in Morocco mutinied.
Well, let me show you a document and
The
try
next
to probe
day,
what you
Franco
mean by
flew to
being
join
involved.
them, proclaiming a
I
new
should give you a
nationalist
copy
movement
of
which
a
would save
document that's
Spain
been
from
previously
communism.
marked as Government Exhibit
The
365.
mainland garrisons now joined this revolt. The Popular Front responded by calling for volunteers to defend the Republic. Battle lines had been drawn.
A portion of this document is an email
At
message
first, Franco faced problems.
from
He
you
and his army were in North
to
Africa,
Paul Moritz
and he
and
had to
others.
get across the Straits of Gibraltar back to Spain. So he turned to the one person
And the
he
portion
thought
that I'm
might
particularly interested in,
help, Adolf Hitler.
and you can read as much of the three-line email as you wish,
Within a month,
is
transport
the
aircraft
last
and Hitler's new Luftwaffe
sentence,
had begun
which
an
reads,
air raid,
quote, "Do we
taking
have a
Franco's
clear
battle-hardened
plan
veterans
on
over
what
to
we
southern
want
Spain?"
Apple to do to undermine Sun?" Close quote. Did you send this email, Mr. Gates, on or about August 8th, 1997?
At this stage, the Republic
I don't remember
still
sending
seemed to have the advantage.
Do you have any doubt that you sent it?
Pro-Franco military uprisings
appears
in
to be
Madrid and Barcelona
email I sent.
were quickly crushed,
You
leaving it in
recognize
control
that this
of most
is
of the
a
east of the
document produced from Microsoft's files, do you not, sir?
No.
You don't?
Franco's
how would I know that?
nationalists were
Well, you
confined
see the document
largely to
production
the
numbers down
northwest
at the bottom?
and part of
I have
the
no
south.
idea what those numbers are.
But the
Do you
nationalist
recognize this
situation was
as
transformed.
the form in
Hitler
which
and Mussolini
email has been
started
printed
to
out by
call in
Microsoft?
troops and weapons.
I don't know what that means. It's
The German dictator
all
seized
email
the
printed by
opportunity
anyone
to test his
looks
new
just like
equipment
this.
and
So
expand
the fact that it looks like this doesn't give you any clues to
The
who
first
printed
Panzer
it.
tanks were sent
Well, let's
along
begin
with
with that,
some
sir.
12,000 troops.
Email printed out by other people are not stamped
And the Luftwaffe
with
deployed its
Microsoft
Condor Legion,
confidential stamps and
ultra-modern new
Microsoft
bombers
document
and
production numbers. You would agree with that?
It has nothing to do with printing out.
Do you understand my question, sir?
No.
Okay. You see down at the bottom where
Mussolini
there
sent a
are
so-called
confidential
volunteer
stamps and
50,000
a stamp that says attorneys
more than
only,
700
document production stamps. You see those?
I see the stamps. I can't characterize whether
In
they're
vain
document
did the
production
Republicans
stamps.
appeal
To me,
Britain, France,
they look more
and the
like
Soviet Union
you'd see on
for
a
help.
prisoner's uniform.
London and Paris were
So
scared of setting off
that you
a
don't have
European
any
war.
knowledge
They declared
about
a
these stamps.
policy
It is your
of
testimony.
non-intervention.
I've never
What they
seen
are.
a stamp like that. I've never used a stamp like that.
Haven't you seen
Cynically,
stamps
both
like that
Germany
in every
and
single
Italy
one of the
signed up.
documents that you've been shown
But when it
during this
became obvious
deposition?
that they were
Can you
still
get
sending
me all
arms
the
to the
exhibits?
nationalists, Joseph
Yes.
Stalin, the
The one
Soviet
that
leader,
has this
announced
document
that he
production
would
stamp
help
and this
the Republic.
confidential stamp down in the bottom right-hand corner. Is that the one you mean, Mr. Gates?
Is that a stamp?
Stalin's worry was the
To me,
rise of
that's not a
fascism
stamp.
in Germany.
Let
Hitler
me
had
go
made it abundantly
back to the
clear
email,
that he
Mr.
believed
Gates.
communism to be Nazism's ultimate enemy. Stalin saw the Spanish conflict as a way of keeping Germany and Italy occupied
What did you
while
mean
building up the
when
Soviet
you asked
Union's
Mr.
military
Moritz
strength.
whether or not, quote, we have a
About
clear
700
plan
military advisors
of what
were
we want Apple
along
to do
with
to
tanks and
undermine
fighter
the sun,
aircraft.
close quote.
It was something, but no match for the support Franco had received. In fact, the
I don't
largest
remember.
source of outside help for the Republic didn't come from a country at all, but from volunteers, the international brigades. About
Did you
30,000 left-wing
personally
Americans,
participate
British,
in any
French, and Germans
conversations
signed up to fight in Spain.
with Apple in 1997 and 1998?
With their new fascist
Of
support,
any kind?
the nationalists were able to open two fronts.
Let me
One
be a little more
advancing
specific.
towards
Did you
Barcelona
participate
from
in
the
any
north, the
conversations
other
with
led
Apple
by Franco, pushing up towards Madrid.
in 1997 or 1998 concerning
By the end of 1936,
what Apple would
Madrid
or
was
would
enveloped
not
on
do
three sides and
that
virtually
would
under
affect
siege.
Microsoft competitiveness?
The fighting was intense and often accompanied by appalling atrocities against civilians. The Republicans hunted down and murdered Roman Catholic priests. The nationalists slaughtered anyone accused of being communist.
Well, there were some
German and
conversations
Italian air power was used
with Steve
indiscriminately
Jobs
against civilian targets.
about Microsoft
Madrid
Office.
was heavily bombed. But the worst incident came in April 1937.
and some a
when
relationship
the
we
vast town of
formed
Guernica
around
was virtually obliterated with 6,000 civilian deaths.
that and some other issues.
The area controlled by the Republic was steadily ground down. Its forces fought with great gallantry.
And did you participate in those
Undertrained,
conversations?
I talked to Steve Jobs on the phone,
amateurs were no
I
match
think,
for the professional soldiers
twice.
led by Franco for the combined modern
and-
weaponry of Italy and Germany.
What was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Jobs?
As the war dragged on, fighting around Madrid became a symbol
Steve
of the
had-
left's determination not to be crushed.
Steve called me up and
fascist
said that
dictatorship.
he'd
But behind the scenes, the
become
Republican alliance was falling apart.
the CEO of Apple,
Communists and
sort of,
socialists wanted to concentrate on
and
winning
that
a
Gil
military
Amelio
victory.
wasn't the CEO of
But the
Apple.
more idealistic anarchists and syndicalists
And
saw the
he
war
raised
as
the
an
question of,
opportunity
was there
for a
some
mass revolution by the workers.
beneficial agreement that we could enter
These
into?
disagreements burst out into the open in May 1937. Fighting
different
broke out in Barcelona
than
between
we'd
the
been
anarchists
discussing
and
with Gil.
communists. It was a fatal week
And
of the Republican cause.
it wasn't a very long call, but the conclusion was that Greg
By the end of
McVeigh would go
1938,
see
the nationalists had penned
Steve.
their enemy into a small enclave around Barcelona, and another stretching eastward.
What is
from Madrid
Mr.
to the
McVeigh
coast.
is the title?
at that time.
What is the title?
Madrid
Title
continued to hold
today
out.
He's
The
CFO.
international brigades
Of Microsoft? Chief Financial
more
Officer?
and more nations began to recognize Franco's government
and what was
as
his
his
title
forces
at the
closed
time?
in for the final assault on the drill.
I think treasurer.
1580 David upstairs.
When did Mr.
Maurice
McKay
Lane, living girlfriend
go
Marcia
to talk to
Gay.
Mr. Jobs?
Defenders,
Is it Dr.
exhausted
David
after
Turner of the
nearly
house?
3
He
years
ran
of
out.
fighting. The capital
I
I don't recall
finally
the date.
Approximately.
Sometime in 97.
A month later, Franco formally declared hostilities at an end.
This was after your conversation with Mr. Jobs?
The scars of Spain's civil war took years.
Did you have any
Some
conversation with Mr. Jobs or anyone else at Apple
and
after
Franco's
the
victory
1997 conversation with Mr. Jobs?
Hitler and Mussolini were confirmed in their belief
I had
that
a
the
brief
democracies of Britain
conversation
and
with
France
him
were
again in
impotent
97.
to resist any real pressure.
The night before a Mad World speech
Stalin despaired
that he
of
was
their
giving,
willingness to confront
where
fascism.
I appeared as part of that speech.
Hitler in particular saw
But
his
it was
way
about-
open to begin the aggressive
about my
policies
role in his
outlined
speech.
in Mein Kampf. Even before the Spanish
gonna leave
Civil
that
War
aside.
ended,
Well, it
his
all
armies
relates
were on the march.
to the agreement with Apple.
Okay, then I won't leave this out. What did you say to him, and what did he say
From
to
the
you
moment he became
about the
Chancellor
agreement
of
with Apple?
Germany on January the 30th, 1933,
I said,
Hitler had
"It's
begun
not signed
to put
yet."
his long-term ambitions in
What?
place.
What are we going to do about this presentation if it doesn't get signed?
On February the
And
3rd, he told his top commanders that his ultimate aim was to conquer
he said he
territory
hoped
in the
it
east
would be signed, and then we talked
ruthlessly
about
in
the
Germany.
logistics of appearing by video
They were
conference in the middle
instructed
of
to prepare for a massive
his
expansion.
speech.
Although Germany had been
Have you
forbidden
completed
tanks,
your answer?
a
Yes.
secret treaty with the Soviet Union in 1923 had allowed the development of tank
Other
designs
than
and experimentation
The
with
two
new
telephone,
mobile
or I
armored
guess
tanks.
one telephone conversation, one in person, was the brief
Energetic
conversation
young
just
German
counted
officers
one in
like Heinz
person?
Guderian
No, that was
read
on the phone.
theories
He was
of
in
British
Boston, I was in
thinkers like
Seattle.
Basil
That's why I
Wilhelm
had to do a
Hart
video
and
conference
Colonel
to
John
be in his
Fuller.
speech.
So that
They even watched
both of your
exercises
conversations
being carried
with
out by the
Jobs
British during
in
the
1997 were
1920s
by
on
telephone.
Salisbury Plain.
Is that correct?
It was from these that they came up with the idea of fast-moving units combining tanks, artillery, and infantry that could thrust fast and deep into enemy territory.
There may have also been some email between Steve and I.
Hitler adopted
I don't
their
think there were any
ideas
more
with
phone calls,
enthusiasm.
but the two I've described are
The
both
new
phone
army
calls.
was to have 3 panzer divisions.
There were no face-to-face meetings that
Similarly, the new Air
I
Force, the
remember.
Luftwaffe, under former World War I fighter ace
Other
Hermann
than
Goering,
two
had had a framework
telephone
to build
calls and leaving email aside, did you have any
Throughout the
conversations
years in which
either
its
by
Air Force
telephone
was
or in
officially
person
banned, Germany
with
had
any
kept up its
representative
design
of
skills by
Microsoft in
building civilian
1997 and
machines
1998?
and
Yes.
gliding and flying clubs provided
Other
a
than
reserve
the
of
two,
potential aircraft.
Telephone conversations
Hitler
with Mr.
revealed
Jobs
the
that
existence
you
of the
have
Luftwaffe in March
already
1935.
identified. During 1997 and 1998,
He then announced
did
that
you
the army
have
was to be
any
increased
conversations
to
by
300,000
telephone
men
or in person
and
with any
conscription
representative
was reintroduced.
of Apple?
Britain and France protested feebly this flagrant breach of the Versailles Treaty. But soon, they reluctantly and slowly began to rearm.
trying to think when Heidi Roizen quit Apple.
Until this point, Hitler had been modest.
I think she had quit by 97.
He had only
I'm not
taken
sure.
back what was his, the Rhineland and
Yeah, I'm
Saar.
pretty sure she'd quit by then, so no, I don't think
But
so.
now he had a grander target in mind. His homeland.
Do I take it from
Austria.
that answer that you had a conversation with Heidi Rosen?
In 1934,
At some point in time
Austrian
that I can't
Nazis
remember,
had
yes.
attempted to seize power and unify the country
Other
with Germany.
than your possible
Austrians, after all,
conversations during the
spoke
period
German, even
with
if
Heidi
they had
Rosen
never been part of a
and
German state.
the two telephone conversations
In February
1997 with Mr.
1938,
Jobs.
another
Did you have
Nazi
any other
plot was
conversations
discovered.
either by telephone or in
Austrian
person
Chancellor Kurt
with
von
any representative of Apple in
protested
1997 or 1998?
Hitler responded by demanding that Austria stop mistreating the Austrian Nazis and unite with Germany.
No, I don't think so.
To your knowledge, did any representative
Schuschnigg
of
promptly called a
Microsoft
referendum
have
so that the
any
Austrians could
meetings,
vote on whether to remain independent?
or telephonic discussions?
But on March the
Certainly
12th,
with any
1938,
representatives of Apple.
eve of the
Certainly
referendum,
in 1998,
Hitler, fearing that it might produce the wrong result,
concerning
sent in his troops.
Competitive issues.
Complete surprise and an enthusiastic welcome.
I don't know what you mean by
Nazi
competitive issues,
sympathizers
but there's a
made it
ongoing
a bloodless
contact
operation.
with Apple. We're the largest
Within
developer of
hours,
software
Hitler
for the
announced
Apple
Austria's
Macintosh.
incorporation
So
into the
there's
Third Reich.
constant discussion
A sovereign
with
nation
Apple.
had, for
And
the
as
first
the
time,
largest
been
developer
subsumed
of software
into a
for
greater Germany.
Macintosh,
Once again,
what you do
Western
important
democracies
to Apple.
9865.
In the summer of 1938, he turned on his
Sometimes it doesn't seem like it.
Czechoslovakia. A
We
substantial
always think
German
of it
minority lived
as
in the
important,
northwest of the country, an area known
Sometimes
as
they
the
don't treat it that way. Sometimes they do.
These
You
Sudetenland
mentioned
had been part of the old Austrian
discussion with
Empire,
respect
but had been
to
cut off when Czechoslovakia was created
Did
in
you explain to the
1919.
record what you're talking about there?
Microsoft Office.
This was the time
Microsoft
bomb that
Office
started ticking
for
with the
Macintosh?
signing of the Treaty of Versailles.
Yes.
Hitler encouraged
And
Sudeten
was it your
German demands for
understanding
autonomy,
that
and
the
then threatened the
Microsoft
Czech
Office for
government with
Macintosh
force if it
was
refused to obey?
believed by Apple to be very important
Daunted, the Czech
to them?
government ordered general mobilization and prepared to resist. The Czechoslovak army was large and
I
well
really have a
equipped,
hard time
with
testifying
formidable
about
fortifications on its frontier with Germany.
the belief of a corporation. I really don't know what that means.
But then at the beginning of
Well,
September,
sir,
concerned that
in
war might
making
be
the
imminent,
decision
the British
to
Prime Minister
ask
Neville Chamberlain decided to act as a peacemaker.
did you believe that what you were offering
He flew to
Apple
meet
with respect to
The Nazi
Microsoft
dictator
Office
assured
for
him that if
Macintosh
he could have the Sudetenland,
was
he would make no
important
further
enough
territorial demands.
to Apple so that they ought to give you something for it?
I have no idea what you're talking about when you say ask.
Well, let me show you.
On September the 29th, 1938, with Mussolini acting as
a document that has been
France
previously
and
marked
Britain signed an agreement giving the
as a government
Sudetenland to
exhibit
Germany in
366.
return for a formal declaration by Hitler that he had no more
7720 Rosewood, 2016 Silver Jeep Cherokee. John Adam Edward 9865. John Adam Edward
waving the
9865.
piece of paper,
Vehicle has
which he claimed
multicolored flowers on the dash inside the windshield.
This is a document bearing Microsoft document
October
production.
the 1st, German troops occupied
Stamped
the Sudetenland
MS98
and seized the Czech frontier.
0110952-53.
Hitler now began sizing up his next step.
The first part of this purports to be a copy of an email from Don Bradford
Radio broadcasting.
The gain nominal cause was a German minority
Ben
Maroon as a result of the Versailles
address
Treaty.
7720 Rosewood Avenue.
Hitler demanded alternative
Java
forms
on
of dancing
Macintosh
German control,
/IE
so that East Prussia could be linked up with the rest of
Did you receive a copy of this email on or about February 13th, 1998?
I don't know. He was not quite ready for
Do you have any reason to doubt that you received a copy of this email?
In March 1939, the eastern part of the country, Slovakia, which was ethnically different to the Czech lands, appealed to Hitler for help in achieving greater independence.
Quote, Apple wants to keep both
Hitler summoned the
Netscape
Czechoslovak
and
Prime Minister
Microsoft
Emil
developing
Hácha to
browsers for
Berlin
Mac,
and browbeat
believing
him
if
into
one
putting his
drops out,
country
the
under
other will
German
lose interest,
protection.
and also not really wanting to pick up the development burden. Getting Apple
German
to do
troops now
anything
marched
that
into the rest of
significantly
Czechoslovakia.
materially disadvantages Netscape
Most
will
of the
be
country
tough.
was annexed into the Reich.
Do you agree that
Slovakia
Apple should
was
be
declared
meeting
a protectorate.
For
the first time, Hitler had seized
meeting
an
the spirit of our
Austrian-speaking
cross-license agreement,
But again,
and that Mac Office
was only a
is the perfect
feeble
club
protest from
to
Britain
use
and
on
France. At the end of March, he again
Do you have an understanding of what Mr. Bradford means when he refers to McOffice as, quote, perfect plug to use on Apple, close quote?
But by now, Hitler cared little whether they did or not. He was sure that they would be weak and
The
indecisive.
second sentence of that paragraph, the one that reads, getting Apple to do anything that significantly
In Russia, Stalin had
materially
also become
disadvantages
increasingly
Netscape will be
concerned by
tough.
Hitler's aggression.
Was it
In
your
April,
understanding in
Stalin
February
proposed
of
an alliance with
1998
Britain and France.
that
But negotiations
Microsoft
made
was
little
trying
progress.
to get Apple to do
Finally,
something
Stalin
that would
despaired,
disadvantage Netscape?
deciding that there was another solution
No.
to the German threat.
Do you know why Mr. Bradford would have written
On
this
August
in
the
February of
25th, the
1998
Soviet
and sent a
Union
copy
and
to
the
you?
Third Reich, who everyone had believed were sworn enemies, announced a non-aggression. The agreement secretly specified that Poland would be split between the two countries.
I'm not
and
sure.
Stalin would have a free hand to take over
Did you
Estonia,
ever say to Mr.
Latvia, and
Bradford,
Lithuania.
words or in substance, in February of 1998 or thereafter, Mr. Bradford, you got it wrong.
His armed
We're
forces
not
to
out to
prepare
significantly or materially disadvantage Netscape through Apple.
On the evening of August the 31st,
No.
the German Wehrmacht prepared for the assault.
Did you ever
Its
tell
Führer
Mr.
had made the
Bradford or
decision,
anyone else
which would plunge the world into war.
in February 1998 or thereafter that they should not be trying to get Apple to do things that would significantly or materially disadvantage Netscape?
Nothing for the upstairs unit. Let me check the address without the upstairs included. Nigga,
All right.
nothing here.
What was Mr. Bradford's position in February of 1998?
I think he had a small group in California that worked. I'm not sure who he worked for. He probably worked for somebody who worked for Silverberg. No. No, I'm not sure who he worked for.
Well, let's begin with what company he worked for. He clearly worked for Microsoft, correct, sir?
That's right.
And do you know what his title was?
No.
Here to acknowledge for level 410's call on
Do you
the
know
10,000
Mr. Waldman?
During the afternoon
Yes.
of August the 31st,
What was his
1939,
title in February
German
of
forces
1998?
made
I
their
don't know.
final preparations for the invasion of Poland.
What were his
Aircrews studied their
responsibilities in
targets.
February of 1998?
Tanks moved to their assault.
He ran a group that was doing Macintosh software.
Then
Neither
in
of
the
these
early
guys
hours
have a
of
title like
September the
vice
1st,
president. That I can
German
say for
soldiers
sure. So
dressed
they,
in
they have a
Polish
title like
uniforms attacked a
engineer
radio
or
station on the
software
German side of the
engineer,
border, leaving
software
behind
engineer
some
manager. But I don't know their title. They're not executives.
This was the aggression which Hitler later used to justify his attack.
In addition to you and Mr. Ritz, copies of this go to David Cole,
At 8
Dave
that morning,
Reed,
German
Charles
troops
Fitzgerald,
pushed aside the Polish
and
frontier
John
barriers, and
Devon.
mobile forces raced
Do you know what Mr. Cole's position was in 1998?
2 days later, on
Yes.
September the 3rd,
What was it?
Britain and France declared
He was the
war,
VP.
honoring their promise to
Actually, I don't know
stand
the
by
VP, but
Poland.
he was a VP, working for.
But by then, the Poles were in deep trouble.
I don't know if we'd reorganized by then. He was in Maritz's
They were
organization
not only
somewhere.
outnumbered, but facing a new form of warfare for which they were ill-prepared.
What was Mr. Reed's position at that time?
I have no familiarity with Mr. Reed.
Do you have any familiarity with Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Devon?
Yes.
In
What were
1939,
their
the
positions?
German army consisted of
Charles Fitzgerald was in the evangelism group working for Todd Nielsen.
Its elite were the panzers, tanks, 6 armored divisions and 4 light divisions intended for reconnaissance. A total
Mr.
of
Devon was
2,400
managing the
tanks.
overall office development.
These had been designed to break through an enemy's defenses and strike deep, cutting communications and spreading confusion. Enemy strong points would be bypassed, left to the following infantry to mop up.
Did you
The new German Air Force
have any
Luftwaffe,
conversations
was also designed for blitzkrieg. It had
with anyone within
2,500
Microsoft
aircraft lined up against the Poles.
as to what position Microsoft should take
was the
with
Junkers
Apple
Ju-87
in terms
Stuka dive.
of
It
what
was a form of
Microsoft should
flying
ask
artillery,
Apple
making
for
pinpoint
in
attacks
return
in support of the
for
fast-moving ground.
Microsoft developing Mac Office.
The third floor at 37
What time frame are you in?
1997, 1998. Making weird noises. Yeah, listen though.
On the
Did you
ground,
want
it was
to listen
just
to
as bad.
Well, it actually makes
Poland's army
a big
was
difference.
just 500,000 strong.
We reached an agreement with
It had
Apple in
only
1997,
800 tanks.
that way. Maybe 36
It even had 11 brigades of cavalry,
and there's no,
lances and horses.
I'm aware of any
against
any
army.
agreement other than the 1997
But
one.
it wasn't just numbers that gave the Germans their advantage.
They
They used their panzers in a radically new way,
11, 14,
with
25th Street.
separate, hard-striking units.
Do you have any conversations with anyone
The
within
Polish
Microsoft?
tanks were dispersed to support their infantry.
With Apple in terms of ask Apple
The
for
Poles' task had been made even more difficult by the German takeover of Czechoslovakia. The west of the country, including the capital Warsaw,
I'm
was
not
now
sure what you're saying
surrounded
about
on
Mac
three
Office.
sides
We-
by German-controlled territory.
We developed Mac Office
This
because it's a
geographical
profitable business
advantage
for
was
us.
essential to Germany's grand plan.
Well, you threatened to cancel Mac
The
Office,
task of the
did you not,
first
sir?
thrust of the tanks was to create an initial breakthrough. But actually winning the war depended on deep pincer movements
No.
designed to
I think
surround and
349,
crush the
You never
enemy.
threatened Apple
These would
you
come
were going
from
to cancel
Army
Mac
Group
Office?
North under General Theodor von
Is
Bock.
that your testimony?
He would launch 2 thrusts from
That's right.
northeast Germany and East Prussia.
Did you ever discuss
Army
within
Group South under
Microsoft
General Gerd von
threatening
Brunstedt
Apple that
would
you were
launch
going
2
to
more from Silesia and
cancel Mac
Slovakia.
Office?
The aim would be for the pincers to meet near Warsaw and Brest-Litovsk.
You wouldn't cancel, and no. Let me mark as government exhibit.
From the start, it went well for the Germans.
368.
The Polish Air Force was effectively eliminated within the first 2 days.
A document that bears document production stamp 980113394.
And the Stukas and medium bombers proved devastatingly effective. The Poles were sliced apart, pinned into pockets which yielded vast numbers of prisoners.
Through 9/7.
Legend has it that some Polish cavalry units gallantly tried to attack the panzers. But it was futile. They were just brushed aside. By September the 8th,
Now let me
the inner
direct
pincers
your
had
attention
met up. German troops
to
were advancing
the
on the outskirts of Warsaw.
second item on the first page.
September the 17th, the outer pincers met at Brest-Litovsk.
This exhibit.
Alright, copy
And this
533.
purports to be
On the same day,
an
Soviet
email from
forces
Mr.
crossed the
Waldman
eastern
to
Polish
you,
frontier.
dated June
As part of
27,
the agreement reached between Hitler
1997.
and
Is that
Stalin
correct, sir?
and the Nazi Soviet.
The second.
You
The
have
Polish
to
army
answer
was now in full
audible
retreat,
yes or no.
its government fleeing
Yes.
abroad.
Yes, the second.
Warsaw, however, fought on.
Now, in the
Its defenders rejected the
second
German offer to
paragraph.
surrender,
of this email to you.
The German war machine.
The second sentence reads, quote, "The threat to cancel Office 97 is certainly the strongest bargaining point we have, as doing so will do a great deal of harm to Apple immediately." You see that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall
On September the
receiving this email
27th, Warsaw surrendered.
in June of 1997?
Not specifically.
The next day, the victors
Do you have any doubt that you received this email in June of 1997?
No.
The Soviet Union annexed slightly over half the
Do
country
you know
to the
why Mr. Waldman wrote you in June of 1997 that the threat to
Both
cancel
regimes
McOffice
began
97
rounding
is
up
certainly
anyone
the
who
strongest
might present a
bargaining point
danger
we
in
have, as doing so will do a great
murdered.
deal of harm to Apple immediately?
And for the first time, the Germans revealed how they would behave against those peoples in Eastern Europe whom they considered inferior.
Well, Mr. Waldman was in charge of this update.
They
And
sent
the
in
Mac
the
Office
Einsatz
product
group,
had been shipping
special SS
for over
squads to
a
round
decade
up Jews.
by now. And there was a financial question of whether to do this update. And he felt it made
Most
good business
were forced
sense
into
to do
ghettos
it.
in the major
Other
cities
people,
where they would be
irrespective of the relationship with Apple, had said that it didn't make
Others
sense to do the
were
update.
executed on the
So there was some mail from Ben, including this one, where he was saying
This was not, however,
he thought
the
we
end
should
of
go
the
ahead and
Polish
finish the product.
More than 50,000 troops escaped and eventually reached France.
I'm not
There,
sure what he
provisional
means by
government had
about
been
the
formed by General
negotiations with
Vladislav
Apple. I'm not
Sikorski.
sure what we were
The Poles would
negotiating
fight
with
on
Apple at
bravely
this
from
point.
abroad.
Was this the time that you were negotiating with Apple
In Britain,
to try
the
to
air
find
raid
out
sirens had sounded within minutes of Prime Minister Neville
what you could
Chamberlain's
get Apple to
announcement
do to
that
undermine
hostilities
Sun?
had begun. In fact, despite their politicians'
Well, the
guarantees
only
of Polish
email-
sovereignty, Britain and France had done very little
The only
to
thing
help
you've shown
Poland.
me where that
As Hitler had
term
gambled,
is
they
used.
had no idea what
due
to
to the
do
recovery,
once
what
they had
address did
actually
they use?
declared war.
is
Both
after
countries had begun
we
mobilization.
reached a Mac Office agreement
Air
with
raid
Apple.
precautions were speeded up.
You're referring to your email
Anti-aircraft
dated
guns were
August
placed
8,
in major
1997, is that correct?
That's right.
Shelters
That has been
were
marked as
erected.
Exhibit 365?
That's right. That's
Children
after.
were being evacuated.
Yes, that's August 8, 1997.
Everyone
That's
had
right.
to carry gas masks, and a blackout was introduced.
And it
The
is
British
clear
Army began to
from
deploy
your
its
August 8,
100,000-strong
1997
expeditionary
memo
force to northern France.
that you are still attempting to get Apple to do additional things.
French
Is it not,
troops
sir?
did advance a little
No.
way inside the German border,
Well, sir, let's read
but
it.
they
It's only
refused
3
to
lines.
move beyond the protective cover of artillery.
You write, quote, "I want to get as much mileage as
The initiative
possible
was still
out
firmly
of our
in Hitler's
browser
hands.
and Java relationship."
And he at least knew precisely
And when you
what he
talk
was
about
going to
here,
do
you're
next.
talking about with Apple, are you not, sir?
The Blitzkrieg against Poland had been a stunning success for Adolf.
I'm not sure.
He had subdued an entire country in less than 4 weeks.
Well, the subject
He was
is FW post-agreement, correct, sir?
So he ordered his generals to plan to
Yeah,
attack the
that's-
British and French in
That's what
November
makes me think this was
1939,
probably
less than 2
post-agreement.
months after the
Post-agreement
fall
with
of
Apple,
Poland.
right?
Yes, that number is the
Yes, General
okay.
Staff
email
was
that was the
appalled.
So the subject is the post-agreement with Apple.
still out east,
And the very first sentence says, "I want to get as much
And there had
mileage
been
as
some serious
possible
losses in the
out of
Polish
our
campaign.
browser and Java relationship
Lessons had
here."
to be learned.
4700.
Second sentence says, "In other words, a real advantage
Polish
against
anti-tank
Sun
guns had
and
destroyed a
Netscape."
division's worth of the lightly armored panzers.
Third line says, "Who should AV be working
A
with?
quarter of the
Do we have a
aircraft
clear
used had been
plan
lost.
on what we want Apple to
The
do
panzers were too light
to undermine
and
Sun?"
unreliable, and they had
Now, do you have any
frequently
doubt
outrun
that when
both
we
their
talk
supply
about,
columns and
"I
the
want to
marching
get as much
infantry?
mileage as possible out of our browser and Java relationship here,"
Reluctantly,
you're talking about
after
Apple?
furious arguments, Hitler agreed to wait until the following spring.
That's what it appears.
Okay.
Meanwhile, his enemies were also learning lessons. Britain had thought that bombers would be a key weapon in the
Do you have any recollection
But when on September the 4th, Britain's Royal Air Force made a daylight raid on German shipping,
any discussions
7 of the
about
30 bombers were shot
the
down.
subject matter of this email
It soon became
in
clear
or
that
about
this wasn't
August
a
of
one-off
1997.
misfortune. In some raids, over half the aircraft were lost. British bombers just weren't up to the job. So the RAF switched to night raids, and they decided to drop not bombs but leaflets, so as
The
not to
question is
provoke
confusing. I'd be happy to
retaliation.
rephrase it, Mr. Gates.
Go ahead.
Did you send this email?
So,
It appears I did.
Blitzkrieg stalled
Did you
and the
discuss
air
this
war
email?
quiet. The focus now
I
went
don't
to the
remember
one
that.
remaining arena, the sea. Germany's Navy was still
let me
in
go
the
back
middle of an
to,
ambitious building program that wasn't due to finish until
Exhibit
1948.
368.
The commander of its submarine arm, Admiral Karl Dönitz,
Which
planned
is
to cut Britain's supply routes across the
the
Atlantic. For this, he
June
wanted
27,
300
1997
ocean-going submarines.
email from Mr.
But he had
Waldman to
just
you.
38. Nevertheless, Dönitz
do you
ensured that
recall-
all available U-boats were at sea on
I know
September
you said
the
you
3rd,
don't recall receiving this email,
first day
but do you
of the
recall
war against Britain.
anyone describing
That evening, believing it to be an armed merchant
the
cruiser,
threat to cancel
U-30
MacOffice 97
sank the line
as
at
a
Athenia
bargaining
without
point
any warning.
that you have in dealing with Apple in or about June of 1997?
112 lives were lost, including 26 American citizens. The Royal Navy dwarfed its German counterpart. It had 12 battleships. Germany had none.
I remember going to
It
a
had
meeting
5 aircraft
where
carriers. Germany, again, had none. So after
Paul
the
Moritz
Athenia,
took the
Britain
position
declared a
that we
total
shouldn't do the
blockade of German
update.
ports.
And
But for all its size, the Royal Navy had too few
the Mac
escort
Office 97
vessels.
update.
Many merchant
And
ships had to sail alone.
the main
And by the end of
negotiation
1939,
we had
more
with
than
Apple at
100
this point was a
had been
discussion about a patent cross license.
It quickly became apparent that the British had woefully
And so I said to
underestimated
Paul
the
I wanted
submarine
to
threat.
understand
On
better where we
September
were on the
17th,
patent cross
U-29
license
sank the British aircraft
and
carrier Courageous.
understand the state of the Mac Office development.
On October
and then
the 14th,
it
the battleship
appears
Royal Oak was sunk. When
that this is an
U-47
email
slipped
that's
through
coming
the defenses
after-
of the British main fleet base at
after
Scapa
that
Flow
meeting.
in the Orkneys.
I don't remember somebody using those exact words.
Meanwhile, Germany's small surface fleet had also been unleashed against the sea lanes.
When do you remember somebody
In the
using
North Sea,
the exact
the
words
battlecruisers Scharnhorst
Mr.
and
Waldman
Gneisenau
uses in his
intercepted a
June
convoy on
27,
November the 22nd.
1997 email to you? Do you remember people telling you in substance that the threat to cancel
They
Mac
sank
Office
its escort,
97
the armed
was a
merchant
strong
cruiser
bargaining
Rawalpindi.
point that you had against Apple,
But
and
it was
that
the pocket battleship
canceling
Graf
Mac
Spee
Office
which caused the
97
greatest
would do a
problems.
great deal of harm to Apple.
Designed specifically for commerce raiding, its 11-inch guns could overwhelm any ship fast enough to overtake it, and it had the speed to escape from any battleship.
I know there was the internal
Graf Spee
debate
had slipped
about
away from
whether to
Germany
do the
before hostilities
update.
began.
And I know there was the patent discussion going on.
Soon it
And
was
I
cutting
said
loose
that
in the South Atlantic and Indian
maybe,
Oceans.
even if it didn't make business sense to do the update,
Finally,
maybe as part of an overall
cruisers,
relationship
Exeter,
with the
Ajax,
patent
and
cross
Achilles,
license,
intercepted
that
it
we
off
should
the
go
River
ahead
Plate
and do it.
on the east coast
And
of
so,
South America.
a commitment to do the upgrade
The British
was one of
ships
the
damaged
things
the pocket battleship
that
so badly
we told
that it had to take
Apple
refuge in the neutral
we might
Uruguayan
commit to
port
as
of
part of
Montevideo.
the patent cross relation.
The Germans were then
patent
fooled
cross
into thinking
license
that a more powerful
relationship.
British force had arrived.
Stand 34 to 43.
When the Graf Spee was
And
commanded to
did you
leave port,
believe
Your captain discovered
1997,
rather than risk
the
annihilation.
canceling McOffice 97
Discover the
would
past
do
with
a great deal
exclusive
of harm
military
to
history
Apple.
documentaries and ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians, all on History Hit. Watch them on your smart TV
Mr.
or on the
Walden
go
writes
with your
you
mobile
would.
device. Download the app now to watch everything, from the gripping story of the Bandit Brothers to Operation Barbarossa and D-Day. Immerse yourself in the dramatic stories of this remarkable era by signing up via the link in the description.
There was a question about whether to do the upgrade and whether it made business
Back
sense.
home, the
I can't
Royal
really
Navy
say
crews were fated
how much
as
impact it
heroes.
would have on Apple
But this was
of
just
us
about
doing
the
the
only
upgrade or
obvious
not.
success
Certainly
enjoyed by
Ben,
the British
as the
or
person in
French
charge of the
armed
upgrade,
forces
was very
during the winter
passionate
of
about
1939.
its importance and its
Though the British did
dramatic
enjoy
nature.
one secret victory in the technological war, which was to
My
prove
question to you
vital.
now, sir, is whether you believe that canceling McOffice 97 would do a
As
great
soon
deal
as
of
the war
harm to
began,
Apple.
Britain began to lose large numbers of ships to German mines. What was so mysterious was
Well,
that
I
the
know
ships
that
didn't seem
Apple
to
would
have actually
prefer
struck
that we have a more updated
The
version
mines had simply
of
exploded
Mac
as the
Office.
ships passed nearby.
That would be a positive thing for them, and so that's why
Then,
it was part of
on the
the
night of November the 22nd, 1939,
negotiation
a German plane was
relative
spotted
to
dropping a
the
mine
patent
at low
cross
tide
license.
in the Thames estuary. Disarmed and rescued from the mud,
And did
the
you
mine was
believe
found to be set off
that
by a
canceling
magnetic
McOffice
signature of a
97
ship
would do a
passing
great deal of
close
harm
by.
to Apple?
The solution was to reduce a ship's magnetic signature by hanging a copper cable around the hull.
I told
and
you,
then
I think
passing
it would
an
be
electric current
it'd be better for Apple to
process
have
called degaussing.
everybody doing major upgrades like this. I doubt.
Once degaussing was applied to all ships,
I don't.
the danger from the
Can't
magnetic mine
characterize
was massively reduced.
the level of benefit of the upgrade to Apple, but certainly it's something they
But
wanted
otherwise, as
us
1940 began,
to
the war
complete.
was quiet. The two sides did little during the winter except patrol, train, and try to keep
The
warm.
next sentence
For it was a
in
particularly cold
Mr. Waldman's June 27,
An American
1997 email
journalist
to you
called it the phony war.
begins,
The Germans, it was the Sitz.
I also believe that Apple is taking this threat pretty seriously.
In the spring, the British Expeditionary Force took up
Did
its
someone
position
tell
towards
you
the left of the front on the
in or
Belgian
about June of 1997 that Apple was taking Microsoft's threat to cancel
But it
McOffice
was dwarfed
97
by its French ally.
seriously, or pretty
France had
seriously?
some 100 divisions along the
Well,
Belgian and
Moritz
German
had
frontiers
taken the
or
position
in reserve nearby.
that it didn't make business sense
This imbalance meant that the British
to
commander,
finish
Lord
this
Court,
upgrade.
had to go along with the ideas
And
of
it's
the
very
French
possible
general
Apple
Maurice
might have
Gamelin.
heard about
And these were entirely
Moritz's
defensive.
opinion there, and therefore been worried that we business-wise
French
could
hopes
see a
were aimed
reason
on
to
the
complete
massive ramparts
the
of
upgrade,
imaginary
and that they would
A
have
series of
the older
fortifications
Mac
ran
Office
from
as opposed
Switzerland
to
to
this
Belgium
new work that we
along
were
the French-German border.
partway along on.
The Maginot Line was considered to be
Mr.
completely
Gates, my question is
impassable
not
and
what
would ensure
position
that
Mr.
French
Moritz
territory
did or did not
remained
take.
safe.
My question is whether anyone
But
told you
otherwise, the Allies
in or
had
about
no
June of
idea
1997
of how actually to defeat
that
Germany.
Apple was taking pretty seriously Microsoft's threat
Instead,
to
they brought
cancel
up their
McOffice
forces and
97.
prepared for a repeat of World War I. They would blockade Germany to sap its strength.
Apple
and
may
they
have
would dig
known
in, ready to
that
grind down
senior
the assault,
executives
which they knew must
at
come.
Microsoft, Moritz in particular,
None of their
thought that it
commanders
didn't
seemed to
make
consider
business
that the
sense
Germans might have
to
totally different
complete
ideas,
that
or that
upgrade.
the next moves might come in a completely different arena.
Mr. Gates, I'm not asking you what Apple
Scandinavia.
may have known or may not have known. What I'm asking you is whether anybody told you in or about June of 1997
On November the
that
30th,
Apple
1939,
was taking pretty
a new
seriously
theater of war was opened.
Microsoft's threat to cancel
The
McOffice
Soviet
97.
Union invaded its tiny neighbor, Finland.
Those particular words?
Told you that
Finland
in
had only
words or in
achieved
substance?
independence from the Russians in 1918 and hated them. Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin was convinced that one day the Finns might allow the Germans in to attack Leningrad.
I think I remember hearing
and the
that
vital
Apple
Arctic port of Murmansk.
had heard about
The Red Army outnumbered its Finnish opponents by more than 10 to 1.
It didn't make sense to continue the upgrade.
The invasion should have been a
and that,
walkover.
they wanted us to continue the upgrade.
But its leadership had been devastated by Stalin's terrible purges.
I don't remember any of the.
The Finns were led by
being
General
phrased all
Gustav
the way
Mannerheim.
you're phrasing it.
Well, the way I'm
He fought
phrasing
back,
it is the way
using hit-and-run tactics amidst the deep
Walden,
snow, often on skis.
phrased it to you in his email of
The Soviet
June
troops,
27,
confused and
1997.
poorly led, suffered massive
Well, in reading it, I see those words, yes.
Finland's gallant resistance caught the imagination of the
I have
British
no
and
reason
French.
about it. I don't remember receiving it.
Soon they were planning to send help.
I do remember
Norway
in general
and Sweden.
sending an email like the one that's at the
The
top
fact that
there.
this might suck two neutral countries into the war was ignored.
Do you recall anyone telling you in words or in substance?
But a renewed Soviet
about
offensive at the
June
beginning of February
1997,
broke
what
the Finnish
Mr.
defensive.
Waldman is writing here in this email.
In early March,
And
It was a
Finns
very,
had to
very
seek
long
territory
piece of
to start.
email.
All right,
Have you read the whole email yourself?
Right. I think my question was
By now,
imprecise. I
Hitler,
was
too,
probably
had become
trying to avoid
interested in
quoting something
Scandinavia.
for yet another time, but I
The
think
Nazi war
I
machine relied
accept your
on iron
counsel's
ore
view
from
that
Sweden.
the question was probably defective.
In the winter
I thought it
months,
was
the
clear
only way
what
it could
portion
get
of the
to
email we were
Germany was
talking
via
about,
the Norwegian port
but I
of
will
Narvik.
make it clear.
If the Allies landed in Norway, this vital supply
Mr.
would
Gates.
cut off. So he
Mr.
ordered
Waldman,
plans to be prepared for
June
an
27,
invasion of Norway.
1997, sends you an
Denmark,
email
which was in the way, would
that
also
says the
have to
threat
be
to
sealed.
cancel McOffice 97 is certainly the strongest bargaining point we have,
The Norway theatre
as doing
heated up
so
on
will
February
do
the
a
16th,
great deal of harm
1940.
to Apple immediately.
British destroyer Cossack
I also
ordered
believe
the
that
German
Apple
supply
is
ship
taking this
Altmark
threat pretty
in a Norwegian
seriously.
fjord
Close quote.
to release prisoners.
Do you recall anyone?
Do you want to finish the sentence or not?
You can if you think it is necessary.
Then, on April
to
the
answer the
9th,
question.
German troops began landing at 5 ports.
Do you recall
Oslo,
anyone telling you
Kristiansand,
what I have just quoted
Bergen,
in words or in
Trondheim,
substance in
and
or
Narvik.
about June of 1997?
No.
At the same time, men of their newly
In
formed
the
German parachute
period
division
of
seized Stavanger and Oslo airfields.
1996 forward, after you concluded
The Norwegian
that
defenders were swiftly
Java,
overwhelmed,
or as you
as
put
were
it,
the Danes.
the Java runtime threat, and
German forces
Netscape,
occupied
who were
their country
competitive
within
threats
24
to,
hours.
Microsoft.
In Norway, the Germans moved swiftly to link up their beachheads and seize all the major towns.
To agree to do for
In
Microsoft.
the air, the Luftwaffe had total control.
Well, the main reasons we were
The
having
Allies now
discussions with Apple
A landing
in
force
this
was dispatched to recapture
97
Narvik.
period is that they had asserted that
French and Norwegian forces
various
achieved
patents
this on May the 28th.
that they had applied
But a substantial
various
German
Microsoft
force was now
products.
approaching.
And so
So 6 weeks later,
our
the Allies
primary
abandoned Norway to
focus
its
in
fate.
discussing an agreement with them is to conclude a patent cross-license of some kind.
Hitler had spent most of that winter and spring
want to be sure
at his
that
country
the
retreat,
question
the Berlin in southern
I
Bavaria.
asked for a
For him, the
period
events in
of
Scandinavia were a sideshow.
1996 to the present. You answered about
Instead, he was
1997.
preparing for his next
Were
major
goals
blitzkrieg against Britain
1996
and
or
France.
after 1997 any
The
different
first plan
than the
his
goals
generals
you
brought in had a
described
familiar
dealing with
ring.
Apple?
There's only one agreement with
The
Apple,
Germans
so I don't know
would
what you're
advance
talking
into
about.
Belgium, aiming to swing down towards Paris.
Do you understand the word goals or
It
objectives?
was a repeat of the Schlieffen Plan, which
You
the
talked
Germans
about
had used at the
agreeing
start of World War
with
I.
Apple. There's only one agreement with Apple that I
The
know about
Allies
that we're
were
discussing, and that was
expecting
one that was
this, and their
concluded
main
in
strategic
I think
discussions
late
had to
July or
prepare
early
for.
August 1997. And there's no other
When the
agreement
Germans
that I
attacked, the
know
Allies
is even
planned that their forces west of
discussed
the
or
Maginot
considered.
Line would swing forward
Okay.
into Belgium to hold them on the shorter and more
Let
defensible
me
line
ask
of the
you to
rivers
look
Dial
at
and Meuse.
a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 369.
Then, on January the 10th, 1940, a German liaison aircraft lost its way and crashed in Belgium. A copy of the German plan
The
was found.
second item on the first page of this exhibit
This convinced the Allies that their
purports to
dial
be
plan must be
an
right,
email
and they deployed their
from
troops
you
accordingly.
dated June 23,
Unfortunately, the same event made the Germans alter their ideas entirely.
with copies to Messrs. Higgins, Bradford, and Ludwig.
Had always thought the original plan unimaginable.
Apple meeting.
He was worried that the German forces would become bogged down.
Did you send
as in
this
World
email,
War I,
Mr.
and
Gates,
his country
on
would
about
lose a
June
long
23,
drawn out
1996?
I don't remember it specifically,
so
but I
proposed to
don't have
Hitler
any reason to
that the
doubt
main
that I did.
thrust should be made at the point where the Maginot Line ended, and where the Allies were most
in the
vulnerable
second paragraph,
as their Western armies moved forward.
You say, quote, I have two
Virtually
key
all
goals
Germany's panzers
in
would be
investing in
gathered
the
opposite
Apple
the
relationship.
Ardennes in southeast
One,
Belgium.
maintain our application
The Allies
share
considered this
on the
hilly
platform.
and wooded area
And
almost
two,
impossible for
see
tanks.
if we can get them
was
to
therefore
embrace
likely
Internet
event.
Explorer in some way, close quote. Do you see that?
The plan was to drive deep behind the Allied arms, which would have advanced into Belgium. They could then cut them off.
Does that refresh
and all
your
the forces
recollection
sitting
as
in
to
the
what your
Maginot
two
Line
key
would be
goals
bypassed?
were in connection with
It
Apple
was a high-risk
in
strategy.
June of
The
1996?
German armor could become
First of all,
stuck
June of
in the forest.
1996 is not
But
in the
Hitler
time
loved it.
frame that your previous question related to.
So the German
and
forces were
certainly
redeployed without the
in
Allies.
the email to this group, I'm not talking about the patent thing, but believe me,
The Allies,
it was our
meanwhile,
top
prepared
goal
for their
in
long defensive.
thinking about Apple for many, many years
In
because of
addition
their
to the formidable
assertions.
barrier of the Maginot Line,
My
they
time
had a slight
frame,
advantage
question
both in
for
manpower,
Have a good night.
some
Time frame.
10 divisions available against
96 when you
95
began
German,
to use Netscape
and
for
in arm, 3,000 vehicles
Java
against
runtime
2,700.
as a competitive threat to
The French also
And that was
had
after
better
June
tanks. Their
1996.
32-ton
Your
Sharp
testimony
A
that
had
in
both
June
75
of
and
1996,
47
you
millimeter
did not
guns.
consider
Its
Netscape
disadvantage
a
was that the
competitive
main
threat
gun
to
was mounted in the
Microsoft.
hull, and so was difficult
Netscape
to
was a
aim.
competitor, but in terms of Java and
The
all the
other gun was in a
runtime related
one-man
issues,
turret,
we didn't have
which the commander had
a
to
clear
control
view
the
of that
tank
at all.
as well as man the gun.
So that I want to be sure I got your testimony.
In contrast, the newest German
Is your
design,
testimony
the
that in June
17-ton
of
Panzer Mark IV,
1996,
had a
you considered
75mm gun
Netscape
in a
to be
spacious
competitive
three-man
threat,
platoon,
not
so its crew could work as a team,
Java,
though only
Java
about 100
runtime
were available.
to be a competitive threat. Is that your testimony?
We considered Netscape to be
The
a
other main
competitor.
French tanks also
And I
had
told you
guns
earlier
which matched
that
those of
until
their German
late
counterparts.
96,
But again,
we were
French
unclear
had the
about
one-man
our
turret.
position on various Java runtime things and what other companies were doing
The
and what
one
that
area
meant for
where
us
the Germans had a
competitively.
clear advantage was in the air. The Luftwaffe had 2,000
Do you
bombs.
agree
The Allies, just 800.
June of 1996, the two key goals
The
that you
Luftwaffe
had
had 4,000
in terms
fighters,
of the Apple
including the
relationship
ultra-modern
were,
Messerschmitt
quote, one,
Bf-109.
maintain our
They faced
application
just
share on the
2,500,
platform,
mainly
and
older
two,
aircraft.
see if you could get Apple to embrace Internet
The Royal Air
Explorer
Force did
in
have
some
about
way.
800 excellent Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, but it was keen to keep them for home defense.
Do you have any
But the main difference between the two
explanation
armies
for
was
why
in
you
philosophy.
have written
Everything the
Mr.
Germans did
Moritz
was
and Mr.
focused on the
Silverberg
possibilities of blitzkrieg.
June 23,
Their
1996,
army
those
was
were your
grouped
two
in
key
10
goals in the Apple
independent
relationship?
panzer divisions.
No, they weren't involved in the patent issue at all.
But the French were preparing for a repeat
So when I write
of the
to
static
them,
fighting of World War I.
I'm focused on the
They
issues
saw
that relate
tanks
to
as
them. I do
infantry
mention
support
patents in here, but
and
that
distributed
certainly
them
was the
piecemeal
primary
instead of
goal
concentrating.
at this time and in subsequent times.
They
Let me
had
be clear.
noticed the
When
success
you
of
write to
Germany's
Mr. Moritz
panzers
and
in
Mr.
Poland,
Silverberg,
so they were assembling
you
3 armor
talk about
divisions.
patents.
By the start of
Where did you
hostilities,
see that?
none was fully operational.
Did you talk about patents?
Do you want me to read the mail, the entire
Two
mail?
Have you
totally
read it
different
enough to
ways
know
of
whether you
military
talked about
thinking
patents?
I
were
saw the
about
word
to
patent
go
in one
head-to-head.
place. If I read the whole thing, I can find out if it's in other places as
Blitzkrieg
well.
You
against
do talk
static.
about patent cross-licensing, not in this mail. And if you
The
want to
summer
look
of
at the last
1940
page,
would soon show
5
which was
lines
correct.
from the bottom.
On May the 10th, 1940, Winston Churchill
Yeah, they weren't
became
involved
Prime
in
Minister
the
of
patent
Britain.
issues at all. So
He
it
couldn't have
looks like in
picked
this
a
mail I
worse
just
day.
mentioned that in a
That was the
summary
day
part,
Hitler
but it was
chose to launch
our
his
top goal
blitzkrieg against
in our
France
discussions
and
with
Britain.
Apple.
At
When you
dawn,
write to Mr.
a whole
Moritz and Mr.
German
Silverberg,
airborne division parachuted into Holland
describe
to
that as
seize
your top
bridges
goal.
and
In fact, you don't
airfields.
even describe it as one of your 2 or 3 key goals, correct, sir?
Simultaneously, the massive Belgian fortress of Eban-Emal was assaulted.
This piece of email
Paratroop engineers were dropped on top by swooping German gliders.
Most likely that's because the people copied the email don't have a thing to do with it, and I wouldn't
Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe attacked Dutch and Belgian air
I have
bases.
your testimony, correct? In June of
Then the
1996,
frontier
what was
barriers
Paul
were pushed
Maritz's
aside.
title?
He was involved in
Hitler's
product
Army Group
development
B
activities.
under General
He
Fedor
was
von
involved
Bock
in product
now
development.
drove into
What was his title?
Belgium.
I don't know. Systems?
Systems?
As planned, the French and British armies
did
along
he
the
have the
Belgian
title
border
that went with
moved
that?
forward to their new defensive line
Senior
along the
Vice
Dial
President
and
Systems?
Meuse rivers.
Senior Vice President Systems.
But none of the
Mr.
Allied
Silverberg,
commanders seem to
have
have
a
noticed
position
that
in June
German Army Group
1996?
A,
He worked
which
for
had the
Mr.
bulk of the
Moritz.
panzers,
Did he have a title?
after brushing aside the Belgian
I don't know
frontier
what his
troops,
title was at the time.
had now begun
He would
driving
have been
through the hills and
an
woods of
officer
the
of some
Ardennes
kind.
to
An
the
officer
south.
of some kind. So, you're writing a memo to
Meanwhile, the
Paul
Germans were
Moritz, a
pushing
Senior Vice
rapidly
President,
through.
Brad Silverberg, an officer of some kind, and you're sending copies to 4 other people on the subject of the
The
Apple.
obsolete Dutch army was no match for the highly
And you
tuned
say, I
German
have 2
war
key
machine.
goals in investing
And it was
in the
under
Apple
continued
relationship.
heavy air attack
That's
by
quite
the
distinct
Luftwaffe, which
than any
roamed
goals
the
I might
skies
have for a deal with
unchallenged.
Apple. It says I have 2 key goals in investing in
On
the
May the
Apple
14th, the
relationship.
Germans demanded the surrender of the
Not
Luftwaffe.
I have 2 key goals for a deal with Apple.
A large force of bombers took off
Well, sir,
as the Dutch hesitated.
At the bottom, you say, what you
While they were
propose
airborne, the Dutch
in
agreed to
terms
surrender the
of a
city,
deal,
but apparently a recall
and you
message
talk
never
about
reached
what
the
Apple
bombers.
will get out, what Microsoft will get out. Correct, sir?
Do you want me to read you the email?
Rotterdam
I mean, I don't know
was
anything
devastated.
more than just what it says in the email.
The
I'm
Dutch
glad to read it to you.
capitulated the next day.
Well, sir, does it say at the bottom of the email that you are
Then
proposing
came the hullabaloo.
something
The thing
with
that
Apple,
British and French
you are
planners had thought
identifying
impossible
what
had
Apple
happened.
would get under your
German
proposed deal
panzers were
and
through
what
the Ardennes
Microsoft
and
would
had
get
reached
under
the
your
Meuse
proposed
by
deal.
the evening of May the 12th.
Yeah, that's the bottom of the email.
Among the first to arrive at Sedan,
In fact, the bottom
well
of the
north of the Maginot
email,
Line, were
talking
the men
about a
of the
proposed
19th
Apple
Panzer
Microsoft
Corps,
deal,
commanded by General
you say,
Heinz
quote,
Guderian,
the deal
fresh from the
would look
triumphs
like
in Poland.
this. And then you've got a column Apple gets and a column Microsoft gets and a
Guderian
column
now
both
showed
gets.
how blitzkrieg
Right,
should
sir?
be done. He ignored the troops in the
I'm reading
Maginot
that.
Line,
Okay.
and he didn't wait for his own
Now-
infantry to catch up. He pushed straight
In
on.
this email,
The
on a
next day,
page or a
assault
page and a
troops
half,
crossed the River Meuse.
in which you are proposing
Engineers
this deal
began building bridges for the armor
You described
while under
your two
heavy
key
French
goals.
fire.
as maintaining Microsoft's applications share on the platform and getting Apple to embrace
On the
Internet
14th,
Explorer.
the
Now,
panzers began
that's
crossing.
wrong.
That's wrong, okay?
That
The
evening,
word
the
deal and
Guderian's
the word
bridgehead
relationship
was
are not
8
the same
miles
word.
deep. The French troops, stuck in the Maginot
This
Line,
says I have 2
were
key
too
goals in
immobile
investing
to
in the Apple
intervene.
relationship. This down here is
Allied
an
bombers
agreement
made
which I
despairing
thought we
attempts
could
to
reach with
destroy the
Apple.
German bridges.
And is it your testimony here today under oath
But
that
most were shot
your
down.
2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship, which you mentioned at the second paragraph of
All
this
the while, German
email,
artillery
is
pounded the
different
French
than your 2 key
defenses while the
goals in
Stukas
the
screamed.
proposed deal that you described 5 paragraphs later?
I don't see anything
Just
in here
3
about
days after the
the
attack
key
had been
goals,
launched,
2
the
key
French
goals in the
defenders
deal.
around Sedan
I've told
broke.
you that I'm certain that my primary goal in any deal
Guderian's
was the
panzers
patent
began
cross
racing
license.
westwards. By nightfall, they had
Yes,
advanced
my
more than
question.
40 miles behind the northern Peninsula Line.
Whether it is your testimony today
These had been
here
holding
under oath,
firm on the dial line,
that when you
but now
talk
the French
about
Supreme Commander,
your 2
General
key
Gamelin,
goals in investing in
realized
the
that they
Apple
were about to be
relationship,
encircled. He
in the
ordered
second
them to
paragraph
fall.
of this email, that is different
This sudden
than
decision
what
to withdraw
your
bewildered
key
the Allied
goals
troops,
were
who had
in
no
the
idea
deal
what was going on behind.
That's right. Investing in the relationship is different than the
As
deal.
they fell back, they were hindered by a growing flood of refugees clogging the roads.
Tell Mr. Moritz or Mr. Silverberg that your goals
That day, the French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud
are different than your
phoned
goals
Churchill.
in
He
the
said,
proposed deal.
"We are beaten. We have lost the battle." But for all the brilliance of the Blitzkrieg, the Germans were vulnerable. As the Panzers raced westwards, they created an ever-long corridor just a few miles wide.
Obviously, they would have
The
known they were
Allies
quite
realized
different.
that this was open to counterattack.
Well, sir, you say the goals.
The bulk of the German
and the
army
deal
was
are
still
quite
totally dependent on horsepower
one of your two
or its own
key
feet
goals
for transport.
that you talk about
So the
in
gap
first
between the
paragraph, in
rampaging
second
panzers
paragraph,
and the follow-up
is to get
infantry
Apple to
grew with
embrace
every hour.
Internet Explorer in some way. And the very first thing
On May the 17th,
under what
Colonel Charles de Gaulle,
Microsoft gets
commander of one of the
in your
newly formed
proposed
French
deal
armored divisions,
is,
made the
quote,
first of
Apple
two attempts to
endorses
cut through the
Microsoft
German
Internet
line near
Explorer
Christi.
technology. You see that, sir?
But the cumbersome French
Now,
command system meant that units
does
were
that
sent into
refresh your
battle
recollection
piecemeal, not in a
that the
coordinated
deal
thrust.
that you were proposing had some relationship to the two key goals that you were identifying?
Some relationship, yes, but they aren't the same
The
thing at all.
Germans had little difficulty warding off both attacks, inflicting heavy casualties.
All right.
It seemed that nothing could now stop Godin. He plunged on, further and further into France. By the 19th, his lead units were past Perron.
Prepare any
On the 20th, in an
email
extraordinary 56-mile
to anyone,
dash, Amiens
Ritz
had been
or
taken by
Silverberg or
lunchtime.
anyone in which you said that your
Abbeville,
primary
just 14 miles
goal
from the English
in
Channel,
an Apple
was
deal
seized by
was
9
was
that evening.
obtaining a cross-licensing.
And at midnight,
I don't remember a
the
specific
battalion of the
piece of
2nd
email, but
Panzer
I'm
Division
sure I did
reached
with
the coast
at least
of Noyelles.
Mr. Maffei and Mr. Moritz.
You were sure that you sent them email saying
The
that?
Germans
I'm
had
sure I
split the Allied
communicated it
front
to them
in
in
two.
some way.
Everything now
believe you sent
depended
them
on whether they
anything
could defend this
writing or an
long,
email?
thin corridor,
I think it's
or whether
likely,
the
but I
Allies
don't
could
remember a specific
successfully
document.
counterattack. So now the
You
British got
certainly
ready to
haven't
break the German lines.
seen any such document being prepared for your
On May the
deposition. Is that fair?
21st, 2 armored battalions
I
prepared
didn't
to
say
launch
anything
an
about
attack
what
south
may or
of
may not
Paris.
exist at this point. I said that I'm sure I communicated to
The British
Mr.
tanks were
Moritz and
even
Mr.
more
Maffei that our
unsuited to
primary
fast-moving
goal
armored
in doing the
warfare
deal
than
with
the
Apple
French.
was the
Their most
patent
effective machine,
cross-license.
the Matilda II, had been designed
And
for infantry
I
support.
thought, and perhaps I misunderstood, I had thought
Though well armored, it was slow and undergunned.
actually communicated that, not merely orally, by email and writing.
I think it's likely that I communicated it to you.
And if you communicated an email with
The
that
Germans
email
had little
been
trouble in
preserved,
repulsing the attack.
Not necessarily.
a lot of it,
But it did have an effect.
we now have copies of it, right?
That's right.
By now, the German High Command were
How
becoming
did
worried by
Microsoft
their extended
decide
lines of
what emails would be
communication.
preserved and what emails would not be preserved?
Individuals
So,
get
for the time being,
email into their
driving
mailbox
south into the rest
and
of
they
France
decide.
was put on hold until the infantry had caught up.
Do you
The priority was
have
to turn
any
north
explanation
and
as to
eliminate
why
the British
people
Expeditionary
would have
Force
decided
and the
to
French
keep the
First
email
Army fighting
that
beside it?
described your two key goals in the Apple relationship?
On May the 22nd, Guderian and the Panzers began their
as
attack to
being what
destroy
they
the Allied
are stated to
armies.
be here, and not have preserved your email.
These were
that
now
you say
pulling
you
back to
sent,
the ports of
saying
Boulogne,
that you
Calais,
had
and
a primary
Dunkirk,
goal
but
of
they
a
were
cross-license.
Your misfoundation.
On May the 23rd, General Alan Brooke, commander of British II Corps, wrote, "Nothing but a miracle can save the British Expeditionary Force."
If it were the
2 days later, the Germans seized Boulogne.
that neither your counsel nor myself have a goal so can find an email
It was beginning to look as
that
if
says
even
your
a
primary
miracle
goal
would
in
be too
dealing
late.
with Apple was a patent cross-license. Do you have any
May the
explanation
25th, 1940.
as to why
The situation of
that
the British
email,
Expeditionary Force and the French First Army was
exists
desperate.
would not have been saved?
The port of
whereas
Boulogne had been
the email
overrun.
that describes one of your two
German
key goals
troops had isolated
as
Calais.
getting Apple to embrace Internet
The British
Explorer
were being forced back to the port of Dunkirk.
Objection.
Well, when you say dealing with Apple, there were a lot
Lord
of things
Gort,
we were
the British
dealing with
commander,
Apple on.
advised
I
his
told you in
government
terms
that
of
the only hope
the
of saving
deal,
even a fraction of his
deal
troops
that I was
was to
involved in
organize an
discussing
evacuation
in
by sea.
96 and with under another management Apple in 97.
But as the
There's no
dive
doubt
bombers
the primary
screamed
goal
down
was the patent
and
cross
Panzers were
license.
poised for the
And
final
by
assault,
the primary
evacuation
goal, what you
seemed
mean
a forlorn
is
hope.
the primary goal that you...
The British anticipated that Dunkirk would be overrun within
Is that correct?
days.
I don't think I'm the only
But
one who had it,
unknown
but
to
certainly
the
yes, that was
Hitler
the primary
and the
goal
German High Command
of
had
myself
made a decision
or the company.
which was to save them
And
from total annihilation.
when you said in June 23, 1996 email, quote,
The Germans were only too aware that their panzer crews were exhausted and their
you
machines
were talking
needed
about
urgent
yourself
repairs.
personally. Is that correct?
Those attacks by
Yeah, when
the
I say
Gauls and the
investing in
British
the
may
Apple
have failed,
relationship,
but
that
they had
was
shown
spending
very
time with
clearly
Apple and
how
growing the
vulnerable the
relationship.
German lines of communication were.
And
This was the great weakness of
in
Blitzkrieg.
describing the deal 5 paragraphs later,
So the High
the
Command
very
made a
first
fateful
thing,
decision. It decided to stop the Panzer's
Microsoft,
advance to
yes,
save them
is,
from
quote,
further
Apple
damage
endorses
and wait for the
Microsoft
infantry to
Internet
come
Explorer
up.
technology, close quote.
Only then
Did that
would the
indicate
Allied
to you
pocket
that was
around
an
Dunkirk
important
be
part of what
eliminated.
you were getting in terms of the deal?
So the Blitzkrieg was halted.
No such deal was ever struck,
And the
so I'm
Panzers
not
lay
sure what you're
idle.
saying.
Was that an
They would not
important part
advance for
of the
2
deal that
days,
you were trying to get?
just enough to buy the British, in particular, a little time.
We never got as far as trying to get that deal,
As the
unfortunately.
tanks waited, the only major action was in Calais.
You never
There,
got
the
as far as
British and
trying to
French
get that deal?
garrison refused to surrender.
Is that what you're saying?
No, well, in this time frame,
Instead, they had to be
Gil
overrun in
Emilio's
3
total
days
focus
of bloody hand-to-hand
was
fighting.
on his new OS strategy. And so what I outlined here,
When the
we never-
Panzers got going
never
again
got them
2
to
days
consider.
later on May the 26th,
Well, sir,
the weather had
your
changed.
email begins, last Tuesday night, I went down to address the top Apple executives. Correct,
The
sir?
Germans became bogged down
That's
in the
right.
heavy rain, again
And
giving the
down at the
Allies
bottom,
more time.
When you're introducing the deal,
So it was
you say,
that at 7:57 p.m. on May the 26th, Vice
Now,
Admiral Bertram
you're
Ramsay,
referring to
flag
what you
officer commanding
proposed
Dover,
to the Apple top
received a signal
executives, are you not,
that
sir?
he was to put Operation Dynamo
Yes.
into action.
okay? And what you proposed
Operation Dynamo was a
quote,
plan to
the
withdraw
deal
the British Expeditionary Force
that
by
you then
sea.
describe at the
He had
bottom
prepared it more
of
in
the
hope
first
than
page and the top of the
expectation
second page,
that it
correct,
could
sir?
ever be used.
That's right.
And that was a
The
deal
following
that
day,
you
a makeshift
proposed
fleet of destroyers,
the
tugs, and
Tuesday night
passenger
before
ferries
June
crossed the
23,
English Channel.
1996 to what you describe as the top Apple executives, correct, sir?
But by the end of the day, less than
I'd put
8,000 of
forward
the
some of
over
those
300,000
Well,
troops at Dunkirk had been rescued.
You put them forward and you describe them as proposing a deal, correct, sir?
The port
That's
was
how I
under
described
such
it
heavy
here, yes.
air attack that it could not be used.
All right, sir.
And the ships could not get in close enough to the beaches.
Now, you
So Ramsay now
said
sent out a call for any boats of shallow draft that were over 30
That-
feet long. Hundreds of cabin cruisers, fishing
The deal
boats
that
and
you were
barges
talking about,
were gathered from harbours all over
never
southern
got
England
done.
and sent across the Channel,
did you ever get
often crewed
Apple
by their civilian owners.
to endorse Microsoft
The little
Internet
ships worked
Explorer
on the beaches
technology?
of Dunkirk, ferrying troops out to the larger boats, waiting to take them to safety.
You're trying to just read part of that?
I'm actually, what I'm doing is I'm asking a question right now, sir.
All the time,
I'm
they
asking
were under
whether
constant air attack.
in 1996 or otherwise, at any time, did you get Apple to
The
endorse
British Air Force threw every
Microsoft
fighter it possessed into the
Internet
battle to
Explorer
drive
technology?
the Luftwaffe
Well, you can
off.
get a copy of the agreement we reached with Apple and decide if in reading that you think it meets that criteria or not.
Sir, I'm asking you as the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft. I'm asking
Even
you
so,
whether
7 French and 6
you
British
did not-
destroyers
we
were
did
sunk,
not that
together with 24
We did
small
not get some
warships.
exclusive endorsement.
A quarter of the
We
665
did get some
small boats.
for some part of the deal that has to do with Internet Explorer technology.
But when the evacuation was
what that
halted
part of the deal
on
is?
June
Not
4th,
really. It has
over
something to do with they'll at
300,000
least
men,
ship it
41% of
along
the French, had been
with
rescued.
other browsers.
does the deal prohibit them from
None
shipping
of this would have been possible
Netscape's
without the
browser,
heroism
without
of the
also
French
shipping
army.
Go ahead.
Internet
It
Explorer?
played a vital role in slowing
I'd have to
down
look
the
at the
German
deal to
advance.
understand
It is your testimony sitting here today under oath that you simply don't know one way or the other.
The French rearguard didn't leave its positions around Dunkirk until the last boats had pulled away from the beaches.
Internet Explorer. That's right.
One British officer compared them to the last stand of the Spartans at Thermopylae.
When you identify
Even so,
as
the British Army had lost most of its
tend to
men.
follow up
property crime on
and see
Marvin, and then
to what
an
extent
to fight the
alarm
Germans
at
again
Full
for a
Navy
long time. France still had to fight on, but it had lost more than half its
in a
army.
very general sense.
Against
yes.
them, the Germans had 92 divisions, including masses of armor.
Did you ever follow up to see whether one of the two key goals
At 4 in the
that you
morning of
identified
June the 5th, a short bombardment began the final destruction of France.
email to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg and others of getting Apple to
Assault
embrace
troops
internet
crossed the
technology
Somme
in some
and the
way
Aisne.
had been achieved?
At first, the French resistance was fierce,
Certainly,
and the Germans
what I said here,
struggled
I
to
have
break
two
out of
goals
their
in investing
bridgeheads.
in the Apple relationship.
But, once again, the
Those weren't
Luftwaffe
achieved
helped
because
crush the
the
defenses.
investments I made were with Gil Amelio, who was fired from Apple
Soon the
very
panzers
soon
were pushing
thereafter.
south, and the trickle of surrendering French troops
Was there something
turned
about
into
Mr.
flood.
Emilio getting fired that
By
changed
the
what your
9th,
goals were
the panzers
for
had reached the River Seine,
the Apple relationship?
and the infantry
I said I have
were
two
only
key
a
goals
few
in
hours
investing
behind.
in the Apple relationship. The form that investment took was spending time
Once
with Gil
across the
Amelio.
river,
That
the
turned
Germans
out to
found
be
out
wasted
into the
time
interior
because he was
of the
fired
country.
from Apple rather abruptly.
On the 14th,
within about
the German
8
army
months of
marched
this.
into Paris.
When he was fired, did that change what goals you had for the Apple
The
relationship, Mr.
swastika
Gates?
was raised on the
It was
Eiffel
basically
Tower.
a complete restart because we had to understand with the new management what they were going to do with Apple
Hitler
and where
had
they were
secured
going.
the prize which had eluded the
Did your
Kaiser
goals change?
in 1914.
Goals for what? For investing in the relationship?
The Parisians
Would
could
you
only
give
watch.
me a service number for goals for investing in the Apple relationship?
In
One of
Throughout
investing
the
in
period
the
of
Apple
the French
one of
collapse,
them
Winston
is
Churchill
to
paid
get Apple
5
to
visits
embrace
to
internet
France,
technology
trying
in
to
some
bolster
way.
French
What I'm
resistance.
asking you is whether that changed
On
after
June
this
16th, he
person
even
got
offered
fired.
Paul Reynaud
We
a reunion
reevaluated
with Britain if
all
France
of
stayed
our
in the fight.
thoughts about
But
working
it
with
was too
Apple
late.
based on what their
Reynaud's
management
cabinet
was going to
rejected
do, where
the
they were going to
proposal,
target the
and
machines,
the
what they
Prime
were going to do
Minister
with their
resigned.
machines. Since they continued to say that we were
He was
in
succeeded
violation of
by
their
Marshal
patents,
Philippe
it continued to be our top
who
goal
immediately
to
asked the
get some
Germans
type
for an
of
armistice.
patent cross license.
It's going to be 0732.
Then again, we
It was only
incorporated
now
so
that the
it's
Germans
clear from
finally
the
began
record.
to attack the Maginot Line, which had been left isolated.
33.
After a heavy artillery bombardment, the French defenders offered only token resistance before the German troops occupied the forts.
You keep, either intentionally or unintentionally,
On June the 21st,
trying to
Hitler went to
confuse
Compiègne,
my
where the
goals for
railway
investing
carriage
in
in
the
which the Germans
relationship
had signed the armistice
with
in
the
1918
goals we had
was kept.
overall for various dealings with
As a
Apple.
French delegation entered the carriage,
Certainly
he handed them
the
his
goals I had
terms,
for investing in
and
the
then
relationship, that I
the
had
French
to start over
insisted
and
on
rethink
consulting their
because the
government,
investment
but the next day they were
was
told that if they
to
didn't
spend
sign
time
immediately,
with the
the
CEO
panzers would
who
roll
had been
again.
fired.
Mr. Gates,
Besides,
neither in this
and the humiliation
email
of
nor
France
in any
was
other
complete.
document that either of us is aware of,
Before
do you
Hitler,
make that
his
distinction
control
that you're
of
making
Western
now,
Europe
correct?
seemed absolute. He felt sure that Britain must now seek
Do you understand
peace,
the question I'm
and that
asking?
soon he
This
could turn
document
to the next stage
does not
of his
say that
master
my
plan.
goals for dealings with, does not state
But
my
even
goals
though
for
the
dealing
Blitzkrieg
with
had
Apple
achieved
up
so
here. It
much
states
so
my goals
fast,
in investing in
it
the Apple
hadn't won him the
relationship. So
war.
there's a clear distinction right there in that document.
The British laughed
This document
had escaped
deals
the
with
fight in the air.
a proposal that he made
That's only one part of what's in the document. There's a part where it talks about, this is never mentioned, but the first goal is maintain our application share on the platform. That's something I'm doing in investing in the Apple relationship. And that's not related to the deal that's given the proposed deal that's discussed below in the email. So those are clearly two separate things. Related but separate.
What I think I've done is I think I have mentioned the first goal a number of times.
I don't think so.
I think it's been read about 3 times in the record, and the record will show it.
Okay. That's a point of disagreement.
Okay. My question, Mr. Gates, has to do with what your goals were, what your stated goals were. Now you say here, I have 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship, one of which was to get Apple to embrace Internet Explorer technology in some way. Did that continue to be a goal that you had after 1996?
It wasn't a goal in investing in the Apple relationship in the sense I meant it here. It was a goal for our overall dealing with Apple.
Okay.
One of many.
Okay. Was it a key goal?
I'm not sure what you mean by key goal. It was a goal.
What I mean by key goal is what you meant by key goal in your June 23,
On June
1996
22nd,
email,
1940,
Mr. Gates.
Britain
That's about,
stood alone against
about
the Nazis.
investing in the Apple
France had
relationship,
surrendered,
which meant spending
and Prime
time
Minister
with
Winston
Gil Amelio.
Churchill could only
So I don't know why you can take the word out of there and apply it to a completely different context.
Fight on the landing ground,
When you say a completely different
fight in the
context,
field, and in the street,
let's be clear
fight
about
in the hills.
what we're talking about.
We shall never
The completely
surrender.
different context that you're talking about is the difference between investing in the Apple relationship and
Britain
doing a
still
deal with
had all the
Apple.
resources
Is that
of
what
its
you're
vast
saying?
empire. Canada,
No, we have
Australia, New Zealand,
goals for
South
our
Africa,
general
India,
dealing with
and a
Apple,
host of other territories
came
had all
to a
been quick
deal.
to declare war.
We actually reached a deal either in late July 97 or early
But they were
August.
thousands of miles away, across the
But
oceans, and their
There's
military
a
power
separate
could
thing
not be
of what
brought
was
to
that
bear
deal,
without
what were we able to achieve with it, what we were trying to achieve.
Britain's situation
When we were
seemed
negotiating with the previous manager a
And Hitler
deal,
had no doubt
and
that Britain
what I'm
would
trying to
soon
do
try to
is
negotiate.
spending my time investing in the Apple relationship.
And
But
what you're
Churchill
saying
quickly showed
is
how determined he was prepared to be in the
it is
war
your
against the
testimony
Nazis.
under oath that although you can't recall actually having sent this email, you're confident that
A
when you
powerful
wrote this
squadron of
and
2
referred
French
to investing in
battleships
the
and 2
Apple
battle
relationship,
cruisers
you
was
meant
lying in
only
the port of
what you
Mers el
expected to
Kabir
get out of spending
in French
time
North Africa.
with the Apple executives.
If the
Is that
French
your
ships
testimony?
fell into German hands, the British Navy's position in the Mediterranean
Yeah, I was
would become
explaining why I
impossible.
was spending time with Gil Amelio.
And that's all you meant to say.
So on July the 3rd,
That's
the
what-
Royal Navy
that's
Task
in
Force
reading
demanded
this,
that the French ships either join it
That's what I
or
believe I
sail
was trying to
a neutral
communicate
port
to the
be
recipients
deterred.
of the email.
The French
Sorry, who is
refused.
this?
All right, sir.
So the British opened fire on their
Avery.
former allies.
Good morning, go ahead.
Let me ask you
They
to
destroyed or severely damaged 3 of the battleships.
look at a document
23.5, I'll get it.
previously marked as Government Exhibit 307.
Almost
David 3.5, I'm sorry,
1,300
we're
French
switching
sailors.
over. What did you say?
But Churchill's ruthlessness didn't seem to impress him.
Purports to be
On July the 19th, he returned in triumph
A,
to Berlin. He
email.
was greeted by more than 1 million people.
And
That day, he made a speech in the Reichstag,
the
the German
second item
parliament,
on the email
offering peace terms to Britain.
is an email from John Ludwig
His offer seemed generous.
to Don
Britain could keep its
Bradford,
empire. In return, Hitler wanted
dated
a free
August
hand
21,
in Europe. His
1997.
plan was to conquer the
And the
countries of the
subject
East in order to
is
win
Conversations
Lebensraum,
with Bill
room
G.
to live
last
for
night.
the German people.
And the Bill G. referred to
But
there
Churchill
is-
would have none of
correct,
it.
sir?
Yes.
The British would fight on. This would, as he put it,
And
be their finest hour.
It begins, I was at the exec staff meeting last night. And can you explain for the record what
Churchill's
the
defiance
exec
was
staff
immensely
meeting was?
King George VI wrote in his
He's
diary,
referring to a
"Personally,
regular
I feel
get-together
happier now that we have no more
4 times
allies
a
to
year
be polite
of
to
the
and to
Microsoft executive staff.
And
But it was
he
difficult
goes
to
on
see
to
how
say
Britain
that
could
there
ever
were
turn the
3
tables and
interesting
actually win the
exchanges
war.
with Bill
the whole group about Apple. You see that?
The British Army might have survived Dunkirk,
and number one
but it had lost
quote,
almost all its tanks,
Bill's
artillery,
top priority
and transport
is
in
for us
the
to get the
evacuation.
browser in the October
It had
OS
just 25 divisions armed mainly with rifles to
We should
resist
do
the vast
whatever it
armored
takes
columns of the world's
to make
most
this
fearsome
happen.
war machine.
If we are getting shut out,
So there was little to be done
we should escalate
except dig in
Bill.
and wait.
You should make sure that we are engaging deeply with
Coastal
Apple on this
defences were
one and
prepared
resolving
and
any
concrete strong
and all
points
issues.
built
Close
all
quote.
across southern England.
Do you recall
Signposts on roads were
conveying
removed to
your
make it harder
executive
for any
staff
invaders to find
in
their
or
way
about
around.
August of 1997 that your top priority
Large open areas
was
were
to
littered
get
with obstacles to deter
Microsoft
airborne
browsers
troops.
in the October OS release from Apple?
A volunteer defense force, the Home Guard, was recruited. It was made up of men who were otherwise ineligible to fight, and because of their age.
No, I don't recall.
By the end of June 1940, almost 1.5 million volunteers had signed up. But there were few weapons with which to arm them.
The top email,
Hitler, meanwhile, was getting on with his invasion plans,
which is
codenamed
from
Operation Sea Lion.
Don Bradford to a number of people, dated August 21, 1997.
Some 20
and is
divisions
also
would be landed on a broad front
on the
along
subject
Indian
of,
seaboard.
quote, conversation with Bill G last night, close quote.
Barges were gathered from all over northwest Europe.
Says that
These were
Mr.
hurriedly
Bradford
converted into makeshift
and
landing.
someone else, Mohan Thomas, quote, will take the lead
Troops
on
were
working
trained
out
for
the
breach
Apple
landings.
bundle deal, close quote. You see
But
that?
for all Hitler's bravado, those planning Sea Lion were
Did
one.
you instruct your executive staff in or about August
Hitler
of
might dismiss the
1997
English Channel as just
to
another
work
river
out
to be crossed.
a, quote, Apple bundle
But Britain's
deal,
navy was still the largest in the world. It might be stretched thin by its worldwide commitments, but the Royal Navy's home fleet far outnumbered the German. The German naval chief, Admiral
I think
Erich
there were.
Raeder,
This is post
had
the
no
August
confidence that
agreement.
he could seize
Late
control
July
of
or
the
August,
English Channel
early
for
August
long
agreement
enough
we
to get
reached
the
with
army
Apple.
across.
And I think there were some circumstances under which they would
Well,
include
the
or
Germans did
bundle
have one area
IE
of
with some of their
apparent massive
shipments.
superiority.
I think that's what that's
Luftwaffe
referring
far
to.
outnumbered Britain's Royal Air Force. The Luftwaffe's commander, Hermann Goering, had little doubt that he could establish
And
air
is that
control
what
over
your
the
present
channel long
recollection
enough for
is that
sea
you
lion
told
to
your
take
executive
place.
staff in August of 1997?
On July the 10th, the Luftwaffe began attacking shipping
Well, I don't
in the
recall
channel.
specifically what I said to the executive staff about Apple, but it appears Ludwig took out of that.
In response, the British had two of the most
He was supposed to
outstanding of the
make
new
sure that
breed of single-engine
whatever
multi-gun
outs
monoplanes.
that Apple had under the previous
The
agreement
Supermarine
for not
Spitfire
shipping our technology
and the
that
Hawker
we
Hurricane. The Spitfire was slightly faster
avoided those
and more agile than
being a
its
problem
German
that
rival,
prevented
the
them from shipping our
Messerschmitt
technology.
Bf-109, which escorted the German bombers. It would be used to intercept these.
Well, Apple wasn't prohibited from shipping
The Hurricane would prove a lethal
in
bomber
August of
kill.
1997, was it, sir?
No, I actually think there were.
But in
if
July
we-
1940,
I
Air Vice
don't
Marshal Hugh Dowding,
know the
the
Apple
head of
agreement. I
Fighter
haven't read it,
Command,
but I think there's
had less
something
than
in there that if
700
we
fighters.
got certain things done, and if there were no problems, and if
Against them were
and we
2,600
were ready in time,
German fighters
that they
and
would
bombers.
actually affirmatively include
The odds
some
against
of
the
our
RAF were
technology
daunting.
in various
Dowding
OS
knew that he
releases.
could not take on the
And this appears to
Luftwaffe
be a
every
discussion
time it
about
came over the channel.
whether or not we're going to be able to meet the
So when the
requirements
Germans
on
began
us
hitting British shipping, he
related
did
to that.
Registration November 24.
It is clear that getting browsers
eligible cost
The
Charlie
staff would
Flying
only use the
2030.
RAF
that
to
you,
stop the
Bill
Luftwaffe
Gates,
from establishing the
Microsoft,
air supremacy needed for invasion. So he would only take on its big attacks.
Yes, that's something that we wanted.
To help him, the British had one crucial innovation.
The last sentence of the second paragraph
By the
says
1930s,
Bill
scientists in both Britain and
was
Germany
clear
knew that
that
objects
his
well
whole
beyond
goal
human
here
sight could be
is to
detected
keep
by
Apple
bouncing
and
radio
Sun
pulses
split.
off them and measuring the
He
time
doesn't
it
care
took for
that
the
much
signals
about
to
being
return.
aligned with Apple. He just wants them split
In
from
Britain,
other
A team of
potential
scientists
allies.
led by Robert Watson Watt
And that relates
began
to
developing
Java,
radar
does it not,
as a
sir?
means of detecting approaching aircraft at long range.
I don't
Their
have a
work
direct
was seized
recollection,
upon
but
by
if
Dowd.
you read the sentence in front of it, that
He made
paragraph
radar
seems
the
to
core of the
relate
world's
to
first integrated air defense system.
the Java runtime.
Now, do you have a recollection
Known as chain
of
home,
telling your
this was
executive
a string
staff
of
in about
21
August
300-foot
21
tall radar masts sighted
that your
along the
whole
south
goal
and east coasts of Britain?
with
These
respect
could
to
pick up
Apple
aircraft at a range of
relating to Java
120 miles
runtime
and give
was
their
to keep
distance,
Apple
direction,
in
height, and numbers.
17.
No.
The information would be passed back to RAF Fighter Command's headquarters
who was at this
Bentley
executive
Priory,
staff meeting?
just outside London. There,
Probably
it would be assessed,
members of the
a
executive
warning
staff.
of an impending
And who
raid
were they?
passed to Fighter Command's operations.
It's about 40 to 50 people. I doubt you want to take the time for me to guess. We generally get about
Controllers would then
70%
alert the nearest RAF
attendance.
airfields and scramble the necessary
Looking
number
at this
of
document, it's very likely that I was there and John Ludwig was there.
The question was,
But
would
as for the
radar
rest of
make
the
up for
executive
Germany's
staff,
massive superiority in
I'd
numbers?
just be guessing.
The
It's
stage
very
was now
rare
set
for us to
for
have
what would become known
non-executive staff
as the
members
Battle
at those
of Britain.
meetings, although sometimes it happens.
Since June the 10th, 1940,
Is
the
Mr.
German
Ludwig
Luftwaffe had been battering
somebody
British shipping in the English
who
Channel.
you believe is an honest and competent person?
In general,
Luftwaffe's
yes.
commander,
Do you have any
Marshal
reason to
Hermann Göring,
believe that
was
you would
determined to lure the
make up
British Air Force into
One
combat.
round per
anything about
Gonna be
what
a
your
Britain's Air
One,
Chief Marshal
10-0,
Hugh Dowding
7-3-4.
refused to take the bait. He used his fighters sparingly, knowing that the real battle was still to come. As this first phase of the Battle
Let
of
me
Britain
ask you
began,
to
the Luftwaffe had a massive superiority.
look at a document that was in the
It
previous
had
remark.
1,100 single-engine fighters
As
available to the
Government
Royal Air
Exhibit
Force's
371.
Did you copy?
Almost all the German fighters were the excellent Messerschmitt Bf 109E with a top speed of around 350 miles an hour. About two-thirds of the British fighters were Hawker Hurricanes, slower than the 109s but more agile.
The portion that I'm particularly
The remainder were
interested
Supermarine Spitfires, top speed similar to the
in
109.
the second email is in this exhibit, which is first
For their
page.
assault, the Germans had
And
over
it is
1,300
an email
medium bombers,
you,
Dornier
Paul
DO-17s,
Moritz and
Heinkel
others,
HE-111s,
dated
and
January
Junkers
22,
Ju-88s,
1998.
each carrying about
Did you send this
4,000
email
pounds of bombs.
on or about January 22, 1998?
I don't remember doing so, but I have no reason to doubt that I
Göring
did.
selected August the 13th as Adlertag, Eagle Day,
The next to
for the
last
start of his
sentence
main assault.
says, quote, I think we can gain a lot of share with IE on MAC if we
His aim
do
was to
some modest
destroy
things.
RAF fighters in
Close
the
quote.
air, and the RAF's airfields
Why
and
were you
Britain's aircraft
interested
factories.
in January 1998 of increasing
Some
IE's
half
share
attacks
on
were made
MAC,
the day
as you
before.
describe it?
He's concentrated on the airfields and the radar
I'm not sure what I
towers
was
along the south
thinking in
coast.
particular when I wrote this mail, but I can, sitting here now, I can give you some reasons that I think I would have had
One
for saying
station on
that.
the Isle of Wight was put out of action,
Okay.
and several were damaged,
Did you do so?
but these were working again
Well,
within hours.
The use of IE on Macintosh
Göring did not believe that radar
was
had a
beneficial
significant
to
role
us
to play in
in
the
terms
battle,
of our
and so these attacks were not repeated.
the APIs we had there
It was
and the content HTML extensions that we had there.
Adlertag dawned cloudy,
And
so the
when
main
you go to
assault
people
was postponed.
who do content, being able to say to them that those extensions are popular
When it came,
not only with
radar
PC
gave
users but Mac users, makes it easier to convince the content person to take unique advantage of the innovations that we've made in HTML, as well as some of the innovations we've made in how the
Nonetheless,
browser
most of
was
the
structured.
RAF airfields in the south were hammered. But by the end of the day, none
I
had
want to
been put
be sure I
out.
understand your answer. You mentioned API
The Luftwaffe
and you mentioned
lost
the
46
HTML extensions.
Are those two different
Discover
things?
the past with exclusive military history documentaries and ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians, all on HistoryHit. Watch them on your smart TV or on the go with your mobile device. Download the app now to watch everything, from the gripping story of the Band of Brothers to Operation Barbarossa and D-Day. Immerse yourself in the dramatic stories of this remarkable era by signing up via the link in the description.
Are
Britain, just
choosing
30.
to use the software that those APIs are present in, it makes it easier
its largest attack of the whole
to convince software
on
vendors
August the 15th.
to write to those APIs.
And that's the question.
Why were you having Apple
distribute your
Waves
APIs?
of heavily escorted German bombers
Well, the key
forced
issue
their
wasn't
way through
about
to the RAF airfield.
distribution at all. The key issue was usage share
The RAF was so overstretched,
by Mac
some
users
pilots
of
flew
the
7
various
sorties
browsers that were available on the Macintosh. Why were you
By
interested
the time
in
the
having
raids died away, some 90 German aircraft had been shot down for the loss of
usage
42
share
British fighters.
Mac users of your APIs increase?
The battle continued with equal ferocity over the next few days.
Okay.
Both sides became increasingly exhausted. Dowding tried to rotate his pilots to arrest them, but he simply
Why
did
you
not
wanted
have enough.
to increase your share of IE on Mac. Do you
Many
recall
were
that?
being sent into battle with just
And
10
am I correct
hours
that you
flying
said
experience.
that there were two reasons? One dealt with APIs, and one dealt with HTML extensions.
The Luftwaffe
Yeah, I've thought
was
of a third
suffering
reason
too.
since then, but that's
Its
right.
pilots
Okay.
were shocked and increasingly demoralized by the resilience of the British.
Well,
The
why don't you
RAF
tell me
fighters
the one that you're thinking
always
of,
seemed to be
and we'll
waiting
see if it's the same one you're trying to think of.
Well, I've talked earlier about
As the fighting
having
wore
traffic
on
out of
for 12
IE
solid days, the British losses began
is
to
always
creep up to match those of the
of
Germans.
value.
The Royal Air Force was
Radio
close to
5
breaking.
11, good morning. When you're equipped and ready to go, I'm going to have one on the board for you.
To turn the screw, Goering began using his bombers to attack at night as well.
Those are three
But this
reasons
decision
that are
had an
among the good
unexpected
reasons
outcome.
that raising
On
usage
the night
share
of August the
of
24th,
IE on
a
Macintosh
flight of
was a
Heinkel bombers
positive
lost
thing
its
for
way
Microsoft.
and bombed the city
I'd like
of
to know
London.
the other reasons that you can think of now, if there are other reasons.
It was the first attack on a non-military target. The next night, 81 British bombers
That's all I can
responded
think
by
of right
raiding
now.
Berlin.
Why does increasing IE share on Mac
Hitler
help
was
you with
infuriated
respect to
and
APIs?
demanded massive
Because
retaliation.
Mac IE had APIs.
How does having that help Microsoft?
40 out of 424.
This
Give me
came
one
on the
moment.
evening of September
Because
7th. German
those
bombers attacked the
APIs
London
are in
docks
common
and surrounding areas.
with some Windows APIs.
More than 450 people died.
Why does that help?
Thousands of homes were destroyed. But in fact, this was Goering's second crucial mistake. By switching from the RAF's airfields just at the moment when it
If
seemed
we do
about to
things
break,
that make
he gave it the
our
respite it needed.
APIs in Windows
Had
more
Goering
attractive,
continued to
it
attack
helps
the
us
airfields,
in
the RAF could
increasing
not
the
have
volume of
continued to
Windows that we
defend the
license.
skies.
Are you
Instead,
saying
on September the 15th, British radars picked up
increasing,
another massive assault on London.
IE share
The first
on Mac
wave of 100 bombers and
will help
400
increase
fighters
the
was
number of
intercepted.
Windows that you license?
Fighting raged all the way from the coast.
Yeah, I went through the chain of logic that explains that to you. I don't know if you misunderstood some part of it.
In the afternoon, another fleet of 150
your
bombers
answers on
renewed the
record,
attack.
because if I begin to tell you what I think about your answers,
Winston
we'll be
Churchill was
here
at
all
Fighter
day.
Command headquarters that day. After he heard controllers
so,
calling
am I
in
correct
reinforcements from
that it is
neighboring
your
groups, he asked,
testimony here
what other
that
reserves have
increasing
we got?
your share of Mac will increase
The reply was, there are none.
distribution of Windows.
I don't know what you mean by distribution windows.
But it was obvious that the Luftwaffe had failed to gain control.
The number of copies that you
On
license.
September the 17th, Hitler postponed.
Through the indirect factors, can I explain to you? Yes. There's a positive
The Battle of
effect.
Britain did not really end.
Increasing
It died
your
away.
share
Hitler
by
now tried
mass,
a
you
new
would
tactic.
expect to increase the number of copies of
By October the
Windows
5th, the
that you would
daylight
license.
raids stopped, and the Germans
Increasing our
concentrated
usage
on
share
bombing
over
Britain's
time,
cities by
we
night.
think will help us increase the number of copies of Windows for license.
This was a so-called blitz.
Thank you.
London was attacked
Does
every night but one up to
increasing
November the 12th.
i.e. share
On November the
on
10th,
Mac
the centre of the city of Coventry was obliterated.
make it more likely that content providers will want to use IE.
The Blitz continued into 1941.
I don't know what you mean
with
by
the last
content
major
providers
raid being
using
made on
IE.
London on the night
Content
of
providers
May the
use servers. They don't use clients.
Do you know what content providers are?
10th. More than
Yes.
50,000 civilians were killed.
Give me an
in the
example
Blitz.
of a content
But there was never any question of Britain cracking.
Disney.
Disney.
Disney would be a content provider.
Victory in the Battle of Britain
Disney's
was a moment of
important.
huge national relief. Pilots had come from all over the
Now you're
empire
going to have to give me
join
some
the RAF,
context.
and from countries occupied by
Without
the
me
Nazis
giving you some
and
context,
Poland.
you can't answer the question as to whether
Churchill
Disney is
summed
a
up the nation's
content
gratitude.
provider that you tested.
Important in what sense?
Important in every common usage sense of what important means. I think
But for Hitler,
content providers was
this
not
was no more
the word
than an
content was
irritating
used by
aside.
the witness. And I think it was in
In Britain, he was convinced it
No,
would
there
never
could
be
be
as
context.
serious. So he now
If you're actually
turned to
interested, it's
Eastern
the
Europe.
use IE
For Britain,
where you
there
seem to
was
be
a chance to
confused
rebuild, to
about
review one
what
day,
content
to
providers
taking
do.
the
There's no
hyper-
question about what
To
content
do
provider
that,
means. When you say use
Churchill
IE,
would need
it's people who view content who use IE.
in order for somebody to view that content has to be put somewhere.
Britain may have won the Battle of Britain, but it was still immensely vulnerable.
Yes. And one of the things that Microsoft has tried to do
Night after
is
night,
try
its
to
cities were
convince
hammered by the
content
Nazis' blitz.
providers to put content places
Its supply
in a
lifelines
way
at sea
so
were
that
under
it was
constant
more
assault.
attractive to view that content using
Churchill
IE
needed more.
than with Netscape browser. That's it.
It's not the places
And there was
that
only
make
one
it attractive.
country
It's
that
the way
could
they use the
provide
HTML.
the United States.
Tried to do, Microsoft has tried to do, is get content
southbound
to
By
display
1940,
information
the US had
in
recovered
a way
from the Great Depression, and
more
the economy was booming
attractive to a
again.
user to
It
view
had
that
immense
content
reserves of
using
manpower,
IE
rivaling military strength.
Netscape Navigate. Correct, sir?
No,
But the
try to
people
get
of the
the
United States were
author
utterly
in a way
opposed
to
to
display
becoming involved
our
yet again in Europe's
Five,
war.
83, 91 had
In July
Effect of
1940,
that
a poll showed that only
more
8% of them were
attractive
willing to enter the war.
to view the content using IE
Undeterred, Churchill lobbied the US
Totally
president,
depends on what they
Franklin
do.
Delano Roosevelt.
What Netscape Navigator does with HTML extensions and what that
long
content
admired
provider does
Churchill
with
for
those
his
HTML
outspokenly
extensions.
anti-Nazi views, and the two men shared an interest in naval affairs. Roosevelt became Undersecretary of the US Navy in 1917.
to get content providers
After he became
to
president, Roosevelt kept
display
in touch with
information
Churchill.
in a
The
way
two began
that makes that
correspondence,
information
Churchill
more
signing
attractive
himself
when viewed
former
by
naval
the
person.
then existing
For all his avuncular
Internet
image,
Explorer
Roosevelt had no
than
illusions
if
that
used
Johnny
by the
Heath
then
would one day
existing
suck America.
Netscape browser.
So he began the long job of preparing
Charlie
American
13.
public opinion.
Charlie 14. Be advised Adam 11 is going to be holdovers from night shift.
But I believe
Adam 13.
you and I
Radio.
will
You can
act
send us an
together
alert.
to protect and to defend our science.
Our efforts have been focused in getting them to author so that it looks good in Internet Explorer. These people are authors. They don't do display, they do authoring.
broadcast this morning. It's going to be
In
at
July
127
1945, he
Public
got
Square,
orders
first
for a
floor
massive
tower.
expansion of the
Captain
US
motion
Navy,
times 2.
including the building of 6 large
0736.
battleships
Microsoft
and a new
tried
class of aircraft carriers.
to get content providers to agree to
The
your
following
words.
month, Congress agreed that the National Guard and other reserves should be
It's going
called
to
up
be
for 1 year's
35,
way
45,
so that information
16,
data
minute number
and in
1.
September,
We have a
a large
female
expansion
caller.
of 150,000 strong US army was agreed, with a limited number of constables being chosen by
Caller
lottery.
is not being
The first
cooperative.
number
We have no suspect.
drawn by the Secretary
No
of
number
War
of people
Our
involved.
attempt
serial
Agent
number
convince people to opt
one
for using extensions
There should be a code 1.
is not
CAD is
relative
That
to
same
that.
month,
It's just a question
Roosevelt
of can
announced
we
a
convince
deal
them
under
to
which
use
the
our
U.S. would
extensions.
supply Britain
Yes,
with
we
50
have
World War I
endeavored
destroyers
to convince
in
them to
return
use
for
our
99
extensions.
years of
But that
bases
doesn't
in
say
Newfoundland
anything
and
about
the Caribbean.
what they're doing or how that stuff
The
looks
British
in the
Navy,
landscape.
desperate for more escorts to fight the U-boats, began taking them over within days of
CAD is going to be 0740.
The clearest sign that Roosevelt was slowly winning the argument came in the November 1940 presidential election, when he
The
convincingly
effect on
defeated the
Netscape would be
isolationist
indirect.
Wendell
Our
Willkie with
intent in
27
doing that
million votes to
was to increase
22
the
million.
popularity of our products.
Part of your objective also to decrease
At the end of the year, Roosevelt spoke to the American people,
Our intent was to increase the
setting out
popularity
the
of our
4
products.
essential freedoms
No,
which
I-
he believed were at stake, and
The
which
answer may be
Britain was
simply
fighting
no.
to uphold.
But I'd
Freedom
like
of
to have an
speech
answer to my
and
question,
religion,
which is, in addition to
freedom from
trying,
want and
as you
from
say you
fear.
were trying to increase the
To save
popularity of your
these, the
product,
United States
we were
must
also
become the
trying
arsenal
to
of the
decrease the
democracy.
popularity
In
of
other words,
Netscape
must
products.
arm.
We shall send you
All of our effort
in
was in
ever
making our
increasing
product
numbers
more
ships,
popular.
planes,
There may have been an
tanks,
indirect effort
guns.
in terms of
That
their
is our purpose and our pledge.
choosing our product over other people's products, but the focus is on making
But
our
some
product more
Americans remained
attractive.
implacably opposed to helping Britain.
Did you enter into agreements
One of the most
with
outspoken
content providers
was the American ambassador
that
in London,
limited
Joseph Kennedy,
the ability
father of the future president, John F.
to make
Kennedy.
their content
A Boston
more
Irish
attractive
businessman who had
to
made his
the
fortune
through
booze smuggling
Netscape
during Prohibition. Kennedy hated the British
browser.
and seized every opportunity to claim that they
I'm
would
not
shortly
familiar
be
with-
forced to surrender.
Agreements that we had with content providers.
You're not familiar with them at all?
However, Kennedy's virulence
what you're saying?
was counterbalanced by the growing admiration many Americans
I know
felt
that we
for
had
the
some,
bravery shown by
so
the
I'm
British
familiar
people
with their
during
existence.
the
I've never read one. I've never seen
In
one.
particular,
I've
the
never
broadcasts
negotiated
by
one.
the CBS London correspondent Ed Murrow
discussed with
helped
anyone,
to change public opinion.
The substance of what's in them?
This is London. I remember the evening of Sunday, December 29th. It was just like any other winter evening. The first bombers were over London at about 6:30.
What I know
Soon
about
the
them is
fire
that they,
hissed from the top story windows.
they're related to the efforts to
Hitler once boasted, "I will
convince
rub
people
out their cities."
to take advantage of
This is what he meant.
extensions we've done that make those extensions worthwhile to end users.
Encouraged by his electoral success, in January
My
1941,
question now is
Roosevelt
whether you've
introduced
ever
his
discussed the
so-called
substance of what's
Lend-Lease
in
bill.
those agreements with anyone, and if you have, I'll try
To the degree I just described them, yes. Beyond
The
that,
United
no.
States would supply weapons
whom
and
did you
war
have those
material
discussions?
to Britain and
Well, I
China,
would have been in
which was
in
still
meetings
struggling
with
with
various
against
people.
the invading Japanese. Payment would be delayed.
Brad Chase, Paul Ritz, Brad Silverberg in a certain
Roosevelt
period of
likened
time.
Lend-Lease to lending a
And,
neighbor a hose to put out a fire.
Did they ever
You
tell
worry
you
about the payback.
that
like he's
these
got a good warrant
agreements
on
with
fire
content
for
providers
somebody.
It
limited
also
what the
meant that,
content
unlike in
providers could do
1917,
with
if America
Netscape?
had to enter the war,
I don't think so.
it already would have a substantial
do you
weapons
know as
industry.
you sit here now whether any of the agreements
American war
that you entered
preparations
into,
did.
Microsoft entered into with content
Roosevelt
providers
secretly
over the
authorized
last 3
US
years,
military staffs
was
to
limited
discuss
what
a
those
common
content
strategy
providers
with the
would do
British
with Netscape?
should America enter the war.
That when I was going to testify
By April
in
1941,
Washington, D.C. in the
he felt
Senate,
confident enough to take another step to help Britain succeed.
that
He greatly extended the Pan-American Security Zone, the area within which
Netscape
U.S.
or
warships would
someone
protect U.S. merchant vessels.
agreements in an effort to create some controversy around
there. U.S. troops set up bases in Greenland, and in July,
so I was
U.S.
given
Marines were sent to
like
replace
a
the British
paragraph
garrison in Iceland,
or two
which was
summary,
there to deprive the Germans of its arms.
and there were about 40 issues in general there, but one of the issues
The U.S. Navy also began providing limited convoy
was
escorts,
the
particularly for
related
U.S. ships
to
carrying
those
Lend-Lease
agreements.
material.
And so there may have been something in those paragraphs about the agreements
Hitler
beyond
now
what
gave his submariners strict
I knew about them
instructions
earlier.
not to sink American ships.
But you don't recall
as he didn't
the
want to
substance of that
provoke
now,
the
is that
United
what you're
States
saying?
into war.
Well, I can tell you there was something about in a period of
But
time.
inevitably,
Good morning, thank you. Again, it's going to be
a
Hillcrest
certain
Hospital,
class,
September the
670
4th,
Mayfield Road.
1941, a British aircraft
on
attacked
our
a German submarine.
channel bar,
He's got a good
they could
F5
Thinking the
appear
strike had come from the nearby
on
U.S.
competitive
destroyer
channel
Greer,
bars,
the
but
U-boat
they
fired a torpedo at it.
they could only pay us. There was something like that.
The Greer responded with
that's
depth
an interesting
charges, and there was a
one for
running
you to
battle
focus
which
on.
lasted 3 hours.
Can you think of any reason why you would want
Neither
content
vessel was
providers
sunk.
And Radio
The
5
detention
Adam
to
11.
agree
Looks like we just received
that they
another
would
call
not
from our
pay
caller.
Netscape
We
On
can
November the
disregard.
17th, the destroyer
She
USS
tracked
Kearney
and doesn't
was hit
see
by a
anything.
torpedo while on convoy duty off Iceland.
Copy that.
The
649.
U-boat commander claimed it was an accident.
We had
In firing at a British
hopes
ship,
that the channel
and Kearney
bar
had got in the way.
would get some usage,
With
and
11 U.S.
we
sailors were
wanted
dead.
to
The destroyer only just made it back to port in Reykjavik.
649.
Roosevelt protested, and the U.S. press was
work with
outraged.
some content
However, the
providers
American
to show off the
public
channel
remained
bar.
resolutely opposed to going to war.
And I can't give you the reasoning behind any
Within weeks,
part of
at
the
the end of
ICT agreement because I
1941,
wasn't
the
involved
situation
in those.
was reversed in a single day.
What I'm asking you now is
But
whether
in the meantime,
as you sit
Britain
here
would
now,
have to fight on
can
alone.
think of any legitimate reason
And luckily,
why
it had an astonishing weapon to
Microsoft
have.
would be getting content providers to agree not to pay Netscape. I'm not talking about getting them to try to use your channel bar. I'm talking about getting
It
them
looks
to
like
agree
just
not
another
to pay
mansion in the English
Netscape.
countryside, a bit run down.
You'd have to ask somebody else
But
why they
Bletchley
put
Park
that
once
in
contained a
agreement
secret
unless you're
that
asking me to just
fundamentally
speculate
affected the
wildly.
course of
Well,
war.
I don't know whether it would be wild speculation, but what I'm asking
Because
is
it
whether
was at
you, as you
Bletchley
sit here now,
that
as
Britain
chief
worked out
executive
how
of
to read
Microsoft,
Germany's most
can think of
secret
any
codes.
legitimate reason for Microsoft getting content providers
Since the
to agree
mid-1930s, all the
not to
German armed
pay
forces
Netscape.
and intelligence departments had
Yeah, I'm not
adopted a standard machine for encoding their
We're of any
messages.
broad prohibition against paying Netscape
cipher
for
machine
anything.
E.
I think there was something
known
about
as
relative to the
Enigma.
channel bar. We wanted some of the premier partners.
It was
which is a
developed in
very
the early
small number,
1920s as a handy tool for businessmen
to
to keep commercial
talk
messages
about their
secret.
work with us, and it would have been embarrassing if all
It
those
was
same
powered by a
people
battery.
were in the same
Its
relationship
encoded
with
messages were
Netscape
transmitted in Morse code
in that
to be
time
decoded
period.
on a second Enigma machine at the receiving end.
Your answer in which you said that you thought you
The critical
recalled some
element
of
of
the
the
things
machine
you were
was
told
three
in
rotors,
preparation for
which
your
could be set to scramble the
hearing
message in a
testimony.
way which could only be unscrambled by
You
another machine with the
were
same
one,
settings.
were you not, just a few minutes ago, who said that you
The
recalled
rotors
that
could
there
be
was some
replaced
provision
and set
that
differently.
even if the content provider was on another
As a
channel
result,
bar, they
each
couldn't
letter
pay
typed
for it.
could come up
Do you
in
recall
any
saying
one
that
of
just a few minutes ago?
150 million ways.
You got to say yes.
Yes.
Given the almost
Now,
infinite number
that's
of
what I'm
settings,
asking.
it was not surprising that the
What I'm
Germans
asking
remained convinced
whether you
throughout the
can
war
think of
that
any
Enigma
legitimate
was
reason
uncrackable.
why Microsoft would get a content provider
It was the Poles
to
who took
agree
the first
not to
steps in
pay
solving this
Netscape.
baffling puzzle.
I can guess about that if you want.
They knew
What I'm-
of the
what I'm
existence of the
asking
Enigma machine
is
and
not
assembled
whether
a team of
you
top
can guess why you
mathematicians to
did it.
crack it. Marian Rejewski,
because we could all
Jerzy
guess
Rojicki,
why you did it. What I'm asking is whether
and
you
Henry
can think of
Zygalski.
any legitimate reason that would
But the team could
justify
not decipher messages without knowing
Sure.
the internal wiring of the rotors.
Well, someone might have said,
supplied by
geez, it'd
French
be embarrassing
intelligence,
if
which
all
sent
these
its
same
Polish
people
allies
appeared
material
in
gathered by a
Netscape
spy in
equivalent
German
in that
Army's
time
cipher
period.
department.
Let's have
Amongst this was an Enigma manual.
agree
Poles
not
were
to
able
appear
to
at all.
reconstruct an Enigma
And then
machine
someone else
and
might have
began
said, no,
laboriously
let's not
decoding messages.
be that restrictive. Let's just make it less likely they'll appear
By July
by saying
1939,
that,
Hitler was
they
sounding
won't
increasingly
pay
threatening
Netscape to
towards
appear.
Poland.
But if you're going to
Britain
let
and
them
France
appear,
had promised to come to its aid.
why
It was clear
would you
that
try
war
to
was
stop them
coming.
from paying?
So intelligence officers from the
It
three
lowers the
allies met
probability
in
that
Warsaw.
they'll appear.
Why doesn't it do that?
There, the British and French were astonished at how much the
Because
Poles had done in decoding
There's
Enigma,
lots and lots of
and the
content
Poles agreed to
providers.
send 2 of their
And
reconstructed
so
machines to London.
And the channel bar,
Just
these
2 weeks after they were handed over,
gold or premier or
Poland
platinum,
was
I
invaded.
forget the terminology, slots, there's only visually, at least in the way we did it, room for about 5 or 6
By the time
of those.
Poland fell to the Germans,
And so
the Polish
if you have a contract that
cryptographers had
says
destroyed all evidence
that
of
they
their
won't
work.
take money from Netscape to appear in their channel bar, given
Some were
the broad
captured and
universe of
tortured,
contract
but
providers
none
that are out there,
revealed what
it's
they'd
very
been up to.
likely that Netscape will choose to pick people who do pay them to be in their channel bar, and therefore you've lowered the
The task was
probability
now
that
taken
all
up by the
of the
British
people
at
who
their
appear in
government
yours
code and cipher school
also
at
appear
Bletchley
in
Park
Netscape.
near London.
So that precluding people from paying
Its head was Commander
was an
Alistair
indirect
Denniston.
way of trying to
Denniston
make
recruited
sure
a
that they
strange
didn't appear
collection of
on Netscape's
mathematicians,
channel.
chess
Is that right?
masters, and
Well, now
crossword
you've
puzzle
changed
experts.
things. I told you I don't know. I don't know why divisions were put in there. You asked me
Among
if I
these
could think of
experts was
any
Alan Turing,
set of
Cambridge Dog.
reasoning behind it,
In
and which I
1936,
did.
Turing had
And then
described
you
the
changed and
idea
asked me a
of a
question about
universal
history, which again I
computing
can't
machine.
talk to you about.
Machines he believed would one day be able to solve all mathematical problems.
Asking just about the history.
He
What I
used
knew
his
to be
ideas
asking
to
is
design
whether
decryption
you, as the
machines
chief
known as
executive officer of
bronze
Microsoft,
goddesses.
you testified yesterday about some practices that you thought were consistent and some practices
The raw
that you
material
thought were
was generated
incorrect
from the British
company
Lie
policy.
Service,
Go ahead and hold
a
that.
chain of radio listening
Is
stations
it
which
consistent
monitored
with
and
company
recorded
policy
German
to
transmissions.
approach this way? To get
The messages were fed into
companies
Bletchley's
like
bronze
content
goddesses,
providers
and
to agree
permutations ran
not to
until
pay
at last the
competitors.
key was
Is
found.
that consistent with company policy? If that was done, objection.
Our company
Once a
policy
message had been
is
decrypted,
that
it was translated,
when
analyzed,
we're doing
and passed on to the appropriate authority.
agreements, we
From the
rely on
moment he became
the
Prime Minister and
expertise
learned of
of
Bletchley's work,
our
Winston Churchill
law and
understood
corporate
its
affairs department
extraordinary
to look at
importance.
those and make sure that they're appropriate. That's one of the things that's
He
done.
referred to Bletchley's output as his
agreements
ultra-secret
like that.
information, and ultra became its code.
Well, other than whatever your lawyers tell you,
The distribution of ultra was tightly controlled.
which I don't want to ask
Senior
you.
commanders were shown only that information which directly concerned their
do you have a company policy
But 5 minutes ago.
that addresses the
The
issue
need to
of
keep
whether
the
it is
source of the
appropriate
intelligence secret
for Microsoft
was so
people
great
to enter into
that Churchill
agreements
insisted that no
that limit
action could be taken on the basis of
companies
ultra material
from doing business
unless a cover
with
plan had been
Microsoft's
developed
competitors?
to convince the Germans that the intelligence must have come from another source.
10-4. 447 shake. Just be advised, the female took the RP's gun, I think it's a 9mm.
Decoding and assessing the material was keeping control of it.
There's no general policy that covers that area.
Often ultra revealed vital information
As I said,
about German plans and actions.
The very
News of
competent
forthcoming
staff we
attacks
have
and other
is involved
intelligence
in
was filed away
reviewing
in a massive
agreements we read.
This was constantly mined for answers to questions great and small. By the end of the war, Bletchley was decoding much of the German traffic almost as fast as it
Did
was
you ever
being
have
sent.
any conversations
It was
with
jokingly
anyone
said that it would have been quicker for a
about
German commander
whether
to
or not
ring Bletchley to get his orders.
they could deal with a
It was at sea that the
competitor
Allies
of
first became aware of how
Microsoft?
vital information from Ultra could be.
And that's open-ended enough. I'm not sure what you mean at all.
An early example of
there's
this potential came on June the 8th,
as an
1940.
initial question. And then if you say no, then I don't have to
The
go
British
through it. But if you
aircraft
say yes,
carrier
then I go
Glorious
through
was was covering the convoys withdrawing Allied troops from Norway, when Bletchley decoded signals showing the German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were approaching its position.
Yes,
the
I
warning
have
was
you on
passed
there.
to Royal Navy headquarters,
Thank
but
you.
unaware of how accurate the information was likely to be, this chose not.
I'd say the answer is probably yes, because, for example, I want to make, I think I should give an
The
example so
Glorious
you
was
understand
intercepted and sunk.
how
the British Navy
I
had learned the hard
interpreted
way
your question.
just how important a new source of intelligence could be.
IBM is a competitor of ours. And
It's not a mistake.
should we fly out with IBM on this topic? And I've said, in some cases, yes, should. In some cases, no, we shouldn't. So that's a case where I was giving people advice on whether they should deal with a competitor of Microsoft.
Were these people within
It had provided a clear picture of Luftwaffe's order of battle, and the overall strategy being adopted by its leader, Hermann Goering.
with anyone other than a Microsoft
This information
employee
convinced the head of
as
British
to
Fighting
whether
Command, Air
that
Vice Marshal Hugh
person's
Downing,
company
that his tactic of committing
could
his
or
fighters
should
bit by
deal with
bit,
competitor
rather than in
Microsoft.
large numbers, was the correct one. A tactic that played a crucial part in preserving the RAF's narrow winning
Well,
margin.
in terms of should, I might have said to somebody that
As Britain continued its lonely fight in 1941, it had
what
at last
you remember
found a way
doing.
of fighting back.
I'm trying to move this along. I'm trying to stay as
Bletchley
concrete as I
Park
can.
was ready for action.
And I'm not asking you to speculate about what you might have done.
okay, I know
Major
Conver doing.
breakthroughs had been
I know
made.
concrete
The
cases
systems for
where
exploiting
I've told
put
customers
in place
that I think
and well
picking our
tested.
product as opposed to a competitor's product is in their best interest, and
In
so
the
that they
coming
should
years,
pick our
Ultra
product.
and the work of
And in that
Bletchley
sense,
Park
yes.
would prove
Have you
vital to
told
the
people,
Allied successes.
That if they pick your
But as the
product,
Battle
they
of Britain
can't
and the
use
Blitz
a competitor's
ground on,
product.
these were still a long way.
If there's a technical issue
Churchill
about
still
how
needed
things
more
won't work
immediate
together,
results.
possibly, but
And by early
otherwise,
1941,
no.
he thought that he had at last found a way to get them.
Do you know a Mr. Poole who works at Intuit?
No.
You do not?
No. I think you're confused.
You may be right.
Nazi Germany
but all I
might
need to
now
do is get
control
your,
most of Western Europe.
your
And Britain's Prime
testimony
Minister,
down,
Winston
and
Churchill,
then people can
now decided
judge for
to
themselves.
take the war to the Germans.
So it is your testimony that you do not know
Even before
anyone
France had surrendered, he was looking for ways of striking back and of keeping resistance alive in the countries which had been overrun.
who works at Intuit whose name is Mr. Poole. You know somebody at Microsoft.
Just as the last troops were being taken off the beaches of Dunkirk,
deals with
Churchill was already planning ahead.
Named Mr. Poole.
He wrote to
Yes.
his chiefs of
It's
staff
quite distinct.
demanding the formation of raiding
Yes.
forces which could attack the coasts of
distinction
occupied Europe.
Actually, at the heart.
Within a few days, a
What I'm
call for
going to answer.
volunteers had been circulated to
what
create a
is Mr.
force
Poole's
of
first name?
5,000 men.
Will. That's at least what he goes by.
And
They were to be called commandos, after the
what is
highly
Mr.
mobile
Will
Boer
Poole's,
units which had
third
fought the
name?
British
I
for
have no
3
idea.
years in South Africa at the turn
you
of
have
the
dealt
century.
directly and personally with Mr.
10 commando units, each of 500 men, were set up.
Not until very recently.
They began practicing attacks from the sea.
When was the first time that you dealt directly, personally with Mr. Poole?
One unit was ordered to specialize
Well,
in parachuting.
If you mean was
and
he
using
ever on
assault
an email
gliders.
that I
This
went
soon
back and
became
forth
the basis
on,
of the separate
that
parachute
probably
regiment.
goes back. That could be any time in the last few years. In terms of
Admiral
actually
Sir
being
Roger
an
Keyes
email
was appointed director of
I think that's
combined
quite
operations.
recent. Which?
Churchill instructed him to prepare to mount
I said in
3
terms
major
of email,
raids as soon as
that
the
would be
threat of
the
an
last couple
invasion
of
of
years.
Britain
How can I be more concrete than
I don't know.
that? I
One of
answered the
Keyes'
question.
first
Can you be more concrete
was to
than
develop
that?
ships which
No.
could land his new troops.
Now, when with respect to me?
I don't think I was
3 cross-channel ferries were converted so as to carry land anchor.
Did you ever have
On March
a
the 4th,
discussion with Mr.
1941,
Poole
2 commando units and a
orally or
demolition
through
squad were
email,
landed on the Lofoten Islands off
in which
northern Norway.
you told Mr. Poole what the conditions were
Their main
pursuant to
objective was to
which
destroy factories which converted
Microsoft
fish oil
would
into
give
glycerine for explosives.
Intuit access to a position on the active desktop.
The commandos achieved total surprise, landed without a shot being fired.
There may have been mail on that general topic, but I don't remember any
German
specific
armed
mail.
trawler in the harbour was seized.
Did you have
They
any
quickly
discussion
destroyed the factories and the fish oil
apart
tanks.
No.
Did you tell Mr. Poole in words or in substance that
One officer
Intuit
could not resist using the local
could get
post
access
office to
to a
send a
position
telegram
on the
to
active
A.
desktop
Berlin. It read,
only
reference your last
if
speech.
it would
I thought you
agree
said that
not
wherever
to
British
deal
troops
with
land on
Netscape?
the continent of Europe, German soldiers will face them. Well, where are they?
There may have been some
The
discussion
commandos then
about
rounded up 60
browser
Norwegian
technology
collaborators and 225
Intuit
German
choose to
prisoners
integrate its products
before
with.
returning
There
without
certainly
any
wasn't
losses.
anything broadly about dealing with Netscape.
Well,
with them,
let
they
me
also
try
took
to be
115
precise as I
Norwegian
can.
volunteers. These would
did you
then
tell
join the
Mr.
Free
Poole in
Norwegian
words or
forces
in
in
substance that if Intuit wanted to have access to a position on the active
The
desktop,
Lofoten raid was an enormous
Two-three,
public
radio.
relations
Intuit would
Headquarters
have to
return
agree to
Corpus
use
42 tonight.
Microsoft's browser technology and not
But its most important
Netscape
result was
browser
one which could not be publicized. The capture of a set of rotors for an Enigma machine. Although the machine had been thrown overboard by an armed trawler,
I don't remember
its crew forgot
that
the spares.
specifically, but I do
They
know
were to
that
give
we were
invaluable help to the
in various
cryptologists
time periods
and
endeavoring
break
to
it
get
down
Intuit to choose the componentized IP technology as the way that you put in the default way that you put bring up a
units
browser.
landed at the Norwegian
In fact,
port of
they've
Vadsø
always supported both
and were immediately
browsers
involved in heavy
at all
fighting.
times.
My question to you
The
is
approach
whether
to
you
Vadsø
told
was
Mr.
covered by
Poole,
a small island
either
of
orally
Marl,
or through
on
email,
which the Germans had placed artillery.
that in order for Intuit to get
This was
access
quickly
to a position on the active desktop,
But across the water in Vadsø,
Intuit
the fighting
has to
was
agree
intense.
not to use the Netscape browser technology.
I have you on here. 7 over.
Did you tell Mr. Poole that orally or through email?
It took several hours for the main German garrison to be subdued.
I know we were talking into it about using IE as the
Commanders
default
then blew up
browser
several
because of our
factories
technology.
and sank 8
So in that
ships
sense,
before
being the
withdrawing.
default, we were trying to get them to favor
These raids
IE.
convinced Hitler that sooner or later the British
But I
would
don't
attempt
remember
to
any
use the
specific
second
thing beyond that.
So is
So
it
for
your
the
testimony
remaining
that you
4
do
years
not
of the war,
remember
he kept some
telling Mr.
250,000
Poole in
troops
words or in substance
troops
that
fighting on
if
other fronts.
Intuit was to have access to a position on the
But
active
effective as they
desktop,
were, the commando raids
Intuit
were not enough to
would
stop
have
the
to
Nazis.
agree not
Churchill
to
needed
use
other ways
the
to help.
Netscape browser technology.
So he focused on the resistance movements in the occupied countries.
Intuit has supported the Netscape browser technology at
In
all
July
times, and
1940,
I never thought there
a
was
special
any
operations
chance
executive,
of avoiding them
SOE,
supporting the
was
Netscape
formed.
browser
As
technology.
Churchill put it,
I did think
to
there was a
set
chance
Europe
that we would
ablaze.
become the default, and I was hoping we could convince them that
Its
it made sense
objectives
for
were to
them to make
encourage
us the
sabotage
default.
of the enemy war effort,
Default browser.
gather intelligence, and prepare clandestine forces to disrupt German
I understand that
defenses.
that's what you said, and I do want to explore that. But I want to first be clear
The bulk
that it
of
is your
SOE's
testimony
activities centered on
that you never told, or at least you don't recall,
lobby handle it, so you can take
words
that
or in
off the board.
substance,
Soon
that in order
agents
to
were
get
recruited in
access
Britain
to
to
a
build up
position on
and
the active
coordinate the
desktop,
French resistance
Intuit
networks.
would have
Radio
to
operators
agree
and couriers
not
were also
to
trained to
deal
support.
with Netscape or not to use the Netscape browser.
Yeah, Frontier Carousel, I believe it's
I don't
number
remember
2 or
those
1.
exact words.
I'm
in terms of substance,
into the country.
my desire to get
Submarines,
us to be the
high-speed
default
launches, and fishing
did
vessels
imply
were
a
all
favorable
tried out.
position for us
But the German
relative to
coastal
other
defenses
browsers.
proved difficult to penetrate. The
Is it
answer
fair to
was
say
air.
that
And in August 1940, a
Your
special RAF
position
unit was
with
set
respect
up
to
with
why
Whitley
become the
bombers and
default
short
browser
takeoff and landing Westland
meant that
licenses.
the Microsoft browser would have a more favorable position, but it would
Agents
not
and equipment were either
preclude
parachuted in from the
Intuit
bombers or flown in
from
and
dealing
brought
with
out
Netscape.
by the Lysanders.
Is that correct?
On moonlit
That's right.
nights, a growing number of
Now,
reception
I want
committees
to
would be
follow up
waiting
on that issue.
as an increasingly
Before I do, I
widespread
want to be
network
absolutely
of resistance
certain
groups
that I
was
have your
built.
testimony now clear. And that is, leaving aside the issue of
But all
becoming
the
the
while,
default
they were
browser,
hunted by an increasingly
did you ever tell
sophisticated
Mr.
German
Poole in words or
counter-espionage
in
system.
substance that
This used direction-finding
in
equipment
order
to locate
for
hidden
Intuit
radios
to have
and
access
double
to a
agents
position
to
on the
infiltrate
active
networks.
desktop, Intuit would have to agree
The work
not
of
to
SOE
deal with
agents was
Netscape or not
desperately
to
perilous,
use the Netscape browser
and their life
technology.
expectancy short.
Did you ever communicate
The
that
slightest
to
lapse
Mr.
in
Poole in
concentration
words
might
or in
betray them
substance?
to the
You can't leave out the idea of the
Many
default
suffered
browser.
torture
It's nonsensical to say, did you do that, but leaving out the
But
notion of the
Churchill was
default
sure
browser.
it was worth it.
The substance of us being the default browser is
Keeping
that
resistance
that's a
alive in the
favorable
occupied
position
countries
for our
gave
browser.
hope to millions
So what you've
that
just asked me is
liberation would
nonsensical.
eventually come.
Does making Internet Explorer the default browser
The British Broadcasting
preclude
Corporation, the BBC, was also
Intuit
investigated to
from
raise
dealing
the
with
hopes
Netscape?
of those living
In
under
a specific
German
way,
rule.
yes.
They broadcast the news in all the languages of the
Any deal that
occupied
relates to them being the default browser.
Other than a deal
The
that
German
involves them
penalty for
becoming the
listening to
default
these
browser,
bulletins was
does it
death.
preclude
But people tuned in
Intuit from
regardless.
dealing with Netscape?
Not
The
necessarily.
BBC also played a crucial role in transmitting coded messages to resistance groups. These always
So
came
that
after the 9 o'clock news.
Intuit could make Internet Explorer the default browser, but still deal with Netscape with respect to Netscape browser. Correct?
Intuit
For
of
the
all
peoples of
times
occupied
has
Europe,
supported the
the
Netscape
prospect
browser.
of liberation might only be a distant dream, but in the middle of 1941 it suddenly became more likely.
I think it has to be clear from what
For
you
by
just
then,
said that it is
Britain
your
was
view
no longer alone
that becoming
in fighting Nazism.
the Netscape, becoming the default browser, does not
It had gained a
preclude
massive ally. But it
Intuit
wasn't America,
from dealing
which Churchill
with
had
Netscape
assiduously been
completely
courting.
in terms of
It
browser.
was the Soviet Union.
Is that fair?
Kimberly says RP advisors a white paper
That was the issue that would have been of the most interest to us.
and leaving location there at the
What
corner.
interest
He
was
doesn't
that you
believe that
had,
they're a
what
retail
the
company
issue
that
was that was of most interest
stealing
to
it.
you.
I have
What
not
I'm
received
asking
an email for a repo at this
is
time.
whether, aside from the issue of the default browser, you ever told Mr. Poole in words or in substance that in order for Intuit to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to deal with Netscape or not to use the Netscape browser technology at all?
The question doesn't make sense to me. If you say that somebody's not the default, you're certainly affecting how they deal with you on the browser.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
We wanted to convince Intuit to make us the default browser.
And making you the default browser, does that preclude them from dealing with Netscape at all in terms of browsers?
Not in every respect, no.
Okay, not in every respect. Did you ever tell Mr. Poole, in words or in substance,
The place has been cleared.
that
Let me talk to her when I get there. I'll let you know if I need anything.
Intuit was going to obtain access to a position on the active desktop?
Adolf Hitler
Intuit
had never disguised his belief
would
that
have
the
to
Soviet
stop
Union would be his regime's
supporting
ultimate enemy.
the Netscape browser.
der sich als Träger eines besten Blutes
Go ahead, sir.
und dieses Wissen
Yeah, if you try call back and you just want to send a response.
Well, supporting can mean a lot of different things. I never
Soviet Russia
expected at any
was the
time
prize which
they would not
finally
support the
enable the
Netscape
German
browser
people
in
to become
terms
the
of running with
masters.
it, working with it, supporting it, and all those things. In terms of did I use that specific word, I don't have a recollection. But it,
Throughout the early months of
support can mean
1941,
quite a few
as he
things.
stayed at the Berghof,
What I'm
his
not
country retreat in the
doing right
Bavarian
now is
Alps,
asking what you meant
Hitler
by
planned
support.
his greatest
What I'm
game,
asking you is whether you told Mr. Poole
Operation
that.
Barbarossa.
Do you understand the
The
distinction?
assault
Did I use
on the
those
Soviet
words?
Union.
That you told Mr. Poole.
See, if you're going to ask me, did I use the exact words, you can
Steadily,
ask me
his
that
armies
question.
were redeployed to the
Or
east
if
and
you're going to ask me if I said
what
something
would be their
like
greatest
that,
challenge.
that's okay. But then I have to actually understand what the words, what you mean by the words.
In theory,
Let's take
the
it
Soviet Union was still Hitler's
one
ally,
step at a time.
and Stalin was keen to
Did
continue,
you tell
but
Mr.
his country was woefully unprepared for war.
that if Intuit was to have access to a position on the
The
active
mighty
desktop,
Red Army, once the largest and most technologically
Intuit
advanced
would
in the
have
world,
to stop,
had been
quote,
devastated by
supporting,
Stalin's purges in the late
close
1930s.
quote, or could no longer
Some 3/4
quote,
of its senior
support,
officers had
close
been
quote,
shot or imprisoned.
the Netscape browser.
What does it mean when you keep going in and out of quotes like
Despite
that?
appearances, there had been a
word supporting,
catastrophic
you use the
collapse
word
in morale and
What
efficiency.
do I said what?
Well, whether you told Mr. Poole
As
that
German soldiers
if
were flooded
Intuit
with
was to
military
have
equipment, Stalin, desperate to
a
maintain
position on
peace,
the active
gave
desktop,
orders that nothing should be done to
that
offend
Intuit would have to agree to stop supporting
But Hitler
or
had one
could no
other
longer
task
support.
to perform before he could push
That
on.
is, you use the word support the
He needed to
Netscape
secure
browser.
his southern flank.
Did you do that, sir?
Romania,
In
Bulgaria, and Hungary
email
were Germany's
communications or
firm
orally
allies.
or in any other form of communications, Mr. Poole?
But in March 1941,
I don't remember using those
the
words.
Yugoslav
That's the
government,
question.
sympathetic to Germany, was overthrown by
Do you remember whether or
pro-British
not you
forces.
used those words?
No.
Its next-door neighbor Greece
what,
was
if
also
anything,
pro-British.
did you tell Mr. Poole?
4421 West 140th.
I'm not sure if I told Mr. Poole or Mr. Chase or
So, on April the 6th,
Todd Nielsen or who,
1941,
but I'm sure
the
I
German army
communicated
invaded
that
Balkan.
the kind of support Intuit had been giving where Netscape was the
33
default
German
browser,
divisions moved into
but I didn't
Yugoslavia.
see that as consistent with agreeing with them for them to
They
be
swiftly tore its
featured
defenses
on
apart.
the active channel bar.
The capital, Belgrade, surrendered on April the 12th. Greece fell
I think that
almost as
goes to
quickly.
what you were saying before, which is that you wanted
Despite British help,
Microsoft's
Athens
browser
was
to become the
captured in
default
less than
browser.
3 weeks.
That's right.
Now what I'm trying to do is ask whether you went
The
beyond
way
that
was now clear for Operation
in talking to
Barbarossa.
Mr. Poole. Did you say to Mr. Poole that if Intuit is going to get access to a
Over
position
4
on the
million
active
men were to
desktop,
be deployed.
Intuit had to do something more
They were supported by more
than
than
simply
3,000
make
aircraft.
i.e. the default browser.
The plan called for 3 simultaneous thrusts. Army Group North would overrun the Baltic states and seize Leningrad.
That was my goal there,
Army Group Center was to
which
advance
of course
to
would
Moscow.
imply a change in how they've been supporting Netscape as the default browser.
Right. I understand that you said you wanted IE to be the
And
default
Army Group
browser, and
South
that
would
inevitably
occupy
means
the Ukraine.
Netscape can't be the default browser because you can only have one default browser, right?
Right.
Now,
Hitler's
what I'm
generals
now
were silent
asking
when he
is,
showed them the
did you go beyond that and say
They were worried
to
that
Mr.
this too
Poole
ambitious
that if
would spread
Intuit
their
was going
forces
to get
too
access
thin.
to a position on the active desktop,
But none dared
Intuit
voice
Thank
would
you. I
have
was
to
wondering what to do with that.
do something more than simply
The Red Army was much bigger.
0564.
i.e. the
It
default
had
browser.
nearly 2 million men within striking distance of the Western
I
Front
don't think so.
and millions more in reserve.
Did you ever say that Mr. Chase or to anyone else.
The Russians also had
Or
more than 20,000
communicate it
far
in
outnumbered
email or some other
Germany's
communication.
6,000.
I
They were
included that.
older and less
So,
powerful,
no, I don't
but
think
they
so.
were still a formidable fighting
I thought you
force.
might have included it, but I wasn't sure if you wanted to include it.
Go ahead.
Connection with
The issue
Intuit,
for
Mr.
Germany
Gates.
was
Insofar as you were aware, was there any effort
the Red Army's vast
to get
numbers
Intuit
ground
to
them
agree
down.
that Intuit would not promote Netscape's browser?
Operation Barbarossa began at 3:15 a.m. on June the 22nd, 1941.
I'm not aware of anything specifically related to promotion. As I said, I
joined in
didn't
at dawn, targeting Soviet air
deal with them directly. You could say that ask them not to support Netscape as their standard supported browser.
Simultaneously, the ground
It's
attack began.
a change in their promotion of Netscape.
Yes, I take that point.
The Germans swiftly crossed the River Bug on the border between
make the
Poland
question a
and the
little more
Soviet
precise. Other than an attempt to get
Hitler's
Intuit
panzers
to
were
make
soon thrusting
Internet
deep into
Explorer
Soviet territory.
into its default browser, did Microsoft
Within 2
make any
days,
effort that you're
the
aware
panzers
of
had penetrated
to
more than
get
50 miles.
Intuit not to support or advertise
Ill-coordinated Red Army
Netscape's browser?
counterattacks were swiftly brushed aside.
It's kind of a strange question because Intuit never would have specifically advertised someone's browser.
Tens of thousands of
So-
Soviet prisoners were rounded up.
I don't know what you mean by promotion when you give
the
that
Luftwaffe
example.
had total domination.
Well, I'm really just asking for what Microsoft did, and if you don't understand the
The Red
question,
Army's leadership
Mr. Gates,
paralyzed by
you
the
can tell me and I
German
will rephrase the question.
Isn't that what I just did?
Saying that you didn't understand the question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On June the
Let me
29th,
put another
7
question to
days
you.
after the start of the assault, 2 Panzer thrusts met up near Minsk,
did
surrounding huge pockets of
Microsoft,
Soviet troops.
insofar as you're aware, tried to get Intuit to agree not to enter into any kind
As the follow-up
of
infantry
marketing or
arrived,
promotion
more than
agreements
300,000
with
prisoners were taken.
Netscape.
I don't know.
Often the Germans
Did you
found
have
themselves
discussions
welcomed as liberators,
with
particularly
anyone
in the
concerning
Ukraine, where anti-Russian feeling was widespread.
Microsoft was trying to get from Intuit?
In Moscow, Stalin appeared to have suffered a
I might have sent
breakdown
email
at the
about it
news
at
of
some
his
point.
betrayal by Hitler.
Remember
He
the
remained
content of that
silent
email?
for more than a week.
Remember anything at all about the content of that email?
Well, I don't know that it's an email either. I said I might have sent email. It may have been many
Not until
emails.
July
So no, I
the
don't
3rd
remember
did he
anything
appeal
beyond
to
the
his
fact that there may have been
patriotism
email
to save the mother.
about this, and
Alright,
I
good morning.
made my views
Go
about
right ahead with your location.
In Britain, Prime Minister Winston
the subject
Churchill
known.
received the news of Operation Barbarossa with very different feelings.
Let me ask you to look at a document that was previously marked as Government
It meant the
Exhibit
country no longer
376.
stood alone. He announced that any enemy of Nazi Germany was a friend of Britain's, no matter what the political differences in the past.
This purports to be a
He then sent a mission to Moscow
email
to sign
dated
a
April
treaty of
17,
mutual assistance with
1997
Soviet
from
Foreign
Brad
Minister
Chase to you and
Vyacheslav
some other
Molotov.
people, which is forwarding on
But apart from sending aid by sea, there
email
was little
earlier
Britain could do immediately
in the
to
day
help the Soviet Union.
on April 17th from Mr. Will Poole to Brad Chase. The subject of both emails is Intuit terms
As June
agreed.
turned to July,
You see that?
the German
Well, it's just a
blitzkrieg
forward.
slashed deeper into Soviet
Do
territory.
you recall receiving
It was
this
beginning to
email?
look as
No.
if nothing could stop Hitler,
Do you
but
have
he
any
was
doubt
about
that you
to
received a
make
copy of
his
this email?
first
No.
major strategic blunder.
There are.
I don't have any reason to doubt it. I don't know that I received the email. I don't have any reason to doubt it. But since I don't remember it,
In early July 1941,
Did you ever
over
see this email before?
300,000
I don't
Red Army
remember ever
troops
seeing it.
were surrounded west of Minsk.
Under the heading Intuit Obligations,
Hitler's panzer commanders, in particular General
it
Heinz
says
Guderian, begged
Bundle
to be allowed to race
IE3,
on.
Quicken, in parentheses, and IE4,
Operation Barbarossa
in parentheses,
was
other
working
products.
like clockwork.
You see that? Were you told in April 1997 that Intuit had agreed to bundle IE3 and
Within a week, the
IE4 with its
panzers were at
products?
Smolensk, deep inside Russia, and only a couple of hundred miles from Moscow.
I don't remember that specifically.
On July the 22nd, the Panzer Pincer movement moved to
farther
the
down,
east of Smolensk, trapping
under
another
Intuit obligations,
310,000 Soviet troops.
there is an obligation that reads, quote, not enter into marketing or promotion agreements with other browser
Here there was a
manufacturers
brief pause.
for distribution
rest
or
of the army
promotion
caught up.
of Intuit content. Do you see that?
Though the tanks could move
Were
at
you told
spectacular
in words
speed,
or in substance
most of the army
in or
still
about
had to
April of 1997
rely on
that
horse-drawn transport.
Intuit had agreed not to enter into
But it
marketing
still
or
only
promotion
took them
agreements with
5
other
days
browser
before they
manufacturers
arrived in Big
for
Apple.
distribution and promotion of Intuit content.
I don't remember being told that.
The operation was completed.
Do you have any reason to
in
doubt
just
that you were
9
told that?
days.
Go ahead, sir.
In the sense that one of
Vast columns
emails
of
that may have
Soviet
come into my
prisoners began trudging
mailbox
west
might have
to
related to
captivity.
that. I don't doubt it.
Over 2.5
It certainly wasn't something that
VA malfunctioning alarm, so
could have
we might
been
get some
very
more drops
significant to
of
me
this
because I don't have a
Discover the
recollection
past
of
with
it.
exclusive military history documentaries, ad-free podcasts presented by world-renowned historians.
The
All
last
on History Hit.
Intuit
Watch them on your
obligation
smart
is listed
TV
here
or on the go with your mobile
is,
device.
quote,
Download the app now to watch everything. From the
create
gripping story of the Band
differentiated
of Brothers
content
to Operation
area
Barbarossa
for
and
Intuit
D-Day.
channel
Immerse
that is
yourself
available
in the dramatic
only to
stories of this
IE
remarkable
users.
era by
See
signing up
that?
via the link in the description.
Hayward, eligible and clear.
Were you told, in words or in
Moscow was
substance,
now only
in or about
200
April
miles
of
away, and the
1997,
road lay open.
that Intuit
It
had
seemed
agreed
certain it
with
would fall by
Microsoft
the end of
that
the summer
Intuit would
as
create a differentiated content area for Intuit's channel that would be available only to IE
But
users?
elsewhere, the German advance
I don't remember
was
being
finding
told
the
that,
going
nor do
more
I understand what it means.
difficult. The Red Army was counterattacking more effectively, and by mid-July, Army Group South was still more than 50
Have you
miles
ever
from Kiev.
had any discussions with anyone within Microsoft about the
Hitler
possibility
decided
of content
Guderian's
providers
panzers should delay their advance on Moscow
creating
and swing south to Kiev.
content area that would only be available to IE users?
I don't understand that. I mean,
Guderian objected strongly.
if the URL
But
is there,
Hitler
you can
was
get
active.
to it.
There should be no further advance on Moscow
So
until
what
Kiev
you're saying is that
would turn out to be a failure.
this obligation that Intuit is said to have taken on is an obligation
There
that you
were
just don't
already
understand
worrying signs
at
that the
all
Red
what
Army
it
was
means.
not going
Is that
to
what
be
you're
the
telling me?
pushover
I'm saying
Hitler
these
had been
words that are on this piece of paper, I don't understand what they mean.
All right, it looks
Sorry,
like
understand the
it's
concept?
coming back to a Catherine
More than
McKenzie.
I don't know what it
It should
means.
be
Troops were
on
now
a...
And the Red Army now
Did
had
you
some
ever ask
formidable
Mr. Poole what it meant?
It looks like it's a
You ever ask
Dodge
Mr. Chase
Durango
what it meant?
2020.
No.
Everything...
Did you ever ask
In
anybody what it
particular, a new tank, the 37-ton T-30.
Those words, no.
Or
There
the
is a
concept
note
that
on
is
here,
described?
76mm gun.
suspended.
I don't
Faster
understand those
and
words,
better
so it's hard for me
cross-country than the Panzer
to relate to
Mark
the
IV.
concept. I don't understand the words.
Let me be
It
sure that
also
I
shows it
understand,
as
but you don't
active.
understand. You're telling me that you don't understand what it
It
would
was easy
mean
to miss the
for
warning.
Intuit to create a differentiated content
Guderian's
area
Panzer Group
That's in
began
quotes.
its thrust south
Yes.
on August the
for the
23rd,
Intuit channel that would be available only to IE users.
The Panzers
I'm not
of
sure what
Army
they mean
Group
by
South
that.
struck north 3 weeks
Do you have
later.
any idea what they mean by that? Let me ask you
Pincers met
to
east
look
of
at a
Kiev
document that
on
has been
September the
previously marked
16th.
as Government Exhibit 372.
Two Soviet armies were utterly destroyed. 500,000 men killed or captured.
This is a email to you from Ben Slivka, dated April
On the same day,
14th,
more than 1,000 miles to the
1997.
north, Army Group North
Then the
surrounded the
subject
city
is,
of
quote,
Leningrad.
Java
Today's
review
St.
review,
Petersburg.
close quote.
Did you receive this email in or about April of 1997, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember. Your CAD is
The city was
0730.
besieged. Hitler decided not to storm it.
The
and
email
German
begins
troops
with
settled down to starve it.
the author is working with Paul Moritz to set up a 2 to 3 hour review for you
Conditions in the
on your
city
Java
became
efforts.
dire. The only link
see
to the
that?
rest of the Soviet Union was across
On our
Lake
Java
Ladoga.
efforts.
On
to the
Microsoft's
east.
Java.
But only a small amount of food
No, I think
would
it's
come in.
Ben
by water.
Slivka's group.
And he is a Microsoft group, right?
Yeah, he's part of Microsoft, but not all of Microsoft.
Over 11,000 people died in November.
So you would interpret this as that he is working with Paul Moritz to set up a 2 to 3 hour review for you
Not until
of
December could an ice road
part
be
of
opened across the lake.
Microsoft's Java
And there was a
efforts,
slight
but not all
increase
of
in rations.
Microsoft's Java efforts. Is that what you're saying?
But
Yeah, the work his group
3,700
is
people
doing.
died of starvation on one day.
The work
in
his
December
group is doing on Java, right?
Right.
Okay. And he lists
Meanwhile, Army Group Center
what he
now
describes
prepared for the final
as some
assault
pretty
on
pointed
Moscow.
questions that you,
The
Mr.
Darien
Gates, had
Panzers had rejoined it
about
to lead
Java.
the Blitzkrieg.
See that?
The Germans had a 2-to-1 superiority in tanks and men at the front, and 3-to-1 in aircraft.
I'm not sure those are the pointed questions. It says, I want to make sure I understand your issues, concerns.
Well, that's actually the last part of
The
the
assault
sentence that
started on
begins.
September the 20th,
Quote,
1940.
when I met with you last, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions
Once again,
about
Guderian's
Java,
Panzers slashed
so I want to
deep
make sure
through
I
the Red
understand your issues, concerns. That's what the sentence
By
says,
October
correct,
the
sir?
7th,
Right.
yet more
And
Soviet
when
troops were
Mr.
surrounded.
Slivka says, I met with you last, he's talking about you, Mr. Gates, correct, sir?
But Stalin was determined to defend
Yes.
Moscow.
And when he says, you had a lot of pretty
He appointed
pointed questions
Marshal
about
Georgy
Java,
Zhukov to
he's
organize
again
the
talking
defense
about
of the
you,
city.
Mr. Gates, correct?
Right.
And then he lists what he refers to as
The people
a
of
start.
Moscow were mobilized to dig a series
One,
of defensive lines.
what is our business model for Java?
Go ahead,
2, how do we wrest control of Java away from
But the
sun?
real
You see that?
obstacle to German advance
Let me correct
would
that.
begin on October the 8th.
Sometime prior to April 14, 1997,
German
had
vehicles soon
you
became
conveyed to
bogged down
Mr.
in a sea
Slivka
of
that one of your pointed questions about Java was, quote, how do we wrest control of Java away from sun?
By late October, appalling weather and an increasingly stubborn Soviet resistance meant Army Group Center was still some
I don't think I
50
would have put it
miles
that
short
way.
of Moscow.
Certainly was an issue about
You can put it back in
the
service.
popularity of
Hitler was finally paying
Sun's
the price for
runtime
his decision
APIs
earlier in
versus
the year
our
to
runtime
delay
APIs.
its advance on Moscow.
Good morning.
At around the same time, Army Group South
Is it your
reached the
testimony
Black Sea,
that you
trapping
didn't
yet more
raise the
Soviet
question of
soldiers.
how do we wrest control of Java away from sun with Mr. Slivka?
I'll say again, I doubt I used words like that,
they
but there
too
certainly
were
was an
hampered
issue
by
of
the
the
weather.
popularity of our runtime APIs versus their runtime APIs.
Even so, the city of Kharkov
Just so
was
record
captured
clear, I'm
on
not asking
October
you
the
about whether there's a
24th,
question about the
1941.
popularity of your runtime APIs or their runtime APIs. What
But
I'm
the
asking
weather
is whether you
was
told
now
him in
starting
words
to
or in
freeze.
substance
The German forces,
that
confident
you
the
wanted to
campaign
know
would be
how
over by the summer,
Microsoft could wrest
were caught
control or
unprepared.
get control
With
of
no
Java
winter
away from
clothing,
sun.
they now
Objection.
suffered terribly.
I don't remember anything about control as a word or in substance,
On the
but there was
Moscow
an
front,
issue about the popularity
Army
of
Group Center
our
was now
runtime
beginning its
APIs
final
versus
push to
Sun's
capture the
runtime
Soviet
APIs.
By
I take
December
it
the
you
4th,
know, Mr.
its
Slivka?
leading units were just 19 miles from Red
You
Square.
gotta answer yes
Some
or no
reconnaissance
audibly so the
patrols
reporter
claimed
can
they
take
could
it
see
down.
the golden domes of the
Yes.
Kremlin glinting in the distance.
And you believe him to be a
But that
person
night,
of competence
the
and integrity?
temperature plunged again. Tank engines would not start.
Yes.
Weapons froze. Many soldiers were
Do
severely
you
frostbitten.
have any reason to believe that he would have misstated
On December the 5th,
what you told him
the Germans halted
when you
the
met with him last before April 14th, 1997?
In no way does this
come to the
purport
rescue
to
of
be
the Red Army.
a restatement of things I said to Ben Slivka.
But the Germans were confident
Well,
that
Mr.
come
Gates,
the spring, they could finish the job.
What this memorandum says is, quote, when I met with you last, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions about Java. So I want to be sure I understand your issues and concerns.
1941,
here's a start. Can you please add any that I'm missing? And then he lists 6, the second of which is, how do we wrest control of Java away from some? You see that in the exhibit, do you not, sir?
Yes.
But in November, the Soviet dictator received a message from his top spy in Japan, assuring him the Japanese had no such intention.
Right, sir.
Immediately, more than 30 divisions began moving west along the Trans-Siberian
Is, quote, when I met with you last, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions about Java. So I want to be sure I understand your issues and concerns. Here's a start. Can you please add any that I'm missing?
By early December,
and then he lists 6, the second of which is,
near the capital.
how do we wrest control of Java away from some? You see that in the exhibit, do you not, sir?
Yes.
On December the 5th, just as the Germans were abandoning their attempt to capture Moscow, they were hit by a savage Russian attack.
Let me ask you to look at a document that's been previously marked as Government Exhibit 373.
Then swarms of Soviet T-34s crashed through the German defenses.
It's a one-page exhibit, and the second item on the page is a message from you to Paul Moritz, dated June 16, 1997,
the Soviet troops
on the subject of, quote, Java schism, close quote. Did you send this message, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Who had only reluctantly
what
agreed to
did
halt
you
the
mean
attack
by,
on Moscow,
quote, Java
it was a
schism,
terrible blow.
close quote?
On December the 19th, he sacked his overall commander-in-chief, Field Marshal
Email speaks for itself.
and assumed command.
The email may very well speak to itself, or for itself.
I appear to have written a mail that says, a point that is important to me is to have pure Java applications that do a lot have to ship a full runtime instead of being able to count on runtime being shipped to the operating system, and so on.
Now ordered that there would be no more wars. German troops should fight, and if necessary die, where they stood.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. What I'm trying to get you to do is to tell me what you meant by the term Java schism.
The German line gradually...
It's a heading for this piece of email. The email is the communication, not the heading.
I understand that. What I'm asking is, you chose the heading, did you not, sir?
Advance across the whole front.
It appears I typed that.
Right. And why did you choose this heading for this memo? What were you meaning to convey by the term Java schism?
Exactly what I put in the message.
Well, sir, what did you mean by schism?
For the next 4 months, fighting swirled inconclusively around the German defensive positions.
It explains that in the message.
I'm asking you to explain it in your words.
Situation he was used to, and
what you mean by the word schism.
Results.
I'm drawing a distinction between pure Java apps and where they get their runtime bits.
And facing an enemy that never seemed to give up.
And is that the schism that you're referring to?
That's what this email is about, and that's, and I titled it Java schism, and I wrote that email. And the question is, how do pure Java applications get their runtime bits?
Germany's ally Japan attacked the United States without war.
Is on the two sides of the schism.
Hitler, with almost
the bits you get from the browser, the bits you get elsewhere.
104, vehicle 105,
with no advanced command.
I mean, the mail couldn't be clearer. It's asking about two sources of the bits. You can get bits from the browser, you can get bits somewhere else. Okay.
As 1941 became 1942,
where else
Hitler remained determined to go on the
ship with the
offensive
application
again in Russia. But he needed
And
a new
why
strategy.
was it
The original
important
plan of
to
fighting
you
across the whole front
to
was no
have
longer
pure
tenable.
Java applications that have the characteristics that you
Moreover,
described them
as
here?
his economic advisors
I didn't
told
want to
him,
have the
Germany's oil
browser
supplies were
get
running
so
low.
large that would have all the runtime bits
So he
for all the
decided to halt the
applications.
attacks in the north,
And so where
and
would
instead
the bits
head
be?
for Russia's
With the
oil fields in the
application.
south.
And what you're saying is important to
The
you
initial plan
that
for Operation
Microsoft
Blue, as it was
develop
called,
pure
envisaged an
Java
assault south of
applications
Kharkov, with
that
Army
have
Group
a lot
swinging
of
down
bits
to
in them,
seize the oil
so that those
fields,
bits don't have to be in
while Army Group
the
B covered its
browsers.
flank
No,
along the River
it doesn't
Don.
say anything about Microsoft developing pure Java applications.
You're right, it doesn't.
Straight away,
and it's
there was
clearly
a
not
brutal
about that.
encounter with Soviet forces trying to
What is it?
retake.
It's about pure Java applications in general.
Did you believe that it was desirable to have as many pure Java applications as possible?
It has nothing to do with this email. The answer is no, but
Okay.
if you think it has something to do with this email,
200,000 Soviet troops were captured.
that's incorrect.
70,000 were killed.
I think that it may or may not be productive for you to speculate as to what I think. What I am trying to do is I'm trying to get your
As part
testimony
of the same
about
operation, the
this
Germans
email
tightened their
and
siege of the port
about
of
your views
Sebastopol
of Java
in the
more generally.
Crimea.
I thought so.
And
For
first,
8 months, the defenders had been
let me
under
ask a
constant
general question,
bombardment
and that
of
is,
German artillery,
did you believe that
including
from
a
a
massive
Microsoft standpoint it
400
was
millimeter
desirable
railway gun?
to have as many pure Java applications as possible?
In late June 1942, Sebastopol finally fell to the Germans. It was now safe to head for the oil fields.
We weren't focused on that as a goal. No.
In fact, is it fair to say that you
On
preferred
June the
fewer
28th,
pure
the
Java
offensive
applications?
began. Army
No,
Group
the
B
Portuguese men down
its
the
way through to the River Don
We preferred
and
more
advanced along the
applications that took advantage of our APIs.
on the ground behind it.
So we worked with ISDs to maximize the number that took advantage of our
code for that, or
APIs.
And your
Army Group A
APIs were not
faced
pure Java
stronger resistance.
APIs.
No, some were and some weren't.
Yes, so some were and some weren't, but the APIs that you
But
wanted
by
people
July
to
the
use
9th, it
were
was close to
APIs that were
Rostov.
not pure Java APIs, correct, sir?
No, we were glad to have people use both.
Were you indifferent as to whether they used your pure
Hitler
Java
made a
APIs
series of what
or
would turn out
your
to be
proprietary
serious
APIs?
strategic blunders.
And you've introduced the word proprietary,
As Army
and
Group B made
that
its way
completely
along the
changes
Don,
the question.
Führer
So
ordered it to capture Stalin.
help me out.
Even though the
What do
city
you want
had
to
no
know?
immediate
Is the
strategic
term proprietary
significance.
API a term that you're familiar with, sir?
I don't know what you mean by it.
Is it a
The
term you're
Army had
familiar
suddenly
with
been
in your
given
business?
a massive new task.
I really don't know what
2
you mean.
weeks
You mean an
later,
API that
Hitler
you have a
compounded
patent on?
his misjudgment.
Mr. Gates, is the
Frustrated
term
by the slow
proprietary
progress of the
API
campaign in the
a
Caucasus,
term that
he
is commonly
diverted the
used?
bulk of his panzers
Let
down
me
to the
give you
mountains.
All I'm trying to do is get
the
a
common meanings for those words would have it, and then you can pick one of them and ask me a question about it. Just, do you want me to define proprietary API?
No, I don't want you to define
The
proprietary
reinforced
API.
Army
I didn't
Brigade
ask you to define
now raced across
proprietary
the Caucasus to
API.
within
I asked you a
70
simple
miles of
question
the
as to
capital.
whether the term
to cut off
proprietary
all the Soviet
API
armies in
was
the
commonly
air.
used in your business. Now, I'm prepared to sit here as long as you want to answer questions that I
Good
haven't
morning. It's
asked.
going to be
But I have a
at
certain number of questions that I'm going to ask at the end of these other answers. Now, this is a simple question. You can say yes, no, or it is used in lots of different ways. But then I can choose what to follow up on. Or you can simply make whatever statements you want, and I'll go back to my question afterwards. Is the term
comprehensively
proprietary API a term that is commonly used in your
allows people to
business?
harass her, talk to her.
I don't know how
Without
common it is.
reinforcements,
It has
it could get no further.
She does have
And
a
the
prior
huge
criminal
many
record
different
battlefields in
meanings.
central Caucasus and those near the Caspian Sea
There is a
remained
CPO, it looks like, I don't
beyond.
know.
Is it a term that you have
She got
used?
one.
But by now, Hitler's attention had shifted again.
sometimes.
Okay.
In late
Now,
August,
is it fair to say
German
that
forces
you
were within
use
striking distance of
proprietary APIs? Sometimes you mean one thing, sometimes you mean something else.
That's right.
would you
The
give
assault
me
on the city, which
the
bore the
different
name of
meanings
Hitler's
that you
arch-enemy, had
sometimes
begun?
ascribe
It would be
to
one
the
of the
term
most
proprietary
crucial
APIs
battles
when
of
you
World
use
War
that term?
It can mean an API that only happens to be available from one company. It can mean an API that, for some reason related to intellectual property, can only be available from one company. And of course, that's never a black and white thing.
I have no other information, but I do have
It can mean an API that somebody's chosen
just north of the city,
not
and
to
German
take to a
forces
standard
operating in
body.
the outer suburbs.
And contact number is 216-420-3255.
Hitler
So then
seemed
radio
poised
and
for a
14
famous
Bravo. Were you guys
Those
held
are
over?
three
Or were
different
you held over for
things you might mean by it.
That's the purpose.
I just want to be sure
industrial center. It straddled
the answer is clear. I'm not asking
along the
what
West Bank.
I might mean by it or what a person might mean by it.
Its
What I'm trying to
factories
do
produced over a quarter of the
is get
Soviet
you to tell
Union's
me
tractors and trucks, as well
meanings
as tanks
that
and
you
guns.
ascribe to that term when you use it.
I've used all three of those.
The Russian people had turned it into a formidable
Are there other
fortress.
meanings
They'd been helped
that you have
by
ascribed
Hitler's
to the
decision to
term
send
proprietary
army
API in
forces
your
to the
use
south.
of that term?
This had
Not that I
taken
can think of right
2
now.
weeks to
AM
prepare.
to 2 p.m. So I'll see you over there around 9.
Okay.
The German
Now, with
plan was to
respect
make a direct
to
assault on the city.
The APIs in Windows. There are both Java APIs and
Now
non-Java
began one of the most
APIs. Is that fair?
prolonged and intense battles of World War II.
I hate to tell you this, but what you mean by Java there is subject to massive ambiguity.
Let me try to
Slowly,
put the question this
Germans
way.
edged forward, street by street.
In Windows, there are pure Java
Just ahead
APIs,
of them.
there are impure Java APIs, and there are APIs that have nothing to do with Java. Is that fair?
I don't see anything about
Fighting was
APIs.
savage.
You
House
see,
to house,
Mr. Gates,
room by room.
let me ask you a question. If you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. Does
The Soviet
Windows
defenders
include
used the
pure
sewers
Java
for
APIs?
shelter and communications, and the ruins above for sniping. Russian reinforcements had to be brought across the river. Often they were under assault from the
Sorry,
air.
say that one more time. You're on 102, I'm happy. 745.
But even so, thousands of
occupied, yeah.
By late September, the
There's
Germans pushed their way
in some
through
versions
most
of
the
Windows,
city,
there are
almost
some
to the
Java
bone.
runtime APIs, which at one time Sun labeled
For Hitler,
as
the capture
pure
of
Java
Stalingrad was
APIs.
now an obsession.
Subsequently, they changed in a way that was not upwards compatible. So it's
On October the 4th,
actually kind of
1942,
confusing.
General Paulus launched what was
Does
meant to be
Windows
the final
have
assault
any
on the
APIs
city.
that you would consider to be pure Java APIs?
Tanks led the way, grinding over the
Today?
rubble
Yeah.
and firing point blank into courtyards. One German officer
Yeah, I
said,
guess the
the advance is
AWT
measured in
1.1
corpses,
stuff,
not meters.
you might think of that way.
German victory seemed certain, but in fact, the Germans were dangerously
Anything else?
overextended.
I don't know what you mean, anything else. Are we
By
over
any
the
other
Soviet army was bringing in reinforcements.
APIs in Windows
More
that
than
you
a
would
million
consider to be pure Java?
13,500 guns, 900 tanks,
I know there's more, I don't
and
have the technical
1,000
names for them.
aircraft were secretly moved to the battle zone.
See if there's anything on our end. I didn't know if I looked around.
And does
On November
Microsoft
19th, they
have
attacked the
a
Germans'
version
northern
of
flank.
Java that is not what you refer to in your memo
know as pure
After a
Java.
massive artillery barrage, the T-34s and assault infantry burst through the German positions.
I have no idea what you mean by that question.
Okay.
Now, it was the Germans who surrendered in their thousands.
Does Windows include APIs that are written in
The
what
next
is
day,
described
a Soviet
as
assault in
a
the south
form
was
or
equally
version of
successful.
Java, but not pure Java?
And on November the 23rd, these
You're talking
pincer
about the
movements
language?
met west of Stalingrad,
If you don't
cutting off
understand the question,
German
Ms. Gates,
6th Army.
you can simply say you don't understand the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't understand the
General
question.
Paulus,
That's what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is get on the record what you say you understand, what you say you don't understand.
Yeah, but
Give the answer back, please. Or the statement.
The Führer had been assured by the Luftwaffe that sufficient supplies could be airlifted into Stalingrad. This was enough for him to announce that the German positions must hold out until
No, I'm not talking about the language. If by the language you mean all the things that you said about the Java language when we were talking about Java
it was an
yesterday.
attempt by the German Nazis to break the Soviet encirclement of the city.
Caller states that the guy at the apartment is getting ready to give you uses.
Now let me go back to me asking the question.
For 2 days it went well,
And then it looks
but
safe.
then Red
The
Army
address is
resistance
3311
As part
3311
of an effort
By December the 23rd, the
don't
German
have a
troops
name
attempted
for
to ground to a halt.
complainant,
take
but I have a
control
phone
of
number,
Java, the racist son,
421.
in the terms used by Mr.
4959.
Slifka in his memo with Mr. Gay
to attempt to
to
break
you
out of Stalingrad.
on April 14, 1997. Did Microsoft make an effort
This
to get people to use the it was not pure Java API.
Marshal Zhukov
I don't understand the
unleashed
question.
the next
Okay.
stage of his master.
4959.
Okay, copy. Yeah. You sound more like the APL might handle this,
It was
so
a
we'll probably
massive
refer to
assault
them.
on the
In
Panzer
an
Relief
attempt
Corps.
to, in Mr. Slifka's words, wrest control of Java away from Sun.
The Panzers were pushed
Did
away from
Microsoft
By the end of December, all hope of
make
relieving
an
the
effort
German forces in Stalingrad
to
had
copy,
gone.
I can
programmers to write
Department 3.
to APIs
302. Apartment
Worse
302.
still,
3311
plans to
manager,
airlift aid
302.
to
into the
run
city
applications
were
on Windows, but not on all
The
other
German troops needed 700
operating
tons of
systems.
supplies
This
in
ain't the radio, we got
pure
this on board
Java.
and
They
around the
never
county.
received more than 80.
Copy that, 749.
I wouldn't say that was part of anything to do with controlling Java,
weather
but we
was
do
too bad,
promote
and the Red
the
Air
use
Force
of
now
the
commanded the
unique
skies.
Windows APIs.
And with respect
Steadily,
to
the
the
Soviet
unique
troops
Windows
squeezed in on the encircled
APIs,
Germans.
are some of those APIs
200,000 men.
APIs that Microsoft describes as Java APIs?
On January the 8th, the Soviets
Or
called on
has
the
in the
Germans
past.
to surrender.
There's a
They
lawsuit with
refused.
Sun.
With a lawsuit with Sun, and it's a lawsuit with Sun relating to the use of Java, right?
It relates to a very specific contract that we have with Sun.
And does that very specific contract with Sun relate to Java?
It's a license to various Sun technologies related to Java.
Okay. Now,
On January the
you're familiar with
31st,
that lawsuit, are you not,
1943, Paulus was forced to surrender.
Not very.
Not very? Do you know what the contentions in that lawsuit are?
No.
Never tried to find out? Is that your testimony?
I haven't read the complaint, if that's your question.
That's not my question. My question is whether you've ever tried to
Over
find out
100,000
the substance
men
of
stumbled
the
off into captivity.
allegations about Java that
Only
Sun is
5,000
making in its
would ever
lawsuit
return
against
to
Microsoft.
Stalingrad
My
had been
understanding of their
a bloodbath.
allocations is very limited.
Germans had been savage.
What is your
Lost some
understanding of their allegations?
300,000 of their men, and at least as many of their allies.
I haven't read the contract between
The
Microsoft and
Russians
Sun.
have lost
I'm
about
asking
the
you
same
about the
number,
allegations in the
including
complaint, not whether you've read the
thousands of
contract. Asking for your understanding, which I know you've already said is very limited,
but I'm asking for your understanding of what allegations the Sun makes in its claim against Microsoft.
I think there's some dispute about massive defeats on Hitler's forces across the whole.
They were supposed to make the test cases public and upwards compatible, and they didn't make them public, and they weren't upwards compatible. And that relates to the contract that I haven't read.
And that's what you think they allege in the
commander, Marshal Zhukov, set his sights on
Well,
Germany's army group
those
A,
are certain
still
things
carried in
that
the Caucasus.
They were required to do.
The Soviet troops
I
lost their
believe.
way west of
My question is not
Early
what you
December
believe they were required to do
1942,
to get this. My question is, what is your understanding about the complaint that they made about what you did, about what Microsoft did? Do you understand the question?
Hitler reluctantly gave Army Group A.
You're asking me to summarize their lawsuit?
I'm asking you to tell me what you know about the claims they make in that lawsuit. You said you know something about it, but it's very limited. All I'm trying to do is get you to tell me what it is you know about the claims they make in their lawsuit.
I think they want us to use GNI.
Then, on January the 12th,
is that all you know about their claims?
Zhukov launched an all-out assault.
I think there was something about a trademark.
What about the trademark?
The Soviets attacked along a 500
Whether we could use the trademark? I'm not sure.
But don't you know, Mr. Goetz, that one of the allegations that they make
7-1
is that you're taking their trademark and applying it to things that it shouldn't be applied to?
Fought a brilliant mobile retreat. But by the end of February, the Red Army had recaptured both
Yeah, I think there's a trademark issue. I'm not sure what they're saying about the trademark.
This Russian winter offensive had struck
do you know anything that they're saying about the trademark, according to your present testimony?
Over a matter of months, it had
I know
lost
there's a dispute about the trademark.
Don't you know that one of the things they're alleging is that Microsoft is taking their trademark and applying it to things that shouldn't be applied to, according to them?
I'm not sure that's right, because I don't think we use their trademark. I'm not sure. I'm kind of confused about that. I've never seen us using their trademark. So I'm a little confused about how that relates to any dispute with Sun.
Did you ever try to find that out?
What?
What the claims were, more than your present knowledge?
Technological upper hand. The T-34 tank was more than a match for the
I read
Panzer Mark IV.
Something that was on our website about 4 days ago.
Multiple rocket
about
system
the Sun lawsuit?
Yeah, Bob Muglia had some statements.
Other than that, did you ever try to find out what Microsoft is being charged with, what they're alleged to have done wrong?
Preemptive summer assault that would throw the Soviet Union off balance.
I've had discussions with Moritz saying, do I need to learn about this lawsuit? Do I need to spend a lot of time on it?
What do you think?
He said no, he's focused on that and I can focus on other things.
Deep into the German lines. It looked exposed. Hitler decided
is one of the things that you're focused on trying, in Mr. Slifka's words, to wrest control or get control, if wrest is a word that you don't like, of Java away from Sun?
Specially designed to combat the formidable Russian T-34. The massive but slow 55-ton Tiger
did you think Microsoft could get control of Java away from Sun?
Made it almost
I honestly don't know what you mean by control of Java. I know those words are in that email from Mr. Slifka, but when you ask me the question, I don't know what you mean control of Java.
And then there was the faster 43-ton Panther with a new
your testimony,
75mm
Mr.
gun.
Gates, that as you sit here today and
capable of knocking out
you have no idea what Mr. Slifka meant when he said that one of the pointed questions that you had raised with him was how to get control of Java away from Sun.
I told you I think it related to our attempt to make our runtime APIs the most popular runtime APIs.
But even as the German forces began to
and
assemble,
not
the Soviet commander, Marshal
Java
Zhukov,
API
guessed what
from
was
Sun.
about.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, let's not label the APIs,
Soon
not
afterwards,
the
he received
unique ones
information
that Sun
from
was
Soviet
promoting.
spying
When you
inside
say
the
the
German
unique
High
ones
Command.
that Sun was
Confirmed the site of the attack.
what were the unique ones that Sun was promoting called?
Zhukov ordered the construction of a series of defensive lines with anti-tank ditches, minefields, and deep belts of barbed wire. He also
I'm not sure what they're
massively
called.
built up Soviet
I
forces
think
in the area,
AWP 1.2
pulling in
maybe?
troops and tanks from less vulnerable
Or
parts.
JDK 1.2?
By the eve of the assault on Kursk, the Germans were hugely outnumbered.
Is it your
by
best
Soviet
testimony that that's what you think this would have meant back in
exactly
April of
when the
1997, sir?
On July the 5th, 1943,
Getting control of
just
Java
as the
away
German
from Sun.
troops prepared to assault,
The thing we've been
they were
talking
hit by
about.
huge Soviet artillery
Is that
bombardment.
the same as rest? Well, you keep reading me these words from the email.
I'm trying to get away from the word rest because you say you don't remember that exact word, so I'm trying to use a
Even
word
so, the next
that
morning,
is more
houses
neutral, like
still
get
rolled
or
full.
obtain control.
And I told you I can't understand what's meant by control there. I know that we're trying to make our
There was no
APIs popular with developers.
blitzkrieg breakthrough.
So 1 second and less than clear.
Correct.
The
How
results
does making
were
your
disastrous.
APIs
Radio
popular
140
with
now.
developers relate to
Charlie
obtaining
17, I just
control
The
of
German
Java?
army gained a mere 6
If at all.
miles for the
I
loss
don't know what
of
it means to control
25,000
Java.
men and more than 200 tanks.
How can somebody control Java? What does that mean?
Thank you, 758.
Is it your testimony that you have no idea what that means?
To control Java, I don't think anyone
In the south,
92?
the Germans
can
fared a little
control
better.
Java.
A wedge 25 miles deep was
It's like
driven
saying
into the Soviet
controlling
defense,
BASIC or
but
COBOL.
it also came at a high price.
Eastern Radio,
Um,
Good morning. Here's a call.
10,000
Did you really
men
mean that,
were
sir?
killed, and 350 tanks destroyed.
Area.
Go ahead.
3522.
But for a brief
I'm
moment,
going
it looked as if a
Let's
German
just do another 30
breakthrough might be
seconds
possible.
and I will stop. But I really do want to
What do you have on?
be sure that I have given you a full opportunity.
Then Zhukov
Is it your
informed
testimony
officer
that as you sit
Yes,
here
sir. Do you
on
at
July the
the
12th, 1943,
that you have no
900
idea
tanks
what
charged
is
into the
meant
German
by
army.
control of Java as used in this email to you by Mr. Slade.
I've said several times,
Yes, sir.
I think he must be referring to our effort to make our APIs the most popular APIs. But that wouldn't give us control of Java. I'm having a hard time relating to the specific
Almost
words.
2,000 tanks
Without
now engaged
relating
in
to
what was the
specific
largest
words,
armored
how would
Okay, the vehicle
getting
check's
people
okay. That plate comes back to a 1987 International, listed to a
get
ratio
control of Java?
Colbert
Why
of
do you relate this
40th.
to your mind?
Do you see what color her sweatpants are? Are they the gray kind?
The Soviet
Because he probably
defense
was
forces
Java
drove into the
runtime,
German
not
lines,
Java.
I'll be right back to you.
opened fire
Let's say
with
he
point
means
blank
Java
range.
runtime.
No problem.
Then he's talking about the competition of APIs.
79.
Is it fair to say,
Gray
Mr. Woods,
sweatpants, cream colored
you interpret this as
Appears to be maybe
how does
After a single
Microsoft
day,
can
brutal
get
combat,
obtain
the Germans had
Radio
lost a
Adams,
further
can you see that over that way?
450
Java
tanks and
runtime?
patent treaty.
Is that what you're saying?
I think that's the most likely explanation of what he meant.
Okay, I don't think.
Meanwhile,
I still
overhead,
don't understand the
there
word
was an
control
epic
there.
air
Another plate 181.
Yeah.
It's not the word I'd use.
King Sam Lincoln.
Eventually, the Soviet Air
George
Force established
Walter
supremacy
Walter.
over the Luftwaffe.
We've already been through that.
I'll go with what she said again. So it was a blonde female
Now,
wearing
looking at this,
green
doesn't
black
affect you
and
like
a
that.
colored
When you
top,
use that word.
arguing with a black
IL-2
male
storm of the
wearing
It does
a black
not.
hoodie and green pants, possibly.
Is that Adam 16?
The code 1 cat is 0766.
Have you ever
Okay,
said in words
By
or in
July the
substance
23rd,
that
the Germans had
that
lost
you wanted
any
to
ground they had gained.
obtain
And with
control
it, the creed.
over Java or over Java runtime?
I don't remember using those words.
I remember conveying that
Kursk had cost him at least 50,000
concept,
troops.
conveying that substance.
If by that concept, you mean conveying the idea that we wanted our runtime APIs to be the most
Never again
popular,
would
then the
Germans
answer is
launch
yes.
a major offensive.
Why did you
on the
want
eastern
your runtime APIs to be most popular?
By having our runtime APIs be the most
The
popular,
Russians had
it
turned
means
the
that
tide of the war.
people are more likely to license Windows because there's applications that take advantage of the unique innovations that are in the Windows product.
Radio to M11. Can you check the highway for the same?
Why does
Okay,
the fact
I
that
think
the
I know which one
applications
they're talking
take
about.
advantage of the unique APIs that are in the Windows product make people more likely to license
They're
Windows?
giving I-90
Because it
to
shows off
Abby
the
in the
unique
right shoulder
innovations of
blue Dodge
Windows.
Caravan, either Zebra,
How does it show off the unique
All right, I'm going to give you a
innovations
couple
of
places
Windows?
we can try to locate.
Well, let's say, for example, they
Yep, go ahead.
call our tasking APIs.
It's parked, but it's
Then it shows off
inches over the white line
the
to
unique
the
way
right.
that we've done
First one is
tasking.
going to be John
Let's say they
William
call our
Lincoln,
clipboard
2543,
APIs. Then it
John
shows off
William Lincoln,
the advances we've made in data
2543
exchange, which are very advanced.
I think it might be more 71
Is
north
it your
at I-90
testimony
east, but if you could check
that
this one first, I guess, 90 and Abby.
trying
Go
to
to
get
07.
applications writers to write to
I'm going to have a
Windows
second
own
plate for you, John.
APIs
You get John. 279, John. You get John.
is something that you're trying to do only for the reasons that you identified?
Well, I think there's additional reasons as well.
Isn't it a fact, Mr. Gates, that one of the reasons that you were trying, that Microsoft was trying to get control over the Java runtimes, or Java as it's described in Mr. Slifka's memorandum, was to prevent Java or Java runtimes from supporting competition with Windows?
What do you mean by control?
Adam AT,
That means I don't understand the question.
Okay.
Adam 15, right?
Did you ever participate in any discussions with Microsoft as to the extent to which Java or Java runtimes posed a threat to Microsoft's position with respect to the Windows platform?
Yeah, I've already told you that there came a point where we viewed Sun's unique Java runtime APIs as a part of the competitive environment, a competitor.
Now, why were the Java APIs for Sun a competitor?
Alright, copy.
Well, if people just use the least common denominator APIs, then they don't show off the innovations that we're doing in Windows, and it makes it less attractive to people to license Windows or update Windows.
Now, what I'm trying to do, and you may think you've answered this question, but I don't think the record makes it clear.
4957 Caroline Drive.
What I'm trying to do is distinguish between that reason, which you've given me a couple times, and any other reason that may exist.
I'm checking that one right now. Stand by a moment, please.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
No.
Okay. let me try it again. Isn't it true, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever desire you may have had to show off your Windows capabilities that you say you had, that one of the things that was going on here was you're trying, Microsoft's trying, to prevent Java from getting wide enough distribution so that it could support applications programming for platforms other than Windows?
No.
Not at all, sir?
There's no limitation of distribution.
Didn't ask whether there's any limitation of distribution. I asked you whether in any way the desire to prevent Java from developing applications that could be used on platforms other than Windows motivated what Microsoft was doing
What does it mean Java developing applications?
104 radio.
I actually didn't recall that I'd used that phrase.
Can you read me the question?
All right, the elevators are not operational. They're on the first floor with the doors open.
I'll be in unit 565.
Copy 807. Did you need I number?
Isn't it true, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever desire you may have had to show off your Windows capabilities that you say you had, that one of the things that was going on here was you're trying Microsoft's trying to prevent Java from being wide enough distribution so that it could support applications programming for platforms other than Windows? Answer, no. Not at all, sir. Answer, there's no limitation of distribution. Question, didn't ask whether there was any limitation of distribution. I asked whether you in any way the desire, I'm sorry. I asked you whether in any way the desire to prevent Java from developing applications that could be used on platforms other than Windows motivated what Microsoft was doing in connection with Java.
Can you answer that question, Mr. Gates? If you can't, I'll rephrase it, but if you can answer it, I'd like to.
I don't know what you mean, Java developing applications.
Charlie, question.
Isn't it a fact, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever other reasons you say you had for what you did with Java and Windows APIs, part of what you were trying to do was to prevent Java from having a wide enough distribution so that it could support programs that could be used on platforms other than Windows.
1562?
Yes.
Okay. Radio to Sam 13.
We had no way of preventing Java from being used on other platforms. It is used on other platforms.
I put in the WCS.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question
but I think she's in
is whether or
when I
not
talk to her again, I'll just let her know that.
part of what you and Microsoft was trying to do
809.
was to limit the distribution of Java sufficiently so that you could thereby limit or reduce the extent to which applications were written that could be used on platforms other than Windows.
No. In fact, we sell the most popular Java tools in the market.
It is your testimony then, sitting here, that Microsoft was not at all motivated by a desire to limit the extent to which Java could be used to develop applications programming that could be used on platforms other than Microsoft's Windows. Is that your testimony?
The show is complete here in 20 days for you. We're looking at the documents are from Clear, Victoria, one back to our unit. That's all.
Car 92 radio and to Adam 13. Thanks for your assistance.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Did Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a means of distributing Java APIs?
Registration expired January 25 and 2018. Registered and harmed. Performance shows clear. Nature is confirmed.
Well, Netscape had some APIs in its browser. I'm not sure if you'd refer to them as Java APIs or not.
It's not a question whether I would refer to them that way or not, Mr. Gates. What I'm asking you is what you and Microsoft believe. And my question is, did you and others at Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a method for distributing Java APIs?
Any call, go ahead.
There were APIs in the Netscape browser. I don't think they were strictly Java APIs, or even in a direct sense specifically.
Have you completed your answer, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Could I have the question read back again?
It's not a question if I would refer to them that way or not, Mr. Gates. What I'm asking you is what you and Microsoft believe. And my question is, did you and others at Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a method for distributing Java APIs?
Can you tell me that, sir?
49 cents.
There were APIs in the Netscape browser, some of which, under some definition of Java APIs, you'd call Java APIs.
And was there concern within Microsoft that the distribution of these things that you say could be called Java APIs would adversely affect Microsoft?
218 Extra Radio.
Our concern is always to get people to develop Windows applications, and to the degree there's other APIs people to develop to, there's some competition for the attention of developers and focusing on those APIs, but that doesn't relate to distribution.
Blue Dodge Durango with New Jersey plates yesterday 5-2 Robert Sam.
My question back again, please.
Information of broadcast at 8:13.
And was the concern with that in Microsoft, the distribution of these things that you say could be called Java APIs, would it adversely affect Microsoft?
I haven't answered that question, please, sir.
Going in and out of the building, and one had a young child. No further information. Had it 0773.
Copy.
Thanks, 814.
17.
Copy at 814.
.361 Howard Lane, Otway, Texas, Adam Victor 6, 3044, Adam Victor 6, 3044, from the Marine Ford F-150.
No, not the distribution.
Why not?
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 349. The first message in this exhibit is an email from Paul Moritz to you and a number of other people dated July 14, 1997. Correct, sir?
Charlie 14 Radio.
That's what appears to be yes.
Did you receive this email, sir?
I don't remember it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Canada's just been canceled, Charlie 14.
Mr. Moritz writes to you in the third sentence, quote, if we look further at Java/JFC being our major threat, then Netscape is the major distribution vehicle. You see that, sir?
MacArthur and Eisenhower.
Do you recall Mr. Moritz
telling you in words or in substance that
Did you show a caution for the patient? Please get
Netscape was the major distribution vehicle for the Java/JFC threat to Microsoft?
No.
I don't think so.
Did you believe in July of 1997 that Java/JFC was a major threat to Microsoft, as Mr. Ritz writes here?
Taylor Middle School parking lot, Texas, Sam Charles Boy.
It was a significant issue for his group in terms of where ISDs would choose to focus their development in the future.
Taylor Middle School.
Did you believe in July of 1997 that Java/JFC was a major threat to Microsoft?
In the form that it existed as of that day,
642
maybe not, but if we looked at how it might be evolved in the future, we did think of it as something that competed with us for the attention of ISDs in terms of whether or not they would take advantage of the advanced features of Windows.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Moritz meant when he wrote to you about Java JFC being a major threat to Microsoft?
Yeah, I just answered that.
Child's mother was banging on the door.
What did you understand Mr. Moritz mean when he says Java JFC was Microsoft's major threat?
I just answered that.
You'll have to give me an answer, Mr. Gates, because if you did answer it, it's not an answer that I can understand how it applies to the particular question I'm asking.
He said we looked at how the various runtime APIs, which was always confusing, where they were going and what they were doing, and JFC is just a term for some of those, how they might evolve in a way that would take away the focus of developers in terms of writing applications that would take unique advantage of Windows features.
I understand that you say that that was an issue for you. Why was that a major threat to Microsoft, if you have any understanding?
Well, if people stopped writing applications that took advantage of Windows runtime APIs, that would mean that users wouldn't have access to the innovative features that we were putting into Windows.
Why was that a major threat to Microsoft?
If ISVs weren't writing applications to take unique advantage of Windows, then it wouldn't show off the Windows innovation, and so users wouldn't have much reason to update Windows or to license any new versions of Windows.
You referred to JFC in a couple answers ago, and of course that's here in the memo. What does JFC stand for, as you understand it?
I was always a little confused about that, and it changed over time. It stands for Java Foundation Classes.
Mr. Moritz writes here that Netscape is the major distribution vehicle for Java and Java Foundation classes. Do you see that?
642.
That's at the end of that sentence.
Yes. You see that?
Yes.
Near the railroad tracks.
Now, in a prior answer, you said you didn't understand how the browser was a distribution vehicle. Does this refresh your recollection that at least within Microsoft in July of 1997, Netscape was viewed as the major distribution vehicle for Java?
not for Java. And in my view, the browser wasn't a key distribution channel. Moritz may or may not have agreed with that, but you can always ship the runtime with the applications.
Mr. Moritz here says Netscape is the major distribution vehicle. Now, it's clear to you, is it not, sir, that he means the major distribution vehicle for Java and Java Foundation classes?
He doesn't mean for Java.
Well, sir, he says...
I've told you many times about the use of the word Java, and I'm not sure you heard me. When people use the word Java, they don't mean just Java.
So when Mr. Moritz here used the word Java in this email that you say you don't recall receiving, you're telling me that he meant something other than just Java.
I bet he meant some runtime APIs, not Java.
Let's assume that you're right. Let's assume that when he talks about Java, he means Java runtime APIs.
John George Frank 9446. Within about 15
Would you then agree that what he is saying here is that Netscape is the major distribution vehicle for Java runtime APIs and Java Foundation classes?
That appears to be what he's saying in this email.
And, Mr. Gates, what was Mr. Moritz's title on July 14th, 1997?
I think Group Vice President.
Thank you. It's 823.
What was he Group Vice President of?
3 are code 3,
I don't know what the
2 are code 4s for parking violators, but this
title
one on Jennings
would have said after that he managed the group that contained all of our Windows activities.
Was he Group Vice President for Platform?
She said that she needed to make a report for
I'm not sure. I'm sure if it contained other platforms, it didn't just say platforms, because he's got Office and some other things also.
But within his responsibility, it would have been Windows.
That's right.
Called a bunch this weekend, and we're doing info note dispatching. Well, so that's what I was going to ask. We'll see. I was going to send a SCIT unit over there, see if she'll answer the door, and if not, maybe just go from there to see.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been marked as Government Exhibit 374.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. That's okay. 824. Yes, I will. 824. Ready on the house,
This is an email to you from Todd Nielsen dated August 25, 1997, with copies to Brad Chase. Did you receive this email, sir?
I don't remember receiving it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Let me ask you to look at the 7th paragraph down. It's the 3rd paragraph from the bottom. The last sentence that says, quote, "So we are just proactively trying to put obstacles in Sun's path and get anyone that wants to write in Java to use j/direct and target Windows directly." Close quote. See that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall being told in or about August of 1997 that Microsoft was trying to put obstacles in Sun's path and get anyone that wants to write in Java to use j/direct and target Windows directly?
No.
Do you know why Microsoft was trying to put, quote, obstacles in Sun's path, close quote?
I don't know what that means.
Your female subject out of Georgia, Rebecca, clear.
Do you know why Microsoft was trying to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect.
Yes.
Why was that?
Because JDirect allows you to make calls that show off the unique innovations in Windows and therefore make Windows more attractive.
Was there any reason other than that that Microsoft wanted to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect?
Yes.
What?
Well, there's a benefit to us if people are showing off Windows and it increases Windows popularity. That helps us with the other applications we write for Windows as well, including Microsoft Office.
Having trouble with boyfriend Nigel Evans.
Because Microsoft Office
Kill her. There were trouble yesterday at this location
is targeted to Windows.
So code 2.
We get a benefit that goes even beyond increased sales of Windows if we manage to popularize Windows.
E27.
7236, channel 3.
Adam 11, can you take this code 2 and zone 4?
Because they can buy Office.
And Continental?
Well, they can buy Office and use it on the Mac too, can't they?
Good morning. Can you create a CAN number
Since you
for
didn't cancel Mac Office.
the parade for today? Clear the route for the...
We have a much wider set of applications available for the Windows platform than any other platform. And we have more frequent updates of products like Office on the Windows platform. It's a more powerful version, the Windows version, and therefore our revenue per unit is somewhat higher.
The rest is closing on Marquette. We've got a couple calls for this.
The version of Office for Windows is more powerful than the version of Office for Mac. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have Office Pro.
Voice 14.
What location will we like me to use?
What is JDirect?
E28.
Let's start with East 9th and Lakeside. Use that location where
Okay, your 10 is 0787.
JDirect is a way of allowing Java language code to call native OS functionality. It's a fairly clever thing that we have done, and others now use that term to refer to it when they let their OS functionality show through as well.
you want to send us that code 2 on East 9th Street.
You referred to Java runtimes. Are there JDirect runtimes?
There's a thunk, but I don't know if you'd call it a runtime or not. It's a thunk.
Would you define for me what the difference is in your mind between a thunk and a runtime?
A thunk is a small piece of runtime that remaps parameters and calling conventions in such a way to be able to pass along an API call to another piece of runtime.
Go ahead, Charlie 14.
Okay.
Does
GTV report, please.
or I should say, when was JDirect developed by Microsoft?
37 North Pat, I have you on there at E30.
I'm not sure.
Approximately.
We're just going to take a quick personal, and then I'll be route. Yeah, that's good.
I don't know.
That's just free.
Why was JDirect developed by Microsoft?
A lot of equipment.
To make it easy for people who choose the Java language to call the unique runtime features in various operating systems, including Windows.
The meter.
Why do you want people to write in
There's only some
JDirect
signs over on East 9th and Superior only.
as opposed to Java?
Some of the signs were removed. There's not.
They are writing in Java. You only use JDirect if you write in Java.
We're doing that enforcement
what
no parking in those areas.
Mr. Nielsen says is that Microsoft is trying to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect. Do you see that?
That's right. And that means writing in Java.
And why do you want to get anyone who wants to write in Java to use JDirect?
Because that gives them a way of calling unique Windows APIs that allow us to show off the innovative features in Windows.
Couldn't you do that by having them simply write in Java and you providing the thunk separately?
Radio.
Adam 11.
The name of the thunk is JDirect. I guess we could have another thunk and call it something other than JDirect, and that would be another way that they could do it. But we didn't choose to do it twice.
No, you didn't choose to do it twice. That's not my question.
13
My question is why you were trying to get program developers,
Thank you.
independent programming people, to use JDirect. Why were you trying to get them to do that?
Sir? Because it allows them to get at the unique API functionality that's in the Windows product and show off the innovations that we do there.
But you didn't have to.
Tell me some other way.
Well, I'm asking you. If you tell me that that's what you say is the only way that you could think of for them to do it, that's your testimony. I don't get to testify here. If I did, there have been a lot of things that I would have said along the way. But since I don't get to testify, all I get to do is ask you questions. And my question to you is whether there was a way that you were aware of at the time to let people see all of what you refer to as the functionality of Windows without getting people to write to what you refer to here to use JDirect if they wanted to write in Java.
JDirect is exactly the work we did to make it possible and reasonable for people writing in Java to call the unique Windows APIs.
Into both lanes, driving recklessly. Last thing thinking, exit for Agnes. Control 2 at
were you aware of other ways of accomplishing the same result that you considered and rejected at the time?
8:33.
What time is that?
The time that you developed JDirect.
We don't know what that time is.
Well, you may not know the exact year, but do you know that were you aware when JDirect was being developed within Microsoft? Were you aware of it at the time?
I'm not sure.
Did you know it was being developed?
I'm not sure.
Did you have any discussions about the development of JDirect at the time it was being developed?
I was not involved in the design of JDirect.
I'm not asking you whether you were involved in the design of JDirect. I'm asking you whether you were aware at the time that JDirect was being developed that it was being developed.
I'm not sure.
Did you ever have any discussions with anyone about the development of JDirect at or about the time it was being developed?
General fire alarm from the first floor.
I don't think so.
At the time that JDirect was being developed, did you know that people were trying to develop JDirect?
It's just a thunk.
My question is, did you know that they were trying to develop this thunk?
I doubt it.
Did you participate at all in any discussions as to what alternatives there were to the development of JDirect?
The meters in
before it was developed?
Let's start with before it was developed.
There are no orange signs for the days, no parking.
No, I don't think so.
What about during the time it was developed?
I don't think so.
How about after it was developed?
I don't think so.
Let me show you a previously marked determination
24 white color to a Derek Cooley out of Bedford. The check's okay?
Darren Cooley driver.
Derek Cooley.
In the middle of the first page, there is a message dated May 14, 1997, to you and others. Did you receive this email on about May 14, 1997?
I'm not sure, but I have no reason to doubt that I did. When Mr. Slifka writes, as he does in the second paragraph, this summer we're going to totally divorce
son.
Did you go ahead?
Do you know what he's referring to?
Or George William. Charles.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask him what he was referring to?
No.
Yes, how the way will apply 2013, 2014.
Okay, Bernie 17, I need you to go to 74. That was a sexual assault.
Copy, and we just have 2 assignments on our board. Both are code 3
We're in
and
the
4.
last sentence. The last sentence of the second paragraph.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr.
836.
Slifka writes that
Adam 13, what's up, Pat?
You're on
JDK
0768.
1.2 has JFC.
Are you there, 13? I didn't get an arrival.
And is the JFC there? The
Radio 104
Java
complete.
Foundation
Here,
process
check, check,
that you referred to
Yeah,
earlier?
sorry.
It's one of the many
Acting a little weird with driving.
JFCs.
Copy 837. Would you like I remember?
What is one of the many
Just
JFCs?
checking.
The one in JDK 1.2.
Is the JFC
Radio to Bernie 17. Did you copy that,
JDK
Chris?
1.2
The
part of what was
parking violator,
described
I said I needed you to go to West 74 first because that was actually a sexual assault, not a code 3.
I have no idea which JFC that sentence written by somebody other than you referred to.
the sentence written by somebody other than you
Oh, sorry, I saw you logged in. Okay.
was written to you.
Copy that, Adam 11, I'll send it over now, 837.
Microborough from 5002 all
Adam, any luck when I call back over here?
No, I'm still trying, sir. Just one moment.
644. 44. Working the one school.
And it was sent to you by one of your top executives.
Mustang at Avenue B, Texas, John Sam Mary 4688. John Sam Mary.
And that's a frequent way that your top executive
Ram
communicates, correct, sir?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Slifka here says that Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things about JDK 1.2 at every opportunity. Do you see that?
What's that?
That is JDK 1.2 has JFC, which we're going to be pissing on at every opportunity.
I don't know if he's referring to pissing on JFC or pissing on JDK 1.2, nor do I know what he specifically means by pissing on.
Well, do you know that generally he means by pissing on, he's going to be saying, and Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things?
He might mean that we're going to be clear that we're not involved with it,
4992.
That we think there's a better approach. Well,
28.
Radio to Adam
45
for Hail Street.
Mr. Slifka says he's going to be pissing on JDK 1.2 as you seem to interpret it, at every opportunity. You interpret that as meaning that Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things about JDK 1.2.
Oh, I think this is supposed to be 4330.
I told you I don't know whether pissing applies to JFC or
calling,
JDK.
she said that
JD 1005, Christi to water,
JDK
1.2 or JFC for underneath room, local fire dispatch at 737.
14, I copy. I know she's been calling a lot recently.
It appears to be what the sentence says.
CRT is trying to get her probated.
As the chief executive officer of Microsoft,
I didn't have
emails.
I understand.
It would be fair for me to assume that pissing on is not some kind of code word that
So we
means
just need you to check.
saying nice things about, but has the usual meaning that it would
Just
in
need you
the
to see if she
vernacular.
answers the door.
I
After
don't know
that,
what you mean
we'll
this
just
kind of
keep
email.
updating it as a little
What
dispatch
kind of email
and
that is sent to you by executives in the course of your business, Mr. Okay?
So all the emails I get, Ben Slifka is not an executive.
All the emails you get from people telling you that they're
Barney 12, Barney 13, Barney 14.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't
copy that.
remember
Thank you. Right now, just have a close
mail
board
like
for
that.
a
It looks
block
like I got
drive.
one, but believe me, it's not a term that's commonly used.
But you have no reason to think that he means it in any way other than the normal meaning of that term, do you, sir?
I think it's a term with multiple meanings. In this case, I think it means what
Okay,
you
Adam
suggested.
16, I keep getting voicemail on callback to Bernadette.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hope to avoid actually going through the actual language.
11 right.
Okay, let me...
E41.
31218 San Paul Mary 1281.
No.
What do you want?
Party 17, go ahead and send it.
Thank you. 1905 West 74th Street. Amanda Pressy is calling. Here to talk to, she and really her wife. They
Mr. Gates, let me show you.
incident with the door gas guy this morning at the
Government Exhibit 377.
842.
The second email here refers to what is attached as a final copy of the memo that was sent to you for Think Week in November 1995. Do you recall receiving this document, sir?
Now, what I recall about this document is that it's already been marked as an exhibit and that I spoke with Mr. Hauk about it yesterday.
That may be so. My question to you is, do you recall receiving this document? Let me make
Adam 18, I have a code for you in your zone when you're ready.
Memo in or about November of 1995.
As I said before, for my Think Weeks, I get about 3 cardboard boxes of materials that people put together for me.
4280 East
When looking at
163rd.
this memo, it's not a memo that I'd seen before. Mr. Hauk's
Mills was put the boards down off
yesterday.
a boarded up property and is back
It's your testimony.
inside.
The first time you saw this document was when Mr. Hauk showed it to you yesterday?
That's right. It had a different exhibit number.
Okay, I don't have a description of the mail. Looks like he might be outside right now in the corner flipping people off, yelling and screaming. The code 2, CAT is 07970797. Thank you, 844.
Do you see the heading Shell Integration?
Yes.
Do you see the second sentence where it says, we will bind Shell Internet Explorer so that running any other browser is a jolting experience?
I see that.
Do you have any understanding as to what was meant by that?
I can guess.
Mustang at
First, this is in a memo that is entitled How to Get 30% Share in 12 Months.
Let's take a look. Yeah, that's on the first page.
And is it clear to you that that is referring to getting a 30% share of the browser market?
I haven't read the document, but it seems likely that's what it is.
132. Show me clear transportation on
Good.
Now, do you have an understanding? I'm not asking you to guess, but do you have an understanding as to what is meant by the statement, we will bind the shell of the Internet Explorer so that running any other browser is a jolting experience?
I don't know what he meant by it, but I can tell you what it likely means.
Okay. I take it this is really how you would have interpreted this when you received it.
I didn't read it, so
I said if you received it, this is how you would interpret it.
I said I didn't read it. I would have read the whole memo if I'd received it. I wouldn't have turned to that page and just looked at that one sentence. I would have read the memo from the beginning, page by page, and then I probably would have understood it better than I do at this moment.
If you do have an understanding,
Leaseholder's name is Danielle Lawson.
I don't know what he meant by it, but I'd be glad to guess as to what it might mean.
I don't want you to guess.
But if you, as the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft, can tell me how you would, in the ordinary course of your business, interpret this northbound, I would like to have you do so.
Spur 202 overpass, long way
You may be
driver.
referring to the fact that
An unknown colored minivan heading
when
northbound
you get
to
a
southbound lane. Unknown colored minivan heading northbound to southbound
separate
lane.
frame coming up on the wing, on the screen, it's different than having something take place in the frame. And part of our shell integration strategy, going back all the way to 1990, included the idea that if you navigated or browsed through the media types, you didn't have to have another frame come up, because that's sort of an artifact of having to think about applications instead of objects. And so as we looked at integrating the browsing and shell together, we were going to create a form of navigation option as the default, where you don't switch frames as you navigate the links from the shell to what's out on the internet back to what's in the local store.
664 in the year 27 on my
Did anyone ever tell you independent of this document, words when Microsoft intended to bind the shell to the Internet Explorer running any other browser to the Jovian experience? Certainly the idea of integrating in a way that made a better browser experience was something we were talking about quite a bit. Those words, no, I never heard anything along the lines of those words.
Sam, Tom, Mary,
That's right.
1281. Sam, Tom, Mary, 1281.
Did Microsoft make any effort to discourage Apple
Charlie 14, the callback is going to voicemail.
writing in JDK 1.2?
That never would have come up. Apple is not an application developer.
Good morning. I was in the intersection.
All right, I am ready. I'm ready to conversate.
Did Microsoft ever make an effort to get Apple
with John
to
yesterday.
discourage applications writers for Apple machine
Copy, 849.
from writing what you have referred to as Sun's Java, or using the Sun Java runtime.
Sure. We're not.
Charlie 12, please respect that, please.
I'm sure there was discussion with Apple about
Good morning.
the fact that their unique operating system capabilities wouldn't show through with the least common denominator pure approach. Whether that related specifically to JDK 1.2 or not, I can't say.
Yeah, I'm over now.
When you say you're sure there were discussions, are you talking about discussions between Microsoft representatives and Apple representatives? Yes. What was Microsoft's interest in having Apple discourage application writers for Apple operating systems from using Java runtime or JDK 1.2?
Please tell if I need assistance.
14. Arnie 14, if you could head over there and assist them.
We thought they might share the view that applications showing off unique operating system features was a good thing. But
Was there any other reason, sir?
no.
Did you have personally any discussions with Apple with regard to trying to agree with Apple as to the extent to which Apple and Microsoft would compete with respect to Apple's QuickTime software?
No.
Do you know if anyone from Microsoft had such discussions with anyone at Apple?
And over the course of years, we've talked to them about what their plans are for QuickTime. That's all.
I copy. It's in your cache.
Does Microsoft have software that competes with QuickTime?
Yeah, I heard approximately an hour ago. They're right there at 77 South and 37.
Since QuickTime's a free runtime, you could answer that either yes or no.
5252 County.
It's not a revenue source
13,
for Apple,
Respondent.
but there is an Apple technology
Holding the response to 13.
that has some common things with some Microsoft technologies.
Do you believe that QuickTime software competes with any software distributed by Microsoft?
Depends what you mean compete.
Using that in the way that you would ordinarily understand it in the operation of your business.
No.
Did you make any effort, or did Microsoft make any effort, to get Apple to agree not to market QuickTime in any respect, or to limit the marketing of QuickTime in any respect?
Forgot to mention to you, the WCS tab is going to be useful 735 and 14 did advise that 809
with their
that
QuickTime
batch
goals
1562
at various points in time. And in fact, they encouraged us
he advised it's going to be a
to do something where we'd actually, by working with them, make QuickTime even more popular than it is.
Southern arriving, 79.
Drew back my question.
Okay,
Did you make any effort, or did Microsoft make any effort to get Apple to agree not to market QuickTime in any respect, or to limit the marketing of QuickTime in any respect?
Negative broadcast for road closure. Newark Water has.
I'm not aware of anything that was directly aimed at those things, no.
For 2 hours for emergency.
Are you aware of anything that was indirectly aimed at those things?
CBS, David Young Boy, 6209.
Take one receipt, any mileage 1.6.
Charlie 14 radio.
That'll be team in the area.
Okay, copy, 855.
Correct.
If you were at 147 miles, either,
Did, to your knowledge, any representative of Microsoft try to convince Apple
410
not to sell or promote QuickTime for uses for which Microsoft
Can you give that to me one more
promotes
time?
the use of NetShow?
Sorry,
Can you give me that one more time?
Yesterday, Victor, 41.
There was some discussion about the future development of the runtime code, whether we could work together on the Windows side of that runtime code that would enhance their goals and our
I'm
goals.
assuming someone didn't close the door all the way and the wind blew the back of
And
the door
was the
open.
discussion in that context about Apple agreeing not to sell or promote QuickTime
It was
for
taken
uses
out of Richmond
that
Heights.
Microsoft was
Radio 104.
promoting that show
With the keys that was left in the driveway.
Patrol?
Hey, where were they?
Adam 1. There's an express history with that stuff.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you want me to cluster
Happy 1886.
108,
that I number
Insofar as you're aware, did Microsoft representatives tell Apple representatives that
Yeah, you want me to cluster 856? I will.
if
Radio.
Apple would agree not to sell or promote QuickTime for uses for which Microsoft offered NetShow, that Microsoft would help Apple in other areas.
Well, as far as I know, the QuickTime runtime is free. So when you say sell, I'm not sure what you mean there.
I think I said sell or promote. I certainly meant to, but I will use the word distribute, if that will help.
I think there was a technical discussion about whether a common runtime was achievable, which would have enhanced their QuickTime goals.
When you say common runtime, could you explain what you mean by that?
I mean that the Windows Media Player runtime would combine technology from them and from us that met all of their goals for QuickTime.
And so there would be a Windows Media Player that would be distributed, and Apple would stop distributing QuickTime for purposes for which the Windows Media Player was distributed? Is that what you're saying?
No, they wouldn't have to stop anything.
10-4.
There would just be a new runtime that might incorporate some of their technology and help them with their QuickTime goals.
Well, when you say there'd be a new program that would incorporate or might incorporate some of their technology, would that result in them stopping the distribution of their existing QuickTime technology?
There's no reason it would need to.
Was that part of the discussions?
I don't think so, but as I told you, I wasn't part of any of those discussions.
Were you aware of those discussions while they were going on?
I knew that Apple had the QuickTime runtime for Windows.
Individuals not in her apartment.
And there was always a question of whether we could create a Windows runtime that combined what their goals were there and what they had done well there with the work we were doing. And I know we talked to Apple about whether we could help each other in an effort like that.
When you talk about helping each other, would that result in a single product that would then be distributed in place of both QuickTime and NetShow?
Well, people could still distribute their old things, but if you create a new thing that's better, some people might use it.
Well, was the purpose of creating the new Windows Media Player that you referred to obsolete QuickTime?
Whatever functionality QuickTime had previously would be unaffected by any such effort.
That really wasn't my question, Mr. Gates. Maybe I can state it more clearly. Did Microsoft try to convince Apple to take actions which would have resulted in Apple no longer distributing QuickTime to people to whom Microsoft was distributing NetShow or a successor Microsoft product?
I'm not aware of anything that would have stopped them from distributing the QuickTime they had, but it was possible we could come up with something that would be helpful to both companies in terms of a product that took some of their technology and ours and was better for users.
Did Microsoft offer
6,000 likes on Lord David William 2465.
have Apple continue to offer a multimedia player for the Mac platform and to assist Apple in that if Apple would agree not
And the following is a
to
test of the
distribute
emergency alert tone.
that multimedia player for the Windows platform.
As I said, I don't think there was any discussion about not distributing some old thing, but rather a question of could something new be created which would be better for both companies?
Was the idea that once this new thing was created, the old thing that Apple was distributing would no longer be distributed by Apple?
As I said, I don't think that was part of the discussion.
Have you ever been told anything, or have you ever read anything about any contentions that Apple may or may not make concerning these discussions?
No.
Are you aware of any assertions by Apple representatives that Microsoft representatives tried to get them to agree to divide the market?
No.
No one's ever told you that?
That's right.
And you've never heard that from any source?
That's right.
Do I take it from what you said yesterday that if in fact Microsoft representatives had attempted to get Apple representatives to participate in the market division, that would be contrary to Microsoft policy?
That's right.
And I take it that if you found out that people had done that, contrary to Microsoft's policy, they would be appropriately dealt with?
ID 14634.
Yes.
Yep.
Are you a regular reader of the Wall Street Journal?
So,
some days I read the Wall Street Journal.
Are you aware of a Wall Street Journal article that discusses assertions by Apple concerning alleged efforts from Microsoft to get Apple to agree to divide the market?
No.
Let me ask you to go to a different issue of market division, or alleged market division.
0019.
But before I do, let me just refer you to the Wall Street Journal article of July 23, 1998, entitled U.S. Probing Microsoft's Multimedia Role.
Hi, ma'am. You can go ahead and show complete info received.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you ever saw a
suspicious activity going around during the nighttime?
A Wall Street Journal article about alleged market division attempts between Microsoft and Apple? Do you want to show us the article? I have no objection to it.
Your I number is 24629, 24629.
190. Seattle on standard vehicle 286 southbound over Tulsa.
And I have no objection to marking. My purpose is just to try to refresh his recollection to see whether he recalls having ever seen this.
No.
Okay.
4911 traffic.
In that case, let me show you
6100 lights
document
Frank
marked
William
as
651.
Company Exhibit 375.
That's fine.
The second item on the first page is an email message from you to Jim Alchin and others dated October 12, 1997. Did you send this email October 12, 1997?
0791.
I don't remember it, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
In the first paragraph, you say, quote, I have a critical meeting with Intel a week from Wednesday. I want to convince them that they need to stay away from Oracle NCs and work more closely with Microsoft, close quote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have that meeting?
I had a meeting.
Do you recall having that meeting?
I don't know what you mean, that meeting.
You say, I have a critical meeting with Intel a week from Wednesday. Did you have that meeting?
Or 2 Barney 16. Can you check this
I feel sure I had a meeting with Intel after this piece of email was sent.
Yes, ma'am, same time.
In October of 1997?
77 southbound, County Road 18, Tom Zebra, Lincoln, 5222.
Could have been November. You have to,
1120 Brook Park PhD Auto Body.
October.
And it's showing front door. Well, we can forgive that. Thank you. 908.
Let me
David 14, good morning.
ask you to look at the last paragraph under the heading, Sun
Okay,
byte codes are bad for them.
Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
Bernie was
Number 427, contact
And you say,
Danielle.
quote, I want them to understand helping NCs and Java will push us to do Windows and other software in Sun byte codes, even if we don't rewrite them in Java, close quote. You see that? When you say, I want them to understand, are you referring to Intel?
Stop on Hub and 4.
I think so.
Did Microsoft make any effort to convince Intel not to help Sun and Java?
10-8. Traffic. .35 southbound at County Road 4241, Texas. Robert Zebra Lincoln 2090. Robert Zebra Lincoln 2090 for a GMC pickup.
Not that I know of.
No.
Did you or anyone at Microsoft attempt to convince Intel not to engage in any software activity?
Between those two.
Let me put the question this way. Did you, or to your knowledge others, that it should not engage in any software activity unless Microsoft was involved in that activity?
140, Citizen Assist 5805, sorry.
I'm sure we pointed out sometimes how sometimes a lack of communications between the two companies on various subjects, including software development, led to unfortunate unreliability and mismatch, which led to bad customer experiences.
I can try, stand by.
And what did that lead you to ask Intel to do?
Oh, in general, to see if we couldn't do a better job communicating with each other so that people would have better experiences using the PC.
Did you tell, or did anyone, insofar as you were aware, from Microsoft, tell
926 Tripoli, DSD
Intel
6008, Cross-Street Montego and Weber,
that
Engine
you did not
696,
want
Engine 696 for a fall, work on EMS1 at 809.
Intel's software engineers interfering with Microsoft's existing domination of the software side of the PC industry?
Did we reach out to Richmond Heights? I'm thinking they may have a current phone number for her.
No.
Okay.
Are you aware of a Intel operation referred to as the Intel Architectural Labs?
Yes.
Can we get the call number?
Did you tell Intel Chief Executive Officer Andy Grove that you believed that Intel should shut down
Go with the
its
address again.
Intel Architectural Labs?
125.
17463 Parkmount, 17463 Parkmount.
What did you understand the Intel Architectural Labs to be doing?
I can't claim to have a lot of expertise on the broad set of things the Intel Architectural Lab was doing.
What did you know the Intel Architecture Lab was doing?
Party 14 radio.
Radio dispatcher.
Go ahead.
656.
Yeah, you can send us 023.
Radio 5, Marty 14 for 1. Radio
We're
Adam
doing
14 for
plumbing software
1381 East 84.
to try to get some
Unit
things
1,
to run
Sierra's calling
on
in.
Windows
Their
3.1
ex-boyfriend's
at one
He's
point.
trying to break into her house.
One
David
thing I know they
Joseph
were doing,
Coleman,
but
she's
in
hiding
terms
in
of
the
their breadth of
bathroom.
activities,
That is 0811.
and most of it I wouldn't
Are
have
you
any
available for a
familiarity with.
landline? There's a resident who just wants to talk to you.
Did you believe that
4267 West.
there was anything about what
Suicide overdose,
Intel
medical
was doing
sister right on scene,
in
Charlie
the
131
Intel
Indian Route,
Architecture
41 year old
Labs
female, that's at 3
that was inconsistent with Microsoft's interest?
You can go and transfer.
Well, the fact that their software
You see your officer charges.
Be able to get
didn't run with Windows 95
Copy that.
driver doesn't have
and would break
If you guys want to find
if the user wanted to move up to Windows 95
contemporary,
a subject of
we have a
concern and discussion for us related to an overall set of projects that were sometimes called NSP, although that term had many meanings.
Yes,
What
you're
does
on it.
NSP stand for?
911, 913.
Sometimes it means native signal processing.
Black veil, dread, tall, heavy build, not sure what clothing he has on, possibly in a Ford. Okay.
And how did what the Intel Architecture
I
Lab
recall out about this, but I want you to go
was
and
doing relate
I'm
to
assuming the truck is
NSP?
still there, but we had
There's
a
the
call
plumbing.
for 71 North
For
at Mike
NSP?
Dennison.
I believe so.
Exit. There was a white dump truck with an orange bed.
Did you
losing
tell,
gravel on the highway, and gravel was flying around hitting people's
Intel
cars and stuff. Caller doesn't want to report.
Mr. Grove,
I
that you
just need to know
believed that what
type of
Intel was
notification I
doing
need.
in the Intel
Okay.
Architecture
Let
Lab
me know.
was contrary to Microsoft's
in
interest?
the area. 915.
In a broad sense, no. In terms of some specific things that broke
Adam 130.
software for users,
Adam 13.
I did evidence that concern.
Right to the apartment.
And you did so personally?
0814.
Personally and impersonally.
Did you ask
3407 West
Mr. Grove to cancel the Intel Architecture Labs work?
You want to
No.
inquire about girlfriend trouble?
Did you or insofar as you're aware, anyone else at Microsoft, tell people at Intel that they should leave the software side of the PC business entirely to Microsoft.
Well, we were having a hard time coordinating our work with Intel, and
Sorry, 433.
we thought the quality of some of their work was very low, as well as not working with any of our new Windows work. We may have suggested at some point that the net contribution of their software activities could even be viewed to be negative.
Pending status on calls. 333 is 145, and everyone's busy.
Did you, or insofar as you are aware, anyone else at Microsoft, tell representatives of Intel that their software activities were inconsistent with cooperation between Intel and Microsoft?
The specific work they did that completely broke our work, I'm sure I indicated I didn't think that was a good idea for either company.
Other than specific software that would not work on Windows 95 that Intel was working on, did you, or insofar as you were aware, anyone else at Microsoft, tell Intel representatives that the software work that Intel was doing was inconsistent with cooperation between Intel and Microsoft?
Well, there's some other things they did that created incompatibilities.
Adam, Robert, Adam. First name will spell for you.
Incompatibilities between what and what?
Sam, Tom, Ida, Noah, Ocean, Rosa, Hayes, and Antonio. 0323.
Between their software and Windows that was intended to run on Windows that created incompatibilities.
And did you tell them that that software also is not consistent with cooperation between Microsoft and
I doubt I used those words. I suggested that it wasn't helpful to any of their goals or our goals
Alright, I'm just going to take it back from you. 992.
to have software that had incompatibilities and was low quality and broke.
Did you tell
You can clear up our appreciate these trucks. I got them off the roadway. They're pouring way back and back.
insofar as you're aware, any Microsoft employee tell Intel representatives that you were concerned about Intel support for Netscape?
Copy. I'll go double check.
Sam 13, you can show me there, East 84th.
Do you remember telling Intel representatives that you were concerned that Intel support for Netscape could allow Netscape to grow into a de facto standard?
Copy 919, 919,
Did you tell representatives of Intel that you were concerned that Intel's use of Netscape could set up a positive feedback loop for Netscape that would allow it to grow into a de facto standard?
What do you mean Intel's use of Netscape?
I'm asking whether you told this to Intel. If you didn't,
given that I don't know what you mean by Intel use of Netscape, you're not going to clarify what you mean by that.
All I'm asking is whether you told them something, Mr. Gates. And if you tell them I didn't tell them that, not only would I not tell them that because I don't understand what it could be, that's an answer. But what I'm asking you is whether you told them that in words or in substance, and if you didn't, you didn't. Or if you say you didn't, you say you didn't. but all I want to do is get your answer. Let me try to approach it this way.
3, 2, 1, I'll be clear.
I wouldn't have thought the term use is quite so ambiguous, but Mr. Gates, did you tell representatives of Intel that Intel using Netscape in a Windows environment would not be a problem so long as Intel did not assist in setting up a positive feedback loop for Netscape that allowed it to grow into a de facto standard? Did you say that, or write that, or communicate that? Those words, or words that you recognize to mean the same thing?
I'm still confused about what you mean, Intel using something. You're talking about like in their internal IT systems? What's this about?
Mr. Gates, either you told that to Netscape or you didn't. If you tell me you didn't tell it to Netscape, I'll go on to the next question.
I did not.
Okay. Did you, Mr. Gates, personally ever express concern to Mr. Grove that Intel's software work was beginning to overlap
Boulevard.
with Microsoft's
Caller's name is
software
Tasha.
work?
Tuesday needs to make
I'm
updates
going to
on
the
every
secret
report.
report. It'll give us one at 8:20.
Only in the sense that the low quality and incompatibilities were inconsistent with any goals that Intel might have had in doing that work.
Alright, 14, that time is 9:20.
Why was that a concern?
Copy 923. Your line number is 246.
Because Intel was wasting its money by writing low-quality software that created incompatibilities for users, and those negative experiences weren't helpful for any goal that Intel had.
Were they harmful to any goal that Microsoft had?
Only in the sense of hurting PC popularity by creating negative user experiences.
Is it your testimony that your only concern with what Intel was doing in the software area was a concern to avoid negative user experiences?
That's right. Low quality and incompatibilities.
Which, according to you, would lead to negative user experiences.
That's right.
Did you, or insofar as you were aware, anybody at Microsoft ever tell Intel representatives in words or in substance that they should stick to hardware and leave the software to Microsoft?
I'm sure there were times when we were frustrated about the quality and incompatibility problems created about their software, where someone might have expressed that sentiment.
Sergeant Murphy, what time does the break
extreme feeling about how tough it had been
12:30
for Intel to do quality work that would have advanced any Intel goal.
We can't get into the apartment building. What time? You said 10:30?
Closure.
Were you aware
at
of
10:30.
any work
At 12:30.
Intel was doing
that.
relating to internet
Radio
software?
to Adam 11, code 2 for you, and radio to Adam 13. I have service.
I can't think of any.
Did you ever express any concern to anyone at Intel or to your knowledge that anyone at Microsoft expressed any concern to anyone
on Lakeside or the floats, whatever they are,
Intel,
at 10:30?
concerning
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Intel's
Okay, 11, thank you. 2042
internet software
West
work, if any.
81.
I don't think Intel
Genesis Rivera
ever did
is
any
calling.
internet software work.
Oh, no, I just want to make sure. I think I'm going to have a command staff park on East 6th. Is there room for them to park
If
on
they,
East
and
6th?
if they did, I take it as your testimony. No one ever told you about it.
Should be.
That's right.
Yeah, it's wide open.
Go ahead. two females
Did
arguing.
you, or to your knowledge,
One female possibly.
anyone at
There's a male
Microsoft
with
expressed
her.
concern?
One female yelled, "I do not have weapons, put the knife down."
Java, or what you referred to in this deposition as Java runtime.
St. Clair, okay.
But there was no night scene.
From time to time,
I guess this
we'd
is all
have general
her,
discussions
because
with Intel about things going on in the industry, and I'm sure our views of the Java runtime competition may have come up in some of those discussions.
So when you complete return.
In those discussions, you or others at Microsoft expressed concern about Java and Java runtimes popularity to Intel representatives.
Okay. It could be any police officer. I don't, you know what I mean? Just police cars. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think it's likely in those general discussions we talked about some of the opportunities and competitive things going on, including our view of what was going on in Java runtime.
13 years is going to be 1188 Holmden. Check for the Malibu Lieutenant Photo. And it was observing the president. I talked to him, what he called earlier before he canceled.
The wide distribution of Java and Java runtimes was incompatible with the interests of both
It's actually
Intel
parked
and
across the street,
Microsoft.
but right in front of this location. Unknown if it's occupied, and that is their run, so it's got a loud muffler. Cat is 0818.
Actually, there's one aspect of Java that could have an effect on Intel and would have no effect on Microsoft, so it's completely orthogonal. And I pointed out to them what that was.
Have an alarm, residential alarm,
And so
73 in Elton.
I did think there was one thing they ought to think about in terms of where the world of software development was going, but it wasn't an issue that related to Microsoft.
Irrespective of what you said about that particular issue, did you or others from Microsoft tell Intel in words and substance, as a general matter, general conclusion, popularity of Java and Java runtimes was not in your joint interests? And joint interests, I mean Microsoft and Intel.
0023.
No, there was nothing about it that related to any joint interest. There was one thing about it that related to some of Intel's interests, and there were other things about it that related to some of Microsoft's interests, but there's no overlap between those two.
Let me put the question this way. Did you, or to your knowledge, others from Microsoft, tell Intel that for whatever reasons you believed that the widespread distribution of Java and Java runtimes was inconsistent with both interests of Intel and interests of Microsoft?
I think it's going to be on the north.
Return's ready.
I already got it.
Well, it's like you're trying to rephrase what I said in a more inaccurate way. I told you there's an aspect of it that I thought they should think about that related to them only. That's the bytecode piece. And then there's an aspect of it that relates to us only. So there's no end there. There's just a piece that might have been of interest to them that I articulated, and then there's the part that relates strictly to us.
Let me take it in two pieces. Did you tell Intel representatives that you believed that there were reasons why the widespread distribution of Java and Java runtimes were not in Intel's interests?
Not in that general sense. I pointed out the very specific aspect of it, the bytecode aspect, that I thought they ought to think about that had no effect on us.
Did you tell Intel representatives that there were things about the wide distribution of Java and Java runtimes that Microsoft believed was not in Microsoft's interests.
It's likely that in the general discussion, the notion of some of the new competitive activities, including the Java runtime issues, would have come up in some discussions with Intel, but not related to anything they were doing.
931.
Did you ask Intel
What was the caller's name?
to keep you apprised of what software work Intel was doing?
The caller was a Tierra Giles.
I'll let the call take this now.
I think I made that request in vain on several occasions. Nothing ever came of it.
Is it your testimony that they refused to keep you apprised of the software work they were doing?
No, I just said to them that if they were, whatever software work they were doing that was intended to help Windows, they should talk to us about it early on if they wanted to have the highest probability that it would in fact achieve that goal. And unfortunately, we never achieved that result. That is, they would do things related to Windows that without talking to us in advance, and then once they'd done the work, there'd be some incompatibilities between what they had done and Windows itself.
912, your number 6802.
922.
Mail called for assistance. His vehicle was stolen from the airport. They tracked it over to East 129. He picked it up and he left it back home in Avon.
What software
Can I have somebody just call him on the phone and make a combo report?
I'm not sure.
Approximately.
I don't know.
Was it within the last year?
I don't know.
Was it within the last 2 years?
I honestly don't know.
Was it within the last 3 years?
There's probably one instance where I asked them to tell us about things they were doing related to Windows.
Yeah.
Did you or others to your knowledge from Microsoft tell Intel
I have two-story commercial
that if Intel
buildings that's showing
began to compete with Microsoft, Microsoft would be forced to begin to compete with Intel?
No.
Not at all, sir? Never said that in words or in substance?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone else from Microsoft ever say that?
I was talking to CMAJ and had them run the
I'm not aware
number
of
because the
anybody saying
Annie Alley was hanging over
If
on
anybody had
Cedar.
said that, would you
But there
consider
were,
that to be
she said that number comes back to
inconsistent
Mayor
with
Davis
company policy?
and the mail from
I'm
that call
confused.
before they had
Intel and Microsoft are not in
and then the
the,
prior year for John Des Alexander
the same
and Davis
businesses.
yesterday that the female was
so
talking.
there's no policy about one of our people suggesting that we're going to go into the chip business.
Was it part of what you wanted to accomplish, Mr. Gates, to keep Intel and Microsoft in separate businesses?
No.
14 was the job here.
Did you ever take any action intended to accomplish that?
0801.
No.
Service on here to call your phone.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft ever tell people at Intel that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel didn't cooperate with Microsoft in areas that Microsoft wanted Intel's cooperation in?
613, go ahead.
When we saw Intel doing the low-quality work that was creating incompatibilities in Windows that served absolutely no Intel goal, we suggested to Intel that should change. And it became frustrating to us because there was a long period of time where they kept doing work that we thought, although it was intended to be positive in the Windows environment, was actually negative. And we did point out the irony of how well we seem to communicate with them on microprocessor issues, and yet they seem, on the areas where they were trying to enhance Windows, that the communication worked very poorly.
Did you or others on behalf of Microsoft tell Intel that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel did not cooperate with Microsoft?
No.
No one ever told Intel that, to your knowledge?
That's right.
123.
Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Did you or anyone from Microsoft ever tell Intel representatives that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel didn't cooperate with Microsoft on the Internet?
Red.
No.
Silverado picks up. We're talking about mail now. We're checking it.
Did you or anyone from Microsoft ever tell representatives of Intel that Intel would not cooperate, that if Intel would not cooperate with Microsoft on communications programs, Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors?
No.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft ever tell Intel that you wanted Intel to reduce its support of Netscape?
It's very likely that our sales force that calls on Intel as a software customer talk to them about their website and their browsers, and they may have tried to convince them to use our browser in terms of their internal efforts. It's kind of a nit, but I think it's possible.
Did you, Mr. Gates, ever yourself try to get Intel to reduce its support of Netscape?
I'm not aware of any work that Intel did in supporting Netscape. They may have used their browser internally or one of their server things, but that's not really support, so I'm not sure of any support they were giving to Netscape.
You may mean that to answer my question, but I want to be clear. It is your testimony that you're not aware of any instance where you asked anybody at Intel to reduce the support that Intel was providing to Netscape. Is that your testimony?
No. I may have asked, and I don't remember it, but I may have talked to them about their internal browser use. I don't think so, but I may have. And I may have talked to them about their web servers and what they were using.
Mr. Gates, you're familiar with a company called Real Networks, are you not?
Yes.
Did you ever have any discussions with any representative of Real Networks concerning what products Real Networks should or should not offer or distribute?
Over 0.4.
All right, I copy you. On there, 9.8.
Microsoft signed 2 contracts with Real Networks. Did it not, sir?
I have no idea. I thought it was 1.
16, you want to take this alarm at 97?
Real Networks was previously called Progressive Networks, correct, sir?
16, yeah, go ahead.
Right.
In the contract or contracts,
Residential alarm, 2185 East 97, front door motion,
was there any
0831.
restriction on what services Real Networks could provide to competitors of Microsoft?
I've never looked at those contracts.
17.
Did you participate at all in those contracts, negotiation of those contracts, or discussions concerning those contracts prior to the time they were entered into?
Adam 128, you've been clear for a
I got her
rescue
right now.
1574 Highway 44 West.
Muglia
1574 Highway 44 West down. Adam 1.
We're talking with Progressive about some kind of deal, but I didn't know what was in the deal.
And Adam 120, it's going to be
you know
back to
anything
roll over off the highway. They
I knew there
there's
was
a
an
subject trap
investment
under the
piece,
mower,
I knew
not
there was
moving.
some code
They
licensing
it's still being
in
updated.
it.
And there's
That's
they
about
need to be
all.
a city vehicle.
At the time that Microsoft was negotiating the contract or contracts with Real Networks, and I'll refer it to as Real Networks, even though at the time it was referred to as Progressive Networks. Did you consider that company to be a competitor of Microsoft?
I think I was confused about what Real Networks, what their plans were. And
At the moment, just two.
if I was
It's
sure
actually
if
on
they
the
were
Superior
competitive or
Viaduct
not.
side, so it's 2211
Was
Superior
there a
Viaduct.
time when you did become convinced that they were a competitor?
I'll just call her back
Yes.
when
When
you
was
get there,
that?
have her stuff out.
When Bob Glazer appeared in Washington, D.C.
Go ahead. 942.
To testify before the Congressional Committee?
Senate, yes.
Adam 120, you can alarm. It looks like it is a habitual alarm, but it's 903 Paxton
What
Road.
led you
You're
to
getting
conclude
general
Mr.
motion
Glazer's
from code
testimony
2, cat
that
0832.
Real Networks was a competitor of Microsoft?
11 radio.
Good.
There was nothing in his testimony.
Okay.
Thank you, 942.
Why did you become convinced at the time of his testimony that Real Networks was a competitor of Microsoft?
Christi, code 1, spawn file starting 0.1.
Well, because he went out of his way to lie about us,
You're on 943.
sort of thought,
Thank you.
he must be a competitor.
When you say he went out of his way to lie about you, when was that?
That was the press interviews surrounding
Barney
the
14,
the
can you
testimony.
take
Maybe the
this
testimony itself,
assignment on
I'm not sure. I've
166
never seen the
Boulevard? We've
transcript.
got a bunch of juvies at the Sunoco asking for money.
Did you ever personally have a conversation
Units en route
with
to
Mr.
Highway
Glazer
44,
about
rescue.
his business?
Adam 1 advised you do so they're walking around.
A long time ago, when Rob was just getting started, I
600
think there was
Shaker
one
Boulevard, Sunoco gas station.
meeting
There's
that I
going to
had
be
with
2
Rob.
females, 3 males, mixed race.
haven't met
Begging
with
for
him
money.
since
Code 3,
then.
the cat is
Was that meeting
0833
before or after
0833.
the contract between Real
944.
Networks and Microsoft that you
Radio to
say
Barney
that you
13,
didn't know
turn
about?
alarm. On Fulton.
If you mean the contract where we invested in Progressive,
202
it was
Fulton.
years before
office
and not at all related to it.
944.
When was the contract in which you invested in Progressive Networks or Real Networks?
David 12, I have an assignment for you when you're
I'm
ready.
not sure. I'd guess it's about a year ago.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Glazer a few days after that agreement was signed?
Oh, now that you ask me that, maybe I did. Maybe I did. I think we may have had a short meeting.
And did you, in that meeting, tell Mr. Glazer in words or in substance how you thought he should limit his business?
Absolutely not.
Not in any way, sir?
Not in any way.
Just the informational broadcast for the district unit.
Did you tell him he ought to get out of the base streaming media platform business?
101st.
No.
For the Division of Water, have a street closure.
3 to 4 hours with no emergency access.
Did anyone ever
It is
tell you
information broadcast
that
945.
Mr. Glazer had said he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Did Mr. Moritz ever tell you that Mr. Glazer's stated plan was that he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
As far as I know, we didn't know what Rob's plans were.
Did you ever try to find out what those plans were, sir?
No.
Were those plans important to you?
To me personally, no.
Were they important to
Stevens
Microsoft?
Mobile Home Park, Lot 155, PSE 8003, cross street of Paradise and Gentle
On a
Breeze.
relative basis, I'd say no.
Infinity Medicaid for breathing problems.
Well, I
Forgot
suppose
EMS
on a
1 at
relative
844.
basis, business as big as Microsoft, I don't know what would be important.
Yeah, can you show us how that 9010 Kenmore with Henry
tell
Union
me what would be
Queen 8160? Show them what's going on our end.
Improvements in Windows, improvements in Office, breakthroughs in research,
Barney 16 radio.
breakthroughs in back office.
How about
Barney 14, I copy. Let me run it right quick.
on a
It's
relative
unoccupied,
basis, would
correct?
that be important? Was that important to Microsoft?
To the degree it relates to
106
Windows,
wants to line
yes.
for the business alarm at 947.
What about Java or Java runtime? Is that on a relative basis important
Copy.
to
947.
Microsoft?
Copy that Henry
To the
Union
degree
Queen
it relates to
8160
Windows, yes.
845?
is...
There's a 36368.
Let me
60.
Bring it to David 13.
ask you to
Hold on 1 second. That's what
look at the document
stolen. Hold on 1 second.
that we have marked
All right.
Government Exhibit
The
379.
channel for his own car. Be advised, we have a stolen vehicle. Was taken from 6821
Email from Paul
Hosmer.
Moritz. You are
Vehicle is going
not
to be a
shown on
2017
this as
gray
receiving a copy.
Hyundai Sonata, plate number John Ocean David
The portion I'm particularly
3893.
interested in
Vehicle was taken
UP
without
21
is
or Delta 1
information.
still need additional
Information
the
broadcast.
last
control.
paragraph.
City 3118
It says,
was
quote, Rob
downstairs
stated
for
plan is
additional
that he will get out of the
We're
base
out of the
streaming media platform business.
Send it to you at
And
948.
focus on higher level
Copy.
solutions, hosting,
DP
and
20
content
can be
aggregation, and
cancel
says
for
that
it.
his
Can
goal
I
is
control
now
it?
to get us to
Adam, one
get
copy.
his base technology as widespread
Yeah, it
as
looks like it was
possible.
stolen from Cleveland.
See that?
Mhm.
Yes, it was.
Did anyone ever tell you, as Mr. Moritz writes here,
Gotta switch to,
that Mr.
channel
Glazer had said that his stated plan was that he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Another servant,
Um,
2625 Floyd Street, 2625 Floyd.
Did you,
There was
or
nothing given.
to your knowledge,
But they
anyone
are-
from Microsoft ever tell Mr. Glazer that he should get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Which different one?
You are aware, are you not, sir, that one of the issues in this case is the extent to which operating systems and browsers are or are not.
I'm not a lawyer, so I think it's very strange for me to opine on what's an issue in the case. As far as I know, the issues in the case are not, are something that you decide, and I don't claim to have any expertise at all.
And if you don't know, that's okay. But one of the things that I want to understand from you is whether your understanding,
Clear it back up.
which is important
4910. Clear it over
in my
Jefferson.
next line of questions, is that
And I also need a...
the issue of whether or not browsers are or are not a separate product from the operating system is in this case. Mr. Gates, do you understand that the issue of whether or not browsers are a separate product or are not a separate product from the operating system is an issue in this case?
I don't consider myself someone who could say if that's an issue in this case or not.
Have you participated in any way in trying to get Microsoft personnel to use language that would suggest that browsers and operating systems are not separate products?
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Have you seen emails that urge people within Microsoft not to talk about browsers as if they were separate from the operating system?
I don't recall seeing any such email.
Shall we clear an obvious to that?
Are you aware of anybody within Microsoft who has asserted, either in an email or otherwise, that people ought to not talk about browsers as if they were separate from the operating system?
Transport the PD. There's no rush.
Yeah, I don't remember any such email.
We advise the call back if anything further.
Has Microsoft tried to get
Copy, I have you on there at 9:52.
To agree to statements that Internet Explorer comprises part of the operating system of Windows 95 and Windows 98?
Sir, can you show me on a tool, Will? Up in the South Bay, Colbert,
11, we're routing.
Copy, 9:53.
It's not a thing. It's 9:53. Radio to 13.
Copy. Is anybody here?
I know it's a true statement, but I'm not aware of us doing anything to try to get anyone else to endorse the statement.
Can you help me run to the priority 2 to see if anyone has it?
Head over to 1900.
Are you not aware of any effort by Microsoft to get non-Microsoft companies to endorse the statement that Internet Explorer comprises part of the operating system of Windows? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not aware of such efforts.
All right, sir, go right ahead.
Complete. You can send the next one.
Do you know whether Microsoft has made any efforts to include language like that in any of its license agreements?
Copy, 9:54.
No, I don't.
Do you know why Microsoft might do
Go right
that?
here with it.
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty clear. I'll try to like a 49 over the transport.
Do you recognize that OEMs
Charlie David
have a need to acquire
Nick
the Windows operating system that Microsoft licenses?
I copy that, Barney 13. I was actually on the line
What do you
with
mean by
our
OEM?
caller for
Is it a
904
pathology
Paxton.
because of the way
He
it's
is not
defined?
home. He's in PA. The person who made threats for
if
him,
you
this
take,
was done for the weekend. He just actually wanting
IBM,
you guys to check the
Compaq,
car,
and
just
Dell,
make sure no one's inside. He
Gateway,
mentioned he had
and
branches
some
and
other
rooms of the house.
companies refer to OEMs or PC manufacturers.
No, the term OEM would be quite a bit broader than that. OEMs
Okay.
is
I think I saw boards up from across the street.
original
Check out the
equipment
line.
manufacturer.
I see.
Appreciate that. 955.
And does OEM have a specialized meaning
Let
in
me
your business
repeat that. The
to
number
refer to
1
people
Charlie,
that
3 Charlie David, for Adam,
No, it means our licensees.
David Nick, 534043.
and the licensees in part
supply personal computer service.
Okay, it didn't come back.
Some of our
Let me check and see if it was a recent transfer. Stand by.
The licensees license Windows
Texas record who has
are suppliers of personal computers. Are they not, sir?
If you exclude Windows CE, and depending on how you talk about workstations and servers.
The female may be on the 4th or 5th floor.
So that if we can get on common ground, the licensees for Windows 95 and Windows 98 would be companies who recognize as personal computer manufacturers.
I have her on the phone right now. Are you on the Superior Viaduct side or this is for Avenue side?
Yeah, almost all the licensees, Windows 95 and Windows 98,
Okay, she's
are
outside.
personal computer manufacturers.
Right.
Some are not, but the overwhelming majority are.
Yeah, I'm by the construction one on here.
And when you
I'm going to need you to go ahead and repeat that because I did not understand it.
She's going to walk up to you.
what competitive products, if any, did you take into account in setting the price of Windows 98?
Where we take into account a lot of factors, not just other products.
Earlier call is now going TV's offer about.
I'm sure that
Caller is on the 3rd, 4th.
what I'm asking you
maybe on the 4th,
is
4th, 5th floor.
what
She's unsure. Just wishes female to call.
prices of what products, if any, did you take into account in pricing
Robertson
Windows 98?
I'm not finding
I'm not saying
anything
that's
on
the only
that
thing
VIN
you took
number.
into account. I'm just trying to find out whether there were other product prices that you took into account, and if there were, what they were.
One or two.
We consider all the elements of
information of
competition,
broadcast fit district
whether it's
unit from the location of
the
1800
durability of the
London
product,
Road.
the
We have a
changes
stolen
in users'
black
demands,
2015
things going on with
Infiniti
computing moving to the server, the things going on with middleware, the things going on with clones, the things going on with other operating systems. A great number of factors. At the end of the day, it's not very scientific. We take all those factors and come up with our best judgment.
At 9:57, incident number
What I'm now asking is whether there are any products whose prices you took into account.
Anybody available to break for code 1-12514 Park Hill? We have a female caller advising someone through Pine Fall over her and she's outside naked.
Well, we look at all the other operating systems out there, all the middleware products that are out there,
Copy that, Adam. 11
general startup
Thank you, 9:58.
activities out there,
Adam 13 radio.
breakthroughs we expect.
You could send me that call in 2-zone.
Some of those aren't, products that are on the market today. Some of them are products that
Adam
are on the
16,
market
I
today.
apologize. I need to break you from that current limit to handle this code 1 at
Would you consider to
12514 Park Hill.
your primary or the most important competitive product in pricing Windows 98?
Okay, copy. Sending you
It's a silly
2919
question. There isn't one single product that stands out
for the
above others. And
residential
it's
alarm
not
at 959.
products as much as it is the general nature of
County button
competition.
room E337.
Can you identify from either the most important or the most
629
important three products that you took into account?
Right, thank you so much. It's going to be 12514 Park Hill. We have a female caller advising someone through Pine Fall over her. She's outside naked. I'll take her 26. Prior possible female caller is Alicia Stevens. Possible male suspect, Neil Atkins. We had calls from this address and this phone number with both of those. The code 1 CAD is 0846.
Well, I guess you could say in a sense, because I decided that the price of Windows 98 would be the same as the price of Windows 95,
I hit 14.
that was the product whose pricing had the most influence on the pricing of Windows 98.
What was the product?
Well, I have you on there with the next o'clock. Thank you.
What were the 2 or 3 products other than Microsoft products that most influenced the pricing of Windows 98?
I wouldn't single anyone out. I could talk about several different ones.
What I'd like is your best judgment as to what you think Either the most important or the most important 3 or 4 or 5 products were non-Microsoft products.
2555 East 43rd. The caller
Your
listening
best
unit
question
is Adam. However, she's in the big
most
lot. She
important
advises someone broke a window on her 2021 Chevy Equinox, black in color. I do have owner and vehicle info.
I'd say
The
that
number is 24634/4.
1804
if you look at all the other factors, you have to consider this is just one of many, but something we'd look at.
Now, what's the most important? I want what you tell me are the most important. I know you tell me there are many others.
The
These are not the only ones. What I want is your best judgment of what you think the most
Caller's
important ones.
checking his cameras, but he did
So I'm
not
asking
see or
for
hear anyone. No suspicious vehicles in the area. It's a code 3, has
I
0849.
would look at
Appreciate that, 1001.
Linux, Mac OS, Java
You were
OS,
on 0830.
the whole idea of
First 233.
network computing and running the applications in the server, which means that you have to think about pricing of server-type operating systems because of the way that the terminal approach works. So you can take the server operating system, sort of divide up how many users it can serve, and so divide its cost down and look at that. So you get things like Solaris, AIX, and various things that people are doing there. But it's particularly important to think of new products that aren't on the market yet and that we don't know the pricing of.
Yeah, what I'm asking is what you took into account for Windows 98. And I take it the most important ones that at least occur to you right now, what you told me.
154.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I've said that wasn't the major component in how that decision was made, but those were factors in the decision.
Can you put my pen back?
Okay. Let me turn to the subject of pricing. Does Microsoft price its Windows operating system the same to each of the OEMs that licenses?
Rehab, room 308.
We negotiate agreements individually with the OEMs, and the various terms and prices that are agreed to end up being different for different OEMs.
Do some OEMs have more favorable prices and terms than others?
Driving shoreline, 0.8.
Well, given that they're different, somebody could evaluate, and depending on what criteria they use, decide what they thought of the various ones. It's not easy to do a direct comparison because you have pricing terms and other terms as well.
Do some OEMs have prices, terms, and conditions that you, Bill Gates, believe are more favorable than the prices, terms, and conditions of other OEMs?
I'll show you a couple.
You're on Henry Walter Robert 3718.
Hey, copy, I'm running it now.
So it's typical that somebody with larger volume
We'll be conducting
a firearm test at 563.
asks for and gets somewhat lower pricing than somebody who doesn't have high volume. There's not a perfect correlation of volume.
A beige 2011 Kia listed to
there is a correlation
Shawana tape of
other than whatever correlation there is between volume
wanted to be advised,
and prices, terms, and conditions.
Code 4 for
Are there any OEMs
radio timeout, just waiting for
you
Charlie
believe
14 to
have more
finish on his
favorable
block drive.
prices, terms, and conditions than other OEMs?
Sitting there for 4 months.
Can you do a callback?
I don't know enough about the specific agreements.
Radio to Barney 16 for
There are some things in terms of
16.
The relationship and marketing that I think IBM has been reluctant to do. So it may be that because of their view of those terms and their decisions on that, IBM may have somewhat higher price than people with a similar volume. Although they have their volumes. Nobody has.
She says she lives in a silver-owning house, and the owner is on things directly.
What marketing things did IBM decline to do that led to these price differentials?
Nothing further. It's code 2.
I'm forgetting the name of the.
You good for that? Yeah, send it. I did. I sent it to you, Barney 16.
But there's on a typically a yearly basis, there's a program that we talk to OEMs about.
Radio.
Go ahead.
Which weighs into their discount. I don't remember the name of it.
In front of the house here.
What
gentleman
is
left
the
his home, got
marketing program that you're referring to
she
designed
slammed
to
the door in
do?
the face and said she didn't want us. Can you call back
To help
see
us
if
sell more
anything
copies
further
of Windows.
is requested
How?
over here? We don't know what's going on.
Let me do a topic. Stand by.
We'd have to get into the specific elements. You can have OEMs do a better job
Call back attempted
marketing
is
the
going to
benefits of Windows.
voicemail.
You can have them do a better job testing their machine and how it works with Windows. They can make machines that show off particular advantages of Windows. If you want to ask me about an specific aspect of the program, I can go into it, but it's all aimed at advancing the sales of Windows.
Perhaps my question wasn't clear, Mr. Gates. What I'm trying to find out is what was it that IBM refused to do that resulted in IBM paying somewhat higher prices for Windows?
I'm not sure specifically, but I know that there's some of the Windows promotional things that I think they didn't sign up for, and that other people did decide were good for them. And
159, I'm here at Gibson, I'll be around.
I think that resulted in
10-4.
IBM not getting a discount where some of the others would have been able to negotiate a discount.
Do you know what promotional things IBM declined to do?
I don't remember which ones, and I wasn't involved in that negotiation.
Did any of these promotional things that IBM declined to do have anything to do with the browser, Mr. Gates?
Well, they all related to Windows.
Is that the best answer you can give me to my question, Mr. Gates?
They're fighting.
It's the answer. I'm not sure what distinction you're making. I mean, to the degree they relate to Windows, they relate to all the features of Windows, including the browser.
Well, sir, the term browser is a term that is widely used within Microsoft, or at least was until this year, correct, sir?
We use the term browser, yes.
And you personally used the term browser, did you not, sir?
Yes, that term is used in quite a variety of ways.
Including by you, correct, sir?
Tom Young, 3183.
You've written emails about browsers, correct, sir?
I've written emails where the term browser was used. I wouldn't say it was necessarily an email about browsers.
Have you ever written an email that you consider to be about browsers, sir?
I'll bet there's email where the primary subject relates to browsers. I don't remember a specific piece of email.
And when you wrote emails using the term browsers, you believed that people would understand what you meant by browsers, correct, sir?
I'm sure there was enough context in the email that I felt I could communicate something in
14
meaning.
we cleared this house.
And you've used the term browser
on the board up,
in
let's
dealing
get
with
a border
people
back up
outside
the
of
back two doors.
Microsoft, have you not, sir?
24-2, stand by.
We're not allowed on last floor and confirming traffic.
Yes, it's a term that I've used both internally and externally.
And there are a lot of people outside Microsoft that have written articles about browsers, correct, sir?
Thank you for traffic accident. Circle fire dispatch at 908.
What's on the air? 52 units dispatch Mount Hope Avenue. All units can go available. All units can go available.
There have been articles about browsing and the technology people use for browsing and comparing the how different companies do that, and they use the term browser.
Yes, the industry and Microsoft tracks what is referred to as browser market share, correct, sir?
No.
No? Does Microsoft track browser market share?
I've seen usage share.
You've seen usage share?
Mm-hmm. But not market share. Usually refers to something related to.
Circle fire dispatch at 909.
Not to usage, and with browsers, I've seen mostly usage. Now, some people might refer to that as a market share, but it's not a market share.
What is a market share?
Well, when I think of a market share, I think of where you're comparing the revenue of one company to the revenue of another company.
The total revenue of a company?
No, the revenue related to one company's product to the revenue of another company's product.
Okay, disregard. It's not going to be a hit and run.
And that's what you think of when you use the term market share? Is that your testimony?
Usually.
Are you aware of documents within Microsoft that describe browser share as the company's #1 goal?
Okay, just so I
No, I'm aware of documents within Paul Moritz's group that may have stated
that's all we have right here. So,
is Paul Moritz's group within Microsoft?
Yes, but he doesn't set the company-wide goals.
All right, Captain, thank you. And I noted all of that in your original cast, and I have you
Mr.
on
Moritz,
the still
identified last week as being a group vice president, is that correct? And he is the group vice president with responsibility for Windows, is that correct?
That's among his responsibilities.
Are we doing board up 360?
And included in his responsibilities was Internet Explorer, is that correct?
You can send me 0823.
Our browsing technology was part of that group.
Go ahead.
Was Internet Explorer part of that group?
Well, it looks like it's already been boarded up before.
Yes.
So I just took the board off two doors, so if we could put those back on.
Now, did you ever tell Mr. Moritz that browser share was not the company's #1 goal?
Copy that. I'll send it over now. 10-4
About 0848 13108 Shaker.
I was trying to take 13215 Shaker.
Sorry, Charlie 13 is available and we'll handle that suspected stolen.
Disregard.
Thank you so much, 1014. Charlie 13, it is all yours. I have you on there, 1014. Thank you.
And read us Sam 13 for info.
Charlie 14, I have a suspected stolen for you in zone 5. Are you ready?
Alright, try and make contact with the owner of that vehicle on Grovewood. She knows her vehicle is there. Vehicle is disabled. They're trying to get money together for so.
Write it down. Yeah, I need to know the neighbor. That's for the vehicle.
Okay. That counts for it.
Adam 18, I have a question for you and your zone.
No.
Ready?
Can I get a register? You would still want me to send
You
someone
knew
out
Mr.
for
Moritz.
it, or
was telling people that browser share was the company's #1 goal. Did you not, sir?
I knew that Mr. Moritz was saying to people that a top goal and perhaps #1 goal for his group
Go ahead, George 17.
was browser
City Hall Connect
browser
with
usage
roll call
share.
for a detail.
1017. Go ahead.
Now, you've put in the word usage share there. When Mr. Moritz was telling people that browser share was the #1 goal, was Mr. Moritz saying browser usage share or just browser share, sir?
You'd have to ask him. I think he meant usage share.
I'm not asking what he meant, excuse me, and perhaps my question was unclear. I'm asking what he said.
Let me know when you're ready.
Or wrote. Do you understand the question?
What writings are we talking about?
Well, let me ask you the question, Mr. Gates, since you're the witness. Are you aware of any time that Mr. Moritz wrote in an email or said or otherwise communicated to people that browser share was the #1 goal?
The #1 goal for what?
Just the #1 goal for the company. Let's start with that. Are you aware of any time when Mr. Moritz said that?
16-year-old daughter is a 35-year-old, 14-year-old daughter.
I didn't say the whole company. I didn't put in the word whole, Mr. Gates. And I know that you're very precise in the way you use words, and so I want to be sure that the question and answer are meeting. The question is, are you aware of any instance in which Mr. Moritz, in words or in substance, communicated that browser share was the #1 goal for the company? And by the company, I mean Microsoft.
I don't remember any such case.
All right, now we have 13806
Are you aware of any
Healthville
instance
Avenue.
in which Mr.
It looks
Moritz
like it's two sisters
communicated
in on each other.
in words or in substance that browser share was the #1 goal for his group?
After receiving a rent payment,
I think there was a point where he did that. I don't remember the document, but I think there was a point.
Calling in on the first one. It's code 3.
Can you open call from
Do you know why Mr. Moritz came to the view that browser share was the #1 goal?
For his group?
Did he say for his group in the communication that you're talking about?
It's not his position to set goals for the entire company. So when he says something that's a goal, it's certainly implied it's a goal for his group.
Interpreting what Mr. Moritz
It looks like maybe
communicated in light
father
of
and
that.
dad son in the car to enroll him because I'm not able to find the pre-registered voice.
Browser share was the #1 goal.
Well, I think he was aware of the increasing popularity of the internet and the growing usage of the internet,
It was that
and
greenish,
felt that
the greenish silverish color. It's already left. It's been gone for a while.
all the many innovations we were doing in Windows, that a particular focus had to be doing the best job on the internet and internet browsing features of the operating system, and seeing if we could innovate enough to make people prefer to use that technology from us.
Mr. Gates, isn't it the case that you told Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal? And that's why he believed it.
Good morning. Can you show me 1877?
I guess now we're delving into the inner workings of Paul Moritz's mind and how he comes to conclusions.
Well, let me try to ask you a question that won't require you to delve in anybody else's mind. Did you tell Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal?
I know we talked about browser share being important.
I'm not asking you what he said to you. I'm not asking you what topic you talked about. I'm asking you whether you told Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal.
I remember that we agreed that it was an important goal. I'm not sure which one of us reached that feeling before the other.
Have you communicated to people other than Mr. Moritz within Microsoft that browser share was a very, very important goal?
2018 Chevrolet passenger truck fires August 25.
You do several times, the very, very, and I don't know if you're asking specifically about sometime where I use the words very, very. Is that the question?
Copy 1021.
Let me begin with that question. Have you communicated to people within Microsoft other than Mr. Moritz?
Dude, 1 minute assignment. I'm going to be done here in a minute.
That browser share was a very, very important goal. Using those words.
I don't remember using those words.
Yeah, you want to be 0861.
Have you communicated the substance of that to people within Microsoft?
Help me understand. If you communicate to people that something is important, is the substance of that identical to communicating to them it's very, very important?
Would it be in your terms, Mr. Gates, if you were using those terms, would important be the same as very, very important?
Not identical. What would be the difference? The two varies.
And what significance in terms of substance would those two varies have?
A speaker's tendency towards hyperbole.
Now, other than your tendency, if you have it, to hyperbole, would there be anything different that you would be communicating to people if you were to say browser share is an important goal or browser share is a very, very important goal?
You'd have to look at the context to see.
As you sit here now, what you've told me is that you recall communicating that browser share was an important goal, but not a very, very important goal. And all I'm trying to do is find out whether you draw a distinction in terms of the substance of those communications.
And I said it would depend on the context.
Let me ask you to look at least one context, and that would be Exhibit 358 that we marked during the deposition last week, and is in the stack of exhibits that you have in front of you.
1929. Okay, I'm going to call you with details. They have a black female, red hoodie, beige pants, black shoes, ceiling. It's supposed to. Highway 35, roadside park. Thank you.
Did you write Exhibit 358, Mr. Gates, on or about January 5, 1996?
I don't remember doing so specifically, but it appears that I did.
Show me at South Euclid Library connects with missing person, no CAD unit.
And the first line of this is, quote, winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember writing that, sir?
Not specifically.
On the bridge level, right between the two levels.
Now, when you were referring to internet browser share, what were the companies who were included in that?
There's no companies included in that.
Well, if you're winning browser share, that must mean that some other company is producing browsers, and you're comparing your share of browsers with somebody else's share of browsers. Is that not so, sir?
Not just 36 on purpose. It was at a...
Well, you asked me if there's any companies included in that. Now I'm very confused about what you're asking.
All right, sir, let me see if I can try to clarify it.
You only need one number.
You say here, quote, winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us.
Cat that I was looking for.
Close quote. What companies were supplying browsers whose share you were talking about?
It doesn't appear that I'm talking about any other companies in that sentence.
Well, sir, is a market share something that is compiled only for one company?
All right, thank you.
I understand if the company has a monopoly, that may be so, but in the usual situation where a company does not have a monopoly, a share ordinarily implies comparing how much of a product one company has with how much of a product another company has, correct?
Like third party. So the caller's sister's house father's on seeing her refusing to leave, and he, I don't know if he locked her in the restroom or
Yes.
refusing to let her out.
Now, when you were talking about
here,
internet browsers,
the guy there is Julius Baldwin. He's a 24-25
what companies were you talking about?
Call the Larson, disregard, the owner came back for it.
You seem to be suggesting that just because share involves comparison of multiple companies, that when I wrote that sentence I was talking about other companies. It doesn't appear to me that I'm talking about other companies in that sentence. I mean, I've really read it very carefully, and I don't notice any other companies in there.
Well, you mean you don't see any other company mentioned in this sentence? Is that what you're saying?
The sentence doesn't appear to directly or indirectly refer to any other companies.
When you refer to a internet browser share, sir, what is the share of?
Browser usage.
Now, of course, you don't say browser usage.
I'm beholding this report. I'm awaiting the victim.
Delta 150, I'll stay there. Delta.
No, it's a share.
Delta 150,
Now, let's say that you meant browser usage, because that's what your testimony is. What browser usage were you talking about in terms of what your share of browser usage was? What browsers?
Go ahead.
We have extensive transport with her, probably like a month ago.
I'm not getting the question. Okay. Are you trying to ask what I was thinking when I wrote this sentence?
Let me begin with that. What were you thinking when you wrote the sentence?
I don't remember specifically writing the sentence.
Last time we had her about maybe a month and a half ago, she had
can't answer what you were thinking
virus all over her face.
That's correct.
Okay. Right, so since that question is that you don't have an answer, you don't have an answer to that question, you put a different question.
No, I have an answer. The answer is I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember what you meant. Now let me try to ask you.
I don't remember what I was thinking.
Is there a difference between remembering what you were thinking and remembering what you meant?
The question is what I meant when I wrote it. No.
Okay.
Get her to comply without any issues.
So you don't remember what you were thinking when you wrote it, and you don't remember what you meant when you wrote it. Is that fair?
As well as not remember writing.
Okay.
Radio to add anything. They say you can cancel. They don't want to make a report.
And 15 Rivers are going to tour around.
Let me go on to another paragraph and see whether you remember writing that.
Take the RPA bus out of here.
And that is the second paragraph, which reads, quote, apparently a lot of OEMs are bundling non-Microsoft browsers and coming up with offerings together with internet service providers that get displayed on their machines in a far,
over here.
capitalized each of the letters of far, more prominent way than MSN or our internet browser, close quote. Do you see that?
It's looking like he shows up over there and just causes a disturbance.
Did you write that sentence, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Do you remember what you were thinking when you wrote that sentence, or what you meant when you wrote that sentence?
17268.
No, I don't see it.
Do you remember?
I put the social. His social's 284.
in January 1996, a lot of OEM bundling non-Microsoft browsers.
Reference assisted custody. Coming out here, or are we that mom is trying to check out child out there?
All north. You can move on.
I'm not sure.
You know, if she's already inside her unit,
You're already on the call. I
can use her previous report with her.
What were the non-Microsoft browsers that you were concerned about in January of 1996?
All right, I'm going to be generating a criminal damaging.
What's the question? You're trying to get me to recall what other browsers I was thinking about when I wrote that sentence?
I just have radio.
No, because you told me that you don't know what you were thinking about when you wrote that sentence.
Right.
What I'm trying to do is get you to tell me what non-Microsoft browsers you were concerned about in January of 1996.
1032. Do you need a CAD?
Well, if it had been only one, I probably would have used the name of it.
1032.
Instead, I seem to be using the term non-Microsoft browsers.
So what time?
My question is, what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January 1996?
I'm sure.
All right, I'm caught up on this call. Do you need any more assistance over there?
What's the question? Is
Radio to Barney 12.
you asking me about when I wrote this email, or what are you asking me about?
I'm asking you about January of 1996.
That month.
Yes, sir.
And what about it?
What non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
Sorry, 2309 for sale of permit
I don't know what you mean
103. Third party call for DV.
Okay.
What is it about the word concern that you don't understand?
Happy out there. You have a good day. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day off.
The female
I'm
that
not
lives
sure what
here
you mean
is
by
going to be Corinne McKee, and they
Is there a
children with
document
a Julius
where I use
Baldwin.
that term?
Is the term concerned a term that you're familiar with in the English language?
Yes.
Priors here for family trouble.
Does it have a meaning that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Using the word concern consistent with the normal meaning that it has in the English language. What Microsoft or what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
Caller states that her family is refusing to give back a juvenile or possible juveniles. However, there are no children.
Someone calling, saying 0.0.
He responded in August.
We are calling 808 states that we'll be waiting in a black Toyota Camry. Wilson. Is it downstairs neighbors? We'll be breaking the doors of the vacant unit.
For answer, is there a unit number?
Hi, Kevin, Richie.
And who's the caller? Who do I need to speak with?
Caller's name is Liana Harris.
All right, is she the leaseholder at 428?
Affirmative. She's the only person on that list.
I think I would have been concerned about Internet Explorer, what was going on with it.
Yeah, can you change the
We
address
would
for
have been
assignment to
looking at other
9010 Kenmore, please?
browsers that were in use at the time. Certainly Navigator was one of those.
Thank you.
I don't know which browser AOL was using at the time, but it was another browser.
What I'm asking, Mr. Gates, is what other browsers or what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996? Not asking what you were looking at, although that may be part of the answer.
Negative. This is all called my neighbor.
But what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
Well, our concern was to provide the best internet support, among other things, in Windows. And in dealing with that concern, I'm sure we looked at competitive products, including the ones I mentioned.
Sir, if you hear her on the phone,
Let me
she's actually talking to somebody. There is a chance.
try to use your words and see if we can move this along. What competitive products did you look at in January of 1996
Well, I get my computer
in
up and running.
terms
Go down the square, please. I'll be here
browsers?
for a while.
I don't remember looking at any specific products during that month.
Just so you know, for us, DS cards are attached to the
Were there
channel for
specific competitive products that in January of 1996 you wanted to increase Microsoft's share with respect to those products?
Shots fired in the area of
You understand the
6629
question, Mr.
Seabird.
Gates?
And then
That's
one
what I'm
for
pausing
traffic
to
cones
see if I
fell
can
off the truck
understand
on 77 North and Fleet.
If you don't understand it, I'd be happy to rephrase it.
0878.
Well, go ahead and rephrase it. I probably could have understood. It's not about it, but go ahead.
Okay.
I tried to call back, there was no response.
In January 1996, you were aware that there were non-Microsoft browsers
who told
that were being
EMS
marketed. Is
she
that
was
correct?
awoken to shots fired in the area. Medic 26 is
I can't really
responding for her
confine it to
medical
that month, but I'm
emergency.
sure in that time period, I was aware of other browsers being out.
And were those non-Microsoft browsers, or at least some of them, being marketed in competition with Microsoft's browser?
Alright, got the list. I have the list if you don't have it.
9311, you can show me completely.
Medic 5000 is regional. Medic 10 clinic.
Users were making choices about which browser to select.
Can you give us a Ztron?
Is the term competition a term that you're familiar with, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
And does it have a meaning in English language that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I hadn't. Any lack of understanding of your questions doesn't stem from use of that word.
54321. Station 4, how do you read this radio?
You understand what is meant by non-Microsoft browsers, do you not, sir?
No.
You don't? Is that what you're telling me? You don't understand what that means?
You'll have to be more specific with.
Do you understand what is meant by non-Microsoft browsers?
In the right context, I'd understand that.
Okay, are they staging this in front of the convention center?
Is the term non-Microsoft browser a term that you think has a
According to the map,
reasonably
that's what they have it at.
common and
I'm over at East
understandable
Lakeside Lakeside right now.
meaning in the industry?
36 County Road 1458. 279 Lincoln Mary Frank 2916. Lincoln Mary Frank 2916.
Yeah, it's only the scope of what you'd include in that would vary according to the context.
Okay. That is, in some context you'd include more, and in some context you'd include less. When you refer to non-Microsoft browsers generally,
Yeah, I'm not sure what plate I gave you, but it's Paul
are there
Lincoln
particular
6731.
browsers that you have in
It's an
mind?
expired plate, so I'm going to try to work on this commercial.
There are many that I would include in that, and as I said, it'd be broader depending on the
I did
context.
run it, it said okay, that's 101, I don't know if you used that.
Yeah, my
Do
computer just came
all
up.
of the
I'm going to go,
non-Microsoft browsers
it's coming back to
that you're aware
4604
of
Bridge. Let me go over there and see if I can talk to
compete
them.
Alright, I'll
with
show you in row.
Internet
I
Explorer?
appreciate it.
You can put it in red chair, park the
13.
28. 28, good one.
Go ahead.
In the sense that users select which browser they want to use, yes.
Now let's focus on January of 1996. What were the non-Microsoft browsers that, in your view, were competing with Internet Explorer in January of 1996?
David 14, are you
Or
still on
users
West
could
9th
choose
and Huron,
from
or
a number of browsers,
still on
including
Hamilton?
the original Mosaic browser, the Netscape Navigator, and I don't know what version they had out at the time, the AOL browser, and some others that were in the market.
And using the term, as you use the term, were all of those three browsers competing with Internet Explorer in January of 1996?
In the sense that users could choose to use them or use Internet Explorer, yes.
Do you have like
I want to use
call for this street over here?
the way you use it, not the way somebody else might use it, Mr. Gates. What I want to know is that in January 1996, did you consider Mosaic, Navigator, and AOL's browser as all competing with Internet Explorer?
In the sense that users could select one of those others to choose, yes.
And is that the only sense that you use the term competition?
Okay, I'm over here on 15707.
Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to focus on competition the way you use it in the ordinary operation of your business.
And one of the senses is whether people choose to use it or they choose to get additional software to provide them with that feature.
And was that the choice that users were making between Internet Explorer and the AOL browser in January of 1996, Mr. Gates?
Users had that choice between those two.
Were they making that choice, Mr. Gates, insofar as you're aware?
Okay, copy. Well, we
Some
just
were,
got
yes.
another call for it.
And some were choosing the AOL browser instead of Internet Explorer. That's your testimony?
Well, people can switch at any time and they can intermix their usage. But yes, some people chose to primarily use the AOL browser.
Instead of Internet Explorer, is your testimony?
Well, when they use it primarily, that means it's got most of their usage share. And that means nothing else does. So, and some, let's take somebody who exclusively would have used the AOL browser. I can't name anybody like that, but I'm sure there were people like that. That would mean they weren't using the Internet Explorer technologies in Windows.
Okay. And because of that, as you use the term competition, you would consider that a competitive alternative. That's what you said, is that correct?
In terms of competing for usage share, yes.
And what you've testified is that when you use browser share, you meant usage share. Correct? So that as you use the term browser share, it is your testimony that in January 1996, Microsoft was competing for browser share with Mosaic, Navigator, and AOL's browser. Correct?
In the sense that users would choose to use one of those in varying degrees, yes.
But in terms of what you meant by browser share, that was what you considered to be competition in January of 1996, correct?
ODOT has been notified.
We're at the free stamp. Where are you at?
I'm at the
That we were competing to see who could make the better browser that users would choose to take advantage of, yes.
And you were competing with the supplier of Mosaic and the supplier of Navigator and the supplier of AOL's browser to do that.
Any mileage to my tenant?
Is that your testimony?
I know we were interested in making our browser attractive so that we'd gain higher usage share.
Higher usage share compared to
Copy 1046.
all the other browsers, including particularly those browsers.
Okay. Now, in January of 1996, did you consider any one of those three browsers to be a stronger or more important competitor than any of the others?
One for the traffic. 2 Adam, 9 Henry Paul, 440 North 7.
It's hard for me to pin it down to January 1996. At some point, we definitely thought of the Netscape browser as the number one in terms of how our Windows browsing would be compared by users in which they would select.
Have you finished your answer?
Mm-hmm.
1 David 13 radio. If you could
When
run Massachusetts
did you first consider Netscape's browser to be your primary or most important
Next door to this address, somebody broke into a big
non-Microsoft browser with which Internet Explorer was
unknown how many
competing?
people are in there. Has a 0885.
David 13, go ahead. What you need me to run?
Are you guys on the 84? Yes, sir. Be a Massachusetts commercial plate. Walter 36695.
District 67 and 12, Fremont Nursing Home, number 44
David 13.
Fremont Borough non-medic fire alarm, and 47.
Okay.
Tag, Victoria 1307 Charles, 1.
Can you send me the link?
Plate 081.
Thank you, DiMaggio.
Charles.
85.
Go ahead.
Party, Adam 50. Here comes 518, black and red, 1999, dump truck.
I think by late 1995, we thought of
at 19 Harris
Navigator
Street and
as
Randall, Massachusetts.
competing both with, or competing with Windows broadly, including the internet capabilities of Windows.
Go ahead.
Prior to late 1995, did you think of the Netscape browser as competing either broadly with Windows or with Internet Explorer?
No, I think prior to that, we were unclear about
A Winston McKellar. It's not coming back stolen, so informer.
whether that was the case.
I'm complete over here. I was able to get hold of the owner. He's going to be moving in shortly.
Let me try to
Copy that. Thank
go
you.
back now to the first sentence in your memo for January 5, 1996, that has been marked as Exhibit 358, where it says winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us.
This was a shot spotter call. Ended up being a female.
Does the prior discussion that we've just had refresh your recollection that you would have been referring primarily there to the goal of gaining market share
to the address of
versus Netscape?
2103 West 93rd for a missing person follower.
Alright, I copy. 1050. You have them secured?
How should he be? 34
You keep trying to read Netscape into that sentence, and I don't see how you can do that.
District
What do you have?
I just really want to get your testimony.
Warren, Union, David, Sam, King, Paul,
and that is
Robert. Come back to an Ethan.
When he wrote winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us in January of 1996. Were you referring primarily to gaining market share compared to Netscape?
1051. The 2019 Nissan black color to Myra Hunter.
What I was thinking
Checker Hayes, there is a valid CW attached, please. Adam 13, can you go over there with him?
If you can't remember what you meant when you wrote that sentence, you at least remember that in January 1996,
yesterday approximately
winning
2045,
internet browser
so about
share
8:45 in the evening.
was important for Microsoft.
Okay.
Radio to Barney 14.
District 67 and 12 cancel.
Yes.
Okay, I found the
With
assignment,
respect
and
to the
if
goal
you could
of
just tell me again what it was that you needed.
Browser share in 1996,
15142 Industrial Parkway.
was that goal primarily to gain share compared to Netscape?
At 2045. And it looks
Travis. David 13.
Not necessarily.
Car in the area that you drop off 72 on
When you talk
it
about
looks like we also
winning
received several
browser
other
share,
calls from people
not
in the
necessarily just
area
in this
for the
document,
thing.
but generally,
Barney 16 Dave 13.
you're referring to gaining market share compared to other competitors, correct?
Or any new products that come along
That are competitive, correct?
that people use for that function.
In January of 1996,
Going to have a slight laceration on this forehead.
was it the case that the most important competitive product to internet was Netscape's browser?
I did.
Okay, no response.
Previous Hello report update.
Correct. DNS is notified.
Sam 13, just be advised, I'm holding two code 2s. One is a silent 911 call, several attempts to call back off on the
I think by this time,
and then the second
browser
one
that had
is
the
for
highest
a
usage
door
share
that's
was
going to pick up
Netscape's
belongings
Navigator.
from the mother's home. Those two might be the same because they are in close proximity to 48 Avenue.
Blue sweater or a green shirt.
Hard copy.
Multiple colors.
Try to call back.
Could you read the question back, please?
From the west side of the intersection.
This is for radio. Say 13's good with it. You can calibrate that sound 911.
That the most important product to Internet Explorer was Netscape's browser.
Charlie 14 radio.
Go ahead, Charlie 14.
Can you answer that question, sir?
Do you have any vehicle information from Ms. Sanders who's calling into the GTV?
Look, one moment.
Can you check if your daughter remote? Get that information.
Okay, it's a rental vehicle, so I'm not going to be able to get a plate or a VIN number, but I can check and see if we had a vehicle towed recently.
Exit on the radio.
We are secure with her. This is a drug issue. She's smoking crystal meth. Also picked a hole in the wall in the apartment complex on the 8th floor.
Yeah,
Threw a TV, microwave, suitcase, and other items off the 8th floor balcony. Should note that in the cab. I'll let you know what we're going to do. It might be a rush today. Barney 14 radio.
That'd be great. It's a 2024 Hyundai Sonata, silver in color.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm checking it for you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you notify kennels for 0895?
In terms of users picking browsers,
Okay, that vehicle is not showing towed.
the product that was on the market
Adam 11 radio.
that competed for usage the most in this time period was probably Netscape's Navigator.
Okay. was the fact that you've just described. A fact that caused you and Microsoft to want to study Netscape and determine how you could reduce Netscape's ability to compete.
She's going to jail. We're not
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
Go to jail. BSDL, felony vandalism.
In or about January 1996 or thereafter, did Microsoft try to study Netscape to determine how you could reduce Netscape's ability to compete?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Let me try to break it up into as small pieces as I can. In or about January 1996 or thereafter, did Microsoft, to your knowledge, undertake to try to study Netscape as a company, including where its revenues came from, what its dependencies were, what it needed to remain viable?
We'll be clear to return to quarters.
Our channel's about to respond.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't have a car, that's not a whole priority that can break.
I'm sure we looked at their revenue.
Free for now. As soon as we can, we'll get a car over there.
And I'm sure we looked at their products and their organizational structure.
And I did make contact with her, and I advised her of the delay.
Was that
I'll go ahead and make that a code 3 for now and put it at the top of the list to get dispatched out.
a result of an attempt to find out what their vulnerabilities were?
If she calls back and anything changes, we can upgrade.
Gates.
3 for now. Thank you.
Did you end the question?
Thank you. 1058.
Both your counsel and I thought so.
If you want to just take that call back. 16 radio.
Go ahead, 16.
14 radio. Okay.
But if you don't understand it, I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, do we know, Metro, do they accept juveniles for a safety belt? I'm not aware.
We were interested in learning
Let me give him a call.
what users liked about their products and what kind of
Hamilton for the suspected stolen.
Alright, man, you can go ahead and show
response
us complete.
customers had.
Female never had custody of her kids.
So my present question,
I guess,
I'm not
was
asking about
a long-time user.
learning about their products, just for the sake of learning about their products.
To try to set that up for court. And
What I'm asking about is whether you were trying to figure out
I don't have the description. They said the
where
vehicles have been here a while. They gave
Netscape
hang in next
dependencies were,
towards
so that you
8226.
could
I'm not going to
hack
have that place.
Netscape and render Netscape a less effective competitor.
Objection. We were interested in building a product that users would prefer over them.
104 radio, I'm on
My question, sir, is whether, in addition to whatever you did to improve your product, were you also attempting to ascertain what Netscape's dependencies were so that you could attempt to render Netscape less viable, less able to compete with Microsoft?
We gathered information about Netscape like we do a number of companies we compete with, including IBM, Sun, Novell, and many others.
Have you finished your answer?
I have.
I'm now asking you about Netscape in particular, and I'm asking you whether you gathered information about Netscape for the purpose to determine what Netscape's dependencies were so that you could then try to attack those dependencies and render Netscape a less viable competitor.
10-4.
Yeah, the compoundness of the question makes it so confusing.
Okay. Is the question so confusing that you really think you can't answer it?
It's the compoundness that makes it so confusing that I don't think I can give you a good answer.
All right. You gathered information about Netscape, correct?
People in the company did. I didn't personally.
Well, you asked them to gather information about Netscape, correct, sir?
I didn't initiate any particular gathering of information. I may have asked questions once I was presented some
Adam
information.
16, Metro says they can't answer that question over the phone. So take the child there. If they take them, they take them. If they don't, they'll tell you what to do next.
You told people that you wanted them to gather information concerning such things as Netscape revenues and head count and how much revenues they got from various sources, things like that. Did you not, sir?
No, we already talked about the fact that there was a normal competitive review done of a number of companies, and I didn't initiate that particular review.
Family Dollar, 1014-8152 for patrol southwest Jersey. One light complected black female, red and white jog suit, second community dark complected, wearing dark colored jacket and jeans. They're supposed to be standing outside. Guys, 0897.
A document that I will give you a copy of and give your counsel copies of.
Thank you, Charlie 14. I apologize.
The first page of Exhibit 380 contains what purports to be a message from you dated December 1, 1996. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Did you write that message?
Yeah, we've already discussed this particular message. As I said when we discussed it before, I don't remember specifically sending that message, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
You see the first paragraph of this message? It says, what kind of data do we have about how much software companies pay Netscape?
It's weird that you're repeating this exhibit without the enclosures to the email. It's very misleading to have the version of the document. You had the real exhibit earlier. Did you lose it?
Now, first of all, let's see if we can reach some agreement. Is Exhibit 353 the other exhibit that you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. And Exhibit 353, the email from you is the same as the email on Exhibit 380, but Exhibit 353 has an additional email. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Let me try to go through Exhibit 353. The first email on Exhibit 353 is an email from Mr. Ballmer to you and others, correct?
Right.
The second email is an email from you dated December 1, 1996 at 9:24 p.m., correct?
Yes.
There is a third email from Mr. Nehru dated November 27, 1996 at 11:34 a.m., correct?
That's what they're advising.
That's not a separate email. It's part of my email.
Well, sir, let me just try to see if we can get this straight. And we'll read this whole thing into the record if we have to.
Negative.
I can explain what you're confused about.
I'm not confused, Mr.
Alright, it's going to be 0904.
Other than conversations that you've had
It looks like it's
solely
expired in
with
2020. I'm trying to
have you ever had any
What's the first 232 or
discussions
33?
with anyone, or have you ever received any communications that indicated
that there'd been any
Anybody know where designated parking for the parade is?
search email messages or files for
In the
purposes of
parade?
this litigation.
Is it Willard?
No.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gates. Let me show you Government Exhibit 382. And I would ask you whether that is a document that you've ever seen before.
No.
There is a reference in this document to
Kennedy Wire, 2 businesses down in Route.
fiscal year 1998 WWSNM attendees. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
What is
He's
it?
in the Midtown area between
It's the
30th
Worldwide
and
Sales and
40th.
Marketing Meeting, otherwise known as the WISM.
My bad.
Did you
Yes, sir.
attend the
Good
fiscal
morning.
year
I have
1998
someone here
WISM?
that's in the parade that
No, I don't
handicapped,
attend
and they're
that.
looking- Do we have
I
designated parking
come
for
in and
this? Are you aware?
speak, usually at the end of it, but I don't attend it.
The subject matter of this is the fiscal year 1998 planning memo, quote, preserving the desktop paradise, close quote. Are you familiar with that?
I don't know what you mean, am I familiar with that? I know fiscal year 98.
Quite a bit of parking around Wall Drive.
Have you ever seen the fiscal year 1998 planning memo?
The one from Brad Chase? No.
Have you seen a fiscal year 1998 planning memo from somebody else?
We prefer with the
There's a lot of these.
mom up here. We have the daughter, but we're gonna
Group writes planning memos.
267 starting.
I'm not copied on most of them.
Are there planning memos from some of the groups that you recall receiving for fiscal year 1998?
Did you do a callback from that famous female vehicle?
I think there's a memo Steve wrote that was probably sent to me.
And by Steve, you're referring to Mr. Balmer?
Yes.
In the third paragraph of this memo on the first page, it says, quote, our competitors are still hard at work trying to obsolete Windows. More people than ever now believe they will. Netscape and Sun endeavor to commoditize the OS. Do you know what is meant by commoditize the OS in this context?
In the context of this memo?
Yes.
I'd need to read the memo.
94377, apartment 4, Lisa
Have
Adamini's calling.
you ever heard anybody say that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system?
And she punched her back.
Yes.
Have you ever said that?
Cat is 0907.
Those words?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. Niece is on scene, Brianna.
When other people have said those words, what have you understood them to
Bring you to
mean?
3 Barney 14.
I think the first time I heard that was from Mark Andreessen, and I never had a chance to ask him what he meant.
Travel.
Have you heard those words from people within Microsoft?
I'm going to be complete here.
Subsequently to Andreessen using those words, I know they were repeated inside the company quite a bit.
Did you understand that some people within Microsoft were saying that they believed that Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system?
What are your numbers on Kenmore, please?
I don't know of anybody using that terminology before Andreessen did. I don't think it was used before he used it.
My question is not whether it was used before or after Mr. Andreessen's statement. My question is whether people within Microsoft communicated with you that they believed that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system.
It says Endeavor here. You're switching.
I was asking a question. was not necessarily tied to the document. My question is whether anyone within Microsoft told you that they believed that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system.
Those specific words?
Yes, the same words that we've been using in the last previous series of questions, Mr. Gates. Those words.
Car 30 also. Let me know if anything goes on in that patch, since I don't have a computer in this car.
That most of the time when people use those words, they were repeating what Andreessen said.
My question is not what they meant most of the time or what they were doing most of the time. My question is whether people within Microsoft ever communicated to you that they believed that Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system.
They certainly communicated to me that Netscape was communicating that they were on a path to, in Netscape's words, commoditize the operating system.
Go ahead.
You finished your answer?
Yes.
Now my question is whether anyone within Microsoft ever communicated to you that they believed that either Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system.
The caller is going to be a black female wearing yellow hat, white jacket, criminal weapon. Says she's going to be waiting in a gray Toyota Matrix. The code to pad is 089.
I think after Andreessen said it, some people suggested they agreed with Andreessen's sentiment that Netscape was trying to reduce Windows sales.
It appears okay. It looks like it got a passenger on the passenger front line.
When
Hi, good morning. This is
people use the word
commoditize,
as in the statement that Netscape was threatening or endeavoring to commoditize the operating system, what did you understand commoditize to mean?
That they were creating a product that would either reduce the value or eliminate demand for the Windows operating system if they continued to improve it and we didn't keep improving our product.
Did you have any other understanding of the term commoditize in that context?
Go ahead. Okay, let me go and see if
Well, it was a word that was used to refer to Andreessen's comment.
Her 18-year-old son, Orion,
Other than that, did you have any understanding of the meaning of the term commoditize in that context?
Other than those two things?
Yes.
and her got into a physical altercation. She's asking for officers to come and remove her from the unit. The male does have a white with karma, and he is not only.
All right. Let me show you next a document that has been marked as Exhibit 383.
Yes,
This purports to be email from Mr. Moritz to you and others with charts attached to it.
11:15. You're on it.
233 radio.
First,
Put me out at 3315 Seymour. Thanks for the follow-up.
seen this email before?
I think Mr. Hauk showed it to me.
Full bar 13 radio. We're clear. We're go back to the fourth.
You may be right in a sense.
Copy that, 11:13.
Mr. Gates, in the sense that I think that your counsel has produced to us various versions of documents. I do not believe that this particular version, which was produced to us stapled this way, was shown to you by Mr. Howard.
Well, when you asked me whether I'd ever seen the email before, I wasn't referring to the way it was stapled.
We don't have any
Well, this happens to be a tab that have various charts attached to it.
No one's watching yet.
Have you ever seen this email with these charts attached to it?
Can I look back through the old exhibits?
What I'd like, yes, you can. You can do whatever you want to answer the question. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to get your answer to this question with respect to Exhibit 383. If you need to look back at the other exhibit to answer this question, then you can do whatever you need to answer the question.
Well, I certainly do. You've asked me if I've ever seen something before, and I'm thinking maybe a previous exhibit had some or part of this, and therefore, to answer your question, I need to look at the exhibits to see if that's the case or not.
Let me see if I can move things along.
664
Did you receive this email in or about January 1997? This email being a message from Paul Moritz to you and others, dated January 5, 1997.
I don't remember receiving it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that it was sent.
Did you see this email at any time prior to the commencement of your deposition last week?
I don't remember seeing it.
The subject of this email is, quote, overview slides for Bill Gates' NC and Java session with 14 pluses on Monday. Do you see that?
Appreciate that. It's 1724
Yes.
Avalon.
And I think you
Road,
identify the 14 pluses as some group of executives, is that correct?
No.
What is the 14 pluses?
It's people above a certain level, primarily engineers. Also executives, but mostly engineers.
But it's all the people in the company above a certain level, the 14 level.
Which are mostly engineers and not executives.
How many people are there in the 14 pluses group?
It's a good question. I think around 200 to 300.
And these would be the people in the 200 or 300 top rated jobs in the company? Is that correct?
If top means the best compensation, yes.
Okay.
Do you have a car?
Now,
yes, I do.
Do you recall the slides that are attached to this email?
I remember when I testified earlier seeing these and seeing that I was pretty sure that I never presented these slides.
Do you recall whether someone else presented these slides in January of 1997?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure.
I
remember looking at the slides and thinking, probably not.
I know domestic would be a place. Truck on tabled in the roadway, leaking fluids all over. They just got over a more station, and I've been here before. They just don't have it.
Let me ask you to look at the third page of the exhibit, which is headed Key Platform Challenge. It is page 2 of the charts and page 3 of exhibit 383, in which it says NC and Java are platform challenges. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe in January of 1997 that Java was a platform challenge?
Not Java the language, but some of the Java runtime APIs that were being promoted to ISPs in the way that some and others were talking about enhancing them were platform challenges.
When reference is made here to Java, do you understand that to refer to what you refer to as Java runtime APIs?
I'm not sure.
2014, did you take that one for 79th and Kensman?
Are you aware of people asserting that Java runtime APIs were a platform challenge in or about January of 1997.
I just told you that we looked at what was going on in terms of the plans of some and other people with Java runtime APIs as being a platform challenge.
Are you aware of any other platform challenge represented by Java other than Java runtime APIs?
No.
So would it be fair to say that you believe that when reference is made here to Java, the reference means Java runtime APIs, since it asserts here that Java is a platform challenge?
It's the best way to make sense of a document that I hadn't seen until my deposition, as far as I know.
Okay.
Liveran out of Corpus, no 29 confirmed.
Let me show you a document. It has been marked as Exhibit 397.
I'm here at 6th and St. Clair. You said shut it down west now when it's time to go to
Arriving out there.
This purports to be a message to you and others from Brad Chase, dated March 13, 1997. Did you receive this message in or about March of 1997?
I don't remember receiving it. In fact, it's very strange that the email names aren't expanded, but I probably received it.
Go ahead.
I'm familiar with that vehicle's GOA UTL. I'll be clear. Send me Barney 14's number. I'll back them up.
Let me down and show you where to place your car, okay?
Let me go down to the third paragraph of the document.
Copy. Thanks.
Copy.
Thanks. 1123.
And the fifth sentence that says, quote, browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts, close quote. Do you see that?
I copy
in the third paragraph?
Yes.
We're back in service.
Okay, the third sentence, the third paragraph, yeah.
Were you told in or about March of 1997 that people within Microsoft believed that browser share needed to remain a key priority for your field and marketing efforts?
I don't remember being told that, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that people were saying that.
Immediately before that sentence, there's a statement that Microsoft needs to continue its jihad next year. Do you see that?
No.
The sentence that says browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts, the sentence right before that says we need to continue our jihad next year. That's the way it ends. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. No, I see. It doesn't say Microsoft.
Well, when it says we there, do you understand that means something other than Microsoft, sir?
It could mean Brad Chase's group.
Well, this is a message from Brad Chase to you, Brad Silverberg, Paul Moritz, and Steve Baumer, correct?
Does anyone have a question on
Yes, I say
what they're doing in their post?
It's strange. If this was
come by and show you what
a normal piece of email, it wouldn't print like this. I'm not aware of any way, maybe there is some way, that email ends up looking like this and then printed out.
I wasn't the one who was asserting it was an email. I don't know whether it's an email or whether it's a memo or what it is. All I know is that it was produced to us by Microsoft. And the first line of it says to, and the first name there is Brad S.I. Do you see that?
Okay.
Does that refer to Brad Silverberg?
7 hallway. Having trouble with his 16-year-old son. Sending it to you at 11:25.
Usually you can use that shorthand in typing in someone's name.
130.
But when you print out email, it doesn't come out that way.
Ontario and St. Clair.
Do you believe that the reference here to Brad S.I. is a reference to Brad Silverberg, sir?
Yes.
Okay. The next addressee
Adam, 15.
is Paul
You go back over to
M.A.
49, that
Do you
email
believe
over
that that is
again.
Paul Moritz?
Yes.
The next addressee is
She
Steve
is
B.
outside
Do you
for
believe
later
that that is
ground.
Steve
Possible D, no need to
Malmer?
at least this time, Cat is
Yes.
0921.
The next addressee is Bill G. And do you believe that that is yourself?
18 and 03.
Yes.
And it says it's from Brad C. And do you believe that is Brad Chase?
0861. I confirmed with the
Now,
caller about that. And,
when Brad Chase writes to you and the others, we need to continue our jihad next year. Do you understand that he is referring to Microsoft when he uses the word we?
No.
What do you think he means when he uses the word we?
I'm not sure.
we may need a car block instance.
Do you know what he means by jihad?
Outside, 10-4.
To the intersection at 183 and 901. Redirect traffic.
Yeah, I think he's referring to our vigorous efforts to make a superior product and to market that product.
642 traffic stop.
Now, what he says in the next sentence is browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts. Is that correct?
Yes.
The field and marketing efforts were not involved in product design or making an improved browser, were they, sir?
Borough traffic control. Just Street 41, 63 fire, please.
No.
13 Radio Street.
Let me show you next
Okay,
a document that has been marked as
assignments on
Exhibit 3 and 4.
We've got a
I
female
want
waiting
you to look
to
at
pick
the
property up from her mother's house, and
second
then a silent 911 that came in just down the street.
message that
Okay,
is
just
on
we're going to be
this
in Routes County with one mail under.
exhibit in the middle of the first page
We copy the show for
is a
Copy that.
message
Thank
from
you,
Stephen
1128.
Sanofsky. Do you see that?
Copy, 1128.
60 foot
Uh,
Metro 275
And it is dated June 10,
Copy that,
1994.
1128.
And Lloyd.
929.
There is one
Can you
name
take
that
this code one on Hubbard?
it's hard to read on the copy
Go
that
ahead.
we were produced, but
When
I
you
don't
got-
believe
if you're close,
that
see the
you were
traffic
shown
controller
as
that's
receiving a
here,
copy
and
of
pretty
this
much tell you
exhibit,
exactly.
at least back in 1994.
Okay.
Have you seen this
Okay, thank you.
message before, sir?
Adam 11, are you okay?
We're good.
Read it as well. Radio 5 right 12. Use this 5 Adam 11 on 277.
Charlie 14.
Not before this lawsuit.
13.
When did you first see it?
Go ahead. Hey, Charlie 14.
I think sometime
Appreciate
during the
that.
course of the
11,
lawsuit.
29.
Yes, ma'am. There's a couple garages.
That is sometime in the last 6 months.
That's right.
10-4.
Have you discussed this with anyone in Microsoft other than your counsel?
I'll be with them for a minute.
Okay, is my way up to East 3rd and Superior?
Over the
Copy that, thank you. 1129.
Railroad Bridge. Asking to divert traffic at 901
Yes, please. Can you take this one at 65 South Hubbard? Raya's calling in.
Yeah, I think I had a short conversation with Mitch Matthews on the general, not on this specific message.
What was the general topic?
I'll be over there.
1129. Copy.
The history of our decision to put browsing functionality into Windows.
There is a reference here to Chicago.
379.
And is that a reference to Windows?
I'm taking a ride
It's a code name that was used for what became Windows 95.
The third paragraph of this email says, quote, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello." Do you see that?
I see it.
You've identified Mosaic as a browser, correct, sir?
Yes.
Do you know what Cello is?
No.
It's just a stroke patient that was taking a walk. His wife saw that you got one pick him up.
Were you informed in or about June of 1994 that people within Microsoft did not currently plan on including something like Mosaic or Cello in Windows 95?
Quite the opposite.
So it's your testimony that this is just not accurate? Is that what you're saying?
What are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to this document. And what this document says is, quote, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello." And you understand this to mean that they're not currently planning on including something like Mosaic or Cello in Chicago, correct, sir?
Well, I guess I'd read the whole email message if I was really interested, and I've gone ahead and done that. So you're asking, you're trying to take that sentence just out by itself, or you're trying to get me to talk about what the email itself is saying?
What I'm trying to do is to get you to tell me whether, as you understand it, Mr. Sinofsky is writing here on June 10, 1994, that, at least insofar as he is concerned, there is not a plan to include something like Mosaic or Cello in Chicago. Is that what he's saying here?
No,
that's not what he's saying.
So we're supposed to make those.
Let's go to the
11:33.
Previous paragraph.
Copy, thank you, 11:33.
He says, "I think it is really important that we stick to the basic facts of the situation and not overcommit Chicago or Microsoft in any way. The Chicago message is all the plumbing you need to connect to the internet, which translates to TCP/IP stacks, SLIP and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients. Our built-in client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME." He then continues in the very next sentence, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic and Cello." Are any of the things that Mr. Sinofsky indicates here that are going to be included in Chicago software that you would consider to be browser software?
11:34.
The email I'm looking at talks about the Chicago message, and this is he seems to be talking about what we're saying externally about the Chicago project.
11:34.
This email doesn't include anyone who's involved in deciding what's in Chicago, and so he's talking about the Chicago message here.
My windows are down.
Mr.
I'm
Gates.
on the phone with the owner.
My question is whether any of the software that Mr. Sinofsky identifies here
Yeah, I guess the 4th District
as
did do a
being
report for this vehicle
included in
at 8:30
Chicago
this morning.
is software that you consider to be
It was a
browser
different name.
software.
It was
Where do you
United
see
States name
the phrase included in
report, so
Chicago?
It's confirmed stolen, so I'll be doing
Well,
the
sir,
recovery.
when he says the
That was,
Chicago message,
330771.
all the plumbing you need to connect to the internet, which translates to TCP, IP stacks, SLIP, and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients. Our built-in mail client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME. When he says those things, do you believe that he's saying that those are going to be included in Chicago?
No, he's saying the Chicago message is.
So what you're saying is that when he says the Chicago message is that, he doesn't mean that you're going to include in Chicago what he then lists? Is that what you're saying?
Saying that's the Chicago message may imply that.
Yes, but that's what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is whether you read this document as saying that TCP IP stacks, SLIP, and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients are going to be included in Chicago. Do you read it that way?
No.
Can you give me any information on that? Their name, their date of birth?
And when he says our built-in mail client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME, do you believe that he's saying that your built-in mail client and your NT server are going to come out with Chicago?
Certainly not.
Okay.
Sam 13, okay.
And when he says we do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello, and then in the next sentence says Chicago is investigating possibilities, but nothing at all is public. DRG should not be talking to anyone with the thought of including them in the box or resource kit. That is purely for Chicago NT to deal with. Though any interesting packages should of course be brought to everyone's attention, our plans for offering any sort of connection to the internet are also highly confidential and merely speculative. Do you think when he talks about Mosaic and Cello, he's talking about something for Chicago?
He's talking about the Chicago message. The definition of what would and wouldn't be in Chicago wasn't finally known until Chicago shipped. Certainly at this time we'd made the decision to do our best to include the browsing functionality if we could. We weren't saying that as part of the Chicago message.
Mr. Gates, you've testified that you never saw this until the last 6 months, correct? That's right. Who showed you this? I'm not sure. I think maybe the government cited it, I'm not sure. Well, who showed it to you? I'm not sure anyone showed it to me. I think the government cited it in something. The government cited it. Did you read through the government's papers and just pick out sites and go find them for yourself?
No.
I didn't think so. So somebody had to go pick this out and show it to you, correct, sir?
I'm going to have you head towards the Silent 911, 526.
I'm not sure, other than
911
attorney-client meetings when I've seen the entire mail message.
Let me show you the document that has been marked as Exhibit 386.
And so far again, no response to code 2 at 0925.
I am 191.
Okay. Appreciate that. 11:39.
Jonathan, for Sergeant Mark.
The second
It's still open.
item here
When you get a chance, can you
purports to
stop
be
at my
a
location?
message from you to a number of people dated April 6, 1995. You see that?
The drive here.
Yes.
County drive, right?
Did you send this message on or about April 6, 1995?
I don't remember sending it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
You have a listed owner for it.
Mark, but it's not in service.
Now, attached to this message, as this was produced to us, I believe, by Microsoft, is a 2-page document headed Netscape as NetWare. You see that?
I see a 3-page document, yes.
Yes, 3 pages. Pages 3558 through 3560. Have you seen this before?
I don't remember seeing it before.
Thanks, 3603 West 102 downstairs.
Now, the title of this 3-page attachment is Netscape as NetWare, and there's a footnote that says the analogy here is that the major sin that Microsoft made with NetWare was to let Novell offer a better, actually smaller and faster with simpler protocol client for networking. They got to critical mass and can now evolve both client and server together. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In or about April of 1995, was Microsoft concerned with Netscape getting to what is referred to here as critical mass?
Copy. 1141.
741.
I don't know what Paul meant in using that word.
Do you have any understanding at all about what Mr. Moritz meant when he referred to a competitor getting, quote, to critical mass, close quote?
8279 to channel 2. Do you by chance have the phone number to the impound unit?
Go ahead.
Charlie, or him, 11 to connect from filters or being.
He seems to be using those phrase with respect to NetWare or Novell, but I'm not sure what he means by it.
Well, he's also using it with respect to Netscape by analogy. That's in fact what he says. Is that not so?
No, it's not clear that the term critical mass is part of the analogy, is it? It's not to me.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Radio 11 for a code 1.
This document is about Netscape. It's not about Novell, correct, sir?
I didn't write the document. The document appears to refer to Netscape as NetWare as its title.
Yes.
And so Novell is talked about in this document. And a lot of things seem to be talked about here. Do you want me to read it?
Well, if you have to answer any of my questions.
Thank you so much for that.
NetWare is something from Novell, correct, sir?
Fact.
What?
Fact. Can you take this code to East
Does that mean yes?
Yes.
I've got a code 3 for you in zone 6 when you're ready.
What Mr. Moritz here is doing is analogizing Netscape to NetWare, correct?
It's kind of confusing because Netscape's the name of a company and NetWare's the name of a product. And so I'm not sure what he's doing. Usually you'd think of analogizing two products to each other or two companies to each other. But he appears to be analogizing a company to a product, which is a very strange thing.
Appreciate it.
Well, sir,
752 East 185th.
April of 1995, insofar as Microsoft was concerned, was Netscape primarily a browser company?
So far, I haven't found anything.
It was not.
Still looking.
No.
To code 2 has 0895.
California, Christi, negative 29, 27 on Foster Scott.
Go ahead.
Supposed to be clear.
In this document, do you understand that what Mr. Moritz is saying is that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare?
I'd have to read the document. Do you want me to?
If you need to read the document to answer that question, Mr. Gates, go ahead and do so. When you finish, if you have the question in mind, please answer it. If you don't have the question in mind, we'll leave it back.
Destiny Jones calling. She's having a CIT moment.
The question is,
She's going to be waiting out front. She is with
you
her
understand
2-year-old daughter.
that what this document is saying
She's wearing a black jacket,
is that
no
Microsoft
shirt,
should
beige
not
pants.
make the same mistake with
0873
Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare, and you can read any portion that you want, but I am particularly interested in the heading, which says, quote, Netscape as NetWare, and the footnote right off that heading that says, quote, the analogy here is that the major sin that Microsoft made with NetWare was to let Novell offer a better, actually smaller and faster than simply Protocol client. For networking, they got to critical mass and can now evolve both client and server together.
Let me have no, it's over here on 360 with Perkins. We get up there.
1144.
I guess you can probably use the district address.
Are you asking me a question about the whole document?
No, I didn't think I was. I thought it was possible for you to answer my question by looking at the title and that first footnote.
Oh, I thought you asked me what the document was about.
I think it's possible to answer the question by looking at the heading and that footnote. My question is whether, as you understand it, what Mr. Moritz is saying here is that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare.
Does it say mistake somewhere?
All I'm asking you is whether you interpret this that way.
Does it say mistake somewhere?
Mr. Gates, we have had a conversation about how I ask the questions and you give the answers.
I don't see where it says mistake.
It doesn't say mistake. It says major sin. And if you think that major sin is something different than a mistake, you can answer my question that no, that's not what you think Mr. Moritz means.
183.27
My question is clear. You can answer it yes, no, or I can't tell.
Yes.
David 13 a radio. I'm going to be.
What is the question?
My question is whether, as you understand what Mr. Moritz is saying here, is he saying that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare?
3100 and K931. Cancel. They don't need PD after all.
Radio 102, 107.
7U.
No, I think he's saying something else.
Go ahead.
Okay.
11115 Lake Apartment 412.
Do you think that when Mr. Moritz uses the term major sin that Microsoft made, he's referring to what he thinks is
no further information.
A mistake?
Incident 246-39-246.
Probably.
39.
Okay. Let me ask you to look next at a document marked as Exhibit 387.
1147. We are by the sheriff's garage right now trying to figure out where we're supposed to be. Right here.
This is an email from Brad Silverberg, or it's a message from Brad Silverberg, I don't know whether it's an email or not, dated April 12, 1995 at 12:53 p.m. Have you ever seen this message before, sir?
No. He was on the playground and it said, where you
Radio 102.
Yes, ma'am. We have info
the first paragraph
two separate reports on this.
Says, I have spoken to Paul Moritz, and he is in agreement that we should get our internet client distributed as broadly as possible, as soon as possible.
Yes, I will.
Did you understand that that was the view of Mr. Moritz
After I gave you a call, did you copy the
in April of 1995?
Thank you.
What is the title for the second packet ED? Club 47 and radio to 3 Sam 13. Can you switch back to 7?
I think
Copy that up for you.
I think it probably was.
And when reference is made here to Microsoft's internet client, do you understand that to be Internet Explorer?
Radio to 1K.
Good.
And Adam 11, that additional cat is going to be 0938.
Third party 3 parking complaint 2190 amplified. 2190 amplified.
I think at the time of this document it meant O'Hare.
Thanks.
And what did O'Hara become?
748.
We'll make an alternate to come
Became-
check those vehicles, see if they're lost process. 1148. Incident 24638.
Internet Explorer, plus some other things.
ESD 1402. First read of health vehicles and heart. Engine 14 for trauma pickup. Work
Let
authority
me ask you
dispatch
to
sector
look
48.
next at a document marked as Exhibit 388.
Alfreda Escamera. Hey, Escamera, are you close to Ontario like that? You ride out here, come see me in Ontario like that.
Radio 823. RCC and landline.
The second email
Are we in full closure?
or message
Radio 11.
here is a message dated April 12, 1995 at 12:54 p.m. from Paul Moritz to you and a number of other people. Correct, sir?
Yeah,
That's what it appears
everybody
to
go
be.
ahead and go to your closure.
And the subject is the 3-year plan thoughts
So everybody
draft.
go to your full closure.
Correct?
Completely at UH.
Copy 1151.
That's yes, the subject.
24430.
Did you receive this
Party 60s, right?
message on or about April 12, 1995?
I don't remember receiving it. I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Now attached here
I'll be generating a supplemental
something
report
that
for
is
non-copy.
titled 3-year plan follow-up, parentheses, draft, close parentheses. Do you see that?
I don't put him through.
Pardon 17 radio.
Yes.
Did you receive this at or about the time indicated
I know the
of April
landlord is the
12,
caller. Is he on
1995?
site here? If so, can he step out, please?
I'm not sure.
1152.
6-3 right here.
Go ahead.
200 North 13.
Let me ask you
Put
to
632
look at
myself
the
on
page that
5303
bears in the
Northfield.
bottom right-hand corner
5303
the
Northfield.
Microsoft document production stamp ending 7193.
We're going to have an open night northbound, all right?
And in particular, the portion that is under the heading shell/browser. Do you have that?
Airport direct.
Copy. All of 9, so the phone says anything, open up 9th Street, guys, you have it blocked northbound.
Mel wearing a red shirt, Texas 10.
Yeah.
And it says here, quote, we should get a view as to what will be handled by the Win 97 shell and what will not.
They get here and they have to turn around. So I'm going to open this north.
And if not, how is the needed extension integrated into the Win 97 environment, close quote. Do you see that?
But, okay. I got to check that yet. Okay.
Were you told in or about April of 1995
I'm here to check with
that
you.
one of the issues
This is Sergeant Mark.
in terms of planning that was needed to be decided was what would be handled by the Win 97 shell and what would not be?
Robert, 449.
Copy yet? Right, we're going to download, we're shutting down of the route.
Okay, copy that. Rockwell and East Night, you've got a garbage truck that'll be coming westbound on Rockwell, going to the Federal Reserve.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's meant by Win 97 shell here. I don't remember seeing that at the time.
Well, you know what a shell is in this context, do you not, sir?
Yes.
And you recognize Win 97 as a reference to what ultimately became Windows 98, do you not, sir?
No. The fact that we use a name like that before we've decided what's in a product doesn't mean that when we used that name back then, it referenced the things that eventually got into the product.
Anybody at E6 and Superior?
Let me be sure if I understand that last answer. Was Win 97 a reference that was used within Microsoft to refer to what ultimately became Windows 98?
It was a term that was used to refer to a project. When it was used, none of us knew either what would be in the project or what it would be called. So anytime you see that reference, you can't assume it's a reference to the things that eventually became Windows 98. All you know is they're referring to the next project related to enhancing Windows.
Let me ask the question this way. Was the project that was internally described within Microsoft as Win 97 the project that ultimately resulted in Windows 98?
I believe so.
Mr. Gates, let me show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 390.
8279. I'm complete over here.
We go backwards.
Right now. They're good. Go ahead and let them go.
Actually, call minute 71. Go ahead and Car 30 radio.
The first
change my location to
message here purports to be a message to you and Mr. Moritz and Mr. Alchin on February 24, 1997 at 11:07 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it talks about a focus group report, and
we should be at full closure.
it says that most of the people in the focus group were Navigator users, and then it goes on to say about those Navigator users, quote,
we're complete.
they said they would not switch, would not want to download IE4 to replace their Navigator browser. However, once everything is in the OS and right there, integrated into the OS, in their face, so to speak, then they said they would use it because there would be no more need to use something separate, close quote. You see that?
Yeah, looks crazy how that happened.
Yes.
Every day during the summer months.
Do you recall
and even if somebody 07th Street,
in about February 1997?
No. Cross Street of Elizabeth and Booty, Medic 753, Medic 753, Procedure, Break off EMS 1, 756.
Let me ask you to turn to
Medic 753.
Okay, we have cars coming off
the fifth page of this exhibit, and this is a original message dated February 24, 1997 at 10:38 a.m.
We're going to be conveying down the county, show us the route, starting
also relating to the Memphis focus group report.
Give a ride to 408 West St. Clair, starting mileage 560.
It's an enclosure to the message above.
It's an enclosure to the message above. That is, what you have is first a message dated February 24, 1997 at 11:07 p.m. that went to you, Mr. Moritz, and Mr. Alchin, and then you have another message that was an enclosure to the message that went to you and others, correct?
Yes.
So you would have received the second message when you received the message that was addressed to you, correct?
If I did, which I told you I don't remember, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Right.
0924 924.
The next to last paragraph on the fifth page of the exhibit, the one that ends with the Microsoft document production stamp 8179. Do you have that page?
We'll let them come out on the interior.
Get out of the circle.
No, let me try calling him to see if he has the report number of the plate. Hang on.
Yes.
Cap, I think these cars are coming out of this garage.
The next to last paragraph of this material that was sent to you on February 24th, 1997, if in fact it was,
we were allowing them to
on
do
page
that
5, says, quote, "It seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4
And then we
alone.
have cars parked here.
It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator." Do you see that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Were you told that in about February of 1997?
Yeah, she's refusing to get out now. She's on the phone calling 911.
Out of the context of this memo?
Well, first, let's ask, were you told that in the context of this memo?
Those sentences seem to appear in this memo that's talking about some features. It wasn't a product demo, but some features, including WebView, that they showed to some end users.
22 to Murphy. We got cars on the route. Didn't we lock this down?
Let me try to break the question down.
Yes, we're working on it.
First, do you recall being told in any context, in or about February 1997, quote, "It seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4 alone. It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator."
Those words?
Let me begin with that. Do you recall being communicated those words
I don't know where these cars are coming from.
in or about February of 1997?
I said no.
Do you recall being communicated those words at any time, whether in or about February 1997 or any other time?
Alright, did you need a new
Isn't that what I just answered?
Want me to reopen that one?
Perhaps you did. I thought the first answer related to February 1997, but if you're telling me you don't recall ever being told that, I just want that clarified for the record.
Those words?
Okay, and I'll reopen it and add you to it. 1203.
Do you recall
Fortunately, no, ma'am, we're still concerned with
being told in substance what is stated here at any time in the language that I've just quoted?
Nobody.
Now that's a self-contradictory question. You can't say you're asking me something that's in substance and then say in the language you just quoted. That's completely contradictory.
If you don't understand the question, you can't answer it. All you have to do is say so.
Well, I understand that the question is contradictory to itself.
This document that purports to have gone to you, sir, says, "It seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4 alone. It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator." Do you recall ever being told or ever receiving a communication that said in substance what is reflected there?
We gotta get someone to cover here on the north side.
No.
We're trying to get us off up there.
2020
Hyundai, turn to Andrew Minnow at Wood.
How about be advised, she's actually going to be at 800 North Shoreline at the One Shoreline Plaza, the American Gate Tower. I went ahead and updated the address.
Let me show you Exhibit 591, or I guess it's Exhibit 391.
East Line and Rockwell. You let these two cars go.
This purports to be a message to you dated April 18th, 1995, to you and other people. Did you receive this message in or about April of 1995?
Barney 13, be advised that female is now over at the Harvard Library.
But I have no reason to doubt that it was sent
She's
to
going
me.
to be arrested, but she does want to talk to my boss.
Copy, L16, go right ahead.
Start amount should be 117-071, 117-071.
Call back. Street building. I work for Metro.
Ask you to
you can send up Dallas General.
look at the bottom of the first page,
It says 29,
the next to last
66,
paragraph,
116, showing a silent panic alarm from register 1.
sentence that begins,
Code 2,
quote, "This does not mean that Netscape needs to be a direct competitor." Do you see that?
2400 Rockview Road and 2400 Rockview Road.
Yes.
They said she
Do you recall discussions in or about April of 1995 about whether or not
parking lot across the street from the Rite
Netscape
Aid.
would or would not be a direct competitor of Microsoft?
Possible kids is in the vehicle.
I'm sure there was some discussion about Netscape and the whole internet phenomena, and particularly what that meant about the business Nathan was in charge of, which was Marvel. I don't remember specifically if we figured out whether they would or wouldn't be a competitor or what they were doing.
0926.
Is the court open today?
Do you recall communications within Microsoft in or about April of 1995 about what might be done to be sure that Netscape did not become a direct competitor of Microsoft?
No.
705, sorry.
Do you recall any communications within Microsoft in or about April of 1997 relating to what Microsoft might do to influence whether or not Netscape became a direct competitor of Microsoft?
Am I free to turn them around and send them one?
Do you recall any discussions within Microsoft at any time, or any communications within Microsoft at any time, relating to what Microsoft might do to influence whether Netscape became a direct competitor of Microsoft?
No.
Y'all okay over there?
Okay. Let me ask you to look next at exhibit marked as Government Exhibit 392.
And the plate on the red Subaru, the Southwest 221 Bethany, is John King Edwards, 8602. It was taken in a strong armed robbery.
Go ahead. Yes, the amount should be 117-073.
The second item here purports to be a message from you to Paul Moritz and Brad Silverberg with copies to a number of other people, dated January 28, 1997 at 10:34 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you send this message to Mr. Moritz and Silverberg and the others on or about January 28, 1997?
I don't remember doing so, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Possible impact. Code 2 CAD is 0955.
You say that,
Ohio license plate King Henry Nick.
quote, there has been,
1283.
or at the beginning of this document, the very beginning of the document, you say, quote, there has recently been an exchange on email with people in your office group about Office and HTML. In one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers, and we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this, close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Clarity copy.
Did you send that message to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg and others in or about January of 1997?
You already asked that, and I told you I don't remember sending it.
Did you convey the substance of what is here to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg in or about January of 1997?
I don't know the time frame, but there was a question for very advanced features in Office. Had to deal with the fact that older browsers, including our own older browsers, couldn't display the information. And should we therefore display it to no one, or what should we do about advanced display semantics? And I know in that case, the issue came up about should we support the advanced display semantics at all?
Is it your testimony, Mr. Gates, that that's what you were talking about here?
Absolutely. That's what this message, I mean, if you read it, that's what it's about.
Now, this is a message that you don't recall sending. Is that correct?
I've read it today, but I don't recall sending it. That's right.
But what you're doing is you're testifying under oath that when you say that you should force Office users to use Microsoft's browser, you were talking about what you just described. Is that your testimony?
I don't see that in the message.
Well, you're saying here that Microsoft should force Office users to use Microsoft's browser, are you not, sir?
No.
Well, sir, you say, quote, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this. Is it your testimony under oath that you were not saying that the assertion that you had heard that Microsoft shouldn't force Office users to use Microsoft's browser was wrong?
There's a sentence there that talks about whether Office has to work equally well with all browsers. And because I'm talking about Trident here, Trident was a set of technology we're doing to extend things so that you could work with Office documents that are very rich documents in a new way that no previous browser, including our own previous browsers, was willing to display. And there was a question of whether they should take advantage of those Trident things or not. Some people were questioning whether we should take advantage of those Trident things. And here, I'm making very clear, all I have to do is read the complete email, I'm saying we should go ahead and take advantage of those Trident things. Now that's very different than saying that people are forced to use any browser. It's just if you want the best experience in terms of seeing those rich documents, what we were doing in Trident, I thought we should take advantage of.
Now, sir, is it your testimony sitting here under oath that when, in the language that I have quoted, you wrote, this is wrong and I wanted to correct this, relating to the previous sentence in which it said, in one piece of email, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser? You were talking about Trident? Is that your testimony?
Well, I think you've mischaracterized my testimony.
Okay, I'm asking this whether that's your testimony. If you tell me that's not your testimony, we'll go on.
Hey, Roger.
Is that what you're telling me, sir?
Are you trying to characterize my previous testimony?
I was trying to see whether we understood your previous testimony.
Your characterization was wrong.
Okay.
At the 9077 split changes, tire in a bad spot, has 1214.
In the second paragraph of this exhibit, you write, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this. Does that statement relate to Trident, sir?
Get off these nights.
Let me report your hotel at 2021 Cornell. We have Joseph calling
I explained how it relates to Trident.
So your answer is that relates to Trident. Is that your testimony?
Unknown male that knows the scammer from Colorado.
In order to know that, I read the entire piece of email, and upon reading it, I know
her phone
what that
saying he's going
relates to is
sexually
whether we
assault
should
her.
exploit the advanced features of Trident so that the Office works particularly well with the new browser from us with those Trident features.
Possibly staying in room
Mr.
212.
Gates, isn't it clear that the discussion at the end of the memo about Trident is about a different point than the point that we've been talking about?
Absolutely not.
Well, sir, immediately after the paragraph we've been talking about, don't you write another suggestion in this mail was that we can't make our own unilateral extensions to HTML? I was going to say this was wrong and correct this also.
Correct. Right now,
And then you go on to talk about Trident?
the route. Let them go right
Isn't
now.
that
They're
what
going to be stepping off in
you wrote here?
5 minutes. Let them off the route. After that, nobody needs to do this.
I think you've correctly read some of the words in the email. We could go on and read more of the words so that you could understand why what I've told you is correct.
Well, is there anything in here that asserts
I need you out of the car, please.
that forcing office users to use Microsoft's browser is limited to the Trident situation?
That 1675 Ansel put us out 9,500 wait for a follow-up.
It's clearly about whether Office should admit HTML that takes advantage of Trident and whether that's a good idea or not. That's what this piece of email is about.
People are coming out of their driveway.
Well, if that's all it's about,
they have nowhere to
Mr.
go.
Gates,
Just send them
why do you
Have them
introduce
cross Ontario there,
the Trident
and just send
discussion
left.
by saying another suggestion in this mail is that we can't make our own unilateral extensions to HTML? I was going to say this was wrong and correct this also. Aren't you clearly saying that this is an additional point?
Yeah, copy.
You're just trying to misread my email. It talks about Office.
Yes, it certainly does talk about Office. And it talks about forcing Office users to use your browser. Correct, sir?
No.
It doesn't? When you say that somebody is saying
can we check with real time
that you've seen an email people saying that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser and that this is wrong, you're not saying that you should use Office to force users to use your browser? Is that what you're saying?
That was the most circular thing I've ever heard.
Okay, I think it was pretty circular because I think what was going on
to
was
not
pretty
read the
circular.
sentence and look at the piece of email. The question in this email is whether Office should work equally well with all browsers.
I'm sorry,
And
7203, how many
it's
cars
talking
did you
about,
say are
if you
coming
want to look further to
towards
understand
Ontario,
it,
St. Clair?
How
it says
about
we
letting me put a
need to
question
have
to this? The first, I actually read the first sentence, but I'll read it again. The first sentence, which is one paragraph, says, there has recently been an exchange on email with people in the Office group about Office and HTML. The second paragraph says, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to
As the
correct
parade
this.
is moving, that's the farthest
Third
end of the
paragraph
parade.
says, another suggestion in this
Continue
mail
them westbound.
was that we
Don't let
can't
them
make
turn
our
on
own
Lakeside, but
unilateral
continue them
extensions to
Ontario.
HTML.
Continue
I was
them
going to say
westbound.
this was wrong and correct this also. Now, have I read correctly the first three paragraphs of this memo, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that when you said that the email suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that Microsoft shouldn't force Office users to use Microsoft's browser was wrong, that all you were talking about there was Trident? Is that your testimony?
And that's 204-1042.
I'm not sure what you mean, all I was talking about. This email is about the Office and HTML.
Yes.
There's a new extension to HTML being created in Trident.
Where'd it come from?
There was a question of whether Office could take advantage of it, which meant that it would take advantage of those new browsers in a better way than it would take advantage of our old browsers or other people's browsers without those extensions. I was suggesting here, and it's totally a mischaracterization to suggest that that third paragraph isn't totally in line with it, that we should take advantage of those Trident HTML extensions, and therefore Office documents would look better, at least for those users.
Is it your testimony?
Oh, 3 over to West
And what I'm trying to do is clarify your testimony, Mr. Gates. Because once the testimony went down, the trier fact and decide what credibility, if any, to give it. All I'm trying to do is identify.
Go ahead.
What's going on back there, y'all? You have said that the extensions to HTML relate to Trident. Correct?
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to find out is whether these extensions to HTML that relate to Trident is also the only point
39 years of age
of your statement that you should force Office users to use your browser.
Okay, that car that's at East 3rd, remember you're the counterflow, go down there so make sure those cars can't turn. Coming up that way, please.
That's a sentence fragment here. What people were saying was, if we took unique advantage of Trident, wouldn't people feel like
we gotta have somebody over
needed
there.
to upgrade to Trident? And I said, hey, if that's the only way they can see the advanced document capability, then fine.
Well,
Yeah, well, Green, they have to go
Mr.
to a
Gates,
place called Ready.
I mean, that's not what this email says.
Does anybody know where
The
that's
words
certainly
about,
know what the email says.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. I mean,
well, we have the one at E6
and I
Superior,
don't
so
mean to be
can you go back over there?
disrespectful, but aren't you doing what we talked about before here, just trying to substitute different words for the words that you actually wrote that you think will sound better in the context of this litigation?
Okay, show me complete.
And also on the radio.
I've explained to you
I thought we put,
what this email is about. You don't seem to like
over there from,
the facts.
Street. Wait a minute, hold on.
Mr. Gates, my question,
For now, I'll just
and if the answer is yes or no, I don't understand your question, you give me that testimony. But
about 5 minutes before I called
is the
out, there was a white
explanation
Lexus
that you're giving me now of this
sitting in the
document
intersection of West 117th to
an
Lorraine,
explanation
going westbound. Can you reach out to
where you're
Westbound Promise, see
trying
if we
to
get
use
that
words
temporary
differently
tag on
now
that Lexus?
because of the litigation than you used them back in 1997?
No.
Not at all, sir?
No.
Do you feel more uncomfortable admitting in a deposition in this case that you were trying to force Office users to use your browser than you did back in January of 1997?
You're mischaracterizing the email.
Well, let me ask you a question independent of the email.
Go ahead and close
Do
out
you
that
feel
gap for me.
more
I've
uncomfortable
checked several locations throughout those
with
areas.
the characterization that Microsoft is forcing Office users to use Microsoft's browser today than you did back in January 1997?
I've never been comfortable with lawyers mischaracterizing the truth.
Well, Mr. Gates, can I have my question answered?
I answered it.
Did you read the question back?
I literally just got off the phone with them.
Do you feel more uncomfortable with the characterization that Microsoft is forcing Office users to use Microsoft's browser today than you did back in January
And broadcast
1997?
to all further cars at 47.
Can I have an answer to that question, sir?
My view of lawyers mischaracterizing something has not changed.
Push the hole in
Mr.
the
Gates,
wall
I'm not
and
talking
tap
about
the
your view
email and then
of lawyers mischaracterizing things. I'm talking about your view of the use of language. You've got a document in here in which you talk about forcing Office users to use our browser. You say, quote, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. And you go on to say, the top executives of your company, this is wrong. Now, my simple question is whether you're more concerned about the use of those words today than you were back in January of 1997. Whether this litigation is influencing the care and precision, if you want to put it your way, with which you are determined to use words.
I'm not sure what I'm comparing to what.
Okay, let me try to be clear. In January of 1997, you wrote this email.
In total.
In total. And at the time you wrote this email, you didn't have any expectation to show up in this litigation, did you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
What I mean is you thought this was a private email. You thought you were writing to your executives, and you didn't think anybody outside the company was going to review this and do what I'm doing now, which is ask you questions about it. Right?
Well, I think the general notion that any email I write might be reviewed at some point is one that I've understood, certainly since 1990.
They have not been able to make contact with anyone in the vehicle for the last 10 minutes and have not been
So it is your testimony.
They're showing that the owner is an Arthur Cantu OnStar with
taking this email in its entirety, that you today are entirely comfortable with the memo, the email, in its entirety, is a fair and accurate statement of your views. Is that correct?
If somebody takes the trouble to understand it, yes.
That is, if somebody reads this document all the way through, takes the trouble to figure out what is here, you say, that's a fair and accurate statement of my views.
Did you find out that information you needed, or you still can't look into it?
Views on what?
Views on the things that you're talking about in the memo.
No, I got it.
Let me try to approach it a different way.
Hey, Governor, any mileage
Sometimes when people write things,
Some of the cars we're getting, I get
after
sick
the
of waiting on
fact they
Rockwell
say,
and turning
I wish I
around and
hadn't
coming
written it
against
that
the one
way.
way.
That just isn't accurate. Or I overstated it, or I got it wrong. Are you saying that about this document?
All right, and you want print info?
I guess I can say that if I realized how you might misinterpret the thing, I would have put a little footnote in here for you to help make sure you didn't misinterpret it.
And that's because you think that what I'm doing, as you've said before, is mischaracterizing what's here, correct?
Several of your questions, I believe, have mischaracterized it.
Now suppose, Mr. Gates, you have to worry not about what I think about this memo, which is really irrelevant, but only about what the trier of fact thinks about this memo. Assume that a neutral trier of fact is going to look at this memo in a fair and balanced way. Would you say to that neutral trier of fact, I really shouldn't have written this. This really doesn't reflect my views. I made a mistake. Or would you say, if you read the whole thing and read it fairly, that's what I believe.
Sedan with a 10 tag.
If they understood what it was about, I wouldn't feel any need to amend or change it.
Change the memo.
I'm right here. We're trying to get a car here.
I mean, on that basis, I think we can leave it to the trier of fact. Because I think the one thing is important, you believe this memo is clear, don't you?
Okay, yeah, get that one car out of here.
I don't know what you mean by that. You've made it clear that somebody can misinterpret this memo. Whether that's being done maliciously or not, I don't know. So now I understand that somebody who doesn't understand the subject matter of the memo can misinterpret it. In particular, you can misinterpret what's meant there.
Told us that the extensions to HTML that you were referring to here were the Triton extensions, haven't you, sir? That's what you're saying.
And general principles about HTML extensions, yes.
One of the witnesses here stated the letter started with F.
Let me ask you to look next at Government Exhibit 395. This purports to be a memo or message from you, dated February 19, 1997. to Mr. Alchin with copies to Mr. Moritz, among others.
You can get that Davis intersection.
Did you send this message on or about February 19, 1997?
Phone number 805.
I don't remember sending the message.
8728.
What's the Lord's last name?
The second message here in this exhibit is a message from Mr. Alchin to you, dated February 18, 1997, at 5:17 p.m. with a copy to Mr. Moritz. Did you see that?
There was no response when I called back.
17 radio.
Yes.
And am I correct that when you sent your message, you enclosed this earlier message from Mr. Alchin with your message?
But we are heading to...
That's right. The default reply command does the enclosure.
Okay, thank you. As soon as I see you clear, I'll put you on it.
We're starting.
One clear from that 59.
Posted for radio. We got no one at East Wall Drive.
Let me ask you to look at the second page. The first full paragraph in which Mr. Alchin writes to you,
I'll get the check number is 33 and then 09.
I am convinced the path we're on is the wrong one. We're playing into Netscape strengths and against our own.
Please come over to this driveway here until we
I
get
hear lots of words about how the software will, of course, be, quote, better, close quote, on Windows, because we have more people working on Windows, but I can't sell abstract statements like this. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
He then goes on in the very next sentence to say, quote, we focus attention on the browser battle, where we have little market share, instead of focusing the battle at integrating things into Windows, where we have market share and a great distribution
right
channel.
there. They're on their way there.
Did Mr. Alchin write this to you on February 18th, 1997?
Barney 16 radio.
I'm not sure.
Email juvenile.
Did Mr. Alchin communicate that to you at some point, whether in February 1997 or some other time?
Edward 368411. Taurus 9mm. The model should be 63. For us, we're working on it right now.
5 minutes radio. That car totally just ignored me.
I know Jim was a big advocate of increasing the integration features to make them even stronger.
We're on East 9th Street.
I have my question right back, please.
What hospital are you going to?
Didn't Mr. Alchin
May I have an answer to that question, sir?
That's what I answered.
I'm not asking what Mr. Alchin is a big advocate of. I'm asking whether he communicated this to you at some point,
Those specific words.
or what you understand to be the substance of those words.
And looking at the substance of those words, I can say that the one part of that I do remember him communicating is that he was a big advocate of strengthening even further the integration benefits of the browser technology in Windows.
Well, sir, when he talks about integrating the browser technology into Windows, which he does in the very next few sentences, what he says is, when IE4 first was discussed, we were, quote, integrating the browser into Windows, close quote. That is what we told everyone. That was a strong message for Windows. That message is now gone since IE4 is going on to all platforms. It won't be as, quote, integrated, close quote. Open parentheses. Whatever they mean technically, close parentheses. But all the words about WebPC and the like convinced me we were determined to put a gun to our head and pull the trigger.
102. I ran on terminal 227. Or 2287.
Did he tell you that, Mr. Gates?
1233.
In or about February 1997?
I don't remember him using those words. They're colorful enough.
Tim, where are you at on the route right now?
Sometimes I might remember that, but I don't remember that.
Go ahead. What's the diagnosis?
Close to 12 to a supervisor.
All right, sir.
Okay, cool, thank you. We are 14-9, I think,
let me ask you to look at a document that has been marked as Government Exhibit 396.
Form, over to my location.
And this purports to be some questions and answers
Because this
on the
email's
use
supposed to
and
be
misuse of technology
on tour with
by
this
Bill
whole-
Gates.
I just wanted to see if maybe she's on the list or something.
Dated
Help us out, try and find where she is
October
at.
24,
If you can't
1995.
confirm anything right now.
Copyrighted 1992 to 1995 by the Microsoft Corporation. Do you recall preparing these questions and answers, sir?
Yeah, I know I was in a meeting where this was worked on.
Yeah, this is Oklahoma.
And
he doesn't have
did
communication on or anything.
Statements set
When you're
forth here
complete, I've got a code 2
reflect your
and
views
zone
at the time?
5, Barney 13 or 14.
I don't remember
When you're
specifically
complete, I've got a code 1 and zone 1.
these sentences, but I have no reason to doubt this is what was discussed and put into the column.
And you understood that when this was prepared, and as you put it, put into the column, that it was going to be published. Did you not, sir?
Yeah, the column is published.
Copy that.
Where is the column published?
241 Main Boulevard.
A number of newspapers.
Thank you. It's going to be at 13100 Shaker Boulevard.
Now, when you
Alright, so I'm going to get the estimated
refer
location,
here
6513
on the second
Donna
page,
Avenue. It is a silent 911.
fourth line, to
Hang up
winning
calls,
from
take voicemail,
Microsoft
call back.
a larger share of the market for internet browsers. Do you see that?
No.
It's on the second page,
1236.
Oh, you're on the
fourth
second
line.
page. Let me just read this.
What was the edit on Donna?
It was 513.
Motion 12, they taking them to review.
7051, insurance number.
To the Mental Health Corp. Carrie Niemer states the 11-year-old pulled the fire alarm. It was a false alarm. However, he's making threats to the staff there. He's going to be Khalil Pearson wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans. The code 2 CAD is 0964-0964. Thank you. 1236.
Negative. I'm going to recommend this from Bradley for me. He's going to be waiting at the light.
Okay, go ahead. When you refer in here to winning from Microsoft a larger share of the market for internet browsers, and you see where you say that?
Can you reach out to CRT1, see if
Yeah, it's part of the
sentence.
sentence.
Mail, maybe,
What did you mean by the market for internet browsers, sir?
accidental. Being homeless and he was attacked.
Yeah, thank you.
I assume a usage share of browsers on the World Wide Web.
Well, I'm already in contact with CRT.
You then go on in parentheses to say, quote, an internet browser is software that lets an individual roam the worlds of information available on the internet. Microsoft's browser is called the Internet Explorer, close quote. Do you see that?
Close paren, yeah.
Close paren and then close quote, since I'm quoting. Did you believe that was an accurate statement at the time that you made it and published it?
Get that car out of the way for me.
We'll take number up here.
I'm trying to give an explanation to the broad audience that the column was aimed at. Yes, I thought it was a good way of describing it to that audience.
Let me ask you to look at a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 398.
Fisher. Police attorney down to Superior.
Alright, send you that alarm at 1:55. At 12:39.
The first message here is one from Brad Silverberg to you and others, including Mr. Moritz and Mr. Alchin, dated October 3, 1994 at 6:42 p.m. Do you see that?
Get him out of the way. Radio 5 running 14, please take this code 1 in Norwood, Superior.
Say again?
Radio to David 13, are you able to break for this
The
code
first
accident on the
message here is a message
Running 14 in connection
to
with that
you
one-man one we just received.
and
We're gonna be at the
others,
district
including
area
Mr.
property.
Alchin and Mr. Moritz,
Copy that,
from
40.
Mr. Silverberg, dated October 3, 1994 at 6:42 p.m., correct?
6800 Lakeshore with a follow-up.
It appears to be.
And he references Marvel and Capone. You see that?
Yes.
Marvel is a code word for what became the MSN, is that correct?
Not the way he uses it here.
Of course, we have no
What
property
does
to
Marvel
enter.
refer to
Go ahead, radio.
Blackbird.
So here Marvel refers to Blackbird. And what does Capone refer to?
Could I have the
I think an email client. That was a feature of
Radio to
Windows.
David 13.
And it also refers to
He is
Chicago.
approaching E6 on
The
Superior.
next sentence.
Yes. The next sentence of Mr. Silverberg's message to you.
Superior Avenue. Our caller stating
What is
her
Chicago,
sister is
as you
trying to
understand
run over her
So
child's
the name
father.
of the project
She's in a blue
that
Toyota.
resulted eventually in the
Keep them
product,
safe, send the
Windows
police.
95.
Sister is pregnant. Physical
And
1 at
Mr. Silverberg
0982.
writes you and Mr. Moritz and others that there is no one in the world outside of Microsoft who will buy the argument that Marvel and Capone are, quote, part of Chicago, close quote.
No,
That's not so?
No.
Radio
Well,
to
let me
Robot
see.
report update.
District 60.
He says, quote, I will jump in, dash, yes, we have to take them out of Marvel and Capone too.
David 13.
There is no one in the world outside of Microsoft who will buy the argument that they are, quote, part of Chicago, close quote, so get the interfaces while others don't. This is an impossible sale, close quote. As you read this, and do you recall receiving this?
No.
Did you ever discuss it with Mr. Silverberg?
I'm not sure.
District 9,
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Silverberg or anyone else what he meant by part of Chicago?
I am. Are you able to break for this coastal accident I have on the range? Also, it's unknown if you
I'm not sure. It's clear, it's very clear that they're not referring to what you asked about.
It should be about 5 hours.
All right, sir.
Okay.
117, we copy.
1015, be advised.
Let me
I'm
ask
holding a
you
code 1. I did call
about
out.
the
It's in
third
zone 1, and I
message
called
down.
out to Barney
There's a
14
message
and
from
13
you,
as soon as they're complete.
dated
I handle
October
that.
3,
Then we
1994,
have a code 2
5:18
in
p.m.
zone
You see
8
that?
for
Yes.
disturbance. This is, we've been over there on that street 3 times today. Neighbor trouble about a dog using another neighbor's yard.
You write in
The
the
call taker made it a code 2. There's no conversation in here
first
to
line,
explain
it's
why
time
code
for a
2.
decision
It indicates
on
no
shell
violence.
browser.
Everything is just verbal. There's some
Little
type of
I shell
argument.
browser.
Little I shell browser.
So permission to make that a code 3 as a typical service would be.
And
104, your I number.
in the third sentence, you say, it's hard to know how much actual benefit little I shell browser integration would bring.
Third paragraph?
Code 2.
Third paragraph of your message.
Yeah, that seems
Not
reasonable
sentence.
to me.
Happy, thank you. 1242.
Third paragraph of your message.
Right.
First sentence.
Is anyone correct?
Quote, it's hard to know how much actual market benefit little I shell browser integration would bring.
Right.
See that?
I see it.
Of course, we have available.
Do you recall writing that or about October 1994?
I don't recall the specific message. I recall the general issue about the little iShell browser APIs.
I got Adam 13 with that UTMB, that strong guard robbery. I got Adam 17 on the domestic, Barney 12 at Lutheran, Barney 14 county, Barney 16 Fairview.
The
Right, Barney 16 case has no
next
record for that
paragraph, the
female.
first
They looked at the
line, you
suspect
talk
number that was
about
given, nothing with her,
how
nothing in our
Microsoft
thing.
is in,
I'm gonna call
quote,
you
a
Steve
real
here, so they're aware.
struggle versus notes. Do you see that?
Copy Alabama Police.
Eastward and Superior.
47 Adam.
Thank you, 1244.
Yes.
Thank you, 1244.
What do you mean by notes when you say that Microsoft is in a real struggle against notes?
I mean notes.
Okay, can you explain what notes is?
It's a product called Notes.
Produced by whom, sir?
You could say Lotus or IBM. Or there's actually the company who wrote it. I forget their name.
But in any event, not Microsoft. Gotcha.
That's right, not Microsoft.
Show me out on 3 on the side of one market.
And is it true that Microsoft in or about October of 1994 was in a real struggle against notes?
This is not a police matter. We don't assist connection with store pricing or anything like that. That's all civil. Unless there's anything
I think some people would say yes and some people would say no.
There's nothing for
You said yes, right?
Apparently in an email in 1994, I said we are in a real struggle versus notes.
And in the next paragraph, now the fifth paragraph of your message, you say, quote, I have decided that we should not publish these extensions. We should wait until we have a way to do a high level of integration that will be harder for likes of notes WordPerfect to achieve, and which will give Office a real advantage. Do you see that?
I have one side of it covered. I don't know who is closing down the other side, though.
All right, the sales on these.
Yes.
Did that reflect your views in October of 1994?
All right,
That sentence taken out of context, or the whole email?
That sentence in the context of this email.
I don't think you... Oh, in the context of the email? I have no reason to think that it didn't.
What I'm asking again is fairly read in its entirety. Does this message from you reflect your views at the time that you wrote it?
If you're asking about the whole message, I have no reason to think I didn't write those messages or that it didn't reflect my thinking at the time. I haven't actually read the whole message, but I'll still say that.
Let me ask you to look at a document marked as Government Exhibit 399.
Barney 12. May I ask that you put Chief of Police in his own car trying to go west on Lakeside? Is that okay?
This purports to be a message
I'm on Lakeside right now.
from you to Brad Silverberg with a copy to Paul Moritz and others dated January 8, 1996. Did you send this message, sir?
Cat is 098.
Yeah, I'm going to be
I don't remember it specifically.
temporarily.
Do you want me to read it?
Partner comes in.
So
you can send me
if you need to answer my questions, this is on a subject of Steve Case of American Online, is that correct?
Yes.
In the second paragraph, you write that Mr. Case said that he viewed Microsoft as technically behind Netscape, but credible enough to do a very good job. Do you see that? Did Mr. Case tell you that?
With respect to IE2, the product we were shipping, but later they had a chance to see the work we were doing and changed that view.
There's a lot of cars coming down Lakeside going west.
Is there
we have those driveways covered.
a document that you're aware of which reflects their changed view?
Almost certainly.
EMS is on the scene, they have diesel fuel leaking.
Who's everything like that?
One of them was a delivery truck. I don't know where
Have
they're
you seen
coming
that document in the last 6 months?
It's okay. I'm here. We're getting them out of here. We're in Deborah.
Do you know who that document was from?
We are on Ontario.
Oh, I think,
Everything is fine. Being handled. They're coming out of the east side.
I know there were technical discussions subsequent to this, where AOL came away very impressed with the componentization work we were doing and how it was superior technically to what they'd seen anyplace else.
My question right now is not what AOL's view was. You told me what you thought AOL's view was, and I asked you whether there was a document that reflected that they'd changed their position.
Yeah, so I should have gone on to say, after they came out and saw that technology, it's likely that somebody either in email recorded their questions at that time.
Did you recall actually seeing such a document?
I recall being told that they were impressed that we had the best technology.
Do you recall ever seeing a document that reflected that?
I'm not sure if it was verbal or email, but I remember being told that after they'd come out and seen the componentization technology we were working on as part of I3, they viewed it as the best technology.
And when you say verbal there, you mean oral, not written down in email or written memo form. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you to look at a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 400. The second item here is a message from you to Steve Ballmer, Paul Moritz, Jim Alchin, Christine Turner on the subject of IBM.
St. Clair and Lakeside.
Dated October 30, 1997. Is that correct?
9 and Lakeside. Brianna's calling in.
It appears to be.
Keys and her video is laying.
Did you send this message, sir?
Let me look at it.
You saw it back in Lakeside, and all I saw was phone trucks there. All right, the tails make the turn on to Superior. All right, the tail, we're turning on to Superior from 9th Street.
I don't remember specifically, but this kind of topic was being discussed, so I have no reason to doubt.
So this
is a piece of email I wrote.
We don't have anyone
This
anyway, but they made it a code one.
relates to a conversation you had with Gary Steemack, is that correct?
In the head with his phone.
Not strictly.
Does it relate in part to that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Steemack tell you that he was thinking about taking a job with IBM?
They're not laid open or anything like that.
I think he did.
And did he tell you that one of his concerns was whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem?
I see that in the email. I don't remember it specifically.
Do you remember people at IBM being concerned about IBM's relationship with Microsoft being a problem?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Steemack telling you that he was concerned about whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem?
As I said, I see it in the email, but I don't remember that.
In response to that, you say that you told him that the job of religion coming out of the software group is a big problem. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell Mr. Steemack that?
I don't remember telling him that.
Now, when you talk about the job of religion coming out of the software group, you're talking about IBM software group, correct, sir?
I'm not sure.
2615.
Well, this sentence immediately follows Mr. Steemack reporting to be concerned about whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem, and immediately precedes a sentence in which you say that you told him that IBM refused too big anything related to back office.
Yeah, that doesn't relate to the IBM software group.
But it relates to IBM, correct, sir?
Latoya Scruggs.
Yes.
This whole paragraph relates to IBM, correct, sir?
CPO against Vibroy Clark and
Primarily.
So, when you say that you told Mr. Steemack that the Java religion coming out of the software group is a big problem, do you really have any doubt that you were talking about IBM's software group?
Well, there was a lot of joint work between IBM people and Sons people and other companies. And so it's very hard to draw a line between the IBM software groups and other people's software groups.
Does that mean that it is your testimony here under oath that when you referred to the software group in this sentence, you don't know whether you were talking about the IBM software group?
I'm certainly talking about software groups that IBM is at least a part of.
You had a base. Were you able to copy that? My radio's acting up.
You go on to say that they continue to use their PCs to distribute things against us. Is the they that you're referring to there IBM?
Hey Murph, can we move the assault trucks
and is the us there Microsoft?
on the west side of Lakeside?
And you then, in the next sentence, say that you told Mr. Steemack that they are dabbing in NCs in a way we don't like. Is the they there again IBM?
Apparently.
Yeah, Dan,
I don't know what dabbing is.
Customer here. He's looking for his bag. It's a black bag with a Florida Gator tag on it. And I was asking, has the bag been turned to anybody?
The next paragraph,
description.
you say, quote, overall, we will never have the same relationship with IBM that we have with Compaq, Dell, even HP, because of their software ambitions. I could deal with this just fine if they weren't such rabid Java backers. Now, when you refer in that sentence to they, as in, I could deal with this just fine if they weren't such rabid Java backers, you're again talking about IBM, correct?
Parts of IBM.
One on Shaker.
It's important to distinguish different groups in IBM.
And the different groups in IBM would include, perhaps among others, the software group as one and the PC group as another, correct?
That's right.
At the end of that, you say that you are willing to take some risk in improving the relationship, and you think that steps ought to be taken to approach them. And you end by saying, quote, we should position it as let's do some things that are good for both of us, but which require some of the rhetoric to be lowered on both sides. On their side, I mean Java and NC. And their side, you're talking about IBM side?
I think so.
And what you're saying is that you want a message conveyed to IBM that in order to improve the relationship, you want some of their rhetoric on Java and NC.
No.
Did you want IBM to lower their rhetoric on Java?
I actually explained in this message that I thought the rhetoric was actually hurting IBM itself, independent of Microsoft.
Did you think it was hurting Microsoft?
I wasn't sure. In terms of specifics, I wasn't sure.
Yes, ma'am. Can you show me at 4221 River Ridge
when you say
River Ridge Drive for a follow-up?
That you could deal with IBM's relationship just fine if IBM wasn't such rabid Java backers?
River Ridge Drive.
Weren't you saying that you thought that IBM's rabid backing of Java was bad for Microsoft?
Okay, I'll copy that. Thank you.
I know at this time we thought some of the claims around Java were just plain false and weren't doing customers any favors by leading them down a belief that certain things were solved that were not solved.
My question, Mr. Gates, is in October of 1997, did you believe that what you refer to here as IBM's rabid backing of Java was something that was hurting Microsoft?
I can't point to any particular hurting that it was doing. We didn't think it was accurate in terms of what technically could be achieved with Java.
Let me put the question this way. In or about October of 1997, did you want to stop IBM from being what you refer to here as a rabid Java backer?
We thought some of the rabidness was hurting IBM as well as the industry as a whole.
Did you believe it was hurting Microsoft? Or were you just doing this as sort of a public-spirited company trying to help IBM from hurting itself?
I can't point to any particular damage, but we certainly would have preferred if the more extreme statements we didn't think were true, if they weren't pushing those forward.
Mr. Gates, let me put it this way. In October of 1997, were you trying to get IBM to reduce its public support for Java?
There are not any closures on Superior. You can open up.
Okay, we're going to put you out of service in the position. Okay?
I say in here that under some circumstance, the rhetoric should be lowered on both sides.
We're just making a turn onto
that I think that's that makes sense in certain circumstances.
Okay, so Claire, hold up. I'm sorry. I was on the phone with her.
I don't think you're actually saying in certain circumstances, do you, sir? You may have meant that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying those words don't appear here.
No, it's all about I am willing to take some risk in improving the relationship and think you should approach them on steps for improvement. It's in that vein that I talk about rhetoric being lowered on both sides.
And then you go on to say that on IBM's side, you mean they lower the rhetoric on Java and NC, correct?
The rhetoric.
And by rhetoric, you were talking about public rhetoric, were you not?
Definitely public rhetoric.
And is it fair to say that in October of 1997, you were trying to get IBM to reduce its public rhetoric in support of Java?
Did you say that open up?
I don't know what you mean trying. I talk about a circumstance in which both sides would lower their rhetoric.
You were offering to lower your rhetoric if they lowered their rhetoric. Is that fair? Isn't that what you say right here?
We got to get this car as
in the context, this is about improving the overall relationship, which is not focused on the rhetoric. It says that in the context of that improved relationship, I think that both of us should lower our rhetoric.
Indeed, you say that the improved relationship will require some of the rhetoric to be lowered on both sides.
That's a statement about human feelings, that if our rhetoric is so high, it'll be hard for them to do their side of improving the relationship and vice versa.
Well, you then go on to say on their side, on IBM's side, you mean Java and NC. Right, sir?
So that's part of the rhetoric I'm referring to.
Part of their rhetoric.
Yes.
But you wanted them to lower. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay.
Who lives on the third floor. She's 19 years old.
Let me ask you to look at Exhibit 401.
Apparently she had a knife in her pocket, black female, large build, all black. She drives a Corpus, beat up Chevy.
All right, details, crossing scene clear.
This is a message from you to Mr. Balmer and Mr. Chase, with a copy to Mr. Ritz, and some other people were also given copies. Dated August 15, 1997, at 4:07 p.m. on the subject of IBM and Netscape, correct? And you type in here importance : high.
No.
No?
Roger, is it tailed like
No,
that?
I didn't type that.
No, we just crossed St. Clair. We're
who typed in high?
across Ontario to Lakeside.
Not prior to Sunday.
A computer.
A computer. Why did the computer type in high?
It's an attribute of the email.
And who set the attribute of the email?
Usually the sender sets that attribute.
Who's the sender here, Mr. Gates?
In this case, it appears I'm the sender.
Yes.
It's going to be at 44.
And so you're the one who set the high designation of importance, right, sir?
It appears I did that. I don't remember doing that specifically.
Right.
Adam 15 radio.
Now, did you send this message on or about August 15, 1997?
I don't remember doing so.
Can you tell me if there was a report made for CAD 0624?
Now, you say that you had a meeting with Jeff Pappas, is that correct?
Female is wearing a black jacket, black shirt.
I did have a meeting with Jeff Pappas, yes.
They do have prior. It's going to be a cold one, CAD 1.
Yeah, one of us, he told me to follow him. He still find his way, but he's on that way.
The third paragraph from the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
You write, quote, he doesn't want anything attributed to me or he will get in trouble. But he says we can just refer to all the rumors on the web about what kind of deal is being done between Netscape and IBM, close quote. Do you see that?
I believe he was
I do.
Spanish speaker over here in February. But he can provide further.
At this point, that is in about August of 1997, were you aware, prior to your conversation with Mr. Pappas, that there was a prospect of a deal between Netscape and IBM?
There had been rumors of that.
13, you didn't find anything there, did you?
So yes.
Yeah, we can. I'm pretty sure this guy will be able to.
All right, Sarge.
In fact, there had been deals. There was rumors of a new deal.
Ready? Give me one moment. I'll clear and we can take it.
Let me ask you to look next at a document marked as Exhibit 402.
Contact the West River.
Copy that. Those trucks in Ontario St. Clair are going to come down and block Ontario. The ones at Ontario Lakeside are just going to close.
The second message on this exhibit is a message from you to Mr. Balmer and Mr. Moritz, dated August 4, 1997 at 5:17 p.m., correct?
Is the caller for 970 still on?
It appears to be, yes.
Did you send this, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember sending it, but I have no reason to think that I didn't.
0987. We'll ride night as we head back up.
Radio from 12. Well, your number's going to be 5. Appreciate that. 1307, setting it out. I don't know. I can call back.
Yeah, if you would.
Okay.
Temper, I'll call you on the line.
Let me ask you to
Look
at Exhibit 403.
Garage, all of that exact stay in place. Continue to send everything what's down
This
there.
is a message dated February 16, 1998, from Laura Jennings to you and a number of other people, including Mr. Alchin, Mr. Balmer, and Mr. Moritz.
The soft truck will have Ontario closed at Lakeside there. Everybody else in place on Lakeside, stay in place.
Did you
on that 40 kilo LGP22.
receive this email in or about February of 1998, sir?
I don't remember receiving it, but I have no reason to think that I didn't.
Yeah, Sam 13, he's there. He said he saw you pulling up.
Let me take you down to the next to last paragraph on the first page.
Did he mention what he was driving?
The first sentence says, quote, one potential concern, colon, Brad mentioned to me late Friday that there may be new concerns about our plan to make START a requirement for being in the IE referral server, or at least there may be timing issues related to your appearance at Senator Hatch's hearings, close quote. You see that?
1309.
Yes.
Do you recall
a
discussion of this in or about February of 1998?
In this last mistake with the bandit call, no good, it's incorrect.
Hey, Barb.
Not with Laura,
but
but on the general subject, yes.
Did Microsoft, in fact, make START, quote, a requirement for being in the IE referral server, close quote?
All right,
No, I don't think we did.
Because I haven't found
Why not?
anything here in regards to an accident.
Go ahead, Brian. Did your trespasser have, I don't know, like some kind of strange hat on their head with and wearing rubber gloves, latex gloves?
7101.
I think the PR group thought it would be
with his pants unzipped.
controversial, and we didn't see the benefit as being worth
Yeah, that's what you just said.